Transcending into the world as Naruto, I witnessed the tragic demise of my parents during the Nine Tails chaos. Bound not by a ninja system, but by the Soul Reaper's Hōgyoku. At the tender age of 3, the third Hokage kindly inquired, "Do you harbor resentment towards those who bully you?" Adjusting my glasses, I smiled brightly in the sunlight. "No, they are merely afraid." He departed, satisfied, unaware that beneath my glasses, my gaze had transformed into a frigid void. The ephemeral illusion was already within my grasp, and the dormant blade awaited its awakening. Unwilling to be served by the barbershop? No matter, as hair gel adorned my raven locks, and I removed my spectacles entirely. From this moment forth, I shall reign supreme over the skies of Konoha. Chapter 1. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Where am I? Is this a hospital? Who is speaking? Why can't I understand? Is it raining? In a haze, Yuchin suddenly felt droplets upon his face. Upon opening my eyes, the sight before me rendered me momentarily speechless. A colossal fingernail supporting 2 figures, one male and one female, both strikingly familiar. The man, possessing a handsome visage and golden hair. The woman, equally beautiful with flowing red locks. It was not rain, it was blood. Naruto, you will encounter many painful experiences, but you must remain true to yourself, hold on to your dreams, and teach many friends. Naruto, what your father wishes to convey is likely as verbose as your mother's. Your father and mother will always love you. The 8 trigram seal. The Hōgyoku binding system is initializing. Congratulations, host has acquired the Aizen template, unlock level 1. So, I have indeed traversed worlds. As an infant, Yi-chan felt his eyelids growing heavier, consciousness fading. Unable to observe further, he closed his eyes. 3 years passed. As Naruto strolled through the streets, a ball rolled to his feet, and instinctively, he picked it up. That must be the child. The ball's owner's father approached, cautioning his child. Remember his face. Do not play with him. Who knows what he might do? The child nodded obediently. Naruto, unperturbed, returned the ball. Yet the adult scornfully declared, "We no longer want this ball. You should get lost." With a slight smile, Naruto turned away, the ball slipping from his grasp, bouncing away until it came to a halt. As night fell, Naruto stood alone atop the Hokage rock, gazing down at the hidden leaf village, donning a pair of glasses crafted in the likeness of Aizen, exuding an air of refinement. His template, Aizen Sasuke, inspired him to create a pair of non-prescription glasses to conceal the intensity of his gaze. Despite his youth, they imparted an impression of harmlessness and elegance. Beside him burned a campfire, a small pot of water boiling above, with 2 fish he had previously caught in a nearby stream resting beside it. 3 years have passed. To think I have traversed worlds, and I find myself an orphan. Naruto chuckled self-deprecatingly. His soul did not belong to this world. It hailed from a distant blue star. While watching the finale of Naruto in his dorm, he accidentally spilled takeout, sauce splattering onto the power strip. In a frantic attempt to clean, he was electrocuted. When he next opened his eyes, he beheld the scene of the Nine Tails slaying the 4th Hokage and Kushina, the parents of his body. The initial thrill of his arrival had long since been dulled by the harshness of this indifferent world. Truth be told, he admired the previous Naruto, who faced such disdain and exclusion yet remained optimistic. Upon birth, he was placed in Konoha Hospital and, after weaning, sent to the Konoha orphanage. By the age of 3, he was cast out to fend for himself. No one in the village wished to acknowledge him, nor would they sell him food. Fortunately, upon his arrival in this world, he had bound himself to a system, the Hōgyoku binding system, one of the anime he cherished dearly. System, open the attribute panel. Host, Uzumaki Naruto. Age, 3 years. Abilities, whirlpool physique, source of Ashura's power, wind chakra, water chakra. Swordsmanship, beginner Soul Reaper sword technique. Shuinpa, beginner the body technique of the Soul Reaper. Demon arts, beginner destruction, binding, healing. 3 forms, destruction for attack, binding for containment, healing for restoration. Currently limited to level 30 and below, usable instantaneously or via incantation. Zanpakutō ability, mirror flower, water moon, controlling the 5 senses. Flowing blade like fire, sealed. Template, Aizen Sasuke, unlock 10. Hōgyoku, incomplete, breaks all cultivation barriers. Due to its incompleteness, current barriers. Vice Captain, Absorbing souls may lead to a complete Hōgyoku. Special items. Proficiency in Fuso language. Used. Progress bar to check training progress. Future events guide of Hokage. Various tissues. Milk, and numerous packs of instant noodles. This is what he had acquired through the system in 3 years. System. Commence today's sign-in. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 char points. Naruto was somewhat taken aback. This was the first time he received an attribute reward, but what did gaining charm points signify? He would have preferred enhancements to his ninjutsu, strength, or agility. Was he deemed unattractive? Indeed, he was a touch unappealing, with 6 whisker-like marks on his face. He had attempted to pluck them, but they always grew back. Initially disdainful of the charm points, he was astonished to find that the whiskers began to fall away on their own. System, will these whiskers grow back? Rest assured, host. The whiskers will not regrow. Content. Naruto nodded. As the protagonist, being somewhat unattractive was inconsequential. Strength was paramount. However, who would not desire to possess handsome features? The water is boiling. While checking the system panel, the small pot bubbled vigorously. Naruto retrieved a pack of instant noodles, tore it open, and placed it in the water. Once cooked, he added an egg, the soul of the ramen. Ah, my glasses are fogging up. How inconvenient. As he dined, an elderly man approached, drawn by the aroma of his grilled fish. Are you the third Hokage? Though already aware that the person before him was Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had never encountered him before and could only feign ignorance. You recognize me? Naruto feigned innocence, pointing to the Hokage rock beside him. Haha, what a clever child. The third chuckled, his stomach suddenly rumbling. Naruto offered a grilled fish. Third Hokage, please have this. Hiruzen beamed, accepting the fish and savoring it. It's quite delicious. By the way, I haven't seen you wearing glasses before. Are your eyes in need of assistance? And your hair has grown long. Why not get a trim? Wearing glasses makes one appear gentler, as for my hair. Naruto lowered his gaze. The barbers won't let me in. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen fell silent, continuing to eat his fish. After finishing, the third Hokage and Naruto sat upon the grass, gazing up at the starry sky. Naruto, do you harbor resentment towards those in the village who treat you this way? Upon hearing this, Naruto lowered his head in silence, the moonlight reflecting off his glasses, concealing his gaze and revealing a child's appropriate melancholy. Though I do not understand why the villagers despise me so, I do not blame them. They are merely afraid. The third Hokage paused, gazing up at the sky. Naruto, compared to this vast world, we humans are but insignificant beings. The troubles that plague such small creatures are likewise trivial. Is that so? I never realized the world was so expansive. Naruto lifted his head, smiling at the third. Hiruzen Sarutobi observed Naruto's sunlit face, seeing the answers he sought reflected in it, and smiled contentedly. He then produced an envelope from his robe. This is your living allowance for the month. Be sure not to squander it. Naruto accepted the envelope. So it turns out all the money for the year comes from you, Grandpa Third. Hiruzen gently ruffled Naruto's hair. Well, I must be off now, little Naruto. Tomorrow, Grandpa will take you for a haircut. Really? Indeed. That's wonderful. Seeing the innocent glimmer in Naruto's eyes, the third felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him as he turned to leave. Once he departed, Naruto tilted his head back to gaze at the starry sky. Reflecting on the day's events, his expression gradually turned cold. This world is indeed vast. Although the inner turmoil of insignificant beings may be inconsequential, I am different. From this moment forward, I shall rise above the heavens. Chapter 2. A Change of Hairstyle. Naruto, Grandpa is here to take you for a haircut. In the morning, Hiruzen knocked on Naruto's door as promised. Naruto climbed out of bed. Good morning, Grandpa Third. Good morning, little Naruto. Are you ready? Grandpa will take you for a haircut. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. As they walked down the street, all the villagers greeted the third. However, upon seeing Naruto, their expressions shifted to scowls. Had the third not been present, he would surely have faced their ire once more. The third observed him discreetly. Naruto's expression darkened as he donned a pair of glasses. Why the glasses, little Naruto? Because when I wear them, they won't recognize me, and I will encounter fewer of those disdainful stares. The third chuckled softly and continued walking. Upon reaching the barber shop, the owner immediately approached them. Lord Third Hokage, what an unexpected honor to have you visit my humble establishment. Yes, I am here to bring someone for a haircut today. Of course, as a friend of the Third Hokage, I will ensure he receives the best care. The barber then turned to Naruto, his face suddenly paling. Lord Third, are you asking me to cut the hair of this demon fox? Hiruzen sighed. Just give him a trim. I will cover the cost. Since it is your request, Lord Third, I shall do my utmost. Naruto settled into the chair. Hey, you demon fox brat, what do you want? The barber growled. Naruto had grown accustomed to such tones. With a gentle smile, he replied, Uncle, could you please style my hair like this? He produced a drawing from his pocket depicting a hairstyle reminiscent of Aizen before his departure to Hōgyoku. The barber examined the picture, prepared his tools, and began to cut Naruto's hair. How infuriating! Who would have thought I'd be cutting your hair one day? When he finished, despite the barber's incessant chatter, his skills proved commendable. Little Naruto, is it done? Yes. Naruto grinned. By the way, Grandpa Third, may I dye my hair? I want it black. Hiruzen looked at Naruto, recalling the earlier words he had heard on the street, feeling a pang of sorrow. Do as Naruto wishes. Help a dye it black. After leaving the barber shop, Naruto bowed to the Third. Thank you, Grandpa Third. I'll head home now. He then dashed off to other shops, eager to procure the items he needed before anyone could notice his new look. Don't forget, the Ninja Academy starts the day after tomorrow. I know. He entered a general store. Auntie, I need hair dye and hair gel. Then he went to the market to buy an assortment of vegetables, meat, rice, and flour, dragging the bags back home. Sure enough, the following day, word spread from the barber, and the entire village of Konoha knew of Naruto's new hairstyle. Once again, he returned to the days of being ostracized, but Naruto found he was no longer as affected by it. Winter had arrived once more, blanketing the world in pristine white snow. Naruto wandered alone through the streets, eventually making his way into the woods to train. It had been several months since his last haircut, and he hadn't seen the Third during that time. His living expenses were being delivered by the Umbu. It seemed the higher-ups had gleaned what they desired from him. Otherwise, his life would not be so tranquil. Show us your Byakugan if you are from the Hyuga clan, you white-eyed monster. As he walked, Naruto spotted a girl with white eyes being bullied by a group of rowdy children. It was Hinata Hyuga, his future wife. After a moment's thought, he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Hinata. Bullies aren't cool. You all should leave. Naruto smiled. Wait to tell us what to do. Yeah, it's just him. The demon fox dares to stand up. Get him. An instant later, several of the bullies were sprawled on the ground, nursing their bruised faces. You monster, just wait. I won't let this go. After uttering a threat, they fled. Naruto chuckled at their cold demeanor. Thank you, Hinata said softly. It's chilly. You should head home. Naruto removed his scarf and draped it around Hinata's shoulders before stepping into the woods. He drew his Zanpakutō. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Mirror Flower, Water Moon, Proficiency 1.1.1. Flowing Blade, Red Hot, Proficiency 1.1.1. He trained his spiritual pressure, appearing to outsiders as he merely waved his small blade about. Otherwise, he wondered how he might evade the watchful eyes of the Umbu. The system provided him with only one Zanpakutō bound to his soul, which, through the system's enhancements, could unleash various abilities. Regrettably, aside from Mirror Flower, Water Moon, the initial release of Flowing Blade, Red Hot had yet to be unlocked. His offensive options were limited, necessitating further training to enhance compatibility. The higher the compatibility, the greater his power. Drenched in sweat, Naruto gasped, System, Open Zanpakutō Compatibility. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. 70, Flowing Blade, Red Hot. 1. Goodness, it truly is a challenge to unlock Flowing Blade, Red Hot. It took an entire year to achieve just one. System, Initiate Sign-In, Training Ground Sign-In, duration 30 minutes. Congratulations, host, you have gained a new ability. Divine Spear Compatibility 50. Flowing Blade, Red Hot Compatibility 0. 01. This is quite good. I didn't expect to acquire 2 items today. It seems compatibility can also be drawn. Naruto looked at his Zanpakutō with surprise, reciting the incantation. Pierce him, Divine Spear. The 50 compatibility allowed for the initial release. Suddenly, the Zanpakutō elongated in his hand, piercing through a nearby tree effortlessly. Not bad. He had acquired a means to manipulate shadows. This was his first achievement in compatibility during 3 years of sign-ins, and Naruto nodded in satisfaction as he left his secret training ground, preparing to return home. As night deepened, he walked through the streets, and to his surprise, he spotted a small girl helplessly crouched beneath a streetlight. It was Hinata, the very girl he had encountered earlier that day. Approaching her gently, he inquired. What are you doing here? I. Young Hinata's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Do not merely weep. Where's your home? Naruto extended his hand, lifting Hinata, guiding her toward the Hyuga clan's residence. Standing before the abode of the Hyuga clan, he remarked, in the future, refrain from shedding tears so easily. A girl's tears are truly precious. He gently wiped away the remnants of her tears, saying, farewell. Upon returning home, he sat at the edge of his bed, gazing at the calendar resting on his desk. Today marks my birthday, he mused, deciding to treat himself to a delightful meal of dumplings. Fortunately, he had managed to save up a few pounds of pork recently, along with some scallions, perfect for the classic dumpling filling of pork and scallions. As he savored each dumpling, he realized it had been ages since he last indulged in this culinary delight. Though the seasoning was somewhat lacking, they were nevertheless quite delectable. Although the third Hokage did not visit him directly, he was acutely aware that he was constantly being observed within that crystal ball, surrounded by countless Umbu operatives, some belonging to the Hokage's elite forces, and certainly including that man as well, such as Konoha, a place of tranquility, concealing a cage beneath its serene facade. Chapter 3. The Emissary of the Land of Lightning in the Hokage Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen habitually used the telescope technique to observe Naruto's actions. He saw him protecting Hinata and escorting her home, nodding in satisfaction, convinced that his approach was indeed correct. Just then, an ominous-looking old man with a bandaged left eye and a hand resting in his cloak entered, glancing at the crystal ball on Sarutobi's desk. Hiruzen, it's time to hand over the Jinchuriki to me. This is the perfect moment to train him as a ninja. Under my guidance, he will thrive, becoming the most formidable ninja, making all other villages bow before Konoha. The third side. Danzo, do not forget, he is the child of Minato. Precisely because he is Minato's child, he must be prepared to sacrifice for the village from birth. Danzo retorted. Hiruzen, he continued, do not overlook that he is merely a 3-year-old child. The Minato couple has already sacrificed too much for Konoha. I merely wish for him to grow up happily. Happiness? Danzo scoffed. I see no happiness in his life. From adults to children, the entire village of Konoha ostracizes him, subjecting him to beatings and insults. If you fear that I might train him in a way you cannot control, you could always place a curse mark on him. Danzo opened his eyes wide. I will nurture him into an excellent ninja and return him to you. He will forever belong to Konoha. An excellent ninja? The third exhaled smoke. You mean a cold weapon? He gazed at Danzo, speaking in a low tone. Danzo offered no rebuttal, his expression remaining indifferent. Danzo, do not think I am unaware of the environment Naruto currently inhabits. I simply choose not to pursue the matter. I do not wish to see the same fate as that of Shigekuni in Naruto's life. Still, Danzo remained silent, his demeanor frigid. We will discuss Naruto later. Danzo, you may leave now. Danzo departed from the Hokage's office without further comment. Before leaving, he cautioned, Hiruzen, the emissaries from the Land of Lightning are arriving shortly. They have chosen to come to our village instead of a neutral country. I trust you comprehend the implications. Ensure the Jinchuriki's safety, if he is lost. Your life will not suffice as an apology. The third said nothing, gazing out the window. Inside the room, Naruto was refining his chakra. The Uzumaki lineage proved advantageous, and he recalled his earlier use of the shadow clone technique, which served as a training cheat. He wondered if it could be applied to his training with the Zanpakutō. Regardless, he decided to try it. Otherwise, he would be waiting indefinitely to master the technique of flowing blade and fire. Never mind, it's time for a bowl of ramen. Old man, your skills remain unparalleled, he exclaimed after finishing the last drop of soup and paying the bill. Naturally, who does not know that Ichiraku is the finest ramen chef in the world? Naruto smirked. Truly, the Otsutsuki Ichiraku was rather narcissistic. Yet, he was one of the few individuals in Konoha who treated him kindly. I'm off now, old man. As he walked down the street, Naruto intended to continue his training in the forest. However, upon passing the Hokage building, he noticed a group of unfamiliar ninjas, identifiable by their forehead protectors as those from the Land of Lightning, staring at him. Suddenly recalling something, he hurried back to his room to retrieve the future events guide of the Hokage. 60 years into the future, the Land of Lightning feigned an alliance with Konoha to explore the secrets of the Byakugan and sought an opportunity to kidnap Hinata. She was saved by Hinata's clan head, Hiashi Hyuga. To appease the Land of Lightning's wrath, Hayashi's younger brother, Hisashi, willingly offered his life, resulting in Neji Hyuga losing his father. Is that so? Naruto chuckled, his gaze growing colder. It seems that the Hōgyoku requires the absorption of souls to fully evolve. The villagers cannot be harmed, but what about those outside the village? That evening, as predicted by the guide, the ninjas from the Land of Lightning kidnapped Hinata and fled towards the village's outskirts. All ninjas were dispatched to search for them. The Land of Lightning's ninjas remained hidden within the village. How foolish of Konoha. How could we allow you to find us so easily? Boss, I think I just spotted the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. Should we capture him too? Fool. We just abducted the princess of the Hyuga clan. Seeking the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki now would be walking into our own trap. Wait for another opportunity. While they debated, they failed to notice a black-haired boy wearing glasses perched atop a high rooftop. Excuse me, gentlemen, are you looking for me? Who is there? The ninjas from the Land of Lightning were startled. In the darkness, Naruto emerged with a gentle smile, a short sword in hand. I overheard you discussing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and I thought you were calling for me, so I came out. Gentlemen, do you require my assistance? The leader of the Land of Lightning ninjas displayed a menacing grin. I was just about to suggest how to take you with us, but it seems you've come out on your own, brandishing that toy knife. Are you here to rescue someone? Since you volunteered, I suppose we won't hold back. Naruto maintained his smile. Ah, so you gentlemen are here to capture me. How about we negotiate? You can take me, but could you please release the little girl you're holding? Such a kind-hearted Jinchuriki, still thinking of negotiation. Allow me to impart a lesson. This world is far more ruthless than you can imagine. You too. I will take you both. Before he could finish speaking, he lunged at Naruto with a wicked grin. Naruto's gaze turned icy, his expression devoid of warmth. Shoot him, divine gun. Ugh. Before the man could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Upon closer inspection, the toy knife had elongated, piercing through his heart. Uncle, you were right. This world is indeed far more ruthless than you imagined. With a squelching sound, the blade was retracted, blood splattering onto Naruto's face. He paid no mind to it, still wearing that gentle smile. To the other ninjas from the Land of Lightning, that smile appeared devilish. He is a demon. Run. The Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails. The ninjas from the Land of Lightning fled in terror. 40 meters, perhaps? Naruto smiled slightly. Shoot him, divine gun. The knife in his hand suddenly elongated, piercing the hearts of all present. With the matter settled, Naruto sheathed his knife and vanished into the darkness. Before long, a man clad in white, with similarly white eyes and veins bulging around them, arrived at the scene. He surveyed the area but found no clues. Only able to pick up Hinata and observe the surrounding corpses with a grave expression. Returning home for the first time after taking a life, Naruto gasped for air, struggling against the physiological discomfort. As a law-abiding youth of the 21st century, he had never even dared to harm a chicken. Yet, there was no alternative. Having arrived in this world, he must confront all that lay ahead. He had steeled himself for the consequences. Chapter 4. The Decision of the Higher UPS Hayashi. Are you saying that by the time you arrived, all of them were already dead? The third inhaled from his cigarette. Indeed, when I arrived, all the ninjas from the Land of Lightning had been pierced through the heart. Tonari Kamaru's expression was grave. If this matter is not handled properly, Konoha may find itself plunged into war once more. Danzo entered the room. Have the Umbu investigate all those who wielded knives. And how do we explain the actions of the ninjas from the Land of Lightning? Just then, the door to the Hokage's office swung open. The third Hokage had just forged an alliance treaty when, unexpectedly, our envoy met his demise within your Leaf Village, leaving us without any explanation. Are you attempting to incite war? A ninja from the Lightning Village burst into the Hokage's office. Hinata, you should leave. Upon noticing the envoy from the Land of Lightning entering, the third remained unfazed, first asking the members of the Hyuga clan to exit. He then stated, the body is right here. Upon inspection, it will be confirmed that it was the work of a master swordsman, and we are currently investigating. A master swordsman? The envoy from the Land of Lightning scoffed. Surely, you are fabricating evidence to obscure the true perpetrator. I saw members of the Hyuga clan here. Could they be the culprits? We demand an explanation from you. Hokage, turning to his glasses, we of Leaf Village would never stoop to such depths. The body is here for you to examine. Regardless, our envoy was slain in your village, and you must provide us with an account. We came to Leaf with the intention of fostering goodwill between our two nations, only to find our envoy ruthlessly murdered. If you and Leaf do not honor the treaty, we shall not be bound by it either. Prepare for the impending war. The envoy from the Land of Lightning had a sinister expression. To instigate war? We have nothing to fear from you. You are already a defeated nation, yet you present us with so many demands. So let it be. Let the emblem of leaf be etched upon the portraits of your past wreckage. How infuriating! Our Cloud Village shall not cower before you. Having spoken, the envoy from the Land of Lightning prepared to depart. Wait. Haruno quickly detained the envoy. Please, let us discuss this further. Humph. The envoy paused, and Haruno realized that the other party was not genuinely seeking war, but had ulterior motives. She exchanged glances with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Mito Gate. The four convened in another room. Sarutobi, what shall we do? Leaf cannot withstand another war. Haruno inquired. What is there to fear? Leaf is the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages. We need not fear them. Let us confront them. Danzo replied nonchalantly. But did you not notice the villagers' reaction? They were overjoyed when we mentioned submitting an alliance to the Raikage and ceasing hostilities. Mito remarked. They are but a group of civilians. The battlefield does not require their involvement. What concern is it of theirs? Moreover, the legacy left by the 4th is sufficient to deal with the Land of Lightning. Danzo, you are mistaken. War cannot be fought solely by our strength. We need the support of the villagers, or where will the provisions for war come from? And do not mention sending Naruto to the battlefield again. Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke. Oomph, what do you propose then? Haruno pressed. An astute observer can see the intentions of the Land of Lightning. If they do not wish to engage in war, we must negotiate with the Hyuga clan and offer them a member of the branch family, hoping this matter can be resolved. Danzo suggested. The majority opposed war. So for the sake of the village, Danzo proposed this solution. For the village and to preserve this peace, we have no other choice. Sarutobi inhaled deeply. I fear they may be unwilling. Haruno expressed concern. To sacrifice for the village is their honor. Danzo stated ominously. Should they refuse, it would indicate the Hyuga clan's disloyalty to Leaf, and their existence would become unnecessary. If you will not speak, I shall. Danzo, they are also members of the village. We have an obligation to protect them. We cannot do this. Sarutobi replied softly. For the greater good, sacrificing a few families is only natural. Let us go together. This matter concerns them, and they deserve to know. At the Hyuga clan's council chamber, the 3rd Hokage, Danzo, Haruno, several Hyuga elders, and the current clan head, Hayashi Hyuga, all wore grave expressions. It was not my hand that struck, another did so, and it was the ninjas of the Land of Lightning who abducted my daughter. Hinata, even if I were to kill them, it would be justifiable. Yet, the Land of Lightning denies the abduction and, instead, uses the murder of their ninja as a pretext to present us with numerous unacceptable demands. If this continues, our village may plunge into war, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi, remarked with a calm demeanor. Hayashi clenched his fists, unwilling to accept this fate. There is no other option. If my life alone can save the entire village, I am willing. Elders, please place a curse mark upon me. The 3rd Hokage lowered his head and inhaled deeply, remaining silent. Wait, Hayashi. The elder suddenly interjected. Do not make such a hasty decision. Hayashi hesitated but felt trapped. If he did not agree, the village could fall into war, and he would be deemed a criminal. Seeing Hayashi's indecision, the elder continued to persuade him. The bloodline of the Hyuga clan is the village's trump card. Safeguarding this bloodline is the duty of the main family. Hayashi protested. But must this responsibility drag the entire village into the abyss of despair and war? I am aware of this. The elder bit his lip, revealing a plan. This is the very reason the branch family exists. Upon hearing those words, Hayashi could scarcely believe his ears, and all gazes turned to a figure standing behind them, Hisashi Hyuga. The elder spoke coolly. We will present Hisashi's corpse as your substitute. Hisashi has already consented to this. Hayashi looked deeply into Hisashi's eyes, his own brother, who returned his gaze with calm acceptance. However, what they saw was the Byakugan's power and secrets. Once Hisashi perished, the Byakugan would be sealed. Would this method be accepted by the Land of Lightning? Hayashi endeavored to present sufficient rationale to dissuade everyone, but the elder interjected again. While we all understand their motives, the Land of Lightning demands your corpse. We feign compliance, and then present Hisashi, who resembles you perfectly. They shall not contest it. But Hayashi attempted to voice his objections, but was cut off by the elder. Hayashi, for generations we have safeguarded the Hyuga clan's Kekkei Genkai. Even brothers must make sacrifices. This is the fate of the main family. The destiny of being born into the Hyuga clan. Chapter 5. Where there is light, there are shadows. Hayashi. This is the fate of the main family, the destiny of being born into the Hyuga clan. Hayashi lowered his head in anguish. What has happened to the usually resolute Hayashi-sama? A voice reached his ears. He looked up to find Hisashi smiling, albeit with a hint of bitterness in his expression. Do you not understand what this entails? This matter is extraordinary. I cannot allow you to make such a decision, Hayashi exclaimed passionately. Before he could finish, Hisashi delivered a gentle punch to Hayashi, sealing his chakra. Slowly, Hayashi sank to the ground, striving to remain conscious. Hisashi, you. Hisashi looked resolutely at his brother. Clan head, please allow me to go. But you have Niji. Why must you sacrifice yourself for the main family? Hayashi desperately sought to break free from the chakra seal to stop Hisashi, yet his brother was nearly his equal in strength, making it impossible to escape so easily. Rija shook his head and smiled as he spoke. I harbor a deep resentment towards the clan, and even now, that feeling lingers. However, it is precisely this resentment that has led me to not regard you merely as a member of the clan, the head of the Hyuga family, but rather as my own brother whom I will protect with my life. This is the first time I have acted according to my own choice, and this decision represents a rare form of freedom for me. Brother, I have one last request. Please tell Niji that I did not die for the sake of protecting the clan, but rather for the sake of my brothers, my family, and our village. Please take good care of Niji. Rija crouched down and placed a scroll in Rizu's hand, then stood up, preparing to leave. Rizu forced himself to sit up. Rija, would you truly be willing to sacrifice your life for this fleeting freedom? Rija paused, slightly turned his head, removed his forehead protector, revealing the cursed seal of a caged bird, and his expression relaxed. Brother, even if it is just once. I wish to defy the fate imposed by the Hyuga family and choose my own destiny, and that is all. With that, he pushed open the door of the council chamber and resolutely walked out. Rizu knelt on the ground in profound pain, holding the scroll which bore the words, to Niji. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, offered no words in response to Rija's decision, silently acquiescing. The following day, Naruto wandered aimlessly and, unknowingly, found himself in the Hyuga clan's territory. He saw the third Hokage, Danzo, Tenten, and Mito, along with an envoy from the Land of Lightning. A corpse draped in a white cloth lay on the ground, while the men from the Land of Lightning brazenly examined it, and subsequently retrieved a scroll to seal the body within. Everyone's faces reflected a mix of helplessness and gravity, except for the envoy from the Land of Lightning, whose expression was filled with mocking disdain. Who would have thought that even if the Hyuga did not kill him, he would still meet such a fate? Naruto shook his head and left. Suddenly, the cloudless sky was overtaken by a torrential downpour. At the Konoha Heroes Cemetery, a boy with bandaged eyes knelt before a tombstone, his face obscured by rain and tears, his resentment palpable. To appease the Hyuga clan, Konoha had erected a ceremonial tomb for Rija in the Heroes Cemetery. Yet this poor child could not even protect his father's remains. A figure approached, rain soaking his hair, droplets cascading down his forehead, tracing his face before falling to the ground and vanishing. It was Naruto, who, upon witnessing this scene, walked over slowly. Niji sensed Naruto's presence and turned his head. It's you. As the most disliked child in the village, how could Niji not recognize him? Yet now, he found that Naruto was the only one he could speak to. Brother, what troubles you? Why are you crying here? Naruto inquired as he approached. Niji wiped his eyes and gazed at Naruto. Do you believe in fate? Naruto shook his head. I do not. I believe there is no such thing as fate. It is merely the ignorance and fear of people that leads them into what is deemed the currents of destiny. Ignorance and fear? Niji stared at his father's tombstone. The villagers treat you this way. Do you not resent them? I do not harbor resentment towards them. Naruto replied with a sunny smile. They are simply afraid. Seeing Naruto's bright smile, Niji felt a significant reduction in his resentment, a smile gradually appearing on his face as he stood up. It is a pleasure to meet you today. Yes, brother, do not cry anymore. Naruto nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The sun can illuminate everything. Niji nodded and left the Heroes Cemetery. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's office, gazing at a crystal ball on his desk, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. The crystal ball then shifted to reveal another scene. After Niji departed the Heroes Cemetery, Naruto stood before Rija's tombstone. Sensing the probing presence dissipate, a smile gracing his face. The sun can illuminate everything, but wherever there is light, shadows inevitably follow. Thus, 3 tranquil years passed. Naruto had turned 6. Oh dear, we have run out of vegetables at home. While strolling outside, Naruto suddenly remembered and headed to the market. Auntie, could you please get me some scallions? Of course, dear customer, just a moment. The vegetable vendor, after finishing her tasks, emerged. Her eyes instantly filled with disdain. What are you doing here? How unlucky. Why are you at my shop buying vegetables? Hurry and leave. Suddenly, a thunderclap rang out. Lightning reflecting off her glasses, as a torrential downpour drenched Naruto's clothing. Hearing the vendor's words, Naruto lowered his head, turned, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he noticed that the rain around him seemed to have stopped. A large umbrella had appeared above him, held by an elderly man in a white robe and a conical hat, inscribed with the character for 3. Grandpa Third, Naruto greeted. Lord Third, what brings you to my little shop? It truly is an honor. The vendor's demeanor instantly transformed upon seeing the 3rd Hokage. He said nothing, merely pulled out some money to buy a few vegetables, then turned to leave with Naruto. Throughout their journey, neither spoke until they returned to Naruto's home. Naruto, do you wish to forgive the villagers for how they have treated you? Grandpa Third, they are simply afraid. Naruto replied with a smile. The 3rd Hokage paused, handing the vegetables to Naruto. Is this for me? Naruto accepted the vegetables. Yes. The 3rd Hokage smiled. Make sure to eat well today. Tomorrow, you will be attending the Ninja Academy. The Ninja Academy? Can I go? Of course, just work hard. The 3rd Hokage gently tousled Naruto's hair, smiled, and then turned to leave. Chapter 6. The Nine Tails the Ninja Academy? Lying in bed, Naruto smiled, then drifted off to sleep. Darkness enveloped him, devoid of any light. When Naruto opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, momentarily startled. Had he crossed over again? Or had he been killed and entered the realm of the dead? This was indeed the world of the deceased. Otherwise, how could the Edo Tensei technique function? If he were dead, who had caused his demise? Could it have been that old Coot Danzo? Unlikely, as that old man wanted to use him as a weapon of war. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was standing in water. Who had cast him into the sewers while he was unawares? The sudden turn of events instilled a sense of fear in Naruto. For a long time, nothing happened. After much contemplation, Naruto gradually calmed down, a smile forming on his lips. So this was where he had ended up. The fear of the unknown is difficult to shake, yet the known is far less frightening. Since he recognized his location, it was no longer an unknown fear. Understanding where he was, Naruto began to walk forward. With each step, the surroundings began to shift, gradually revealing more of the environment around him. The walls flanked him on either side, and he found himself in what seemed to be a corridor, the darkness behind him impenetrable. Ahead, the light grew brighter, flickering from a single lantern. A 6-year-old child slowly walked forward, soon arriving at the end of the corridor, where a massive door came into view, adorned with a ceiling symbol. As I suspected, Naruto murmured softly. This was his inner world, the ceiling space, and what lay beyond that door was surely the fox. Although he had anticipated this, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. That door appeared to be at least 50 meters tall. However, having come this far, why does the being within remain silent? Do they expect me to speak first? That's simply impossible. As an individual who delights in historical programs, the best course of action now is to remain still while the enemy does the same. I shall first overwhelm them with my presence. Then, let there be silence. If you ignore me, I shall ignore you in return. Goodness, I can indeed endure. Naruto gazed at the colossal door before him, his thoughts drifting to his grandmother's house. With such a sizable gap in the door, surely I could squeeze through. If I were to enter, would the seal prevent me? If it doesn't, I wonder if my father, the 4th Hokage, ever anticipated I would breach the ceiling space so swiftly. The steel pillars of this door are so slender. They cannot completely encircle it, nor can they simply be covered with a peephole. Bang! A resounding crash emanated from within the massive door. It seemed the occupant had tired of their game of solemnity, as a gigantic claw suddenly grasped the iron door, sending sparks flying. Naruto instinctively recoiled a few steps, startled. Damn, you nearly gave me a heart attack, he exclaimed, his face displaying dissatisfaction. It appeared that while the door seemed unassuming, it was surprisingly sturdy. You little brat. How dare you come here? Come closer. Naruto raised his head. He had no choice but to elevate his gaze slightly to see the other party. Considering he was merely 6 years old, He locked eyes with a pair of enormous orbs staring at him, somewhat terrifying. Far less beautiful than the nine-tailed fox he had heard tales of in his previous life. The intensity of their gaze caused a flutter of apprehension within him. Merely the claws alone must measure 2 to 3 meters. If that massive paw were to strike down upon him, he would surely be flattened. Yet, those teeth are quite white. You, such a young one, have arrived here. That's quite impressive. The nine-tails' eyes peered through the crevice of the door, fixating on Naruto. The strength of this seal is something I am well aware of. I had initially planned to await the opportune moment to gradually entice the host of this body with my power, to wear down the seal and then break through. Only when this host ventured into the heart of the tailed beast and established a preliminary connection would such a feat be possible. Yet I did not foresee that someone so young would arrive here. I am Uzumaki Naruto, pleased to make your acquaintance. Once Naruto regained his composure, he casually addressed the entity and then seated himself cross-legged upon the ground. He had genuinely been startled moments before, but in retrospect, I am outside the door. And you are inside. What is there to fear? Although I might very well desire to consume you, alas, I cannot open the door. This accursed seal. That red chakra. You must be the Nine-Tails. Naruto spoke nonchalantly. If you wish to devour me, then go ahead. If I am not mistaken, if I die, you will perish too. Will you not? The Nine-Tails grinned. I did not expect you to seek me out. What is it you desire? I am doing quite well, thank you. Naruto chuckled lightly, slightly turning away. Doing well, is it? You wouldn't even sell vegetables to me. Had it not been for instant noodles, you might have starved by now. However, I am quite curious. How did you acquire those noodles? Kong Shuifu. That's the first I've heard of it. The once carefree Naruto's expression suddenly hardened. Could it be that it knows about the system? The Nine-Tails, oblivious, continued. There appears to be a power within you that resembles something I witnessed long ago in a white-haired individual. There exists a forbidden technique, the impure world reincarnation. The power you possess bears some resemblance to the ability to summon souls. It seems you harbor quite a few secrets. None of that concerns you, Naruto retorted coolly. All right then, pursue your own affairs. I ask you, do you wish to take revenge on the Hidden Leaf Village? After all, you are the village's hero, sealed within flesh. Yet you are bullied at every turn. Do you yearn for vengeance? Do you wish for all those who have wronged you to perish? Do you desire to annihilate this village that has brought you such suffering? Have you seen the seal on the door, adorned with the kanji for seal? Tear it down, and you shall obtain everything you seek. The Nine-Tails' eyes gradually turned crimson as dark red chakra began to seep from the door, enveloping Naruto. Although it was still a small amount, it signified the establishment of a connection between them. Naruto felt the words echoing within his heart, and gradually, he began to feel lightheaded, compelled to approach the sealing talisman, his hand reaching out to touch the paper. Emergency situation. Host soul is about to be eroded. Activating soul protection protocol. Suddenly, Naruto felt a coolness at the crown of his head, and his thoughts returned to clarity. Damn it, what is this power? The Nine-Tails was thrown into disarray. It had almost succeeded, yet a mysterious force abruptly awakened Naruto. You've been disobedient, Nine-Tails. Such behavior is unacceptable. Upon awakening, Naruto smiled faintly. I came here today merely to see you. Now that I have seen you, it is time for me to leave. Until we meet again, Kyubi. Chapter 7. The stirring of the crowd. You've been disobedient, Nine-Tails. Such behavior is unacceptable. Upon awakening, Naruto smiled faintly. I came here today merely to see you. Now that I have seen you, it is time for me to leave. Until we meet again, Kyubi. Upon hearing this title, the Nine-Tails widened its eyes. How do you know that name? Yet Naruto did not respond, turning to depart. Damn it, stop. Come back. How do you know that name? Return. Elsewhere in the village, many were jolted awake from their slumber. This violent chakra? The Nine-Tails. In the Hidden Leaf Village, several individuals sensed the ominous chakra, their hearts racing. Having recently endured the Nine-Tails rampage over 6 years ago, the painful memories lingered, and many recalled the essence of the Nine-Tails chakra. When they realized who it was, Hinata, Uchiha, Root, and the Hokage. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, immediately recognized the presence of the Nine-Tails, and without a moment to ponder, he activated his communicator and leapt in the direction of Naruto's home. Simultaneously, several figures followed the Hokage. They were his direct umbu, responsible for the Hokage's safety. Ever at his side, the emergence of the Nine-Tails aura indicated that Naruto was in trouble. As these events transpired outside, Naruto remained blissfully unaware. He was not the original Naruto, nor merely a 6-year-old child. He possessed the cognitive abilities of an adult and memories from his previous life of watching anime. When he opened his eyes in bed, he had already contemplated what might occur should his hand approach that sealing talisman, and what figures might emerge. Thankfully, he had the system's assistance. Otherwise, he might have truly met his end. The Nine Tails wore a frustrated expression. After all, it was the Nine Tails, the most formidable of the tailed beasts. A mere 6-year-old child had managed to resist the encroachment of its negative energy. Initially, it believed that being within a child was trivial, convinced it would eventually emerge. It had confidence in its power, merely requiring time. However, it now found itself reluctant to exit. First, Naruto's sudden appearance within its inner world had not rejected its chakra. In fact, it seemed as though he had deliberately forged a connection with its chakra, yet this was a misunderstanding on the Nine Tails' part, as Naruto had entered inadvertently. Furthermore, as a 6-year-old, he displayed an unsettling calmness, unnaturally so, and the realization that its power could not sway him was disconcerting. There was another reason, perhaps the most significant of all. How could a 6-year-old child know its true name? Who had divulged such information to him? The Nine Tails gradually laid down on the ground, slowly closing its eyes. Kid, the next time we meet, I must ask you why you know the name Kyuubi. As Naruto opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by many people in his house. The third Hokage, Danzo, as well as members of the Umbu and Root. The 4-symbol seal was intact, and the 8-trigram seal remained undamaged. It seemed that the earlier release of the Nine Tails chakra was merely an accidental leak. Danzo was the first to approach, forcefully pulling open his clothing to examine his body. It hurts. Grandpa, third Hokage, save me. Danzo's rough actions made Naruto somewhat uncomfortable. He could endure it, but how could a mere child withstand such pain? He could only feign the demeanor of a child, continuously calling out, though he had long guessed the outcome. The reality still sent a chill through Naruto's heart. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, said nothing, tacitly permitting Danzo's actions. It appeared that the plan to imitate Aizen had not been entirely successful. Naruto silently mocked himself. How could I still harbor a sliver of expectation towards this third Hokage? After hearing Danzo's words, the third Hokage addressed the Umbu behind him. Go investigate if there are any suspicious individuals nearby. If so, you know what to do. You all go too. Danzo instructed the members of Root. Yes, the Umbu dispersed. Hiruzen, it is time for you to hand over the Jinchuriki to me. At 6 years old, it was the prime stage for a Jinchuriki's development. Hand him over to me, and I will ensure that Konoha becomes the most powerful entity. Then, the tragedy of the Hyuga clan will not recur. Danzo stepped forward. The third Hokage sighed. Danzo, I have already told you the last time. The Jinchuriki will not be entrusted to you. You have seen Naruto's attitude toward the village, which proves my thoughts are not mistaken. However, the recent leakage of the tailed beast chakra has rung an alarm bell. If we do not control the Jinchuriki properly, should a repeat of the events from 6 years ago occur, can you bear the responsibility? Danzo, you just checked. The seals are intact, and the tailed beast chakra was merely an accidental leak. So let us not dwell on this matter. I wish to send him to the Ninja Academy for study. Henceforth, do not bring up Naruto again. I will not hand him over to you. Hiruzen, I understand your reluctance to entrust him to me. As Hokage, you cannot possibly give such immense power to the Elder Council. However, I hope to select 2 children from other clans. Which clans? The Yamanaka and the Aburame. Root is the foundation of Konoha and requires nourishment to support the great tree that is the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent for a long while. I agree. But you cannot force families to relinquish those they are unwilling to give up. Understood. Danzo turned and added, there is one more matter. The Uchiha clan has been somewhat restless lately. I will keep an eye on them for you. Thank you. The Uchiha are a nefarious clan. It is time we made plans. They are also part of the village. They are a force for the village's development. Plus, there are others here. The third Hokage interrupted Danzo. Danzo did not continue and left Naruto's home directly. The third Hokage looked at Naruto. Rest well. Tomorrow, I will take you to register at the Ninja Academy. Naruto nodded and crawled into bed. After the third Hokage turned off the light, he too left Naruto's home. Once everyone had departed, a clap of thunder roared through the sky. Naruto stood up and walked to the window. Moments later, torrential rain began to pour down. Naruto gazed at the statue of the fourth Hokage atop the Hokage rock, recalling Danzo's earlier words, and smiled. That old man Danzo is clearly testing me. What a beautiful scene it was. Although the season was not right, witnessing a crimson downpour at this moment was quite delightful. Naruto chuckled, lay back down, and closed his eyes. So, the second pillar, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. I look forward to our encounter tomorrow. Should I also try to obtain a pair of Sharingan? After all, I am the inheritor of Ashura. Perhaps I could even acquire a pair of Rinnegan. Tomorrow, he would be going to the Ninja Academy. Chapter 8. Enrollment, first encounter with the second pillar classmates. Hello, I am your teacher, Isekai'd. A man dressed in a green vest, with a scar across his nose, whether a wound or a blemish, stood before the students, smiling. Hello, teacher. All the children replied in unison. Welcome to the Ninja Academy. Starting today, I will be your homeroom teacher. In the future, I will guide you on how to become qualified ninjas. Iruka held a notebook in his hands. Now, I will call the roll. When your name is called, please respond. Understood? Understood. All right, let us begin. Akimichi Choji. Here. Hyuga Hinata. Here. Uchiha Sasuke. Here. Finally, Uzumaki Naruto. When Iruka called this name, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, but was quickly concealed. Iruka's parents had perished at the hands of the Nine Tails. Here. All right, roll call complete. Now, let us have the third Hokage say a few words. As Iruka finished speaking, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stepped forward. Hello, students. Hello, third Hokage. You don't need to call me third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi wore a warm smile. Today, I have been invited to speak to you. In fact, I came to read to you a poem I composed, and I hope you will remember it. A mischievous student shouted, Is that necessary? We won't remember it anyway. Ha ha ha, he actually said it. Another student chimed in. Iruka, growing angry, stepped forward. Hey, you two. I'm sorry, Teacher Iruka. As the children of various clans, they were aware of these matters. After all, the Hokage wouldn't hold grudges. But if the homeroom teacher were to bear a grudge, this small frame would not withstand it. Ha ha ha. Hiruzen Sarutobi laughed heartily a few times. All right, Iruka. They do have a point. Yes, I apologize, Hokage. Iruka scratched the back of his head, awkwardly smiling. You are still young. I don't expect you to fully remember or understand the meanings of the poems right now. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled kindly at the children. But when you grow up, I hope you remember that there was an old man who once said such words. They will surely be useful to you in the future. All the children listened intently to Hiruzen Sarutobi's words. It is the very foundation upon which we built our village, the will of fire. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, causing several leaves to flutter in the wind. The third Hokage lowered his head, his expression serious. Wherever the leaves dance, flames shall surely ignite, illuminating the village, and the leaves shall sprout anew. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes and smiled warmly. Upon hearing this poem, Iruka's eyes brimmed with excitement, though the children were puzzled as to why their teacher was so moved. After Hiruzen Sarutobi had finished inspiring them, he instructed Iruka to send the students home, reminding them that today was merely for enrollment, and classes would commence the following day. At the entrance of the school, Naruto watched as other children were picked up by their parents, a slight smile gracing his face as he turned and headed home. He resolved to spend a good few years at the Ninja Academy. The weather was splendid. It was a perfect moment to clear his mind. Naruto walked along the street, making his way to the village's lake. The scenery here is quite delightful. Previously, I was criticized for not adequately honing my skills, which left me feeling rather upset. Thus, I often find myself wandering by the lakeside. In the past, I even fished and roasted my catch here. However, today, I encountered a young woman by the lake. Though she is referred to as a woman, she is still quite youthful. This girl was sitting by the water, swinging her smooth little legs while enjoying a snack. She had beautiful, long, jet black hair and a beauty mark beneath her right eye, dressed elegantly in a purple cheapao. The essence of her femininity compelled me to pause and admire her a little longer. The girl noticed me and greeted me with a smile, saying, "Little brother, come here. Would you like to try some? These three-colored dumplings are delicious." I was momentarily taken aback. Throughout my life in Konoha village, the villagers have harbored biases against me, making it rare for anyone to approach me with such warmth. This woman, whose attire revealed her clan and bore the emblem of a ninja, the Konoha headband, surely recognized me. So, why did she take the initiative to greet me? Three-colored dumplings? Can I really have some? I feigned surprise, asking, "Are you willing to share with me?" "Go ahead, enjoy." She replied with a sweet smile. "They taste delightful. This is my graduation gift to myself. Starting today, I am a proud Konoha ninja, as she handed me the dumplings. She cheerfully introduced herself. I am Uchiha Izumi. What is your name? Upon hearing her name, I recalled this previously unnoticed supporting character. Uchiha Izumi, a peer of Uchiha Itachi, had a one-sided affection for him and was said to have been promised to him in childhood. Tragically, she lived a blissful life under his genjutsu on the night of the massacre, only to meet her end at the hands of Ibido. Naruto Uzumaki. Surely you have heard my name. I smiled, took a bite of the three-colored dumpling, and was pleasantly surprised by its sweetness. So much sugar. It rivaled the tangy rice balls I had tasted before. So, you are Naruto Uzumaki. How adorable. You are nothing like the frightening stories the elders tell. Is that so? Thank you. After tasting another dumpling, I found it too sweet for my liking. What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? It's just too sweet. I don't enjoy overly sweet things. I see. Just then, a voice called from a distance, and I turned to see Sasuke approaching. Haha, Sasuke. You're here. How was school today? Boring. They all seem so childish. I'd rather train with my brother. Sasuke replied with a hint of pride. To celebrate your enrollment, here? Have some dumplings. Sure. He grinned, but then noticed the other child next to Izumi, someone his family had strictly warned him to avoid, labeling them as a monster, prompting him to hide behind Izumi. Sasuke, why are you hiding behind Izumi? Came a voice with a magnetic tone. I turned to see a gentle-looking boy standing behind me. It was none other than the esteemed Uchiha Itachi, whom I both admired and found perplexing. Hello. I am Uchiha Itachi, and this is my younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. You must be classmates. Itachi gently pulled Sasuke forward, encouraging him. Sasuke, be brave and get to know your peers. Hello, my name is Uchiha Sasuke. What is yours? With Itachi's encouragement, Sasuke stepped forward. Truly, the Uchiha clan is remarkable. Even at such a young age, Sasuke is quite refined. I am Naruto Uzumaki. You can simply call me Naruto. I replied with a warm smile, my gaze reflecting Sasuke's flushed cheeks from shyness. Then you can call me Sasuke. At last, Sasuke relaxed and smiled. Chapter 9. A conversation between Sarutobi and Danzo in the Hokage office. The third Hokage was using a crystal ball to observe something, his face slightly flushed. Suddenly, an unexpected guest entered, prompting the third to swiftly shut off the crystal ball. The last image displayed was of a hot spring, featuring a pair of long, fair legs. Danzo, Hiruzen, cough, cough. Have you come to find me again? What is the matter? Hiruzen, do not feign ignorance. Members of the Uchiha clan are interacting with the Jinchuriki. Do you not think they are overstepping their bounds? You should be aware of the issues surrounding the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi's eyes narrowed. Naruto Uzumaki was under constant surveillance in Konoha, and as soon as he encountered members of the Uchiha clan today, reports were promptly made. Danzo, of course, would arrange for personnel to monitor the situation closely. Given his history with the second Hokage, Danzo held a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Thus, the moment Naruto, the village's ultimate weapon, interacted with them, it became a matter of utmost importance. He suspected they aimed to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After all, the Sharingan is known to possess the ability to control tailed beasts. Danzo, they are merely children. It is entirely normal for them to make friends. Today's encounter was unintentional, and there is no evidence of any deliberate contact, Sarutobi chuckled. Compared to Danzo, Sarutobi's demeanor was somewhat inscrutable. Even his longtime friend sometimes found it difficult to decipher his thoughts. It appeared as if he was unconcerned about Naruto's association with the Uchiha. Yet there was an underlying sense of unease. If the Uchiha clan seizes this opportunity to control the Jinchuriki, can you bear the responsibility? Sarutobi took a puff from his cigarette, replying, Naruto Uzumaki is a new student at the Ninja Academy this year. He needs to make friends. Hiruzen, Danzo, displeased with the third's words, turned and strode towards the office door. One day, you will regret your indecisiveness. After a cold huff, Danzo left the Hokage office without further comment. As long as Sarutobi remained in power, he could not act against Naruto. Once Danzo departed, Sarutobi's expression darkened, his gaze distant as he exhaled a plume of smoke. So determined to keep Naruto Uzumaki under your control, Danzo, your flaws are glaringly evident. However, it was also time to discuss Naruto's enrollment in the Ninja Academy. In truth, the third Hokage had witnessed all of this through the crystal ball quite some time ago. Although it was a commonplace occurrence, Danzo's concerns were not unfounded. Sarutobi had chosen not to display his feelings outwardly, for even without his words, Danzo would meticulously observe all interactions between the Jinchuriki and the Uchiha clan. Danzo had once stated that Sarutobi was the flourishing branches of Konoha's great tree, while he himself was the root, forever buried in darkness. At Naruto's home, the third Hokage, holding a cup of instant noodles, ate heartily, remarking, "This instant noodles is quite tasty when enjoyed occasionally. Indeed, it is rather good. If I did not appease the third Hokage, I might find myself falling into Danzo's grasp." Sarutobi set down the noodle cup and asked, "Naruto, how did you find your first day at school?" "It was great. I made many friends. At least I no longer feel so lonely." "Do you not harbor any resentment towards them?" "Why would I? Right now, they are afraid of me. But that does not mean they will always feel that way." Naruto squinted his eyes, smiling gently. "Grandfather third Hokage, my dream is to become a great Hokage, just like you." "What a splendid dream." Sarutobi chuckled. His idea was akin to boiling a frog in warm water. If Naruto remained isolated and subjected to scorn for too long, it was inevitable that he would develop issues. Thus, sending him to the Ninja Academy to forge new friendships and bonds was essential. When a person forms emotional connections, they develop vulnerabilities that are easier to manipulate. Grandfather of the third generation, I will certainly strive to earn everyone's recognition. Do you still remember what I shared with you today? Where the leaves dance. A fierce fire is bound to ignite, illuminating the village, and the leaves shall sprout anew. Here we go again. I have absorbed this wisdom. Noted. Grandfather of the third generation, I shall indeed persevere. In the performance of the third Hokage, I aspire to embody this vision, thus denying Danzo any opportunity to strike. The current circumstances are most favorable. Unlike Danzo, with his high emotional intelligence and crisis awareness, as long as we do not infringe upon the bottom line, namely the interests of the Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen Sarutobi is quite an amiable elder. Naruto, I have not misjudged you. Maintain this momentum, and you shall surely forge many friendships. Tomorrow, the ninja school commences. Hiruzen produced an envelope. This is your living allowance. You must work hard. With that, the third Hokage departed the room. Naruto narrowed his eyes, smiling as he picked up the envelope from the table, chuckling softly. The sky, in truth, is colorless. It does not deceive you. Rather, it is your own eyes that deceive you. Hee, even my living allowance has increased by several bills. The following day, Naruto set off towards school, arriving to find the classroom empty. It seemed he was the first to arrive, which meant an extra 10 minutes of sleep tomorrow. Soon, students trickled into the classroom, familiar faces from his memories. Orochimaru, Akimichi Choji, Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, Yamanaka Shino, and Haruno Sakura. However, he did not see Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, or Tenten. They were likely a year ahead of him. "Ah, it's Uchiha Sasuke. So handsome. Sasuke." Suddenly, the surrounding girls went wild. Hearing their shouts, Naruto smiled and turned to the direction they were calling. A boy with black hair donned in a black t-shirt entered, a cool smile gracing his lips. With that pretentious demeanor, it could only be Sasuke. The girls in this world are rather precocious. Upon spotting Naruto, Sasuke approached. "Naruto, you arrived quite early. It seems you are quite popular with the girls." "TCH, what a hassle. So many people crowding around me at school. It's bothersome. I'd rather train with my brother." Naruto chuckled, offering no reply, while Sasuke took a seat beside him. Witnessing this, everyone began to murmur, "Look, why is Sasuke sitting next to that monster?" Yes. My parents told me to keep my distance from him." Isn't he afraid? How infuriating. Being able to sit next to Sasuke. Sasuke overheard the chatter, casting a worried glance at Naruto. "Don't mind them." Naruto smiled. "It's fine. I don't really care what they say." Just then, a figure entered. It was Irika Yumino, and the classroom gradually fell silent. Everyone quieted down, and Irika announced, "From today onwards, we shall officially commence classes." Chapter 10, Group Training Exercises. After entering school, each day passed peacefully. One day, in a corner of the schoolyard, a large circle was marked out with white chalk, filled with all the newly enrolled students. Irika stood by with a notebook, recording something. The boys wore determined expressions as they surveyed their peers. Naruto stood at the front with a smile, while Sasuke maintained an aloof demeanor, undoubtedly causing the eyes of all the girls to sparkle as they surrounded him. TCH, so annoying. Sasuke was disturbed by the incessant chatter of the girls. "Why must you be so handsome? Isn't it wonderful to have girls admire you?" I heard your brother Itachi is quite popular at school too. My brother is indeed both handsome and gentle. Sasuke initially gazed with admiration, but soon grew impatient. You're handsome too, right? Why aren't the girls surrounding you? Me? I'm different. Naruto smiled slightly. As long as they don't dislike me, I am quite content. Sasuke seemed to realize he had misspoken. Naruto, don't worry. No one at this school dares to bully you. Thank you. Naruto smiled again, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, Iruka finished recording. All right, class, please settle down. Today, we will conduct ninja group training exercises. Iruka, holding his notebook, smiled. First group, Orochimaru versus Akimichi Choji. The two called stepped into the chalk-marked circle. One with his hands in his pockets, the other looking rather despondent. Just as Iruka was about to signal the start, Choji raised his hand. Iruka-sensei. What is it? Iruka asked curiously. I don't really want to fight with my classmates. Iruka chuckled. Oh, that is not the point. This is our traditional ninja group training. The former Hokages also trained through such exercises and ultimately became remarkable. Before Iruka could finish, Shikamaru turned, hands in pockets, eyes closed, and stepped out of the circle. Teacher, I want to participate. Consider it a loss for me. Please proceed to the next group. Huh. Iruka frowned. Shikamaru looked at Iruka, whether training or anything else. As long as it's a competition, it is a match. Wouldn't it save a lot of trouble to quickly determine the winner? Sigh. Iruka let out a long sigh. After spending several days together, he had begun to understand the personalities of all the students, and Shikamaru was simply too lazy. Just then, a blonde girl appeared to be quite angry. That Shikamaru guy is always complaining about trouble, and Choji lacks backbone too. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru glanced over. Catching sight of Ino's frustrated expression, internally groaning, girls are so troublesome. With students unwilling to practice, Iruka felt quite helpless. All right, Shikamaru, Choji, let's do the reconciliation sign. Oh, almost forgot. Shikamaru turned back to the circle and extended his hand. Choji nodded, extending his hand as well. Sorry, Shikamaru. No worries. You're just not good at this sort of thing. I find it quite bothersome too. Iruka nodded. Good. The reconciliation sign is complete. Next group, Uchiha Sasuke versus Uzumaki Naruto. Standing amidst the crowd, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and nodded. Naruto, it's our turn. Let us give it our all. Naruto smiled. You too, give it your all. Let us have a good fight. Sasuke, brimming with confidence, stepped into the circle. This match drew the attention of all, especially the girls. Sasuke, go for it. He is the genius of the Uchiha clan. During the entrance exam, I saw him hit the target with every shuriken. He is amazing. The two stood in the center, preparing their stances. Naruto, let us not pretend to play house like them. Ever since that day I met Naruto, whenever I got flicked on the forehead by Itachi, I sought Naruto out to practice. All right. Naruto smiled gently. In that case, I shall make my move. Uchiha Sasuke was the first to throw a set of shuriken, then dash forward. Whoosh. Uzumaki Naruto sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding Sasuke's shuriken while simultaneously grabbing his incoming fist. Subsequently, Uchiha Sasuke unleashed a series of taijutsu attacks, all of which Naruto successfully defended against. The intense battle between the two ignited excitement among all spectators. They are truly remarkable. Indeed, despite being newcomers. How can they be so impressive? Sasuke, strike him. Sasuke, you look so cool. Even Iruka was astonished, at such a young age, to execute such splendid combat. Truly a testament to the Uchiha clan and the Nine Tails. Darn it, Naruto, you've grown stronger again. Sasuke smiled slightly. But I've learned a new jutsu. Here it comes. Taste my technique. Sasuke formed hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A massive flame erupted from Sasuke's mouth. Oh no. I didn't expect a mere spar would escalate to a C-rank jutsu. Iruka was taken aback, although Naruto was the Nine Tails, and he personally did not favor him. As a teacher, he felt compelled to ensure his safety. Iruka hurried forward to halt the jutsu, but was suddenly met with an astonishing sight. Naruto vanished in a flash, appearing directly behind Sasuke. Shumpa proficiency level 1. Sasuke's eyes widened. He could feel a kunai pressed against his neck from behind. What a swift substitution technique. Iruka gazed at Naruto in shock. The body flicker technique is typically learned only after entering the ninja academy. Although various clans teach their children some basics beforehand, Naruto, being an orphan, had never received such training from the third Hokage. This means he must have learned the technique in school, and within just a few days. He had become this formidable. Moreover, although Naruto appeared to be on the defensive, his timing was impeccable. In a real battle, Sasuke would have already lost his head. Darn it, I lost to you again. Sasuke glared at Naruto, fuming. Don't be disheartened. Next time, you'll surely defeat me. Naruto patted Sasuke reassuringly. Witnessing this thrilling battle, all the classmates admired Naruto. He is so impressive. Indeed, and so graceful. His smile is so warm. Yes, he seems gentle. Not at all as terrifying as my parents described. Chapter 11. Iruka the victor is Naruto Uzumaki. Iruka announced the names. Naruto, Sasuke, you two should perform the reconciliation seal. Yes. Naruto smiled gently as he approached Sasuke. I absolutely will not lose to you next time. Sasuke pouted. Of course, Sasuke is a genius of the Uchiha clan. Naruto replied amicably. Let's practice together again next time. Sasuke, seeing the tender smile on Naruto's face, said, I will. Thank you, Naruto, for helping me recognize my own strength. Let us work hard together. After saying this, Naruto walked back into the group. Sasuke happily followed in Naruto's footsteps, returning to the group. Throughout his life, as Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke had always sought his father's approval, while his brother was often away on missions. Now, having a friend who acknowledges him felt truly wonderful. So kind. Iruka watched Naruto's figure, silently reflecting. Perhaps I have harbored too much hostility towards him. The nine tails that killed my parents resides within him. I should not have directed my anger at Naruto. With this thought, Iruka's gaze softened with a hint of regret. Upon returning to the group, all the classmates' eyes were fixed on Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto is unexpectedly strong. Who would have thought he could defeat Sasuke? Hinata blushed as she gazed at Naruto. Yes, not only strong, but also very gentle. Soon, the day's lessons concluded, and all students left with their waiting parents at the school gate. Naruto also walked home alone. Naruto. A sweet voice called from behind. Turning, he saw Hinata Hyuga. Oh, it's Hinata. What's the matter? I wanted to thank you for saving me that day. Hinata said, blushing. Naruto's eyes sparkled with realization. Could it be that she witnessed him slay the emissary from the land of lightning? It was the day when I was bullied by some kids, and you escorted me home. Oh, I see. Naruto sighed in relief. No need to worry, Hinata. We are classmates, after all. Let us do our best. Saying this, he continued on his way. Hokage building. Iruka stood before the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, reporting the matter. That concludes the status of this year's new students. I see. You may leave now. The third Hokage picked up a booklet from the table, examining it closely. The new students this year are quite impressive, particularly Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Danzo Shimura entered the room unbeknownst to anyone. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the Uchiha clan, and Naruto, being of their lineage, surely possesses remarkable talent. Indeed, within just a week, he has mastered the body flicker technique to such an extent. He might be another prodigy. But why does this Jinchuriki have such mastery over the body flicker technique? Danzo closed his eyes. Hiruzen, I believe that even if you do not hand over the Jinchuriki for my training, we must impose restrictions on him to prevent his escape. Danzo, I will never give you the Jinchuriki. I knew you would say that. What about Sasuke Uchiha? The Uchiha clan already has Itachi. Now there is another who can perform the great fireball technique at 6 years old. Danzo's implication was clear. To recruit Sasuke into root while he is still young and mold him. Danzo, you have already acquired enough Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. Do not be greedy, for if the Uchiha clan's issues erupt because of Sasuke, you will be the villain of Konoha. And the Jinchuriki? Danzo, Naruto Uzumaki is a good child. I have already informed the Yamanaka and Aburame clans to cooperate with you in selecting root members. Naruto is his descendant, who died to save Konoha, thus I wish for him to be unharmed. TCH. Danzo felt displeased internally. This Hiruzen speaks so nobly. Yet he desires to wield the Jinchuriki as his ultimate weapon. Rest assured, I have already arranged for his education. He will not stray from the right path. The third Hokage spoke confidently. Hiruzen agreed to let the Yamanaka and Aburame clans assist in selecting talents for root, effectively silencing Danzo, who could only leave in frustration. Iruka, come in. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. About what I mentioned the other day regarding Naruto in the Ninja Academy, I entrust it to you. He is a good child, and I hope you can take good care of him. Iruka's face fell in shock. Lord Third Hokage, but I was made to be Naruto's homeroom teacher. Iruka, as you can see, due to that incident, no one is willing to take on the role of Naruto's homeroom teacher. without a homeroom teacher. Naruto cannot graduate from the academy, nor can he become a ninja. Otherwise, he will be doomed to live a mundane life in the village. The results of today's sparring speak for themselves. He is a genius. Can you bear to let such talent go to waste? Wait a moment, Hokage-sama. Naruto has his own path to follow. If no one takes on the role of Naruto's homeroom teacher, he will have no choice but to drop out of the ninja academy. The third Hokage employed his most adept tactic of moral coercion. This left Iruka speechless, deeply sighing. Upon hearing this sigh, the third Hokage pressed on. Do not worry. No one will blame you. It is not your fault that it has come to this. Please wait a moment. Iruka's guilt surged. Must he truly abandon Naruto? What? Naruto appeared to deliberately interrupt Iruka's words, asking, can you accept him? Iruka, taken aback, replied, yes. I accept him. The third Hokage's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, oh, is that so? Wonderful. Naruto has been given a second chance at life. Seeing that the matter was settled, Iruka felt a sense of despondency. With nothing more to say, he offered a brief greeting before departing the Hokage's office. As he walked through the streets, burdened by his thoughts, he stumbled upon a commotion ahead, where two women were watching a confrontation. Did you see? That child. Why is he allowed to stay in the village? One woman exclaimed, her tone dripping with disdain. The third Hokage should reconsider. The disdainful dialogue caught Iruka's attention, prompting him to look ahead. There, he saw Naruto sitting on the ground, surrounded by scattered onions, cabbages, packaged milk, and broken eggs. It was evident that he had been scolded by a vendor while shopping. Iruka, feeling a pang of sympathy for Naruto's plight, slowly approached him. Chapter 12. Inuzuka Kiba's provocation. Naruto was quietly gathering the scattered food when he suddenly noticed a pair of legs standing in front of him. Looking up, he saw Iruka. Iruka-sensei, he exclaimed. Without a word, Iruka frowned as he knelt down to assist Naruto in picking up the vegetables. Once they finished, they stood up. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. Naruto smiled and prepared to leave. Wait, Iruka called, walking into a nearby store. Could you please weigh out 2 pounds of eggs? After paying, he turned and handed them to Naruto. Iruka-sensei, I can't accept this. Naruto chuckled. After breaking so many, you should take this. Naruto glanced at Iruka before accepting the eggs. Thank you, Iruka-sensei, he said, then turned to leave. Iruka watched Naruto's retreating figure, lost in thought. Back home, gazing at the unorganized eggs on the table, he felt an emptiness in his eyes, yet a smile graced his lips. You truly are the man I anticipated. Notification. Similarity to the blue dye template has increased. Current similarity at 15. Unlocking binding techniques. Binding technique 35. Below level 33, chanting can be waived. Levels 34 and 35 require chanting. Not bad. Naruto chuckled as he lay down on his bed and drifted off to sleep. The following day, Naruto arrived at school as usual. Upon entering the classroom, he overheard whispers all around. Look, that's him, right? The one who defeated Uchiha Sasuke. Incredible. He must be our class's top student. And what about the Hyuga clan? Hinata is so gentle, always blushing. She probably can't defeat Naruto. But my family doesn't allow me to play with him. They say he's a monster. My parents said the same, but he seems so gentle. How could he be a monster? Well, since our parents don't approve of us playing with him, we won't. Though Naruto heard their chatter, he paid little mind, choosing an empty seat. Shikamaru, overhearing, scoffed. What a hassle. Why are there so many self-righteous people? Right, Choji? Yeah. Shikamaru. Choji, sitting next to him, munched on chips. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air, startling Shikamaru and Choji as they turned to see Yamanaka Ino. Looking ahead, they saw Sasuke entering the room. All the girls were visibly excited. Sasuke, with an air of aloofness, ignored them, and upon spotting Naruto, offered a slight smile as he approached. Naruto, good morning. Good morning. Naruto replied. I heard the final exams will determine our class's top student. Naruto chuckled, but did not respond further. The top student will definitely be one of us. I won't let you take it, Naruto, Sasuke declared, clenching his fists in excitement. My brother said if I become the top student, he'll train with me all day? Is that right? That sounds wonderful. Naruto smiled. Hey, you little fox. You're quite arrogant. Aside from Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Choji, the others were not particularly friendly towards Naruto. Kiba, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. You can call me Naruto. Not little fox. Naruto said gently. My family says you are, so you are. You look like you need a good beating. And about that top student position, let me tell you it's mine. A mere little fox like you, I could take you down with one hand. What did you say? Before Naruto could respond, Sasuke stood up angrily. Naruto is my friend. If you want to fight, I'm ready. Humph. Without the prestige of the Uchiha clan, who are you really? Sasuke glared at Inuzuka Kiba, fists clenched, ready to strike the annoying boy before him. But unexpectedly, Naruto held him back. Naruto smiled faintly. Sasuke, I appreciate your willingness to defend me, but I haven't finished speaking. Would you kindly return to your seat? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke sat back down, still fuming. Naruto stood up with a smile. Kiba, how about we settle this with a match? If, by some stroke of luck, I defeat you, then I kindly ask that you refrain from calling me little fox or monster. I dislike those titles. Kiba scoffed with a derisive laugh. Of course, but if you lose, you'll owe me a year's worth of soda. Deal. Let us head to the playground. Kiba led the way out of the classroom, with Naruto following closely behind. All the classmates trailed after them. In truth, Naruto had initially wished to avoid the confrontation. Kiba, one of the 12 elite, was impulsive and thoughtless in his words. Yet, the boy had a certain charm. However, if Naruto remained inconspicuous, he would likely encounter endless troubles at school. Better to quell this group of children for now. Upon arriving at the playground, the two faced each other. Naruto formed a stance, while Kiba wasted no time and charged at him, launching a flurry of claw strikes. The Inuzuka clan trained primarily in physical techniques, and for Kiba, his iron claws were his greatest weapon. Naruto, however, skillfully evaded each attack. Shumpa Proficiency Level 1. Shumpa Proficiency Level 1. Shumpa Proficiency Level 1. He's too agile. My claws can't touch him. Kiba gritted his teeth and drew a kunai. Naruto made no move. Why not use a weapon? Kiba glanced at Naruto's waist, where a weapon resembling a samurai sword hung. It was indeed a Zanpakutō. After unlocking the divine spear, the Zanpakutō could be resized at will, currently appearing as a short sword. The onlookers were equally intrigued. Kiba had drawn a weapon, yet Naruto remained unarmed. How could he possibly use a Zanpakutō against a child? In truth, Naruto had no intention of voicing such thoughts. He needed to maintain an image of kindness and humility. Naruto smiled. Actually, I'm not skilled with swords. Not skilled with swords, yet you carry one? Who would believe such nonsense? Kiba glared at Naruto, feeling insulted. With a snarl akin to an upset puppy, he shouted, Toga? This is the most formidable technique he can currently unleash. Upon witnessing this scene, Sasuke anxiously shouted, Be careful, Naruto. A gray tornado surged toward Naruto, yet he remained steadfast, waiting until the attack nearly reached him before employing a swift movement to vanish before it, reappearing behind his opponent. Crack! A small tree in the schoolyard was toppled by the force of the strike. Not bad at all. Inuzuka Kiba was considered a minor prodigy within the Inuzuka clan, managing to use this technique at the tender age of 6. Chapter 13. This world is not just black and white. Kiba paused, crouching down to observe the fallen tree beside him, then glancing at Naruto, his teeth gritted in frustration. Damn it, why do you keep dodging? Naruto offered no response. Noticing the expression on Naruto's face, Kiba swung his claws once more, launching an attack, only to have Naruto evade him again. Don't think you can escape. Seizing the opportunity, Kiba shouted as he pressed forward. Though he appeared formidable, he couldn't even graze a single hair on Naruto. Feeling a sense of tedium, Naruto thought to himself, Is this it? Am I truly so bored playing around with these children? Subsequently, he deliberately leaped into the air. Right here. In the air, you cannot control your movements. Kiba fell for it, immediately unleashing his signature technique, the tornado. A gray whirlwind rushed toward Naruto, striking him directly. Bang! With a muffled sound, the hit Naruto transformed into a cloud of smoke. Soon after, everyone realized that Naruto was on the ground, gazing at Kiba and extending a finger. Way of destruction no. One surge. Whoosh. A small shockwave shot forth from Naruto's fingertip, hurtling toward Kiba. Destruction Proficiency Level 1 Ugh. Kiba felt as though he had been struck hard by something invisible. The tornado dissipated, and he fell to the ground. In an instant, Naruto flashed before him. Instantaneous Step Proficiency Level 1 Stop. An angry voice echoed in the students' ears. They turned to see Irika. Upon arriving at the school and entering the classroom, Irika discovered that none of his students were present. He hurried outside to search and found all his classmates on the playground, witnessing Naruto battling Kiba. Incensed, he rushed over to intervene. Although Kiba heard the call to stop, he remained defiant, his claws continuing to swipe at Naruto. However, Naruto effortlessly grasped his wrist. applying a gentle squeeze that made Kiba's wrist feel sore and numb. The outcome was clear. I lost, Kiba admitted, lowering his proud head. Naruto extended a hand to help Kiba up, kindly patting his shoulder. You fought well, Kiba? To have executed the tornado, I almost lost. He began to flatter. Such sweet words. Kiba's eyes lit up, at least in front of his classmates. He had saved face. Yet, he couldn't deny that he had lost convincingly. The other students gazed at Naruto. Though not as striking as Sasuke, he was friendly and approachable, with formidable strength. Surely, his family must be deceiving. How could someone like him be a monster? Iruka approached furiously. You two dare to engage in a private duel? Who instigated this? Hearing the teacher's question, Kiba bowed his head, gritting his teeth in silence. But suddenly a voice rang out nearby. Teacher, it was me. I instigated it. For what reason? Kiba had said he was the best among our age group, and I couldn't accept that, so I challenged him. Iruka frowned. Having interacted with Naruto over the past few days, he was not the type to provoke others without cause, leading him to deduce that Kiba had instigated the confrontation. Although he intended to expose this, upon seeing those sapphire blue eyes, Iruka sighed. Naruto, return home and copy the ninja code 10 times, and submit it to me tomorrow. All right. Thank you, teacher. Naruto bowed. Everyone, hurry back to the classroom. We have class. Iruka shouted. Yes. The students made their way toward the classroom. Sasuke, beside Naruto, expressed his dissatisfaction. Naruto, why did you take the fall for Kiba? Naruto smiled. He realizes his mistake. Let's forgive him. Otherwise, if the teacher informs his parents, he might get scolded. As for me, I wouldn't mind. But copying the ninja code 10 times? The horror of homework was evident in the children's eyes. No worries. I'll copy it at home, Naruto assured. Before he could finish, a voice interrupted them. They turned to see Kiba. Naruto, I came to apologize. From now on, I won't call you the Nine Tails or a monster. Naruto smiled. No need to dwell on it. By the way, I must thank you, otherwise, my mother would surely scold me. Gratitude shone in Kiba's eyes. It's a small matter. No, it's my responsibility. I must take it on. I'll help you copy the ninja code 10 times. Just like that, it was settled. Kiba dashed toward the classroom. Sasuke laughed heartily. That dog hat is quite perceptive. Kiba had earned the nickname dog hat from his classmates for always wearing Akamaru on his head. Naruto chuckled, saying nothing. That night, upon returning home, Naruto collapsed onto his bed. Many had witnessed today's duel, but for now, he had temporarily placated the third Hokage. He hoped to continue enduring until he encountered Jiraiya. Jiraiya was the person he admired most within the Hokage, a true hero and also his father's mentor. With him around, things would be much smoother until Naruto matured. A worthless Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, aspiring to grow healthily, faced no significant obstacles, much like in the original story. However, if he were a genius, or even a prodigy Jinchuriki, normal growth would indeed be challenging. This world is not merely black and white. Even if he maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, Danzo would not allow him to thrive. Danzo had been scheming against him for quite some time. He would not permit Naruto to escape his control. For now, the third Hokage could provide protection, but if Naruto ever broke free from their grasp, Danzo would undoubtedly be the first to act. He needn't worry about the Akatsuki just yet. Itachi had not defected, and their organization lacked sufficient manpower. However, he couldn't easily leave the village. He needed to remain here until he could stand against them. If he ventured out, Obito would not show mercy simply because he was the son of Minato. Currently, among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha was the most powerful, even if it wasn't at its historical peak. The number of elite shinobi and Kage-level ninjas was at its lowest, yet that did not diminish Konoha's status as the safest place. Soon, when he matured, at that time, the Akatsuki's funds and their collection of tailed beasts would all belong to him. For now, he would allow the Akatsuki to take a breather. Chapter 14. A reunion with the Nine Tails. However, within the confines of Konoha, I must remain ever vigilant of the scheming Danzo. Despite being a shadowy figure of the village, one cannot deny that he is the most calculated among us, preferring to extinguish threats in their infancy rather than exploit emotions like the third Hokage. Over the years, the villagers' treatment of me has been all too evident, and it is Danzo who has orchestrated this disdain. Therefore, should I display a modicum of genius, Danzo may refrain from immediate action, merely keeping a watchful eye on me. Yet, should I exhibit brilliance akin to Itachi, even the third Hokage's protection would not deter Danzo from enacting his schemes against me, which would unfold in due course. The timing of such machinations hinges upon when my dear third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is swayed by his old comrade. Furthermore, even if the third Hokage remains unconvinced, Danzo would likely dismiss him entirely, otherwise, he would not be Danzo. Recently, I have heard rumors of an attack on the third Hokage, and if memory serves, it was none other than that old rascal who instigated it. After much contemplation, I resolved that revealing only a sliver of my talent would suffice. My immediate concern is to mitigate the influence of the Nine Tails, that troublesome beast within me. Though I possess the abilities of the Shinigami, who would scoff at having additional trump cards, chakra and ninjutsu are indispensable. If I am to train earnestly, the Nine Tails' cooperation is paramount, for its resistance could prove quite challenging. With this in mind, I closed my eyes, delving once more into my inner self. As before, the air was thick with dampness, and the ground was slick with water, creating an oppressive atmosphere that could drive any ordinary person to madness in no time. After traversing a long corridor, an ancient door loomed before me. Behind it lies the embodiment of my potential, the Nine Tails fox, Kurama. "Hey, Kurama, are you still asleep?" A youthful voice echoed. "Brat, you've come again. What business do you have with me this time?" The Nine Tails' enormous pupils narrowed at my words. The last time we met, it had intended to manipulate me into breaking the seal, only to be taken aback when I called it by its true name. To date, aside from the other tailed beasts and Sage of Six Paths, no one else knew its true name, Kurama. Nothing much, just came to chat. After all, I witnessed you slay my parents. Now, with no one else to turn to, I have no choice but to seek your company. How annoying. Kurama responded nonchalantly. I never expected that such a small child would remember that incident. So, what do you plan to do about your parents' killer? The Nine Tails laughed heartily, relishing the irony of my predicament. I enjoy seeing your disdain for me, yet feeling utterly powerless to eliminate me. Enough of the charade. I chuckled lightly. While you did indeed act of your own volition when you killed my parents, I recall that a man in a spiral mask once threatened my father using me as leverage. I was transported from the time of the fourth's death. But in my memories, I was coerced right from birth by that fool, Uchiha Obito. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, the pattern that manifested in your eyes was not your original sight. It must have been the Sharingan, a bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, am I correct? I smirked. Thus, you are nothing more than a tool. No, not even a person. You shall henceforth be referred to as a weapon of destruction. Therefore, you cannot truly be considered my parents' murderer. Roar. At my words, Kurama recalled the day it was dominated by the Uchiha clan, and rage ignited within it. It slammed its paw against the ancient ceiling door, causing a cacophony of metal clashing and sparks flying. After venting its fury, Kurama calmed down. So, brat, what is it that you truly desire? Speak plainly. Truth be told, although Kurama is immensely powerful with a keen battle instinct, it is not particularly astute, being quite single-minded. Otherwise, it would not have been captured by humans time and again. However, its presence in Konoha has little to do with intellect, but rather the sheer disparity in strength, as it was toyed with by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Nothing much. I know you have established a connection with my chakra. I simply hope that you do not hinder my training or influence my mind. If you continue to recklessly affect my consciousness and training, mastering techniques like the Shadow Clone Jutsu could become exceedingly difficult. If possible, I also wish for you to lend your strength to nurture my body. Why should I? Kurama raised its head, realizing that this brat was asking a favor. Shouldn't it be more arrogant in such a situation? What reason do I have to heed your request? To refrain from disturbing your training and consciousness, and even to nurture your body with my power? I smiled. Firstly, your interference with my consciousness would only accelerate certain individuals' control over me. Should they directly use you, you would merely become their weapon of war. That cannot possibly be your desire, can it? Secondly, I will not remain in Konoha forever. You are aware of that spiral-masked man who has always pursued you. If I am not strong enough when I leave the village, given your Sharingan, you would likely be reduced to a mere pet, subject to others' control, unable to act freely. Kurama scoffed derisively. Brat, I must concede your point has merit. However, being within your body means I am also subject to your control, so what difference does it make? Why should I agree to your terms? I continued. At least I am merely borrowing your strength without seeking to suppress your consciousness. In comparison, my request is rather benign. Moreover, if you agree, I shall reveal to you why I know your true name, Kurama. To Kurama, all these matters seemed trivial. Yet the name bestowed upon it by the Sage of Six Paths held significance. In truth, Kurama is quite sentimental. It reciprocates kindness shown to it. The sage treated it well, and in turn, Kurama honored him, shedding tears upon the sage's demise. However, throughout the long years, it had been deceived by many with ill intent, as everyone sought to make it a tool of war, resulting in the Nine-Tails' current animosity towards humanity. After contemplating my 3 reasons and conditions, Kurama could find no fault. Thus, it opened its mouth wide. Deal. I agree. Now, can you reveal how you know my name? I chuckled. If I were to tell you I am the reincarnation of Ashura, would you believe me? What? Chapter 15, Reflections of Illusion. The Night of Annihilation. If I were to tell you I am the reincarnation of Ashura, would you believe me? What? Upon hearing my declaration, Kurama was utterly astounded. Look at yourself. Can you not be mindful of your image? Why the surprise? I laughed lightly. Brat, if you are lying to me, I will not let you off easily. Kurama roared. I believe you have a way to ascertain the truth of my words, do you not? Why not give it a try? Kurama sat cross-legged, closed its eyes, and began to sense everything within me. Indeed, although it was deeply hidden, it could still faintly detect a familiar aura. It was undoubtedly the essence of Ashura. The Nine-Tails opened its eyes. Young one, I am aware that Ashura and Indra, through their incessant conflicts, have caused their chakra to reincarnate continuously. Unless the reincarnated individuals reach a certain level of strength, it is impossible to awaken their true potential. How did you come to know that you are the reincarnation of Ashura? Naruto remained silent for a moment. This matter is beyond your comprehension. My promise has been fulfilled. And now it is your turn. The Nine-Tails roared, a small surge of dark red chakra spilling forth from the gate. You are quite enigmatic. If you choose not to speak of it, so be it. I shall honor my promise and lend you my chakra. Observing the meager amount of chakra, Naruto expressed his dissatisfaction. Look at your stingy demeanor. Do you even know what you're dealing with? I am a manifestation of resentment, and my chakra is steeped in that very hatred. With your current power, you cannot withstand this force of resentment unless you can master my abilities perfectly. The chakra you can handle now is the very limit. Any more, and you would be consumed by that hatred. Even I could not control it. This explanation was reasonable. Naruto smiled mysteriously. Nine-Tails, I know you still do not fully trust me, just as I do not entirely trust you. Allow me to offer you this advice. Remaining within me is your best choice. You would not wish for the Ten-Tails to descend upon this world again, would you? However, time is on our side. There is no need for you to be anxious. I shall take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto turned and departed. The Ten-Tails. Upon hearing that name, the Nine-Tails' expression changed dramatically. Young one, what exactly do you know? But Naruto ignored the Nine-Tails' frantic calls, vanishing into the darkness. That wretched brat. He stirs my curiosity with every encounter. How does he know of the Ten-Tails? Cursed be him for leaving mid-sentence. Yet, the Nine-Tails could do nothing but lay back down, slowly closing its eyes and returning to slumber. Naruto awoke in the real world, rising from his bed and leaning against the window, gazing at the horizon painted crimson by the setting sun, feeling the warmth emanating from his abdomen. The Nine-Tails had indeed kept its promise, beginning to nurture his body with its chakra. Next, he must grow stronger. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to practice outside. A smile graced Naruto's lips as he stepped out of his home and arrived at an open space, drawing his Zanpakutō and commencing his training. Oh, I am feeling a bit fatigued, Naruto declared loudly. One more session, and then I shall return to rest. He then directed his blade downwards with a mysterious smile. Mirror flower, water moon. As he released his grip on the sword, a tranquil lake-like surface appeared on the ground, reflecting the surroundings like a mirror. A gentle tap created ripples around the tip of the blade. Tonight's performance shall not be missed. Let me show you my training. Naruto sheathed his Zanpakutō and walked away. Nearby, a group of masked ninjas perched on the thick branches of trees, quietly observing the open area. As the sun gradually descended and the moon began to rise, the sky darkened. A girl, having completed her daily missions, was making her way home. How strange. It's unusually quiet in the clan today. As a ninja, Uchiha Izumi quickly sensed something amiss. It was far too silent. The typically bustling shops were closed, and it should have been a lively time, yet only the streetlights shone lonely. Without hesitation, Uchiha Izumi activated her 3-tomo Sharingan, drawing out her kunai, and cautiously approached the Uchiha guard station. If she could sense something was wrong, The guard station would certainly be aware as well. Perhaps they were engaged in fierce combat. And she needed to hurry. Unbeknownst to her, all Uchiha members, including Izumi, had subconsciously begun to separate the Uchiha clan from Konoha in their thoughts. In times of trouble, Izumi did not consider seeking help from Konoha, knowing it would be of little use. If she had acted decisively and left, she might have survived. Naruto, lurking in the shadows, watched as Uchiha Izumi stepped cautiously into the clan, shaking his head before disappearing from sight. At that moment, the Uchiha clan must be nearing its end. Finally reaching the guard station, Izumi exclaimed, "Uncle, it's bad. Something has happened at our station." She rushed towards a fellow clan member with excitement. A figure clad in an umbu vest, with a small braid and spinning three tomo eyes, turned towards her. "Izumi, you've returned. It's you, Itachi. The clan is unusually quiet today. Something feels off." Izumi approached Itachi, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, she noticed what appeared to be a water stain at the entrance to the guard station. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the clouds that obscured the moon, illuminating the area. Upon closer inspection, the stain was red. Izumi's complexion changed drastically as she turned to Itachi, who bore several bloodstains on his face. His expression one of disbelief. She sought confirmation. "Is this the last one?" At that moment, a voice reached Izumi's ears. Fixing her gaze, she saw a figure with a spiral mask emerge from behind Itachi, one hand wielding a massive shuriken while the other held a chain. "Be careful, Itachi." Upon witnessing this scene, Izumi pushed Itachi away and charged at the masked figure. Yet, she was no match. In a single exchange, the masked assailant ensnared her with the chain. "You have quite remarkable eyes. With proper training, they could become a superb pair of Mangekyo Sharingan." Impossible. As the moon ascended, its light filtered into the guard station, revealing several figures lying lifeless on the ground, their faces twisted in agony. Tears streamed from Izumi's eyes as she pleaded, "Help me. Itachi, save me." But what awaited her was a pair of blood-red eyes. "You are still young, too soft-hearted. How about this? I could spare the life of this girl." The masked man stood before her. Itachi cast a deep glance at him, his expression unchanged. "I have granted her the last happiness. She is the final one beside my brother. I leave her to you. I will seek out my father. Should I lend a hand?" Itachi ignored him, turning to walk away, tears streaming down his face. The masked man chuckled. "What a heartless individual. Your entire clan perished, leaving your brother to live in solitude." With that, he raised a hand, transforming it into a claw, and pressed down. In her dreams, Uchiha Izumi and Itachi lived happily together, experiencing a beautiful life. Chapter 16. The first encounter with Tobi on the cold streets. Itachi stood beneath a streetlight, his eyes blood-red, wiping the blood from his face, his expression resolute. "Only you remain. Father, mother, you are my greatest adversaries. This shall be a battle between Mangekyo Sharingan wielders." He then vanished from sight, leaving behind a crimson sky, as if reflecting the blood of his entire clan. Upon returning home, Itachi scanned the surroundings. Over here, a voice emanated from his parents' room, where a dim yellow glow lingered. Upon hearing this, Itachi hesitated, a pained expression crossing his face. "Do not worry, there are no traps. Come in." His father's voice seemed to encourage him. Itachi clenched his fists and approached. The sound of the door creaking open echoed as he entered the room, where he saw his father and mother sitting cross-legged on the floor, their backs turned to him. "So, you ultimately chose their side," Hōgyoku said with a tone steeped in resignation. "Father, mother, Itachi began, but his words were met with a gentle smile from Mikoto as she responded. "We understand." Hōgyoku continued, "I do not wish to engage in a fratricidal conflict with my own son." Upon hearing his father's words, Itachi's hands trembled uncontrollably. Yet he slowly raised the knife. Hōgyoku looked up, seemingly wishing to see his son from a different angle, but found nothing. "Itachi, please promise me one thing. Take care of Sasuke." Tears brimmed in Itachi's eyes, overflowing as he whispered, "I understand." Yet, his trembling hand refused to descend. Hōgyoku sensed his son's anguish and encouraged him, "Do not be afraid. This is the path you have chosen. Our suffering is but a fleeting moment compared to yours. Regardless of our differing views, you remain our pride." Itachi knelt in agony, tears streaming down his face. With a smile, Hōgyoku remarked, "You truly are a kind child." As he spoke, the knife slipped from Itachi's grasp. "Father, mother, why?" Meanwhile, Sasuke, having finished his meal and training, rushed home only to find the streets littered with the bodies of their clan. In horror, he stumbled into his home, discovering his parents lying in pools of blood, completely shattered. Soon after, a shadow emerged from the darkness. Sasuke, filled with despair, began to retreat, only to come face to face with his brother. Why? Why did you kill father and mother? Itachi remained silent, as Tsukuyomi intensified the vivid memories of their clan's demise in Sasuke's mind, leading him to collapse in despair. I slaughtered our clan merely to test my own resolve, Sasuke shouted, anger boiling within him as he charged at Itachi, only to be struck down with a single punch. Terrified, he attempted to flee, but how could he escape the grip of Itachi? Foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, then harbor your hatred and resentment, and live on in your wretchedness. With that, Itachi vanished, leaving Sasuke alone in agony on the street. Naruto, witnessing the scene, shook his head. Should I acquire a pair of eyes? These Sharingan are formidable weapons, and Fugaka's eyes are quite impressive. With my Ashura chakra, perhaps I could evolve them into Rinnegan. He reconsidered, thinking that extracting eyes was rather commonplace in this world. Better to keep them, they might prove useful. After a moment of inner turmoil, he entered a house and removed the eyeballs. System, can your space preserve this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan? It's quite hot. I hope they don't spoil. System backpack can store. Alright, let's hold on to them. Can you detect if there are any Mangekyo left? I'm afraid of going blind if I use these. Detection, Mikoto Uchiha also possesses Mangekyo Sharingan. Lucky me, but she wasn't mentioned in the original story. Whatever, I won't dwell on it. I'll keep them for now. The first two slots in the system backpack displayed the pairs of eyeballs. Shortly afterward, Naruto's figure vanished from the room. In the forest, he sighed, preparing to leave. Hello? A sinister voice suddenly greeted him. Naruto turned to see a figure with a spiral mask. I sensed another chakra nearby. I didn't expect a little fish to be eavesdropping here, let alone a child. Realizing he had been discovered, Naruto shrugged, drawing the sword from his waist. It's you. Itachi's silhouette gradually emerged from the shadows. You shouldn't be here. It's that big brother from that day. Naruto smiled. I came to find Sasuke for training. But as it got dark, I thought Sasuke was asleep and planned to head back. Is that so? Indeed, I'm still just a child. What ill intent could I have? Itachi replied calmly, aware of Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki and wanting him to leave quickly. However, under the mask, Uchiha Obito, despite his glasses and dyed hair, was well informed and would not easily let Naruto depart. Today is quite fortunate. I didn't expect to find such an unexpected gain. Since the Jinchuriki is here, I shall not hold back. Itachi's brow furrowed. He was about to join the Akatsuki, and acting now could jeopardize everything. Naruto tightened his grip on the sword. Do you think that toy sword can harm me? Obito advanced slowly. Itachi, clenching his fists, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Unsure of his next move, Naruto smiled slightly, reversing the hilt of his sword as the lake's surface appeared. He gently tapped it with the blade. Shatter, mirror flower. Water moon. Illusions? Quite impressive. But do you know? The Sharingan is the nemesis of all Jinjutsu. Your tricks won't work on me. Obito laughed arrogantly. Damn it. That move failed. Then let us try this. Naruto shouted, shoot him, divine gun. With a piercing sound, Obito's confident expression morphed into disbelief as he stared at Naruto. Still in place, wielding what appeared to be a mere toy sword. When did he stab himself? Just then, the Uchiha clan grounds illuminated. It's the leaf. We must flee before we're discovered. Escaping won't be easy. Itachi urged. Kid, consider yourself lucky today. Obito's eyes spiraled, and he was engulfed by the vortex. Brother Itachi, you must go. Let this be something I do for Sasuke. A warm smile graced Naruto's face. Itachi cast one last deep gaze at Naruto before vanishing. After their departure, Naruto smiled softly, the moonlight reflecting brightly from his glasses. Did my illusion truly not work? Obito, I wanted you to help me collect the tailed beasts. Chapter 17. The Third's Promise arriving beneath a few trees. Naruto leapt onto a branch, observing the masked ninjas with a grin. Hey there, still watching, huh? Well, you all seem tired. It's time for you to head back and rest. After exchanging pleasantries, he jumped down to the clearing and declared, Shatter, mirror flower, water moon. Ah, it's over. He yawned, stretching, and headed home. In Konoha Village's shadowy rock. Damn it, this isn't an ordinary child. Such potent ninja tools. Did the third give them to him? Why wasn't this in the intel? Obito leaned against a tree, his mask concealing a face filled with malice. Itachi remained unfazed. You can still return, right? Aren't you coming with me? I need to warn them. Obito chuckled sinisterly. So concerned for your little brother? I need some treatment. You go ahead. I'll wait here for you. Upon hearing the masked man's words, Itachi chose to disregard him, activating the body flicker technique and vanishing from sight. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, in a secluded spot, stood the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, illuminated by the moonlight. You have arrived. Indeed. Itachi knelt before him. You sought me out, undoubtedly with something to discuss? I have sent everyone else away. Thank you for your consideration. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude. This has allowed Konoha to avert a civil war and maintain peace within the village. Yes, Itachi replied flatly, his eyes void of emotion. However, I have always regretted that I have yet to discover another solution. Hiruzen gazed at the bright moon. I am deeply sorry for the tragedy that has befallen the Uchiha clan. The one who ought to apologize is I. From this moment forth, Konoha will regard you as a traitor responsible for the annihilation of your clan. You will be pursued relentlessly, regardless of life or death. That is only natural. What do you intend to do moving forward? In this endeavor, I have allied myself with an organization that calls itself Akatsuki. I have resolved to remain close to them, to prevent them from breaching their promises. You plan to join Akatsuki and act as a spy? Itachi did not respond directly. To ensure Sasuke's safety, could I request a promise from you, the third Hokage? Your brother will continue to live as he is, attending school with the other children, maturing into a ninja of Konoha. I can assure you that his future will be secure, but I cannot alleviate his hatred towards you. I am prepared to bear that animosity. However, can you truly guarantee Sasuke's well-being? I am not the fourth Hokage. The pattern in Itachi's eyes shifted. I did not expect you to be aware of this matter. After hearing those words, the third Hokage remained silent for a moment, letting out a long sigh. My promise remains unchanged. Let us go. The barrier surrounding the village will not alter. If you are concerned about Sasuke, you may return at any time to check on him. Understood. Lastly, I ask for your forgiveness regarding the Uchiha clan. It was my naivety that led to this tragedy. With that, Itachi's figure faded into the night. The following day, at the Ninja Academy, Sasuke entered the classroom, not approaching Naruto's usual seat as he typically would, but instead quietly retreating to a corner, his expression serene, not uttering a single word. Hey, did you hear? It seems the entire Uchiha clan was slaughtered. I know. My father mentioned it too. I heard that last night. The Hokage's Umbu searched the entire village but found nothing. Exactly, only that guy survived. Upon hearing this, Naruto approached Sasuke. Sasuke, can I have a moment of peace? Sasuke did not even turn his head, coldly responding. Naruto smiled gently. Though I know my words may be superfluous, I offer my condolences. After speaking, he returned to his original seat. Haha, look, that monster has hit a wall. Yeah, wasn't he the closest to Sasuke? TCH, with the Uchiha clan as his support, Sasuke protected him. But now Sasuke himself is in peril. Should we play a little prank on him? Absolutely, it's settled. During lunchtime, after class, Sasuke shouldered his bag, ignoring everyone, and walked straight out of the school gates. As Naruto was packing up, several classmates suddenly appeared before him. Naruto, I need your help with something. What is it? A glimmer of interest sparkled in Naruto's eyes. Yesterday, my father's security team fought with enemy ninjas in the back mountains and lost his favorite kunai. I want to retrieve it to make him happy, but I'm scared. Can you help me get it back? You're the strongest in our class. I beg you. The classmate bowed deeply. Naruto squinted. Sure, but if I get the kunai back for you, what will you give me in return? The classmates were taken aback, not expecting Naruto to ask such a question. How about this? Naruto grinned. I've heard you all call me the Nine Tails. Once I retrieve the kunai, you must swear never to call me that again. Agreed. We will never call you the Nine Tails again. All right. Naruto continued packing. Once I put my bag away and finish lunch, I'll go retrieve it for you. He then stood up and left. All of this was overheard by Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji, with Shikamaru narrowing his eyes as he listened while packing his own bag. After Naruto departed, a few mischievous boys grinned. That foolish monster. My dad said there are still remnants of the enemy there. Haha, you're so wicked. That's truly cruel. During lunch, Isekai'd did not eat, instead wandering alone in the park, struggling to face Naruto despite his good nature. Spotting a long bench, he sat down and let out a deep sigh. Hey, a voice reached his ears. Isekai'd turned to see a man with white hair, wearing a mask that obscured one eye, holding a book, lounging on a branch. This is my VIP seat. Your loud sigh disturbed my reading. Ah, Kakashi-sensei, my apologies. I'll leave at once. Iruka stood up. Kakashi jumped down from the tree. What's wrong? Skipping lunch to come here? You seem to be in a rather foul mood. If you don't mind, you can share your troubles with me. Chapter 18. Root Ninjas, Enemy Country Ninjas that Naruto. Iruka felt a pang of distress. I've become his homeroom teacher. Just now, I sought out the third Hokage, hoping he would relieve me of my duties towards Naruto, but the third would not see me. The Nine Tails killed my parents, and I don't know how to interact with Naruto. I feel unworthy to teach him. I see, Kakashi remarked. So, in your eyes, there is no light left? Huh. Iruka gazed at Kakashi with curiosity. I recall meeting you in front of the third Hokage. You were the one who volunteered to become a teacher at the academy. Kakashi reclined on the bench. Back then, there was still a spark of light in your eyes. I remember you saying that if you do not open your heart, the other person will not open theirs either. Surely you haven't forgotten your own words? No, perhaps you've chosen to forget them? Iruka lowered his head in anguish. His eyes filled with hatred. The Nine Tails sealed within Naruto is the enemy that killed my parents. Though I know it is not Naruto's fault, every time I see him, I am reminded of the Nine Tails within him. Given this, I do not believe Naruto would ever open his heart to me. No, you are mistaken. Currently, you are the only one who can enter Naruto's heart. The third Hokage believes this, which is why he sought you out. Try to respond to the trust he has placed in you. I must take my leave. You should return to the academy, shouldn't you? Yes, until we meet again. Kakashi-sensei. All right, until we meet again. In the afternoon, Iruka entered the classroom to find that Naruto was not present. Hey, has anyone seen Naruto? Who knows? At that moment, Shikamaru stood up. Iruka-sensei, Naruto went to the back mountains. Shikamaru, a classmate exclaimed. What are you talking about? Another classmate chimed in. Naruto has been sent by you all to retrieve something, hasn't he? What a despicable act. Shikamaru looked disdainfully at the other classmates. Today we will have self-study. Iruka was taken aback, realizing that a battle had occurred in the back mountains yesterday, involving spies from an enemy country. If there are lingering enemies in the vicinity, Naruto is in grave danger. Iruka hurriedly dashed out of the classroom. In the back mountains, Naruto walked slowly through the woods. Several figures leaped from the trunks behind him, and a faint smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth as he continued onward. Before long, he noticed the ground littered with broken ninja tools. This must be the site of a battle. Naruto looked up and exclaimed, "Oh, bird eggs. I'll take a few to eat. That'll save me some meal money." As he leaped onto a branch, he discovered something glimmering in a bird's nest. Furrowing his brow, he reached in and pulled out a uniquely styled shuriken, which was tied with a small cloth strip. At that moment, 3 masked ninjas suddenly appeared before him. Hey kid, who are you? Hand over that shuriken. It seemed you weren't ninjas from Konoha, were you? Naruto slowly unsheathed his sword from behind. Let me guess, you're not here for a pleasant stroll, are you? Kid, are you mocking us? One of the ninjas said. It seems we'll have to resort to brute force. They then drew the blades strapped to their backs and began to approach Naruto. Just then, 2 more individuals jumped down from the trees, wearing masks and headbands marked with Konoha. Wait, Lord Danzo sent us. You can't harm this child. Lord Danzo, didn't he make a deal with us? Why are there Konoha ninjas here yesterday? The guards of Konoha are far stronger than you realize. Lord Danzo agreed to provide you with intelligence, but did not promise to assist in transporting it. That is entirely up to your capabilities. Is that so? The enemy ninjas chuckled ominously. The intelligence is in that kid's possession. Why should we allow you to stop us? We can hand over the intelligence he possesses, but you cannot kill this child. In that case, we'll spare him. Just return the intelligence to us. The 2 Umbu nodded and turned towards Naruto. Hey, hand over the shuriken. It's an order from the Hokage. Naruto glanced at them, a smile gracing his face. Hokage? Didn't I just hear it was Lord Danzo? One Umbu shook his head. You go retrieve the shuriken, then knock him out and bring him back to base. He has heard too much and needs his memory erased. Understood. Another Umbu slowly approached Naruto. Kid, I don't want to fight you. Cooperate and hand over the shuriken, then come with us. Lord Danzo wants to see you. Oh, just a moment ago, you said it was the Hokage. Why the sudden switch to Lord Danzo? If I'm not mistaken, you must be root ninjas, right? So, Lord Danzo is trading with the enemy nation. Demon Fox, I advise you to comply and surrender the shuriken, or else, before he could finish, Naruto lightly swung his sword. The man felt a chill at his neck, clutching it as blood streamed down from beneath his mask. and between his fingers. What were you saying would happen? A stream of blood splattered from Naruto's trachea onto his face, yet he wore an elegant smile. However, the remaining four felt no friendliness in that smile and hurriedly gripped their weapons tighter. Hey, what's wrong with you? A mere child can kill. An enemy ninja shouted angrily. If this is the case, who would want to cooperate with Lord Danzo? Careless. The remaining root ninja thought. He has been under our surveillance. Yet we failed to detect him. His concealment is profound. I must report this to the leader. Do you think you still have a chance? Naruto aimed the tip of his sword at him. Shoot him, divine shot. The blade instantly extended, piercing the heart of the root ninja. Run. The enemy ninjas, witnessing this scene, only thought of retreating to spread the news, split up and flee. Naruto watched them, the tip of his sword aimed at the fleeing figures. A subtle smile playing on his lips, gun rang. The blade then rhythmically expanded and contracted like a machine gun. Ugh. The enemy ninjas had no time to react before being pierced. Naruto chuckled, picked up the fallen Umbu's sword, and slowly approached the corpses of the enemy ninjas. Following the cuts he had made, he stabbed into them, then retrieved a weapon from the enemy ninja's grasp, returning to the Umbu's body to inflict another wound along the path he had created. He then placed both blades back in their original positions. Afterward, he squatted beside a tree and shouted loudly. He sensed a familiar chakra approaching from behind. It was Iruka. Chapter 19. Kakashi, good brother, no. Good teacher. At that moment, Iruka was still weaving through the woods. Suddenly, he heard a call, his expression tightening. Naruto. Upon reaching the battlefield, he found Naruto crouched beside a tree, trembling and smeared with blood. Not far from him lay 5 ninjas, 2 Umbu and 3 enemy ninjas. Iruka didn't have time to examine the bodies and rushed to Naruto's side. Naruto, are you alright? Pull yourself together, you're not hurt, are you? Naruto, wide-eyed and shaken, looked up. Iruka-sensei, thank goodness you're okay. Let us go back to school. A joyful smile appeared on Iruka's face. Naruto produced the shuriken. Iruka-sensei, this is what those enemy ninjas wanted to take. Iruka, noticing the cloth strip tied to the shuriken, frowned gravely, but was interrupted by a childish voice. Iruka-sensei, what happened to the uncles who were protecting me? Where did they go? Naruto asked. Iruka gritted his teeth, unsure of how to respond. Naruto turned to face the 2 fallen root ninjas, crouching down. Uncles, what is wrong with you? Iruka stood up and approached Naruto, forcing a smile. It's nothing. They're just very tired and asleep. When they wake up, they'll go far away to complete a mission. You mustn't disturb their rest. So that is how it is, just like my mom and dad. Naruto smiled gently. The 3rd Hokage said my mom and dad went far away to complete a mission too. Exactly. Gazing into Naruto's sapphire-like bright eyes and warm smile, Iruka felt the hatred in his heart melt away. Iruka-sensei, I feel a bit dizzy. I'm so sleepy. Naruto swayed unsteadily before collapsing straight down. Naruto, pull yourself together. Iruka caught him, a smile flickering on his lips. I'm sorry. Are you both alright? A voice called out. Iruka turned to see Kakashi approaching. I heard your studentess report, so I was a bit worried. I didn't expect it to be over already. Kakashi surveyed the bodies on the ground and casually inspected them. These are Umbu ninjas who inadvertently encountered this group of spies. A fierce battle ensued, resulting in one Umbu being fatally struck by a hidden attack from one of the trio. The other Umbu bears some knife wounds, the most lethal being the stab to the heart. It appears he fought valiantly against 3 opponents, but ultimately succumbed to blood loss and exhaustion, resulting in his heart being pierced. As for the other 3, although they managed to kill the Umbu, they too fell due to their severe injuries. Kakashi glanced around the environment, contemplating the story unfolding within his mind. As Naruto lay behind Iruka, a faint smile graced his lips. Kakashi, you are truly a good brother. Or rather, a great teacher. You have helped me weave the story back together. Everything is in place now. Alright, I shall proceed as planned. However, neither Kakashi nor Iruka noticed the smile that flickered at the corner of Naruto's mouth. It seems the truth would only reveal itself once Naruto awoke, and they could inquire further. Iruka's expression turned serious. By the way, Naruto handed me a kunai earlier. He mentioned that it was the reason those 3 enemy spies attacked him, and the Umbu were there to protect it. Iruka retrieved the kunai from his ninja tool pouch and presented it to Kakashi. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. This was undoubtedly the intelligence they had gathered. Iruka's voice was low and somber. Because of this, we have lost 2 exceptional Umbu operatives. But this is the fate of a ninja. Let us return. He glanced back at Naruto, reflecting, I am too weak. If it weren't for the Umbu, I fear I would not have made it alone. Do not worry. I believe that even without the Umbu, you would have ensured Naruto's safety. Iruka's face darkened. I have come to understand the words of the third Hokage and your teachings. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi regarded Iruka silently. I have never truly faced Naruto, often evading him. But now, I can confront him properly. This child is far too kind. He is not the Nine Tails. Is that so? Splendid. Kakashi smiled. Let us depart. In the Hokage's office, Iruka and Kakashi were present. The third Hokage held a map in his hands. This is the security layout of Konoha. Were those ninjas here to investigate this matter? Indeed. Iruka responded respectfully. Yet it appears they have not conducted a thorough investigation. Nevertheless, I must commend you. You have done well. Relay my orders to adjust the security forces indicated on this map. Understood. Iruka nodded at the Hokage, although it was by chance. It was indeed Naruto who saved the village from peril. You may leave now. Yes. Iruka knelt, agreeing but not departing. Is there anything else? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. No. Iruka smiled. Naruto is truly a wonderful child. I must thank you, third Hokage, for allowing me to be Naruto's homeroom teacher. It has rekindled the teachings you once imparted to me and helped me rediscover my original intent to teach, allowing me to grasp the essence of the will of fire. Naruto surpasses me greatly. Despite the crowd's scorn, he maintains his smile. I shall learn from him and pass on the will of fire to all the children, including Naruto. In response to Iruka's heartfelt loyalty, the third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, nodding with a smile. You may go. Yes. After Iruka left, the third Hokage turned to Kakashi. Please detail the situation at the scene. Kakashi nodded, recounting what he had observed and his deductions. Do you believe Naruto's incident was merely a case of espionage, with the Umbu caught in the crossfire? Kakashi replied nonchalantly, while the circumstances suggest this. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Moreover, how could the Hokage's Umbu appear there without reason? I suspect it involves that individual. Sarutobi offered no response, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. You may leave. I will handle this matter. Understood. After Kakashi departed, Sarutobi summoned an Umbu. Bring Danzo to me. Chapter 20. Danzo's ambitions. In the dimly lit hall, a man with a cloth covering his eyes stood before the altar. It was Shimura Danzo. Leader. An Umbu in a mask approached and knelt behind him. All Umbu assigned to monitor the Jinchuriki have perished. Is that so? Danzo inquired, still with his eyes closed. How did they die? Have you determined the cause? According to the injury assessments and the scene investigation report, they perished while protecting the Jinchuriki, taking the enemy spies with them. You may leave. Yes. The Umbu bowed slightly before vanishing from sight. At that moment, another Umbu appeared behind Danzo. Danzo-sama, the Hokage requests your presence. Understood. I shall be there shortly. In the Hokage's tower, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed out the window, slowly exhaling smoke. Hiruzen, you called for me. Danzo entered the room. You have arrived. Sarutobi set down his pipe and turned to Danzo. You heard about yesterday's events, I presume? I did. Fortunately, our intelligence was not compromised. I wish to know how they managed to uncover such detailed security layouts. Despite Sarutobi informing Iruka that the information was incomplete, he recognized its detail upon seeing it. It appears there are vulnerabilities in our security arrangements. I will address this immediately. Danzo had originally planned to sell the security layout, anticipating that once the village was invaded, the daimyo of the Land of Fire would hold Sarutobi accountable, thereby presenting him an opportunity to become Hokage. However, his plans have been disrupted. No need. I have already instructed others to adjust the security measures. Sarutobi looked at Danzo. By the way, who were the Umbu that appeared beside Naruto yesterday? My Umbu have all been recalled. If I am not mistaken, they were from your root organization, correct? The Jinchuriki requires constant surveillance. I do not believe I acted wrongly. Recall them. I am quite confident in Naruto's safety now. Hiruzen, if the Nine Tails goes out of control, and there is no one nearby, I said recall them. Danzo's words were interrupted by Sarutobi, who then ceased the discussion. Very well. Seeing Danzo acquiesce, Sarutobi did not pursue the matter further. Is there anything else? There is one matter. Danzo continued. Are we truly to keep Uchiha Sasuke? If he discovers the truth behind this incident, he may become Konoha's greatest enemy. Danzo remained resolute in eliminating any unstable factors. I have already promised Itachi that Sasuke will grow up healthy. Itachi's strength and potential are far more formidable than we can imagine. And we require Itachi to provide us with intelligence on Akatsuki. Sarutobi replied calmly. Danzo, your vision is too narrow. Akatsuki, I believe I have heard that name before. Danzo, are you familiar with it? I only know they are a group of mercenaries. I see. By the way, have all the Uchiha clan's assets been confiscated? All seized. Money. Ninjutsu. Danzo replied. But the eyes of Hōgyoku and Mikoto Uchiha are missing, likely taken by Itachi. Hiruzen, we should use Sasuke as leverage to retrieve Hōgyoku's eyes. Compared to Sasuke, Itachi, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, was far more formidable. Furthermore, possessing the eyes of Hōgyoku and Mikoto would make Itachi even more difficult to control. I have already stated that Sasuke is off limits. You have acquired enough Sharingan. Let Hōgyoku's and Mikoto's eyes serve as a memory for him. Knock, knock, knock. Before the two could finish their conversation, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room. Enter. The door opened to reveal Tizune Shoka and Mito Minyan. Hiruzen, Naruto has awoken. We should go together to inquire about yesterday's events. Tizune Shoka said. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Shimura Danzo, but discerned no hint of anything unusual on Danzo's face. Let us proceed. Together, we shall witness Naruto's unintentional achievement. The four departed from the Hokage's office. At the Konoha hospital, a nurse disdainfully handed Naruto his medication. Hurry up. Once you finish, I must attend to other patients. Naruto smiled as he accepted the tablets and swallowed them. Naruto, the third Hokage, and others entered the room. Grandfather third Hokage. Lord third Hokage. The nurse bowed. The third Hokage did not acknowledge the nurse. How is Naruto's condition? There are no significant issues. The doctor stated he merely experienced excessive shock. You may leave. Yes. After the nurse exited, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the edge of the bed, smiling at Naruto. How do you feel now? I am feeling much better. Naruto replied cheerfully. Thank you for your concern, Grandfather Third. He then feigned curiosity, glancing at the other three. The third Hokage chuckled. Naruto, these are the elders of Konoha. Shimura Danzo, Todai Koharu, and Mito Gaiden. Naruto slightly bowed. Greetings, esteemed elders. The third Hokage nodded. Naruto, we have come today to express our gratitude for your substantial contribution to the village. Had it not been for you, the enemy would have seized our village's defense blueprint. Grandfather, you are too kind. I am Naruto of Konoha. It is my duty to perform such actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite pleased with Naruto's response. We wish to inquire about the events that transpired. Naruto paused, then cast a sidelong glance at Danzo. It began when I discovered a kunai bound with cloth in the forest, which was unlike ours in Konoha. Just as I retrieved it, two enemy ninjas appeared, demanding I hand over the kunai. Then, two masked ninjas from our village confronted the enemy. I was so nervous that I could not hear their conversation. Suddenly, one of our ninjas was attacked from behind by an enemy ninja, who slashed his throat, blood splattering everywhere. I was terrified and could not sense anything in my surroundings. When I regained my composure, I saw Iruka-sensei and a white-haired ninja. The third Hokage nodded. All right, Naruto, we shall leave it at that for now. Rest well. Naruto nodded. And as the third Hokage turned to exit the hospital room, Danzo paused at the doorway, casting a penetrating gaze at Naruto. Noticing the look, Naruto responded with a gentle smile. Danzo, I wonder if my explanation satisfies you? As they departed the hospital, Todai Koharu asked. Did Naruto's account align with what Kakashi and Iruka said? The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe. It closely matches Naruto's account. Children seldom lie. Especially since I have watched him grow up, there is no cause for concern. Mito Gate and nodded in agreement. From Naruto's responses, I sensed his passion for the village. Moreover, he is merely a 6 or 7-year-old child. I trust his words. In that case, let us consider the matter concluded. The third Hokage extinguished the ash from his pipe and made his way toward the Hokage building, followed by Mito Gate and Todai Koharu. Only Shimura Danzo lingered, casting one last, deep look at the hospital room. Chapter 21. Naruto's discharge and Danzo's intentions. All right, take this medicine, and you shall be discharged. A nurse in Konoha Hospital disdainfully extended her hand, offering medication to Naruto. He smiled, accepting the pills. The nurse quickly withdrew her hand, wiping it on her uniform. Finish this and prepare to vacate the bed. There are other patients waiting. Naruto felt no anger towards her behavior. Instead, he responded with a gentle smile. I understand. Thank you for your assistance during my stay. Taken aback by Naruto's words, The nurse's expression softened slightly. Though she had not been kind to this monster, she had been compelled to care for him due to directives from above. Despite her daily harshness, this child consistently radiated warmth. Remember to drink plenty of warm water and engage with others. It will assist in your psychological recovery. Huh. Naruto blinked in surprise at the nurse's remark. Annoyed by his reaction, the nurse snapped. This is medical advice. Do you comprehend? We provide such instructions for every discharged patient. Naruto smiled again. Yes, I understand. Thank you. The nurse stamped her foot. I will assist you in completing the discharge procedures. Do not waste time. Others are waiting. As he exited the hospital, Naruto stretched. Basking in the bright sunlight and inhaling the fresh air, having grown weary of the formaldehyde scent within. How refreshing. After stretching, he turned, smiling slightly. Thank you, nurse. Suddenly, the sunlight blocking his face vanished. Turning, he saw two masked ninjas. Uncles, what brings you here? An important individual wishes to meet you. One of the Umbu stated. Is it the Hokage? You will find out upon arrival. But I just got discharged. Quit your prattling and come with us. What is your purpose? The nurse who had escorted Naruto overheard their conversation and approached. None of your concern. Step aside. Wait, I understand. I will go with you. Naruto utilized his glasses to reflect sunlight, obscuring his eyes. A glimmer of insight crossed his gaze. It was that old fiend Danzo. Nurse. I initially intended to visit Grandfather 3rd Hokage after my discharge, but since you are here, could you inform him that I will see him shortly? This could pose a problem. Danzo, rather than the 3rd Hokage, could lead to complications. His methods were notoriously ruthless, and should he seek retribution, it would be challenging to navigate. While Danzo was indeed on his list of adversaries, now was not the ideal moment to confront him, especially when unsure of his own capabilities against such a foe. He would rely on the nurse to contact the 3rd Hokage. Following the two Umbu, they approached a building. Entering, they paused before a door moments later. Enter. Someone awaits you inside. Naruto complied, stepping into a grand hall. The decor was somewhat dark, yet fitting for the root organization. Shimura Danzo stood centrally within the hall. Uzumaki Naruto? Yes. As an elder of Konoha, I extend my gratitude for your contributions to the village. It is merely my duty. Danzo scrutinized Naruto with his narrowed eyes, attempting to discern something from his gaze. He suspected that Naruto had lied that day, but whether it was Naruto's deception or a directive from Sarutobi Hiruzen remained uncertain. As a Jinchuriki, perhaps it would be prudent to influence him and recruit him into his ranks. Uzumaki Naruto. Yes? You may return. Towanzo suddenly realized that now was not the right time to recruit a Jinchuriki into his ranks. He had yet to fully master the abilities he had obtained from Shishui, and it would be perilous for him, risking backlash. Moreover, he had just been warned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Naruto were to lie and claim that Sarutobi had instigated him, although others might not protest his recruitment, he would surely face trouble from the old man. Sarutobi, despite his indecisiveness on other matters, would not allow such actions regarding a Jinchuriki. Furthermore, both Toka and Mito would be suspicious of his ulterior motives. It would be wiser to wait until he had complete control over the abilities of the other gods. Then, the Jinchuriki would be unable to escape from his grasp. Naruto felt perplexed. What is this guy thinking? He just said he would let me go? Just then, an Umbu appeared in the hall. Towanzo, the Hokage has something to say to you. Naruto smiled slightly, appreciating the nurse's thoughtfulness. What is it? The Hokage has ordered that you allow Uzumaki Naruto to return to the Ninja Academy to continue his studies. Understood, Towanzo replied nonchalantly. Uzumaki Naruto is right here. You may take him. Thank you, Towanzo. The Umbu bowed before turning to Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Here. The Hokage has commanded you to return to the Ninja Academy. Follow me. Understood. Although he felt puzzled, Naruto did not press further and followed the Umbu back to the school. Irika-sensei, I'm back. Upon seeing Irika, Naruto greeted him politely. The Umbu addressed Irika. By the orders of the 3rd Hokage, I am delivering Naruto back to the Ninja Academy. Irika smiled. Thank you. The Umbu nodded, activated the body flicker technique, and vanished. After the Umbu left, Irika addressed the class. Alright, Naruto is back. Today we will have combat training. Everyone to the training ground. Seriously? Just out of the hospital, and I have to face such childish battles? Naruto thought, momentarily stunned. Being a kid is so troublesome. Maybe I should look for an opportunity to graduate early? Or perhaps I'll just wait a few more years. All the students gathered on the training ground, and Irika called their names one by one for the matches. Naruto yawned. while another individual also yawned. Nara Shikamaru. Next match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Nara Shikamaru. Teacher, I forfeit. Let us just say Naruto wins. Shikamaru said lazily, hands in pockets. Iruka, exasperated, slapped his forehead. All right, next match. Uchiha Sasuke versus Akimichi Choji. Teacher. At that moment, the cold Uchiha Sasuke, who had changed since the massacre, spoke up. Can I battle Naruto? Hearing Sasuke's request, Iruka glanced at Naruto. Naruto smiled gently and nodded in agreement. Fine, both have agreed. I am quite helpless in this situation, Iruka remarked. Next match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Uchiha Sasuke. Since the night of the massacre, Sasuke's personality had undergone a profound transformation. My foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, then harbor hatred, resentment. Live on in your ugliness, evading reality. Until one day you possess eyes like mine and come before me. These words had become Sasuke's nightmare. A constant reminder to grow stronger and avenge his family and clan by killing Itachi Uchiha. During this period, Sasuke trained fervently, seeking to spar with Naruto, who had been absent from school until today. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Finally, Naruto, you're back. Sasuke, I've been in the hospital. I didn't have any news about you. No need to say more. I expect you to use all your strength in this battle. After a moment of silence, Naruto looked at Sasuke. Let us go. Uchiha Sasuke formed the hand seals. I'm coming. The two of them began. Sasuke threw a series of shurikens, and Naruto dodged with agility. Sasuke's talent was impressive. In less than half a month, his shuriken's power and speed had drastically improved. Sasuke then pivoted, launching a punch at Naruto. With a loud thud, the position Sasuke had occupied was enveloped in a cloud of white smoke. Shadow clone technique? Naruto smiled slightly, pivoting to strike at Sasuke, who was now behind him. Another thud echoed as more white smoke erupted. Two clones, quite impressive. Naruto looked up at the branches. Sasuke jumped down from the tree. Iruka, astonished, watched Sasuke. He marveled at the prowess of the Uchiha clan, able to create two clones and leap to the treetops in an instant. Sasuke seized another shuriken and hurled it at Naruto. Ninjutsu, windmill technique. Just as Naruto dodged the shuriken, he noticed a glimmering wire attached to it. Not bad. The shuriken changed direction midair, continuing its pursuit of Naruto. Naruto pulled out a kunai from his tool pouch, deflecting all the shurikens. Watch out! Iruka shouted suddenly. Unexpectedly, the shuriken was not Sasuke's true attack. It was the wire. Although the shurikens were deflected, the wire ensnared Naruto. With gritted teeth, Sasuke pulled, and Naruto was instantly bound by the wire. Sasuke bit down on the wire, freeing his hands to form seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth. Sasuke, stop! Boom. Naruto. Iruka gasped, eyes wide, fearing that Naruto might meet his demise on his first day back at school. Following the deafening explosion, Sasuke was stunned, staring at the raging flames in disbelief. He never intended to kill Naruto. All the students were equally shocked by the scene. It seems someone might be dead. Yeah, Sasuke really went too far. It's just a monster. Why are you all so upset? Exactly. My parents said that everyone in the village wishes for Uzumaki Naruto's death. How can you say that? Naruto is our classmate. They were a group devoid of compassion. How could I have classmates like this? Among all the students, only Inuzuka Kiba and Nara Shikamaru defended Naruto. Iruka rushed to the flames. This is bad. Sasuke, why did you go so hard when you were just supposed to practice? I didn't mean to. Sasuke's eyes reddened. He had never expected to harm his only friend. Everyone returned to the classroom. Iruka, clutching his forehead, wore a pained expression. I will explain this to the third Hokage. Sasuke, you come with me. Iruka-sensei, what are you going to tell the third Hokage? Just as Iruka was about to take Sasuke to Sarutobi, a voice rang out. Iruka paused and turned around, astonished to see Naruto standing on a branch, smiling at everyone. Naruto, you're still alive? Naruto leaped down from the branch. Of course. Our sparring session isn't over yet. How could I possibly die? Subsequently, the gaze of the crowd fell upon the blazing sphere, which gradually extinguished to reveal a charred piece of wood. A substitution technique. Iruka was astonished as he observed Naruto, who had successfully applied the body replacement technique, something he had taught to all his students. Yet, the precision required for its execution in a sparring match was exceedingly difficult to master. To his surprise, Naruto had grasped it so swiftly. Sasuke Uchiha cast a somewhat sheepish glance at him. Naruto stepped forward and patted Sasuke on the shoulder, saying, "Our practice is not yet finished. Let us continue." "No. You two practicing together is far too perilous. I cannot permit it. Iruka-sensei, please allow us to complete our spar." Naruto bowed earnestly. "There's no helping it." Iruka sighed resignedly. "Let the practice proceed." "Naruto, I'm going in." "All right." The two engaged once more in their practice, executing the shadow clone technique, the body flicker technique, and the substitution technique. All the students watched in awe as the two demonstrated their prowess. They were astonished that such a formidable opponent could evade even D-rank jutsu. How impressive. Both of them are incredible. I can scarcely follow their movements. Are they really in the same year as us? I can't go on any longer. Sasuke collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. I too have reached my limit. Naruto sat down, feigning exhaustion. Your parents just passed away. I'll refrain from discouraging you. I'm merely trying my best to play my part. Iruka, taken aback, exclaimed, "All right, that's enough. Let the two of you perform the reconciliation seal." The sparring between these two students had been astonishing. He had not anticipated such strength from them. The top student of this year had emerged only from their ranks. Time flew by, and several years passed in the blink of an eye. Naruto was now at the age of graduation, on the verge of completing his studies. Over these years, nothing particularly noteworthy had transpired. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained as he always was, daily indulging in motivational speeches, while Shimura Danzo struggled to control his nefarious inclinations, attempting multiple times to seize control through the use of the Kodoeme Tsukumi, only to be thwarted by Sarutobi. Aside from these matters, there were no other significant thoughts occupying his mind. Classmates, you have spent 4 years in school. Congratulations. Tomorrow is your graduation exam. On this day, Iruka entered the classroom, proclaiming loudly, "If you pass the graduation exam, you will become esteemed ninjas of Konoha." Accompanying Iruka was a man with white hair. Naruto squinted at the man, finally having anticipated his arrival. "I'm glad I didn't give up. Mizuki, the Book of Seals, I am counting on you." Chapter 23, The Rare Beast of Konoha. Might Guy, due to the examination scheduled for the following day, Iruka had instructed everyone to return home early to rest. Naruto strolled through the streets, contemplating whether Mizuki would still seek him out, now that he was somewhat recognized as a genius. After all these years of investigation, if Mizuki did not come, he would genuinely be unable to locate the precise whereabouts of the Book of Seals. A plan must be devised. With his head down, Naruto wandered aimlessly along the street. So frustrating. I can't think. He decided to run a few laps. Perhaps a bit of exercise would spark his inspiration. This was a peculiar habit from his previous life. Whenever faced with difficulties in mathematics, physics, or memorizing texts, he found that jogging helped clear his mind. With this thought, he began to jog along the village streets. After completing 1.5 laps, he was suddenly interrupted by a figure darting past him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized a man clad in a green bodysuit, running on his hands, effectively performing a handstand. It's him. Naruto immediately recognized this individual. Though undeniably formidable, having once nearly kicked the conclusion of the Hokage saga, his intellect left much to be desired. Ignoring him, Naruto continued to ponder how to entice Mizuki to come to him. "Keep it up." The voice suddenly broke into Naruto's thoughts as he began his second lap. The other had already lapped him once. "Keep it up." The phrase echoed once more as Naruto neared the completion of his third lap, the other passing him again. "Oh, youth. Gambat, what on earth do you want?" At last, Naruto could no longer contain himself. The carefully crafted demeanor he had cultivated before others crumbled in the presence of this man. After running 3 laps, he realized the other had completed 10. This meant he had heard the phrase Ganbat 10 times right by his ear. "Cough, cough, I was merely passing by." The other finally halted, supporting himself on his hands and spinning in the air, completing several 360-degree rotations before striking a pose before Naruto, giving him a thumbs up. "Hello, my name is Might Guy." He flashed a broad smile, the light reflecting off his gleaming teeth. "Such white teeth. Are you the White Fang?" Naruto gazed at him as if he were a fool, though his own smile remained bright. "The White Fang? No." Might Guy had anticipated words of admiration from Naruto, yet was taken aback by the unexpected question. "Who is the White Fang?" "He is my eternal friend and rival, Kakashi's father, a legendary predecessor of Konoha." "How could you not know this? Are the students of today not receiving a proper education?" "I am not the White Fang. I am the Azure Beast of Konoha." "Might Guy? Oh, I see." Naruto nodded. "That makes sense. Beasts generally have splendid teeth. Guy was well aware of who the Kage was. Despite his lack of endurance, he certainly possessed an explosive power. Young man, I saw you running after school today. I didn't realize you were so passionate about martial arts. Truly, this is the essence of youth. Guy exhibited an exaggerated smile. I am the strongest taijutsu ninja in Konoha. Otherwise, I would teach you some training methods. No, I'm not interested. Thank you, sensei. Naruto waved his hand, wishing to return home to contemplate. If he stayed any longer, he feared he would not be able to devise a plan before the exam. Oh no, you are very interested. To his surprise, Guy disregarded Naruto's refusal and produced a matching set of clothing. Young man, this outfit was originally intended for my beloved disciple, Rock Lee. Seeing your dedication, I shall gift it to you. Upon seeing the green bodysuit, Naruto felt a chill run down his spine and took a step back. Huh. Guy noticed Naruto's retreat and exclaimed, "Are you serious about backing away? Youth is indeed the most challenging. I cannot let such a diligent child waste his potential." Naruto extracted his wallet. My Guy, is it? How much is it? It seems I cannot leave without accepting this outfit. How much? Guy shouted. You dare inquire about the price? Youth is priceless. This outfit is a gift to you. Is that so? Thank you very much. Naruto offered a warm smile. This child is exceedingly polite. Indeed, my judgment was correct. 2 exaggerated tears cascaded down Guy's cheeks. Young man, I take a great liking to you. Our meeting today is fate. I have decided to mentor you. Oh, Naruto's smile faltered. Come, follow me. Ignoring Naruto's stiff expression, Might Guy dragged him toward the training area. I shall accompany you. Today, you will do 1,000 push-ups. I will do 5,000. You cannot complete 10,000 jumps, yet I shall accomplish 50,000. Alas, I could not restrain myself. After all these years, the template for Aizen has reached 25, a quarter of the way completed. However, I could not resist the training proposed by Might Guy. What do you mean? Are you suggesting the search for a suitable patch of grass? Precisely. Naruto casually pointed in a direction. Indeed, that patch of grass is quite suitable for push-ups. The afternoon passed, and Naruto was drenched in sweat. Despite his current prowess, he needed to devise a solution for the issues concerning Mizuki. How had he suddenly found himself subjected to military training by another? Keep pushing. I never expected your stamina to be so formidable. I cannot concede defeat. Might Guy appeared as exuberant as ever. Teacher Guy, I have an exam tomorrow. If you exhaust me today, how will I manage the test? Naruto wore a helpless expression. Wait. Yes. If I am utterly worn out, I could use that as an excuse for failing the exam. Naruto glanced at the enthusiastic Might Guy. Huh. What did you say? Might Guy seemed to have misheard. Nothing. Teacher Guy, I was merely expressing my determination to train hard and improve my physique. Naruto donned his radiant smile once again. Oh, upon hearing those words, tears of exaggerated joy streamed down Might Guy's face, mingled with snot. Finally, my good intentions have been acknowledged. This is youth. Very well. We shall perform 500 pull-ups and then walk upside down around the village. 5 laps for you, and 10 for me. Chapter 24. Exam failure. The fish is hooked. Good morning. Naruto. Good morning. Naruto, the weather is splendid today. After class, let us head to the training ground to practice. Naruto, we have freshly made meat buns at the shop. Made just as you requested. Would you like to? I will prepare them lean for you. Uncle, meat buns must have a bit of fat to be delicious. On the way to school, he encountered many friends and enthusiastic shopkeepers. People of all ages greeted Naruto warmly. It is evident how well-liked Naruto Uzumaki has become. Over the years, his daily demeanor has gradually inspired those around him, and they all believe that Naruto Uzumaki is a good child. You might wonder if wearing a mask all day is tiring. Is it not exhausting? In truth, it is not exhausting at all. Due to the art of mirage, Naruto often practices alone while using the technique to disguise himself as still being at school. The curriculum taught at the Ninja Academy has become of little use to him. Had he wished, he could have graduated as a ninja at the tender age of 8, years ago. However, the uncertainties surrounding him are far too great. In the forest, the tallest trees attract the fiercest winds. Moreover, his unique identity necessitates caution. If he stands out too much, he will face greater challenges in the eyes of the Konoha higher-ups. Currently, his strength has not undergone any significant growth. Dealing with 3 or 5 umbu is manageable, but elite ninjas are best avoided, especially after yesterday's encounter with Guy. One misstep could send him spiraling into chaos. Today, he arrived at school for the graduation assessments of his peers. Except for Tenten, Rock Lee, and Niji Hyuga, all the other Konoha rookies were graduating today, and he felt it necessary to remain connected with them. Naruto, it's Hinata. Good morning. Naruto appeared weary. I need to rest for a moment. With that, he returned to his seat. Hinata's face flushed bright red, and she fainted. At that moment, Iruka entered the classroom. Students, today we will conduct the graduation exam. Yes, all the students responded with excitement, except for Naruto, who lay on his desk. Iruka frowned and approached Naruto. Naruto, can you hear me? Slowly. Naruto lifted his head. It's teacher Iruka. Iruka was taken aback by Naruto's appearance. Is this still Naruto? His hair is a mess. And those dark circles, what does it mean? Naruto, what has happened to you? Teacher Iruka, please let me rest. A strange uncle in a peculiar green outfit, with exceedingly thick eyebrows and extraordinarily bright teeth, kept me training until midnight. I am utterly exhausted. A strange uncle? Iruka was perplexed. I have never seen such a man in the village. What is his name? I believe it was something like Mike Guy. Upon hearing this name, Iruka recalled that there was indeed a Jonin by that name, though he had rarely encountered him while at school. Just then, a voice rang from the doorway. Iruka turned to see Kakashi. I came to check on that child. I felt a bit guilty seeing him held up by a friend. I didn't expect him to end up like this. Kakashi, do you know a man named Mike Guy? Kakashi chuckled awkwardly. He is a friend of mine. An exceptionally skilled ninja, though his only flaw is being a bit eccentric. Any child ensnared by him ends up in such a state. With that, he gestured towards Naruto. But today is the exam. Iruka was at a loss. I came to inform you of this. What should we do? You'll have to figure it out. I have a mission to attend to. With that, Kakashi vanished. Iruka glanced at Mizuki, his fellow proctor. Mizuki-sensei, what shall we do? Mizuki smiled. Let him try. If it doesn't work, we will reconsider. At this point, there was no other option. Iruka sighed. Naruto, wake up. Today's exam is the shadow clone technique. Upon hearing Iruka's words, Naruto, dragging his fatigued body, stood up. Yes, teacher Iruka. He walked to the center of the podium, formed hand seals, and with a bang, 3 clones appeared. However, there was a clear issue. All of them collapsed onto the ground. Mizuki chuckled awkwardly. Naruto Uzumaki usually performs exceptionally well. Perhaps we should just award him the forehead protector. I believe no one would object. Iruka pondered for a moment, then sighed. Although 3 clones were produced, they clearly did not succeed. Alas, let us schedule a retest. Next, Naruto, you may sit and rest. Yes. Naruto trudged back to his seat. His demeanor, if one did not know the specifics, would suggest he was simply a student disheartened by failing an exam. After exiting the examination room, Naruto smiled faintly, settling on the swing beside the school, fully prepared, awaiting the right moment. On the school playground, all the students radiated joy. Have you heard? Naruto failed the exam. Impossible. What happened? Given Naruto's abilities, he should not have failed. What transpired? I heard Naruto encountered a strange uncle who kept him awake all night exercising, which left him too exhausted to maintain his chakra today. How unfortunate. Who could be responsible for Naruto's failure to graduate? The third Hokage observed Naruto from afar. Iruka. What exactly is going on? Third Hokage, Kakashi just informed me that Naruto was held up by a ninja named Mike Guy, which is why he could not pass the exam. So that is the case. Once he is rested, we shall arrange for a retest. Third Hokage. That is my plan as well. My apologies. A resounding apology echoed in everyone's ears as a figure swiftly approached Naruto. As the dust settled, Mike Guy appeared before Naruto. Hands clasped together. I'm truly sorry, kid. Kakashi informed me that due to yesterday's training, I delayed your examination today. My sincerest apologies. Naruto smiled gently. It's all right. Teacher Guy, I can take a few days to rest and retake the exam. No, I can't bear this in my heart. Then how about this? Once I finish my makeup exam in a couple of days, you treat me to some barbecue. It's a deal. I didn't expect you to be so understanding. I'll take on more missions and earn some extra money. Once you pass your exam, we shall feast. After exchanging words, he hurried away. After a while, another figure approached Naruto. He smiled slightly, pleased that his strategy was effective. The bait had been taken. Chapter 25. The Book of Seals. Naruto. A gentle voice reached his ears. He looked up to see a bright smile from Mizuki. Still feeling under the weather? Come on. I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Sure. Naruto grinned and stood up. After enjoying their ramen, He and Mizuki relaxed on the rooftop. Naruto, don't feel disheartened. Irika-sensei isn't trying to make things difficult for you on purpose. Then why won't he let me graduate? My grades are excellent. And I've explained the reasons for my mistakes. Kakashi-sensei and Teacher Guy have both apologized. Naruto's face displayed his grievances. As a ninja, one cannot afford mistakes. They signify danger. I believe Irika-sensei has higher expectations for you, wanting to mold you into a true, strong warrior. After all, you both are orphans. Your parents sacrificed their lives for the village. But I really want to graduate. Haha. Let me share a significant secret with you. You will have a 100% chance of success in your next exam. A secret? Naruto looked at Mizuki with curiosity. Indeed. Mizuki smiled. Have you heard of the Book of Seals? The Book of Seals? Naruto questioned, confused. I've never heard of it. What is it? In summary, it contains formidable ninjutsu. If you master the techniques within and demonstrate them during your makeup exam, it will surely impress Hokage-sama and Irika-sensei. Graduation will be a certainty. If I learn the techniques, will third Hokage and Irika-sensei be happy? Absolutely. That is fantastic. I want to learn. Naruto beamed with excitement. Mizuki then whispered into Naruto's ear the specific location of the Book of Seals, the timing of the Umbu's shifts, and the ideal escape routes. Go, Naruto. You will undoubtedly become a true ninja. Make sure to surprise us during the exam. I understand. Mizuki smiled and vanished from the rooftop in an instant. Naruto grinned. I truly appreciate your help, Mizuki-sensei. I will give you a surprise. As night fell, the bright moon peeked through the shadows. Following Mizuki's intel, Naruto approached the Book of Seals location. He glanced at a dark corner nearby and smiled slightly before opening the door and stepping inside. Within a minute, he emerged with a large scroll and dashed towards the woods behind the village. Surely they saw me. I'm so obvious. Meanwhile, in Irika's room, he was jolted awake by a rapid knocking. Rubbing his sleep-laden face, he opened the door to find Mizuki, looking alarmed. What is the matter, Mizuki? Quick! Gather everyone at Hokage-sama's place. It seems Naruto has taken the Book of Seals. The Book of Seals. Irika was instantly awake and followed Mizuki as they rushed to the Hokage's building. Inside, all the ninjas wore expressions of disbelief. Hokage-sama, it can't be. Naruto is such an innocent child. Humble and gentle. How could he steal the Book of Seals? Yes, and how would he even know about it? I never told him. Indeed, the Book of Seals was sealed by the first Hokage and contains many dangerous jutsu. One wouldn't even know of it before reaching the Chunin level. Could there be a spy in the village, taking advantage of Naruto's innocence to seize our Book of Seals? If it falls into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire, and Naruto could be in danger. The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, released a cloud of smoke. You are right to be concerned. Quickly, retrieve Naruto and the Book of Seals. Dismissed. The ninjas immediately vanished from the Hokage's building. Irika was darting across the village rooftops, panting. Where could Naruto have gone? Why would he suddenly steal the Book of Seals? In a dark alley, Mizuki, clad in full gear, wore a sinister smile. First, I'll expose this matter in the village, and then eliminate Naruto. That way, the Book of Seals will belong to me. He continued towards the designated meeting spot. In the woods behind the village, Naruto spoke to the system. I have the Book of Seals. Is there a way to record it? Yes, the system can replicate skills. Perfect. Let us see what is written in this Book of Seals. Sitting on the ground, he opened the scroll. Shadow clone technique. I'll learn this first. I can use it for training. Next, Edo-tensei. Summoning the undead requires digging up graves. How distasteful. I'll save that for later, just in case. Flying Thunder God. I have a teleportation technique, but transferring objects sounds thrilling. I'll keep that. Wood release seems useful for building houses. When I leave the village, it could ensure a decent quality of life. I possess Ashura chakra. Perhaps I can use it too. However, my chakra is wind and water. I'll hold off for now. Darkness. Genjutsu. I have the mirror flower, water moon technique. I want need this one. Hey Naruto. A voice broke through Naruto's concentration. He looked up to see a twisted face before him. Haha, Irika-sensei found me so quickly. I've only just learned one technique. You're here practicing ninjutsu? Yes. Once I master these techniques, you and third Hokage will surely be pleased. Irika frowned. Who told you that learning these techniques would make us happy? Mizuki-sensei. He informed me of your great expectations for me. He said if I mastered the techniques in this scroll, you would be delighted. Naruto's face lit up with joy. This scroll and this location were all revealed to me by Mizuki-sensei. Upon hearing this, Irika's expression shifted to one of alarm. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind. Irika quickly pushed Naruto aside, but he was struck by several shurikens and kunai. I can't believe you found this place, Irika. Struggling with pain, Irika raised his head. So that is how it is. You're the mastermind behind this. Mizuki grinned maliciously from the tree. Naruto, hand over the scroll. Irika cried out in anguish. Naruto, even if it costs me my life, I cannot hand over the scroll. It contains forbidden techniques sealed away, fraught with peril. Mizuki sought to exploit you for it. Cackling, Mizuki perched above them on a tree, sneering. Irika's words stem from his fear of you acquiring it. What nonsense are you spouting, Mizuki? Do not believe him, Naruto. Irika's lips bled. Then allow me to reveal the truth, Naruto. Mizuki laughed maniacally. Silence, Mizuki. Irika exclaimed, aghast. Yet Mizuki disregarded him, continuing his sinister grin. Following the incident 12 years ago, the village imposed certain regulations. Certain regulations? Naruto feigned ignorance. Indeed, they are secrets that must never reach you. Uzumaki Naruto. Why just me? What are these regulations? Naruto shouted. Shut up, Mizuki. Irika roared in fury. The decree states that your true identity as the Nine-Tails Fox must never be revealed. Mizuki's expression darkened as he glared at Naruto, who was left dumbfounded. What do you mean? Naruto's eyes widened in shock. You are the one who killed Irika's parents and devastated the village. Be quiet. Irika shouted. Naruto stood frozen, as though his soul had been stripped away. Have you not noticed the village's disdain for you during your childhood? Even the kindest of villagers loathed you. Mizuki's malicious laughter echoed. No one will ever accept you. Not even Irika, who has harbored hatred for you all along. Enough. Naruto seethed, chakra radiating from him. Die, Naruto. Mizuki's expression twisted with malice as he hurled a giant shuriken toward him. Duck. Irika shouted, shielding Naruto with his own body. Blood splattered across Naruto's face as Irika took the brunt of the attack, gravely wounded. Irika-sensei. Naruto looked at him, horror-stricken. Tears streamed down Irika's face as he uttered heartfelt words, concluding with, Naruto, I will not allow you to endure such a life any longer. How laughable, Mizuki mocked. Irika says that only to prevent you from claiming the scroll. Naruto's expression shifted as he sprinted away. Naruto. Irika cried out. Ah, Irika, it's futile. Naruto will undoubtedly use the sealing techniques to exact revenge on the village. Perhaps I should just kill him for you. Mizuki pursued hastily. Irika, left behind, struggled to rise. Binding technique number 30, triple flash. Just as Irika attempted to follow, 3 massive beams of light bound his arms and waist to the ground, immobilizing him. Who is this? Irika gasped. Let me go? But his struggles went unanswered. Nearby, Naruto observed as Irika became ensnared. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Far away, Naruto sprinted with the scroll. Irika spotted him. Naruto, Mizuki was just lying. Quickly, give me the scroll. Mizuki lunged for it. Naruto halted, walking slowly towards Irika. Yes. Just like that. Irika smiled. Suddenly, Naruto delivered a punch to Irika's abdomen. Ugh. Irika gasped. I didn't expect you to be so strong. In a puff of smoke, Irika transformed into Mizuki. How did you know I wasn't Irika? Mizuki asked incredulously. Mizuki-sensei, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Naruto replied with a gentle smile. You claim you've been waiting for me? It seems you have resigned yourself, little brat. Hand over the scroll, and perhaps I will spare your life. Mizuki hissed. Naruto scoffed. Do not speak so arrogantly. It only highlights your weakness. As blue walls began to rise around them, forming a prism, Mizuki's astonishment was palpable. This is binding technique no. 73. I never thought I would need to use it against you. If it weren't for the 3rd Hokage, I would never resort to such measures. You are not Uzumaki Naruto. Mizuki gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely. No, I am indeed Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto smiled, advancing slowly. Mizuki hurled a shuriken with all his might. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Naruto caught the spinning shuriken bare-handed, halting its rotation. You are not the Uzumaki Naruto I know. Mizuki gasped in disbelief. I am not the Naruto you once knew. How unfortunate. Mizuki-sensei, that is merely your illusion. The Naruto you knew never truly existed. Naruto drew his blade, advancing steadily. At that moment, Mizuki realized Naruto's true strength. I had no idea you hid your power so well. Ha ha ha. The 3rd Hokage's hopes have been dashed. No, no, no. Naruto shook his head. At least now, I still hope for Konoha's safety, for the outside world is far more brutal than you can imagine. Mizuki-sensei, spare me. I will not touch the scroll. Just let me go, and I shall leave Konoha forever. Mizuki pleaded. How amusing. Naruto regarded Mizuki coolly. How did you become a Chunin? Knowing such a profound secret? Do you truly believe I would let you escape? I will leave Konoha. I will never speak of this. Mizuki insisted. Is that so, Mizuki-sensei? Of course it is. Spare me, and I shall depart from Konoha this very moment. Yet Naruto's smile turned sinister. I once read a phrase that I wholeheartedly agree with. What phrase? Mizuki inquired, trepidation creeping in. Only the dead can keep secrets. With that, Naruto advanced, imparting a lesson. Mercy towards an enemy is the greatest cruelty towards oneself. Remember this well, Mizuki-sensei. Mizuki's face contorted with terror as Naruto drew nearer. No, please. With a final, harrowing scream, tranquility returned to the forest, where a few birds flitted among the treetops. In the blue prism, Mizuki lay with a knife embedded in his abdomen, blood spilling into his mouth. Ugh. Naruto withdrew his blade, and Mizuki groaned in agony. How does it feel? Naruto inquired, slowly moving the blade toward Mizuki's heart. Fear flickered in Mizuki's eyes. By the way, Naruto leaned close, whispering in Mizuki's ear, I knew about the 9 tails within me long ago. Although it is true, being called a demon fox feels quite unpleasant. With those words, Naruto pierced Mizuki's heart, and Mizuki exhaled his last breath. Naruto knelt on the ground, using the clothing of Mizuki to wipe the blood from his Zanpakutō. A faint smile gracing his lips. I am indeed quite grateful to you. Otherwise, I would lack a legitimate reason to view the Book of Seals. You may consider your mission accomplished. Bakuto number 54, Waste Flame. A purple flame encircled Mizuki's lifeless body. In this world, it is best to leave no trace. Should Edo Tensei be invoked, it would spell trouble. The flames gradually extinguished, and the remnants of ash slowly faded with the wind. Naruto chuckled softly, vanishing from the spot. Curse it. Who is it that bound me here with a seal? Iruka continued to struggle. Damn it, after all this time, Naruto, you must be safe? You must preserve the Book of Seals. Suddenly, the binding on him slackened and then slowly dissipated. Iruka sat up, perplexed. How could it suddenly vanish? No matter. I must find the Book of Seals and Naruto. Rising to his feet, he pressed forward. Iruka-sensei. A voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning around, he saw Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto? Iruka could scarcely believe his eyes. Yes. Naruto nodded. Emerging from the forest, the Book of Seals slung over his shoulder. Wonderful, you're safe. Iruka approached him. Naruto, understanding the significance, handed the Book of Seals to Iruka. Iruka-sensei, the Book of Seals is unharmed. How did you escape from Mizuki? I ran away, made a detour, and returned toward the village. I figured there would be investigating ninjas here, and Mizuki likely wouldn't come this way. Where is Mizuki now? Naruto shook his head. I don't know. After I returned toward the village, I didn't see him again. Iruka-sensei, why have you been here all this time? Iruka gritted his teeth. It must have been Mizuki's accomplices who bound me here, preventing me from pursuing him or returning to the village for help. Then Mizuki must have fled the village upon realizing he could not obtain the Book of Seals. What a pity. Naruto. Iruka gazed at him. Earlier, Mizuki mentioned something. It's nothing. Naruto smiled gently. I won't take the words of a rogue ninja to heart. And besides, the people in the village are treating me well. Iruka looked at Naruto's sunny smile and returned a small smile of his own. Naruto, come here, close your eyes. I have a gift for you. Oh, Naruto obeyed, closing his eyes and walking toward Iruka. All right, you can open your eyes now. Iruka smiled at Naruto. Naruto touched his forehead and found a forehead protector tied around it. How ugly. I'll turn it into a belt later. Though he thought this, he still expressed excitement. This is fantastic, Iruka-sensei. I have become a ninja. To celebrate your graduation as a ninja, I'll treat you to ramen. That's wonderful, Iruka-sensei. Naruto beamed. In front of the Hokage building, many ninjas had gathered. Have you found that Uzumaki Naruto fellow? I haven't found him here. What about you? I haven't found him either. Could something have happened? Damn it. This is serious. Just then, the third Hokage emerged with a smile. You need not worry any longer. Hokage-sama? All the ninjas turned to face Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage continued with a smile. Someone has already found him. He should be returning shortly. That's great. Then everything is fine. Hokage-sama. We'll head home to rest. The ninjas bid farewell to the third Hokage. Once the ninjas departed, Sarutobi took a puff of his cigarette, exhaling slowly, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. In the Hokage building, office. Sarutobi sat at his desk, reviewing the Book of Seals. Grandpa Third Hokage, I'm sorry. Naruto lowered his head. Hokage-sama, this was due to Mizuki's treachery. Iruka hastily explained. Wonderful, the Book of Seals is safe. Sarutobi laughed heartily. Then looked at the two with curiosity. Did you say something earlier? Oh, I was saying that Mizuki is the one who harbored ill intentions. He deceived Naruto and informed him of the Book of Seals' location and the timing of the guard's shift, all to seize it for himself. Indeed, the third Hokage placed the Book of Seals back in its rightful place. I have grasped the situation. Naruto, you are too naive. Next time, do not act solely on what others say, understand? I understand, Grandpa Third Hokage. Naruto replied with a look of grievance. By the way, I wish to ask you something. Hokage Grandpa, where did Mizuki go? Naruto looked at the third Hokage in confusion. I don't know. After Iruka-sensei was injured by Mizuki's shuriken, I ran away, made a detour, and reunited with Iruka-sensei. I haven't seen Mizuki since. Wait, Hokage-sama. Hearing this, Iruka suddenly interjected. Someone was secretly preventing me from catching up to Mizuki. When I prepared to pursue, I was bound by a seal. I suspect it was Mizuki's accomplices. Is that so? The third Hokage appeared puzzled. I understand. I will have someone investigate. Yes. Iruka bowed. Sarutobi then turned to Naruto. Little Naruto, why did you take the Book of Seals? Mizuki-sensei said that if I learned the ninjutsu from the Book of Seals, you and Iruka-sensei would be very happy. Is that so? Sarutobi laughed heartily. Would you like to see the Book of Seals? I can allow you to study it for 2 hours, but only here. Really? Naruto's face lit up with excitement. Absolutely not. At that moment, Iruka interrupted. The ninjutsu in the Book of Seals is far too dangerous. Naruto is not yet capable of mastering it and could easily injure himself. The third Hokage raised a hand to halt Iruka's words. Naruto, do you want to learn? No. Thank you, Hokage Grandpa. Everyone says the ninjutsu inside is dangerous. Even if I learned it, I could hardly control it. If I accidentally harmed someone in the village, it would be troublesome. Grandpa Third, I admit my mistake. I only looked at the first ninjutsu, the shadow clone jutsu, because I failed at it during the exam that day, so I learned it. Did you master it? Yes. Naruto nodded, forming the hand seals, and 5 shadow clones appeared. Impressive. The Hokage smiled. This ninjutsu won't harm anyone. But remember, do not create too many clones. Otherwise, your chakra will be depleted. I understand. All right, you may go. Congratulations on your graduation. You are now a ninja of Konoha. Yes. Naruto nodded excitedly, looking to the side. Iruka-sensei, what about the ramen you promised me? Hokage-sama. I will take my leave. Iruka looked ahead. Very well, you may go. Iruka led Naruto away from the Hokage's office. Watching Iruka and Naruto depart, the Hokage slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. Are there any more allies, Danzo? I hope it's not you. Chapter 28, Hatake Kakashi, Team 7 Grandpa Third Hokage. I have come to submit the ninja registration report. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage held a paper filled with Naruto's various information. The reports for the other students had been submitted uniformly, but due to Naruto's delayed graduation, he had to deliver his personally. Indeed, the third Hokage glanced at the report and said, I have received the report. You may return to school now. Today is the important orientation for the ninja class division. Understood, Naruto replied, standing up and bowing respectfully. As he opened the door, he unexpectedly encountered a child. Ignoring him, Naruto walked straight out. Konohamaru, what are you doing here? The third Hokage asked, puzzled by the child's presence. Damn it, I didn't expect Grandpa to find me. Konohamaru exclaimed angrily, then shouted at Naruto, it's all your fault. I won't let you off easily. Naruto continued to disregard him. Seeing Naruto's attitude infuriated Konohamaru, who considered rushing over to teach him a lesson. Young master. At that moment, a man wearing a headscarf and sunglasses approached and grabbed him. Let me go. I want to teach that brat a lesson. Konohamaru struggled. The man looked ahead and realized it was that demon fox boy. Although the villagers had begun to change their perception of him, they still held a certain fear. Young master, do not approach that demon fox. Do you understand? Ebisu. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He is now a ninja of the village, Naruto Uzumaki. And I have already stated, do not mention the demon fox again. I apologize, Hokage-sama. I will willingly pay the fine. The graduates arrived at the school one after another, and Naruto was among them, surprising many in the classroom. Naruto, what are you doing here? Nara Shikamaru approached, curiously asking, Didn't you fail the exam? I adjusted my state yesterday and took the retest. I told you, Naruto would definitely graduate. Akimichi Choji came over with a bag of chips. Naruto responded with a gentle smile and said nothing further. Soon, Iruka entered the room. Congratulations to everyone on your successful graduation. Now, we will proceed with the class division. Students, when your name is called, please come forward and follow the teacher. Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji. Class 10, Guiding Jonin, Sarutobi Asuma. Next group, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Shino. Class 8, Guiding Jonin, Yuhi Kurenai. One by one, the students left the classroom with their respective Guiding Jonin. Finally, only Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno remained. Class 7, please wait here for a moment. Your Guiding Jonin will arrive shortly. After Iruka left the classroom, Naruto chuckled. As expected, Kakashi is late. With only the three of them remaining, the atmosphere grew awkward. Originally, Naruto and Sasuke had a good relationship, but after the night of the massacre, Sasuke's personality changed drastically, rarely communicating with others. For the past few years, driven by Itachi Uchiha's words, he had devoted himself to training on the training grounds. However, every time they had an exam, Naruto would still come out on top, which left Sasuke feeling indignant. Despite all his efforts, why was Naruto stronger than him? Thus, he often sought Naruto to train, only growing more frustrated. Sasuke, I'm so glad we are in the same group. Sakura broke the awkward silence. Stepping in front of Sasuke, her little face flushing as she shyly spoke. However, Sasuke ignored her, leaving Sakura feeling somewhat dejected. Don't take it personally, Naruto said with a smile. That's just how he is. Sakura's smile returned. Hey, don't comment on me without permission. Sasuke glared at Naruto, a hint of menace in his eyes. Got it, my apologies. Naruto chuckled and turned away, choosing not to engage further. At that moment, a silver-haired man with a single eye entered. Sorry, I'm late. I am your Jonin instructor, Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi approached the trio slowly. How should I put it? My first impression of you three is rather unpleasant. Kakashi said nonchalantly, now follow me. Hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke paid little heed. But Sakura was in a state of panic. What if their teacher disliked her? The three followed Kakashi out of the classroom. On the rooftop, Kakashi leaned against the railing, looking at the three of them with indifference. Let's start with self-introductions. Sakura looked at Kakashi, puzzled. What should we say in our self-introductions? Just share what you like, dislike, your future dreams, and interests. I'll go first. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. As for what I like and dislike, I prefer not to tell you. My future dream, well, let's just say I have many interests. Your turn. Kakashi looked at Sakura. I'm Sakura Haruno. As for what I like, it's more about who I like. My future dream and interests. Sakura was the first to speak, similar to Kakashi, revealing nothing but her name, though everyone knew her gaze was fixated on Sasuke. And what about your dislikes? Kakashi inquired. Naruto. Sakura glared at Naruto, her eyes filled with jealousy. Every time school ended, Sasuke would seek out Naruto for practice. Sakura wasn't the only one who disliked Naruto. In fact, most girls in the class held a similar sentiment. Huh. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly, curious as to why he was disliked when he hadn't wronged anyone. In the original story, Naruto had harbored feelings for her, constantly pursuing her. Whatever. If you dislike me, so be it. Who cares? Next, Kakashi sighed. I am Sasuke Uchiha. I have many dislikes, but not much that I like. Training is one of them. As for my dream, it's not merely a dream. It is something I must accomplish. To kill that man. Kakashi silently contemplated. So the Uchiha truly are like this. Alright, your turn. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I have many things I like, and not much that I dislike. As for my dream, I aspire to stand at the pinnacle, overlooking this land. Does that count? You wish to become a powerful ninja? Kakashi nodded. That's a commendable dream. Kakashi mused. You are the teacher's son. Naruto smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Well, that's everyone. Starting tomorrow, you will undertake your first mission, survival training. Be aware. This is different from the exercises you did in school. Out of 27 graduates, only 9 will pass. The other 18 will be sent back to school for re-education. This means the exercise has a 66 elimination rate, making it an exceedingly difficult final test before you become ninjas. What? How can this be? Sakura exclaimed, shocked. Alright, that's it. Tomorrow morning, prepare your things, and we'll gather at 5 a.m. Dismissed. And one more thing, remember, do not eat breakfast. You will vomit. With that, Kakashi vanished from sight. What a surprise. After Kakashi disappeared, Sakura began to panic. Well, I'll head back to prepare. Naruto stood up, stretched, and also vanished. Naruto left too? Can't we discuss this together? He always wears a smile, yet his personality is so dreadful. Sakura muttered, but now it was just her and Sasuke left. Was this considered a date? She blushed at the thought. Why do you harbor such disdain for Naruto? Sasuke inquired, momentarily breaking his silence. He was actually speaking to me. Asking me a question. Was he expressing concern for my feelings? Sakura's cheeks flushed deeper upon hearing Sasuke's query. Although most of the villagers despised Naruto, he remained cheerful every day, which felt somewhat pretentious. Additionally, he persistently dragged her along for training sessions that extended late into the night. It was hardly surprising, considering his orphan status and lack of parental guidance. If I returned home so late every night, my parents would surely scold me. Sakura remarked casually. What did you say? Upon hearing the words orphan, Sasuke's expression turned icy. Chapter 29. Danzo's next move. Sakura, oblivious to the weight of her words, continued. It's true. He has no parents and no one to teach him. Unlike you, Sasuke, so handsome and enviable, sometimes I actually envy his freedom as an orphan. As she spoke, she noticed Sasuke's cold gaze. Sasuke, what's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that? Do you know what it feels like to be lonely? It's not something you can comprehend from just a few scoldings from parents. With that, Uchiha Sasuke rose, turning his back to Sakura and walking away. Seeing his retreating figure, Sakura seemed to grasp something. Why had he shared those thoughts with her? Sasuke halted and declared, because I despise you. He left without waiting for a response. Sakura stared at his silhouette in disbelief, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had not expected Sasuke to speak to her in such a manner. Why was he reacting this way? She had only been talking about Naruto. Did he truly find her so detestable? Sakura could not comprehend that Sasuke's words extended beyond just her. The reason he trained solely with Naruto was twofold. Naruto possessed formidable strength, and they both shared the experience of being orphans. Furthermore, due to the Uchiha clan's past actions, he had become the target of resentment from the villagers. After the clan's demise, the accumulated animosity of the villagers erupted against him, causing them to shun and revile him. This mirrored Naruto's own plight, and though Sasuke maintained a facade of aloofness, he felt a kinship with Naruto as one of the few who understood his struggles, something Sakura could not fathom. Sasuke departed the rooftop, heading home. He was determined to prepare for the survival exercise the following day, a scenario he wished to avoid failing at all costs. Meanwhile, Naruto returned home, polishing his blade and eagerly anticipating his meal. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Opening it, he found an ANBU member masked and waiting. Who are you? Naruto asked. Curiosity piqued. Come with us. Lord Danzo wishes to see you. See me? Naruto pondered. After all these years, why the sudden summons? There could only be one reason. Danzo had acquired the ability of Konoha Tsukumi. He likely intended to utilize him for some scheme. Excuse me, Yenbyu-san. The third Hokage has already assigned me a Jonin instructor, which makes me his subordinate. If Elder Danzo has other arrangements for me, could you please coordinate with my superior? Alternatively, I can find my supervising instructor, Kakashi-sensei, to discuss this matter with Elder Danzo. If Kakashi-sensei agreed, Naruto would certainly comply with Danzo's tasks. He was dedicated to fulfilling his duties as a Konoha ninja without complaint. Naruto smiled at the ANBU, grateful for his previous experience with civil service interviews. There's no time for pleasantries. Elder Danzo wants you. You must come with me. And if I refuse? Naruto replied, still smiling. Then don't blame me for being forceful. The ANBU lunged forward, attempting to subdue Naruto. Bang! A puff of white smoke erupted from where Naruto stood, and he vanished. Shadow clone. The ANBU squinted, giving chase. Third Hokage, there's a spy in the village attempting to kidnap me. Naruto exclaimed as he reached the Hokage building. Halt! What is happening? The guarding ANBU called out. ANBU-san, look over there. That person is dressed just like you. They're trying to abduct me. I'm terrified. Naruto feigned innocence. The guarding ANBU glanced in that direction and saw another ANBU fleeing upon noticing him. Take him to see the Hokage. I'll pursue that individual. Understood. The ANBU dashed off. Follow me. Another ANBU instructed. Naruto nodded and trailed behind him. Lord Hokage. The two arrived at the Hokage's office. What is going on? Naruto reported. There's a spy in the village impersonating our higher-ups to kidnap me. Where is he? Feishing has already gone after him. Got it. The third Hokage exhaled smoke. Naruto. What happened? Grandpa Hokage, today I returned to school and met my Jonin instructor, Kakashi. He instructed us to prepare for tomorrow's survival exercise. While I was packing at home, someone knocked at the door. When I answered, it was an ANBU who said Elder Danzo wanted to see me. However, Kakashi-sensei had already assigned me a task. I asked him to communicate with Kakashi-sensei first since tomorrow's survival exercise is also a test. I didn't want to experience another failure, so I urged him to talk to Kakashi-sensei. But before I knew it, he charged at me, trying to kidnap me. How did you escape? The third Hokage inquired. I used the shadow clone technique I learned from the sealing book, then utilized the body replacement technique to flee. After escaping, I hurried here. The third Hokage turned to the nearby ENBU. Go fetch Danzo. Yes. The ENBU vanished from the Hokage's office. Moments later, Danzo entered the office. Danzo. The third Hokage began. Naruto claims someone used your name in an attempt to kidnap him. Is that true or false? Not by my order. Danzo replied coolly. Have those impersonating me been captured? The third Hokage glanced at the ANBU. The ANBU knelt, regret evident in his voice. Unfortunately, he got away. Since we didn't catch him, there's no evidence now, Danzo said with indifference. Very well, you may leave. However, this is your final warning regarding this matter. The third Hokage refrained from additional comments. Understood, Danzo acknowledged, turning to depart. As he did, he cast a dark glance at Naruto. Once Danzo left, the third Hokage's demeanor softened. Naruto, rest assured, that ninja is undoubtedly a spy from an enemy nation. I will inform your Jonin instructor. Now, prepare thoroughly for tomorrow's survival exercise. You must strive to become a true ninja. Okay. Naruto smiled, bowed, and exited the Hokage's office. As he stepped out, Naruto's gaze shifted towards Danzo's ancestral home, the core of his operations. The old man could not be left unchecked. Just a little longer, just a little longer. During the Chunin exams, everyone would witness the competition, and that would be my prime opportunity. Chapter 30. The legendary bell snatch of Konoha. As Naruto Uzumaki prepared to return home, a sinister voice suddenly pierced the air. Turning around, he saw Danzo Shimura casting an ominous gaze in his direction. Ah, Elder Danzo, have you not yet returned? Naruto greeted with a smile. Would you be willing to join Root and pledge your loyalty to Konoha? Elder Danzo, I have always been loyal to Konoha, loyal to the village, loyal to the leadership of the third Hokage. Danzo's eyes glinted with a sharp light. Very well. With those words, he turned and departed. Naruto watched his retreating figure, lowering his head slightly as his glasses reflected the sunlight. Danzo, wait for me. The following day, at the break of dawn, Naruto remained in a deep slumber when a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside his door. Groggy-eyed, he shuffled to the door and opened it to see Sasuke Uchiha. What is up? We're meeting at 5. Time is running out. Don't disturb me. I still need to sleep a little longer. Don't drag me down with you. Trust me, go back to sleep for 2 more hours, have breakfast, and then come over. You'll make it in time. Sensei Kakashi said not to eat breakfast. Ignore what that teacher says, trust me. Just go back to sleep for a bit and have a meal first, or you can just sleep on my couch. But Gaia, I have a hard time getting up. Don't interrupt my sleep. Do you want me to beat you? Do you want to spar with me? Bring it on. A hint of determination flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Naruto was at a loss for words, shaking his head in resignation. I'll leave the door open for you. You can either come in and wait while I wake up, and we can have breakfast together, or you can close the door and go wherever you please. With that, Naruto turned back to his room to continue sleeping. After a moment's thought, Sasuke decided to follow Naruto into the room, lying down on the couch and shutting his eyes to rest. Around 7, Naruto groggily arose. Hearing the movement, Sasuke also got up. After tidying themselves, the two descended to the breakfast area. Uncle, I'd like a bowl of lamb soup with 2 portions of lamb, and add 2 packets of instant noodles. Sure. Take a seat. It'll be ready shortly. Sasuke looked at Naruto. Sensei said not to eat. Today a survival exercise will make you sick. You don't understand. A person is like iron, and meals are like steel. Missing one will leave you starving. This lamb soup with noodles is a recipe I shared with the uncle. It tastes fantastic. Perfect for breakfast. Sasuke pondered, but ultimately shook his head. Fine, I'll eat then. Just then, the uncle brought over the lamb soup with noodles, and Naruto began to devour it enthusiastically. After finishing his meal, the two strolled towards the training ground. Upon arrival, they found Sakura already sitting alone on the ground, waiting. Seeing them approach, Sakura appeared somewhat irritated. She quickly ran up to them. Why are you two so late? Naruto chuckled. Because we lost our way on the road of life. That's why we're late. Is that an excuse? Sakura huffed. Don't lead Sasuke astray. Yes, yes. Naruto nodded with a smile. Ugh, that pretentious expression again. Sakura fumed, moving to sit beside Sasuke, her cheeks reddening. Sasuke, I'm sorry about yesterday. Naruto is an orphan. Yet she seemed to forget that Sasuke was one too. However, Sasuke ignored her, sitting quietly on the ground as he awaited the start. Noticing Sasuke's indifference, Sakura bit her lip, sighed, and sat down as well. Good morning, everyone. At that moment, Kakashi finally arrived. Kakashi-sensei, you're so slow. Sakura exclaimed, visibly upset. Sorry. I lost my way on the road of life. Why do you all have the same excuse? Sakura glared at Kakashi. Oh, really? Who else has used my excuse? Who else has used my reasoning? Kakashi looked at Sakura, feigning confusion. Nothing. Sakura, looking exasperated, asked, So, Kakashi-sensei, what is today's exercise? Cough, cough. Kakashi cleared the air of awkwardness and pulled out a clock. We'll set the time for noon. Then he produced 2 bells. Your task today is to seize the bells from me before noon. Those who fail to obtain a bell will miss lunch and be bound to that log over there to watch me eat my bento. Great. Naruto beamed. Sakura and Sasuke wore expressions of distress. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, thinking that he should have just eaten outside. Wait, why are there only 2 bells? Sakura noted the number of bells. Kakashi squinted and smiled. Only 2 means at least one person will be bound to the log, and that person will lose their qualification and be sent back to the academy. At least one, or all of you. You may use any weapon. Kakashi's tone shifted abruptly. If you're not determined to kill me, you won't be able to seize the bells. Naruto stood smiling silently, not uttering a word. Kakashi-sensei, if I use shurikens, you'll be in danger. Sakura continued. Can we begin? Sasuke brandished a kunai. Looks like you're all prepared. Your gazes are sharp. I'm starting to like you. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Kakashi smiled slightly, though his mask concealed his expression from the trio. Now, let the exercise begin. With the command given, Sakura vanished, hiding herself. Ninjas are a type of assassin. When operating as a solo team, it's best to hide immediately, avoiding detection by the enemy, and then launch a surprise attack to eliminate them swiftly. This was a fundamental lesson learned in the Ninja Academy during combat training. Sakura, concealed among dense bushes, let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Kakashi wanted to wait until everyone was ready. Moments ago, she had worried she wouldn't have time to set up an ambush. However, upon surveying the surroundings, her expression suddenly froze. What are those 2 doing? Naruto and Sasuke remained motionless, still confronting Kakashi. Chapter 31. Sasuke gets caught. Hey, why are you copying me? Naruto noticed Sasuke beside him. TCH. Actually, Sasuke's first instinct was to hide, but seeing Naruto standing still made him reconsider. Why aren't you copying me? Me copy you? Naruto couldn't believe his ears. I clearly saw you move, yet you stayed behind. You're the one copying me. I just thought that if you, the idiot, got eliminated, I'd definitely be eliminated too, alongside that annoying Sakura. I'm not angry. I'm humble, gentle, and low-key. Naruto forced a gentle smile. Fine. If you want to stay here, stay here. Not even going to hide. Kakashi squinted, observing the 2 with curiosity. Kakashi-sensei, you're a jonin, even if we hide. Do you think we have any chance? Naruto smiled slightly. However, you cannot just stand confidently before me. Kakashi shook his head and turned to Sasuke. What about you? Rather than dragging someone along, it would be more advantageous for me to collaborate with him. Sasuke, with a stoic expression, replied. Dragging someone down? Kakashi glanced toward the nearby bushes. Are you referring to Sakura? But are you certain that the 2 of you can defeat me? We shall see. Sasuke assumed a fighting stance, but remained motionless. Similarly, Naruto did not budge. Why don't you go? After a moment, Sasuke observed Naruto's lack of movement. You go ahead. Naruto chuckled. I've decided to hide. Bang. No sooner had he spoken than a dull sound echoed, and a cloud of white smoke enveloped the spot where Naruto had stood, causing him to vanish. Sasuke felt a surge of frustration. How infuriating. He had been outsmarted by this guy? Shadow clone. Kakashi watched in astonishment, unable to believe that he had missed it. Sasuke, equally stunned by Naruto's disappearance, thought to himself, how vexing, I've been tricked. Yet, at this point, he had no chance to flee. Sasuke readied himself and hurled shurikens. Kakashi effortlessly leaped aside, evading the projectiles, Truly remarkable. As expected of you. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth. What? A mere genin can utilize such ninjutsu? Does he possess sufficient chakra? Kakashi was taken aback, but he did not cease his movements. Boom. A tremendous explosion occurred as the fireball struck Kakashi's position. As the smoke dissipated, Kakashi had vanished, and Sasuke scanned his surroundings. So fast. Where is he? Left, right? Above. Before he could finish, a voice came from behind him. This is one of the ninja combat techniques, taijutsu. Sasuke initially tried to distance himself, but Kakashi followed closely, launching a taijutsu assault. Although Sasuke was considerably stronger than his peers, he was no match for Kakashi. Seizing the moment, Kakashi transformed his palm into a blade, swiftly knocking Sasuke down. Impressive. Sakura, witnessing this scene, was astounded. That despicable Naruto has sold out Sasuke. Sakura, do you still despise Naruto? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. Is this a clone? No, this is a shadow clone. Kakashi chuckled, forming hand seals. Sakura felt a wave of dizziness. And then Kakashi vanished from her sight, only to suddenly regain her senses. What just happened? Sakura, help me. A voice reached her ears. Turning around, she saw Sasuke, covered in shurikens, blood pooling around him. Upon witnessing this, Sakura fainted instantly. Kakashi, hidden among the trees, observed. Perhaps I have gone a bit too far. I must have frightened the child. But Sakura should have noticed. This is one of the ninja's insights, Genjutsu. However, it is rather disappointing that she fell for such a simple trick. At this moment, Naruto was perched on a sturdy branch, concealed within a barrier created by his shadow clone technique. When he heard the shout, was that Sakura's voice? Not bothering too much, he retrieved a cup from the system space. It seems that teacher 50/50 has been quite harsh on them. I shall brew a cup of black tea. Hearing Sakura's cry, Sasuke glanced around and dashed in a certain direction. Finally awake. Just as Sasuke sought a hiding spot, a voice emerged from behind him. Hearing the sound, Sasuke drew a shuriken and hurled it at Kakashi. A frontal attack is not the way to go. Sasuke smirked, releasing a shuriken in another direction, severing a rope. Instantly, multiple kunai appeared in Kakashi's direction. Not bad, a trap. Kakashi leaped away. Sasuke pressed the advantage, charging forward while Kakashi was airborne, initiating a taijutsu duel, but Kakashi vanished yet again. The ground then began to tremble, and suddenly, a hand shot up from the earth, grasping Sasuke's leg. Earth style. Inner decapitation technique. Sasuke was pulled into the ground, leaving only his head above the surface. Kakashi squatted before him, grinning. One of the ninja combat techniques, ninjutsu. How does it feel to be unable to move? You truly are a genius. Sasuke disdainfully turned his head away. However, there is a saying, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Now, I have caught you. Kakashi then bound Sasuke to 3 logs. Your lunch is gone. The mention of lunch made Sasuke's stomach growl. Kakashi glanced at his watch and surveyed the area. Where is that other kid? Why hasn't he been found? His concealment technique is rather effective. Time is running out. It's time to search for him. No need to look. I'm here. A voice reached Kakashi's ears, and he turned to see Naruto right behind him. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock rang. You certainly know how to hide. Kakashi regarded Naruto. Well said. Quite impressive. I have high hopes for you. Kakashi squinted. You 3 need not return to the Ninja Academy. Have we passed? Sakura exclaimed with excitement. No. You are not worthy of being ninjas. Kakashi's expression suddenly darkened. Do you underestimate ninjas? You do not even comprehend why you are undergoing this division exercise. Hearing this, Sasuke's expression instantly turned grim, but he remained bound to the logs, unable to move, completely helpless. Why is that? Sakura cried out in panic. You don't even know the answer to this test. Do you understand why you 3 were grouped together? This test is about teamwork. Do you understand? If the 3 of you had worked together, perhaps you could have obtained the bells, but alas, it is too late. However, I can give you another chance. Remember, this is the only opportunity. If you cannot succeed or meet the requirements, you should return home. The profession of a ninja is far too perilous for you. Chapter 32. Team 7 One More Chance? Sakura lifted her head to look at Kakashi. Though Sasuke was bound to the post, his eyes brimmed with hope. Only Naruto, wearing a gentle smile, seemed utterly unfazed. Kakashi noticed Naruto's calm expression and felt a strange sensation. Could it be that the teacher's son has seen through this? Thus, he remained so composed? Yes, I have decided to grant you another chance, but this afternoon, the bell-snatching exercise will continue, and it will be even more intense. Do you wish to proceed? We are willing. Sakura was the first to exclaim, we will succeed. Sasuke did not speak, but his eyes conveyed everything. Naruto simply smiled and nodded. All right, those who wish to challenge me must finish their lunch. However, no food for Sasuke, as punishment for being the first captured. If anyone shares their food with him, they will be immediately disqualified. These are my rules, do you understand? If you feed Sasuke, the afternoon exercise will be cancelled, and you will be disqualified. Sakura's face contorted with distress. How can this be? Sasuke is already so hungry. At that moment, Sasuke's stomach growled in agreement. Sakura looked troubled. Naruto, on the other hand, simply smiled and nodded. Well then, I shall seek a place to rest for a while. I shall see you in the afternoon. Remember, should I discover that you have not adhered to my wishes, the consequences will be known to you. In that case, I must thank you for not requiring me to take on students. Kakashi, with a reluctant expression, turned and said as he walked away. Taking on students is the most troublesome. Very well, my dear students, I shall take my leave. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a dull sound echoed, and Kakashi vanished from the spot. Only Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno remained. Gurgle. Sakura's stomach growled once more. She glanced at Sasuke, then at Naruto, ultimately deciding to indulge her appetite. Naruto smiled slightly and looked at Sasuke. What are you staring at? Sasuke retorted defiantly. Despite his outward demeanor, his body remained honest. And his stomach growled again. Do you want to eat? Naruto inquired. I want to eat. This is my only chance. I must become a ninja, and I must kill that man. Sasuke's eyes darkened. All right. Naruto nodded. Wow, this bento is quite lavish. Look at this pork chop, and there's char siu sushi, and even a fried egg. The balance of meat and vegetables is commendable. This little green vegetable is quite refreshing. Let me have a bite of the pork chop first. Oh, and another bite of char siu, paired with fragrant rice. The joy of carbohydrates is beyond your imagination. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke turned his head away. But beside him, Sakura was eating, and her stomach betrayed her with another growl. Naruto, you are insufferable. Sakura glared at him in annoyance. Ignoring Sakura, Naruto extended the bento towards her. Now that Kakashi is not here, you should eat a bit. I can't eat. I cannot be eliminated. Enough. Don't be so stubborn. Otherwise, you won't have the strength this afternoon, and you will be the one holding us back. But if I eat, you will be sent back to the ninja school. So what? I can always take the exam again. Naruto smiled slightly. Kakashi-sensei is not here right now. If you eat quickly, no one will notice. Moreover, didn't you see me have breakfast? A large bowl of lamb soup and 2 packs of instant noodles. I still haven't digested it. But later, if you find yourself lacking strength and hindering us, I will have a headache. Subsequently, Naruto placed the bento on the ground. Seeing this, Sakura's perception of Naruto shifted. He was indeed quite humble. Glancing at her own bento, and then at Sasuke, she gritted her teeth. Sasuke, you can have mine. I'll eat less. This afternoon, when we compete for the bell, you are the main force. I cannot let you lose your strength. A hint of gratitude flickered in Sasuke's eyes, but he awkwardly declared, I can't eat. Then he looked at Naruto. What are you looking at me for? If I untie the rope, it will definitely be noticed. The knots are different. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, then seemed to understand something suddenly. Don't even think about it. I would never feed a man. Sakura, you do it. Upon hearing this, Sakura's face flushed. Are you asking me to feed Sasuke? Who else but you? Naruto smiled slightly. Sakura's face turned red, her heart racing. This Naruto is quite perceptive. Feeding Sasuke is surely my task. Hurry up. Who knows when Kakashi-sensei will suddenly return? Naruto glanced around. Indeed, Kakashi was as elusive as ever. Even though he knew Kakashi was hiding nearby, he had no idea of his exact location. Soon after, Sakura picked up her chopsticks and was about to feed Sasuke a piece of sushi when boom. A loud explosion erupted, sending a cloud of dust into the air. And Sakura was blown away by the blast shockwave, letting out a scream. You lot. Kakashi glared menacingly as he emerged slowly from the dust. Sasuke gritted his teeth, staring at Kakashi, while Naruto placed his hand on the hilt of his blade, maintaining a defensive stance. Kakashi began to form hand signs. Dare to defy my rules? Are you prepared for the consequences? The clear blue sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously. Do you have anything to say? Kakashi glared fiercely at the three before him. Because of me. At that moment, Sasuke's expression turned grave. It was you who said it earlier, so they gave me food. Naruto placed his hand on the hilt of his blade. Kakashi-sensei, you said we are a team of 3. Indeed. Upon hearing Naruto and Sasuke's declarations, Sakura stood up. Sensei, you said we are a team. 3 in a group? Kakashi paused in his hand signs and smiled. You have passed. Passed. Sasuke and Sakura were momentarily stunned, hardly believing their ears. Naruto wore his usual sunny smile, as expected. Yes, you have passed. Kakashi squinted, and the dark clouds above began to dissipate. Sunlight streaming down once more. Kakashi seemed to reminisce. Under my guidance, you were the first group to pass. The previous ones were merely fools who followed my orders. A ninja must see beyond appearances. In the world of ninjas, those who break the rules are scum. But those who do not value their comrades are the scum of scum. Sunlight illuminated his face, casting a golden glow upon him. The exercise is over. Team 7 will commence missions starting tomorrow. Dismissed. Kakashi gave a thumbs up to the 3. Yes. Sakura beamed at her companions. Companions, what a beautiful word. Naruto thought as he returned home, lying on his bed, squinting his eyes, recalling Kakashi's words. However, will this village truly regard you as comrades? Visible betrayal is not terrifying. The truly terrifying thing is the betrayal that remains unseen. Kakashi, if you knew the true cause of your father's death, would you still hold the same beliefs? Chapter 33, C-Rank Mission, Dasna now, let us adjust the equipment. Kakashi wore a serious expression, channel 9527. Sound check. Hello, hello? Sakura confirmed. I can hear you. Alright. Action. Disperse. With Kakashi's command, the 3 vanished from the spot. We found it. Sakura announced. How far is the target? 5 meters. Ready to engage. Sakura focused intently on the thicket. Alright. Engage. Upon hearing Kakashi's order, the 3 charged out together. Sakura rushed toward the target, capturing a small cat from the bushes. Target secured. Sasuke reported through the earpiece. It has a pink bow on its head. Confirm it is the target, little tiger? Yes. It is indeed the target. Sasuke confirmed slowly. Great. Lost pet little tiger. Capture mission complete. Kakashi stepped out, letting out a sigh. You too let a girl charge ahead. Is that really wise? Naruto smiled gently but remained silent, and Sasuke ignored the comment. Sakura laughed awkwardly. It's alright. I like cats too. Since the trio formed, the tasks they received included picking up trash, collecting old televisions, old refrigerators, old washing machines, capturing cats, catching dogs, and delivering mail. Over the course of a week, tasks were divided clearly. Delivering mail and picking up trash went to Naruto, thanks to his shadow clones. Capturing cats and dogs were assigned to Sakura, as girls tend to gravitate towards such tasks, while collecting old appliances fell to Sasuke, as per his own request, since these items were heavy and served as excellent training. The 4 of them returned to the Hokage office with the kitten, where a plump woman immediately snatched the cat from Sakura's hands and began to fawn over it unabashedly. Little tiger, where have you been? Mommy loves you. No wonder this cat ran away. Naruto muttered under his breath. Indeed. Sakura managed a strained smile. Alright, Kakashi-sensei, the mission is complete. In truth, it was reasonable for a Jonin and 3 Genin to accomplish a C-rank mission. Other teams had already ventured to various villages to eradicate bandits, yet only Team 7 remained. This was not due to a lack of strength, but rather a deliberate arrangement by Hiruzen Sarutobi, who wished to avoid any complications involving the 9 Tails. 3rd Hokage. Are there any more suitable missions? They need some training. Although the team had not voiced any complaints, Kakashi, as their teacher, wanted his students to gain better experience. What ulterior motives could Kakashi possibly harbor? Hiruzen glanced at Kakashi, feeling reassured. As the student of the 4th Hokage, he could be considered the person in the village most concerned about Naruto's well-being. Very well. There is a C-rank mission available. If possible, I will entrust it to you. No problem. A C-rank mission should pose no significant issues. Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Bring him in. Hiruzen instructed his secretary. Yes. The secretary exited and soon returned with an elderly man wearing a straw hat, clutching a bottle of sake, and appearing somewhat inebriated. What? Just a bunch of kids? These few youngsters are responsible for my safety? Until the bridge is completed? He took a swig of his drink. The others remained silent while Naruto smiled slightly. Feeling a sense of glee, the first easy target has arrived. Kato, your money is mine. The old man took another sip, his face reddening further. I am Tsunade, a renowned bridge builder. During my time in my homeland, the land of waves, you must protect me with all your might. Kakashi stepped forward, took the mission scroll, and began the necessary documentation. He then looked at the three students and said, "All right, return to rest and prepare your tools. We depart tomorrow." The following day, the group gathered at the village entrance and set off towards their mission. Kakashi engaged Tsunade in conversation, inquiring about the mission's details and sharing basic knowledge about ninja tasks with the three young ones. "Are we there yet?" As they passed a puddle, Naruto grinned and playfully splashed in it while singing, "Splashing water, splashing water." "Naruto, how childish can you be?" Sakura chuckled. Kakashi squinted, a smile appearing beneath his mask. After all, a child is still a child, regardless of how mature they may seem. He opened his eyes and glanced at the puddle. As the group continued onward, Kakashi remained focused on his students. After Naruto and the others passed, the water on the ground began to stir, and a figure bound in iron chains leaped from the puddle with several footprints on his face. Another figure descended from a tree. The two advanced, swiftly ensnaring Kakashi with the chains, which were lined with serrated edges. First one down. One of them sneered, applying pressure, and Kakashi was instantly severed into several pieces. "Kakashi-sensei." Sakura's eyes widened with fear at the sight. Second one. After eliminating Kakashi, the two wasted no time and dashed towards Naruto, intent on ensnaring him. "Naruto." Sakura gasped, covering her mouth, frozen in shock at the gruesome scene before her. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained calm, his eyes closed. These two ninjas were in for a rude awakening. Naruto found himself ensnared by the chains, and the two pulled with force. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the bound Naruto transformed into a cloud of white smoke. Shadow clone. The two assailants exchanged bewildered glances before Naruto leaped down from a tree. The duo exchanged a quick glance and made a beeline for Tsunade. But Naruto appeared before them in an instant. What? The two were taken aback. Naruto made a slight movement, leaving an afterimage in his place. When they saw him again, he was already behind them. Ugh! The two fell to their knees. Incredible! So this is how strong Naruto is. Sakura watched in astonishment. "Kakashi-sensei, I trust you enjoyed the show." After dispatching the two, Naruto turned to a nearby tree. "I can't believe you found me." Kakashi leaped down from the tree. "Well done." "Naruto, I didn't expect your speed to reach such heights." "Just barely," Naruto replied, a pained expression on his face. Kakashi recalled Naruto's recent actions, first using a shadow clone to distract the enemy while he attacked Tsunade, then swiftly moving in front of them and incapacitating the foes in an instant. "I've severed their tendons. Kakashi-sensei, if you have any questions, I'm still a bit unsure. Was it intentional to leave them alive?" Kakashi observed Naruto, who leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Kakashi ignored the fallen assailants and approached Naruto. "Every ninja must endure this trial. It will get easier from here." Naruto wiped his mouth and forced a smile. "I'm fine, Kakashi-sensei." "What an exceptional child." Kakashi regarded Naruto, thinking of Minato. "Your son is truly remarkable. Now it's your turn." Kakashi turned to the incapacitated ninjas on the ground. Naruto lowered his head, wiping his mouth, his expression serious. He had only injured someone. He had not yet truly shed blood, and he felt a weight in his heart that was difficult to bear. Although he had killed a ninja from the land of lightning long ago, that time felt distant. However, there were many of Kato's subordinates. This was a valuable opportunity for training, and he needed to review his skills. Chapter 34, Kakashi's Education. "Sasuke, were you scared just now?" Sakura asked, trembling as she clutched her kunai. "What is there to be afraid of?" Sasuke replied with an uncharacteristic smile. Those two were no match for Naruto. They wouldn't easily kill Kakashi-sensei. Realizing that she was the weakest among them, Sakura felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Forcing herself to stop trembling, she tucked her kunai into her tool pouch and nodded slightly. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder. Turning, she found Naruto smiling brightly at her. "Sakura, don't overthink it. You'll gradually get used to it." "Actually, Sasuke and I were startled too, but we're teammates. Trust me, if I or Sasuke were in danger, you would overcome your fear and protect us." "Really?" Sakura looked at Naruto helplessly. "Of course. Just ask Sasuke bro." Just as he mentioned Sasuke bro, Naruto sensed a cold glare and quickly changed his wording. Hearing Naruto's words, Sakura cast a hopeful glance at Sasuke. He nodded in response to her gaze. Seeing Sasuke's reaction, Sakura's expression gradually improved. "Hey, have you three finished chatting?" Come over and help me move some things. Kakashi called from a distance. Coming. Naruto replied as he ran toward Kakashi, followed closely by Sasuke. The two of them dragged the incapacitated brothers to a nearby tree. Ugh. The two were left unable to move, their tendons severed by Naruto, and were propped against the tree, suffering further injuries. I have a few questions for you. Kakashi disregarded the ghost brothers and instead turned his gaze towards Dazna. You two are Chunin from the Hidden Mist, renowned for fighting to the bitter end, no matter the cost. At that moment, one of the ghost brothers, enduring pain, inquired, how can you see through our movements? It hasn't rained at all along the way. The weather is clear. There shouldn't be any puddles on the road. You clearly know, so why let the children take action? Dazna's expression turned grave. If I wished, I could eliminate these two in an instant for two reasons. First, to assess my students' abilities. They are ninjas, albeit mere genin, but they will inevitably face such situations. Second, I must ascertain the enemy's true objective. You haven't been truthful, you've merely mentioned protection against thieves or bandits. However, the involvement of ninjas indicates a B-rank mission or higher. While it appears you have your reasons for concealing the truth, a false commission is also burdensome for us. Let us abandon this. The current task has exceeded our limits. Sakura felt a pang of fear. They had encountered Chunin right from the start. What else might follow? At that moment, Naruto stepped forward with a slight smile. Kakashi-sensei, look at this old man. He must genuinely be in trouble. Why not lend him a hand? Although I am still weak, I still wish to assist him as part of my training. If they did not proceed to the Land of Waves, his plans would be thwarted, prompting Naruto to urge them onward. Sasuke followed suit. Kakashi-sensei, I concur with Naruto. Such ninjas pose no threat to us, and I also wish to continue. I desire to grow stronger. Sakura, momentarily taken aback, felt compelled to join her companions. Kakashi-sensei, I too wish to continue. It is rare to encounter such a mission. Please. All right. Since you insist, we shall proceed. Kakashi expressed his satisfaction with their resolve, then turned his attention to the two on the ground. Now that we have made our decision, I will teach you well. For missions of B rank and above, the first priority is to gather intelligence. Kakashi slowly approached, squatting before the ghost brothers. I presume you are aware of your predicament, so it would be wise to cooperate. You should recognize our masks. If you do, you should be familiar with the rules of the Hidden Mist's assassination squad. With that, Kakashi suddenly produced a sharp kunai. In an instant, a glimmer flashed, and the eyes of Ghost Brother A widened as a vivid, slender wound appeared on his neck. Upon hearing the prompt, Naruto clenched his teeth, recalling that he still possessed the shattering jewel. It had been nearly a decade since he had last utilized it. It seemed that as long as he was near a freshly deceased individual, he could collect souls, thus enabling significant upgrades. As blood began to pour from the wound on Ghost Brother A's neck, his pupils dilated, and he gradually ceased struggling, his bulging eyes fixed intently on Naruto, seemingly refusing to close in death. Noticing the terror in Sakura's gaze, Naruto too looked at the corpse with alarm. After eliminating one of the ghost brothers, Kakashi turned to observe his students' reactions. Aside from Sasuke, both Naruto and Sakura appeared profoundly frightened. Kakashi shook his head and looked at Sasuke. Aren't you afraid? If you had witnessed your entire clan perish before your eyes, you would not fear. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Naruto, Sakura, I understand that you are struggling to adapt, but as ninjas, taking lives is a commonplace occurrence. To become powerful ninjas, you must overcome this hurdle. If you cannot, you might as well return home. I do not wish for my students to falter in battle and be slain in turn. Sensing the emotions of the two, Kakashi furrowed his brow. Kakashi-sensei, I understand. I will strive to adapt. Naruto swallowed hard, his eyes filled with determination. I will adapt as well. Sakura forced her trembling voice to steady as she spoke slowly. Kakashi nodded, then formed hand seals to cast an illusion technique, acquiring the intelligence he sought. He then turned to Dazna. Mr. Dazna, I require an explanation. An explanation for what? Dazna stammered, his face a mask of embarrassment, averting his gaze from Kakashi. We have resolved to assist you. Please do not withhold information concerning the mission. Let me be direct. Who is Kato? How many men does he command? True to the reputation of the Blood Mist ninjas, a Chunin had forcibly severed his own spirit and committed suicide under Kakashi's genjutsu, leaving only 2 words, Kato. Now, there was no choice but to press Dazna for answers. Who is Kato? Kakashi inquired, looking at Dazna, who remained silent. To my knowledge, there is a well-known merchant named Kato in maritime trade, one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. Surely you cannot mean him? Dasna continued to remain mute. Kakashi sighed. Mr. Dasna, we have made an exception to continue this mission. Thus, we must be informed about its particulars. If you refuse to cooperate, we will truly find it difficult to proceed and may have to abandon the task. At the mere mention of abandoning the mission, Dasna's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and his body began to tremble. Gritting his teeth, he finally spoke. I will tell you, I did not expect you to discover his name. Kato is a demon. Yes, he is the same Kato you speak of. Though he presents himself as a merchant, he engages in unspeakable dealings behind the scenes, colluding with various thugs and rogue ninjas to covertly swallow up other enterprises, even small nations. Kakashi appeared resigned. I cannot believe it is truly him. Dasna then began to recount his tale. A year ago, that man set his sights on the land of waves. Everyone listened intently, including Naruto. However, while Kato was indeed malevolent, how virtuous was Dasna in comparison? Although he sought to restore the former prosperity of the land of waves, he had misreported the mission's rank. His intentions might have been noble, yet should that justify risking the lives of foreign ninjas? Was this not a form of selfishness in disguise? Had it not been for Kakashi's team, what fate would befall the other teams assigned to this mission? Were it not for the purpose of honing his skills, Naruto would not have agreed to assist him. I know this is my fault. My death is of little concern. However, the struggles of the people of the land of waves will plunge them into endless suffering. I have spoken my piece. If you abandon the mission, I will not hold it against you. This is not your fault. Do not bear any guilt. No one will blame you. Naruto rolled his eyes internally. Here we go. The moral coercion had begun. Nonetheless, for my own sake, I shall allow you to bind me today. Indeed, the power of moral coercion was astonishing. Kakashi felt helpless. While Sakura and Sasuke wore expressions of sympathy, Kakashi-sensei, let this be a trial for our Team 7. As everyone found themselves at an impasse, Naruto Uzumaki, wearing a gentle smile, stepped forward. I have heard that the Chunin exams are about to commence. If we do not expedite our training, we will soon be surpassed. The path of a ninja is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they regress. What are your thoughts? Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, who were also team members, thus entitled to choose whether to continue or withdraw. Naruto speaks the truth. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke also stepped forward. Kakashi-sensei, let us accept this mission. This is our class's first C-rank task, and now it has escalated to B rank. I do not wish to relinquish it so easily. Sakura, looking at Sasuke and Naruto, concurred, let us proceed with the mission. Observing this, Kakashi smiled slightly. However, this mission has been upgraded to B rank, involving combat with ninjas. Even I cannot guarantee your safety. Are you still resolute in your decision to continue? Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura nodded in agreement. Since you are prepared, we shall set forth. It seemed they had successfully evoked sympathy. Fortunately, that bespectacled boy appeared quite amiable. Now, the bridge in the land of waves was of utmost importance. Dasna felt a sense of relief as he continued to lead the way. Kakashi glanced back at the other fallen brother of the demon, casually tossing a shuriken that struck true to his forehead, and then followed suit. While a ninja's body is indeed a vast treasure, it pertains to the strong. In the case of a Chunin like him, aside from intelligence, there was little worth gleaning from him. It was better to eliminate him to prevent the enemy from gaining another ally. The fog was so dense that visibility was severely limited. Sakura frowned. At that moment, the group sat in a boat, traversing a lake toward the land of waves. Despite the clear weather, a thick fog blanketed the lake. After drifting for quite some time, the boatman finally spoke. We should be able to see the bridge soon. Follow it, and you will soon reach the land of waves. The group looked ahead, and through the heavy mist, they could faintly discern a grand, albeit incomplete, bridge, accompanied by stopped cranes, concrete mixers, and heaps of construction materials. How magnificent! The fog is overwhelming. Sakura exclaimed, rising to her feet. Hey, be a little quieter. The boatman suddenly broke into a cold sweat. I only dared to take the boat out in this fog, and I even turned off the engine to paddle. If those guys notice us, it would be disastrous. Kakashi cast a glance at Dasna, who lowered his head. Before long, they reached the shore and began their trek toward the land of waves. Along the path, Kakashi suddenly sensed something. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, protect Mr. Dasna. Understood. Sasuke replied coolly, drawing a kunai and standing guard. while Sakura shielded Dasna, scanning their surroundings. Naruto squinted in one direction, retrieving a shuriken and launching it forth. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flew, and the shuriken was deflected. Not good. Get down. Kakashi shouted, swiftly pushing Dasna to the ground. Sasuke and Sakura complied, dropping to the ground. Naruto, get down. Kakashi lifted his head slightly, seeing Naruto still standing there, and yelled loudly. Sasuke and Sakura widened their eyes in alarm. Here it comes. Naruto smiled faintly, a shadow flashing as he evaded the incoming strike with remarkable speed. What astonishing speed! Kakashi marveled at Naruto. A dull thud resounded as a great sword struck a tree, and a dark figure perched upon its hilt. A somber voice followed. Well, young one, impressive speed indeed, and your shuriken is formidable. Had it not been interrupted, I might have sustained an injury. The group's expressions turned grave as they looked up to see a man with bandages wrapped around his face. Kakashi's countenance hardened upon recognizing the newcomer. Isn't this the rogue ninja of the mist, Zabuza Momochi? As he spoke, his hand instinctively moved to cover his left eye with the forehead protector. It was none other than the Sharingan of Kakashi. Sasuke, hearing that name, was momentarily stunned, casting a complex glance at Kakashi. No wonder the assassination attempt by the demon brothers failed. I do not wish to fight you. Could you kindly hand over that old man behind you? Zabuza's tone was dark as he regarded them, seemingly implying that if Kakashi did not acquiesce, he would resort to force. Chapter 36. Hitting without striking the face, form a protective formation around Mr. Dasna. Kakashi commanded, his expression serious as he kept his eyes fixed on Zabuza's every movement. In this battle, you are not to intervene. That would constitute the best team collaboration. Kakashi was well aware of Zabuza's notorious reputation. Straightening his forehead protector, he revealed his scarred left eye, which, upon opening, displayed a striking crimson hue. 3 Tomo. Sakura gazed at that eye in shock. Sasuke, filled with mixed emotions, pondered. What is the meaning of this? The Sharingan is a rare gift in our Uchiha clan. What connection does he have with us? Oh, I did not expect to see the legendary Sharingan so soon. I am truly honored. Zabuza gazed down at them. During my time in the assassination unit, your dossier was meticulously detailed in the manual. You are the copy ninja, Kakashi, who has replicated over 1,000 jutsu. With that, Zabuza began forming hand seals, and gradually, the surroundings were engulfed by thick fog. Ninja art, hidden mist technique. Zabuza's figure vanished into the mist, leaving no trace. Sakura dropped to her knees. Such a powerful killing intent. Sasuke, his face pale with fear, thought, is this the aura of a Jonin? I once believed I had grown stronger, yet merely breathing, blinking, could lead to my demise. If I remain here for too long, who knows what might become of me? It was a feeling of having one's life grasped by another. Better to face this than to linger in uncertainty. Sasuke slowly raised his kunai. Sasuke, do not worry. A hand rested on his. Turning slowly, he saw only Naruto, who gazed at him with warmth. Rest assured, with Kakashi-sensei here, we will be safe. Just as he finished speaking, Naruto's expression shifted. Naruto is right. Kakashi turned, offering a slight smile. I will never allow my comrades to be slain. Is that so? You are quite confident, little boy. Believing that evading one of my casual strikes grants you the right to boast? Zabuza suddenly materialized between the three of them. It is over. Kakashi reacted with lightning speed, pivoting to draw his kunai, swiftly approaching Zabuza and stabbing toward his abdomen. Yet, not a drop of blood spilled. All that flowed was water. As Zabuza's figure reappeared behind Kakashi. Sensei, behind you. Sakura exclaimed urgently. Watch out. Zabuza swung his massive blade, cleaving Kakashi in two. However, this body was merely a water clone. It is over. Kakashi stood behind Zabuza, his kunai pointed at his throat. Ha! Did you truly think it was over? Do you believe such tricks can defeat me? Zabuza laughed heartily. However, you are rather impressive. You managed to replicate my water clone, allowing that clone to say some nonsensical words to distract me while you hid away, keeping your eyes on me. But, Kakashi, another Zabuza appeared behind him. I am not so easily dealt with. With that, he kicked Kakashi into the water. Kakashi emerged from the water, exclaiming, something feels amiss. This water is exceedingly heavy. Of course, foolish one, it is the water prison technique. Behind him, Zabuza's figure reappeared. This was disastrous. Suddenly, a wall of water materialized around Kakashi, enveloping him entirely. You've taken the bait. Ha ha ha, this is a specially crafted cage. If you were still able to move. it would be quite difficult for me to strike. Zabuza maintained the water prison with one hand, then turned to Kakashi, saying, "Now, Kakashi, I shall settle the score with you shortly, but first, I must eliminate those nuisances." Water clone technique. Another Zabuza emerged on the lake's surface before Naruto and the others. A true ninja is one who constantly dwells in the realm between life and death. Only those who can be inscribed in my manual are worthy of the title ninja. You lack the qualifications. Merely worthless little brats. Boom. A dull sound echoed as Naruto was sent flying. Naruto! Sakura screamed in horror. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, felt his rage surge. You all must escape with Mr. Tsunade. You stand no chance against him. As long as I remain trapped in this water prison, he cannot leave. If the water clones stray too far from their master, they cannot be sustained. Hurry and flee. It's futile. Sasuke fixed his gaze on Zabuza. If you perish, even if we escape now, he will pursue and kill us. The only way is to rescue you. Sasuke was the first to strike, throwing a few shuriken before charging forward. Among his peers, he was among the top, yet at this moment, no matter how skilled he was, how could he possibly contend with Zabuza? A casual blow sent Sasuke flying, truly seeking death. Kakashi, it must be quite troubling to have such subordinates. To die at my hands would be their fortune. Naruto, Sasuke. Though Sakura had not suffered any attacks, she was paralyzed by the killing intent radiating from the Jounin. Ugh! A faint groan captured everyone's attention. Naruto, who had been lying on the ground, slowly stood up. Oh, not dead yet. Zabuza mused, such a resilient little brat. Naruto turned, his expression calm as he regarded Zabuza. Naruto, Sakura called out. No. However, Sasuke noticed something different. What? Sakura looked at Sasuke, perplexed. Look at Naruto. This is the first time I've seen such an expression. Sakura turned to Naruto, observing his vacant gaze and calm demeanor, which was unlike the Naruto she knew. No matter how others insulted him, he would always smile humbly and gently. But now, kid, what does that look in your eyes mean? You just hit me in the face, didn't you? Naruto stated flatly. Did I? I forgot. But even if I did hit you, what of it? Swish. A blur passed by. The next moment, Naruto's blade pierced Zabuza's body, and water began to flow from the wound, signaling the dissolution of the water clone. Then, Naruto turned to the surface of the lake, where the real Zabuza was still ensnared. Have you ever heard the saying, don't hit someone in the face? No sooner had he spoken than Naruto's figure vanished again, appearing right behind the real Zabuza. Destruction of the third path, Azure Flame Fall. A blazing inferno shot from Naruto's hand, racing towards Zabuza. What a powerful ninjutsu. Can a mere Chunin wield such a technique? To evade the attack, Zabuza withdrew his hand from the water prison, allowing Kakashi to escape. Damn brat. I will slay you. Who do you intend to slay? Fire at him, sharpshooter. A voice reached Zabuza's ears, and looking down, he saw Naruto not far away. Not only that, but Naruto had plunged his knife into his own abdomen. Blood oozing from the wound. Was it an illusion? Why did it seem that the knife had grown considerably longer? Zabuza gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. Ugh! Before he could utter another word, he felt warmth on his face, then was hurled away, crashing onto the shore. A figure descended from the sky, landing atop him. Fists clenched, relentlessly pummeling his face. Take that for hitting my face. You thought you could strike my face? Huh. Today, if I don't beat you to the point where even your mother wouldn't recognize you, my name is Uzumaki. Naruto yelled, raining punches down on Zabuza, tearing apart the bandages that clung to his face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Still calling me a worthless brat? Who the hell do you think you're looking down on? I've bottled this up for years. You're just unlucky. Sakura and Kakashi stared in shock at Naruto. Was this the gentle and humble Naruto? Had he gone mad from being struck? Hey Naruto, stop hitting him. Kakashi stepped forward, attempting to restrain Naruto, but to his surprise, Naruto's strength was overwhelming, and Kakashi failed to hold him back. Alright, Naruto, don't hit him anymore. He'll die? Huff. Naruto exhaled deeply. After all these years, he had indeed been penned up. Although he had the Bleach template, no one had bullied him. After playing this role for so long, if he didn't vent a little, he could easily fall ill. After catching his breath, he looked around and saw Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke gaping at him. Naruto immediately flashed a humble smile, scratching the back of his head. Kakashi-sensei, you're okay? I'm so sorry. I don't know why this guy kept slamming his face into my fist. Haha, I believe you not. Kakashi and Sakura thought simultaneously. Naruto's face is off limits. However, Sasuke gritted his teeth in silence. Faced with Zabuza, he had no means of resistance, yet Naruto was seated atop him. Though he had exhausted much chakra, Zabuza was still a jounin. Naruto, just how strong are you? Chapter 37. Mizuki Hakuho, my face is only for the ladies to kiss. Do you think I have no temper? How dare you strike my face? Bah. After the encounter, Naruto stood up. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Kakashi awkwardly smiled. Naruto, that ninjutsu you just used, and that suddenly elongated knife? Oh, it's a technique I developed myself, inspired by Sasuke's fireball technique. However, its power isn't that great. It merely appears impressive due to my abundant chakra. It's all just a facade. As for that knife, it's merely a tool I saved up to buy. Naruto replied with a gentle smile, unintentionally kicking Zabuza, who lay on the ground. You've made a fool of me. Seeing Zabuza's pig-headed state, Naruto delivered another kick, flipping him over. Then he turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, what were you asking me earlier? That knife? It's just a tool I bought. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tsunade watched in astonishment, as if struck by lightning. Inner thoughts. Kakashi, Naruto has endured bullying from the villagers for so long. It's good that he finally vented. Lord Minato, your son is truly remarkable. A genius. Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, how much have you hidden during our battles? Damn, just how strong are you? Haruno Sakura, is this how a good-natured person reacts when enraged? It seems we can no longer bully good-natured people. I must go back and tell them not to bully Naruto anymore. Tsunade, is this what battles between ninjas look like? They should no longer hold a grudge against me for fabricating the mission report. Let's not provoke them further. I will return to consult with the villagers and ensure that their mission commissions are fully compensated. Just then, a groan reached everyone's ears. How infuriating. I have underestimated you. Zabuza, the struggling figure on the ground exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei, what shall we do? Naruto glanced at Kakashi, for he still wished to spare Zabuza's life. If he perished, then Kato would surely hide away, and that would mean losing a lucrative opportunity. Hurry, get over here and save him. Such a person should simply be eliminated. Kakashi retrieved his kunai and approached Zabuza slowly. At that moment, Kakashi abruptly turned his head. Several Senbon needles flew in from a distance, forcing Kakashi to dodge urgently. The needles struck Zabuza's neck with deadly precision. Haha, he is truly dead. A voice pierced through the air. When they looked up, a masked figure stood on a branch, gazing down at them. Finally, you have arrived. Naruto smiled slightly, recognizing the figure as Mizuki-bai. Kakashi gradually rose to his feet and leapt to Zabuza's side, checking for a pulse on his neck, finding no signs of life. Indeed, he was utterly lifeless. Kakashi's expression turned grave as he regarded Mizuki-bai. I jumped down from the tree and bowed to Kakashi, saying, I am truly grateful to you. I have been waiting for the opportunity to eliminate Zabuza directly. Kakashi's expression remained serious. That mask indicates you are a pursuing ninja from the Mist Village, am I correct? As expected from you. Mizuki-bai straightened up. You certainly know a great deal. What is a pursuing ninja? Dasna asked with curiosity. A pursuing ninja, Sakura explained, is one who specializes in tracking down rogue ninjas like Zabuza, who, for various reasons, turn against their own ninja village and defect. Their role is to eliminate these rogue ninjas to prevent the leakage of village secrets. So that is how it is. Dasna felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. The world of ninjas was indeed terrifying. She speaks the truth, Mizuki-bai stated calmly. I am tasked with hunting down rogue ninjas as a member of the Mist Village's pursuit unit. Kakashi regarded Mizuki-bai with astonishment, judging by his voice. He appeared to be of similar age to Naruto and Sasuke, yet he was a pursuing ninja. This was no ordinary individual. Thank you for your assistance. Mizuki-bai said as he approached Zabuza's body and hoisted him onto his back. I must swiftly dispose of this corpse. After all, it harbors too many secrets. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Then, I shall take my leave. Mizuki-bai raised 2 fingers and vanished from sight. After his departure, Kakashi exhaled a sigh of relief. Our mission is not yet over. We must ensure Mr. Dasna reaches home safely. Dasna chuckled heartily. I sincerely apologize, everyone. Upon our return to the village, I will ensure the commissions are fully compensated. Please, let us all relax at my home. All right, let us continue on our way. Kakashi smiled and turned to lead the group forward. However, after taking a single step, he collapsed. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura and Sasuke rushed to his side. Naruto slapped his forehead, exclaiming, As expected of you. This is utterly pathetic. I finished the fight for you. and yet you still end up incapacitated. What is wrong with Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke inquired. I have no idea. Naruto scratched the back of his head, a worried expression on his face. Let me take a look. Dazna approached and began to examine Kakashi. Mr. Dazna, do you have any medical knowledge? Sakura asked anxiously. The land of waves is quite poor. Whenever the workers fall ill or get injured, I tend to them. Dazna explained. After my examination, there is no need for concern. He is merely fatigued after that intense battle. Just take him home and allow him to rest properly. All right, let us go, Naruto said as he moved forward. Sasuke, would you kindly carry Kakashi-sensei? Wait a moment, why must it be me? Oh, I can't do it. Naruto replied, looking utterly drained. I exhausted too much energy during the fight. I'm so tired. Sasuke's expression darkened. Dazna chuckled awkwardly. I'll help you. Let us take turns carrying him. By the time they arrived at Dazna's home, it was already deep into the night. A woman opened the door. Everyone, this is my daughter, Dazna exclaimed with joy. Quickly, help me bring him inside. The woman immediately responded, catching Kakashi while Sasuke assisted her in carrying Kakashi to a room. Thank you all for your hard work today. Dazna smiled. The rooms are prepared. Please rest for the night. Exhausted from the day's events, they each retired to their respective rooms to rest. Lying in bed, Naruto gazed out at the moonlight and smiled. System activate. Bring up the panel. Let me see. Host. Uzumaki Naruto age. 12 years abilities. Uzumaki physique. Source of Ashura's power. Wind release chakra. Water release chakra swordsmanship. Intermediate death god-s sword technique. Shuinpa. Intermediate death god-s body technique. Kido. Intermediate Bakudo, Hado, and Riiryo. 3 types. Bakudo for attack, Hado for sealing, and Riiryo for healing. Being intermediate. It can be instant cast below level 55 and requires incantation from level 55 to 70. Zanpakutō ability. Hyoka Suigetsu, compatibility 70, manipulation of the 5 senses. Ryujin Jaka, unreleased, compatibility 7, God Spear compatibility 75 template. Sosuke Aizen, adaptability, unlock level 37. Incomplete Hōgyoku. Break all cultivation barriers due to its incompleteness. Absorbing souls can render it a complete Hōgyoku. Current progress, 0.0001. Spiritual barrier, Captain. This is exceedingly challenging to cultivate. Observing the panel's attributes, it is apparent that both the Zanpakutō and the template become progressively harder to train. It takes thousands of attempts to make even the slightest progress. I must devise a strategy. I have also learned the shadow clone technique, but I wonder if it will be of any use. The most troublesome aspect is the Hōgyoku. It feels like a distant goal. Counting on my fingers, I must have absorbed at least 10 souls to achieve this little progress. Advancing my spiritual power is truly arduous. I cannot afford to neglect my chakra. Fortunately, I possess the Uzumaki physique and the nurturing of the 9 tails, so chakra cultivation should not pose much of an issue. As for the Hōgyoku, I shall take my time. I refuse to believe I cannot attain it. Chapter 38. Chasing the Sparrow in the Land of Waves, outside Dazna's house. A commotion ensued. Are they truly here to protect us? Indeed. But they are merely children. Can they manage? Not just any children. They are ninjas. During this time, different individuals came daily to observe Kakashi and the others, but Dazna intercepted them all. How long has it been? Kakashi, lying in bed, slowly opened his eyes. Kakashi-sensei. You're awake. Naruto approached with a slight smile. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura and Sasuke entered as well. How long have I been unconscious? Kakashi rubbed his throbbing head. Not long at all. Just a full day? Sakura checked the time. Kakashi pondered the events of yesterday, his expression growing serious. I can't shake this feeling of unease. What is it? Sasuke asked, puzzled. Typically, even the assassination unit only brings back the heads of rogue ninjas. But the problem lies in the weapons used by that young assassin. They were Senbon. Sasuke recalled, and suddenly his expression hardened. That's right, just ordinary Senbon. Could it be yes? You guessed correctly. What are you talking about? Dazna inquired with curiosity. Zabuza might still be alive. What? Sakura exclaimed in shock. That can't be true. Kakashi-sensei, didn't you confirm it yourself? Kakashi's tone was serious. Indeed, I did confirm it, but I fear it may be a state of feigned death. He took Zabuza's body intact when he could have merely severed his head. Furthermore, using a low lethality technique. It seems that the boy's intention was not to kill Zabuza, but rather to rescue him. Could it be that you're overthinking this? Dazna trembled, recalling Zabuza's terrifying presence. which he had witnessed firsthand. With the addition of that boy, this could become perilous. Do not worry, Naruto said with a gentle smile. Even if Zabuza is alive, he will need several days to recuperate. By then, Kakashi-sensei, you should have recovered as well, right? Don't just rely on me. Starting tomorrow, I'll give you all some solid lessons. That should be of some use. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Due to overexerting his Sharingan, he would need a few days to recover, so he intended to fulfill his role as a teacher during his downtime. Zabuza was defeated by Naruto, right? Sakura murmured in response to Kakashi's words. That is true, but it also required Kakashi to exhaust Zabuza's stamina for us to have a chance. Sasuke nodded. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's forehead twitched in frustration. How outrageous. After their training session, the group returned home for a meal. Naruto, how did you train so effectively? Can you share your secrets with me? During this period, under Kakashi's guidance, both Sasuke and Sakura had made significant progress. Yet every time Sasuke thought he had caught up with Naruto, he fell short during demonstrations, as Naruto seemed to intentionally outshine him. For instance, when it came to chakra tree climbing, Sakura had mastered her control effortlessly. After a few failures, Naruto quickly grasped the technique. However, Sasuke, despite numerous attempts, still could not reach the top of the tree. This led to increasing frustration for Sasuke, compelling him to set aside his pride and seek advice from Naruto. What secrets could there possibly be? Naruto chuckled softly. You saw my learning process. It was the same training as yours. Just practice more, and you'll catch up in no time. Why not ask Sakura? She was the first to complete it among us. Damn it. Sasuke shot a glare at Sakura before storming out, heading into the woods to practice alone. Sasuke. Sakura stood, worry etched on her face as she followed him. Kakashi watched Naruto with an exasperated expression. With his keen eye, he could easily see that Naruto's strength had already surpassed Sasuke's by a considerable margin. I'm full. After Sasuke and Sakura left, Naruto stretched lazily. Kakashi-sensei, I'm going out for a stroll and to train a bit more. Very well. Go ahead. Train hard. If Zabuza is still alive, then the boy accompanying him will be your opponent. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction, reflecting on how some individuals, despite their innate talent, often neglect hard work, making success elusive. Understood. Naruto smiled. Stepping outside, he slowly made his way into the woods, scanning his surroundings for any signs of life. The moonlight reflected off his glasses. It's time. A faint blue glow enveloped his body. Heart of the south, eye of the north, fingertips of the west, toes of the east, gather with the wind, disperse the rain. Binding technique 58, chase the sparrow. Chase the sparrow, a unique binding technique, was designed to sense the opponent's spiritual pressure and track their location. Although Zabuza lacked spiritual energy, Naruto possessed it. On the day he fought Zabuza, he had embedded his spiritual energy into Zabuza's soul. This would not cause any substantial harm, but would enable him to sense Zabuza's presence. On this dark, windy night, Naruto smiled faintly. I found you. He then vanished from sight. In the shadowy woods, amidst towering trees, hung a honeycomb-like structure. This was Zabuza's hideout. At that moment, Zabuza lay in bed, his wounds significantly healed, while Haku sat quietly beside him. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a small man wearing sunglasses entered, followed by two subordinates. Upon seeing Zabuza lying in bed, he smirked derisively. I didn't expect even you to return empty-handed. The ninjas of the Land of Water are truly worthless, unable to clean up after their own subordinates, while claiming to be formidable. You can't even handle a mere child. The newcomer was none other than Kato. Zabuza remained silent, but Haku could no longer contain himself and stood up, prompting his two subordinates to assume a defensive stance. We're all allies. Why the hostility? Kato chuckled as he approached. We're all familiar with each other, so why not speak? What's wrong with a few words? As he spoke, he reached out to rip the bandages from Zabuza's face. Wait. Don't. At that moment, Kato's expression changed dramatically as Haku seized his wrist. Haku's eyes were filled with lethal intent. Do not touch Zabuza with your filthy hands. The two subordinates quickly drew their blades, advancing, but after a moment, they hesitated, paralyzed with fear as Haku stood between them, brandishing a needle aimed at their throats. You'd better stand down. I am not in a good mood. Freed from Haku's grip, Kato glared furiously at him. Remember this. If you fail again, there will be no refuge for you here, and you won't earn a single coin. Let us go. With that, Kato turned to leave with his subordinates. Leaving? Where do you think you're going? Just then, a voice rang out, echoing throughout the room. Who is it? Kato quickly turned towards the source of the voice, while his subordinates drew their blades once more. Zabuza leapt from the bed, kunai in hand, and Haku stood ready, both on high alert. Fortune favors me. I initially intended for Zabuza to guide me to you, but here you are, making things easier. By the way, about the money you mentioned earlier, where is it? A figure gradually emerged, revealing a black-haired child wearing glasses. It's you. Chapter 39. Confrontation with Zabuza. It's you. Zabuza glared furiously at the newcomer. Oh, you've healed quite well. It appears true ninjas have remarkable recovery abilities. After I turned you into a mess, you've bounced back in just a few days. The visitor was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Haku. Upon hearing his name, Zabuza immediately grasped his sword, glaring at Naruto. Haku, upon hearing Zabuza call his name, promptly jumped out the window while Kato's two subordinates positioned themselves protectively in front of him. You little brat, I underestimated you. I didn't think you could find this place. Zabuza aimed his sword at Naruto. There's no need to be so tense. I came alone. Today. I'm not here to fight you, Naruto said with a smile, drawing his sword and turning to Kato. I'm here primarily for you. So, you're the ninja sent by Dazna's group? Kato sneered. Just a little brat. Kill him. At Kato's command, one of the subordinates, wielding a blade, approached Naruto while sneering. You think that toy sword will kill me? How unfortunate. The world of ninjas is brutal, not a place for a baby like you. The subordinate charged directly at Naruto Uzumaki, showing no mercy simply because he was a child. Naruto shook his head, muttering, Indeed, what a scum. In this world, there are always those who live solely to squander resources. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind the subordinate. Clang. The weapon fell to the ground. Gah! The subordinate knelt, one hand clutching his throat, the other pressed tightly against his mouth, but could not prevent the crimson blood from flowing forth, spilling from his lips and the wound on his neck. Kato witnessed this scene and was struck with fear, collapsing to the ground. Zabuza's eyes widened in shock. The boy's instantaneous movement was astonishingly swift, leaving even him unable to perceive it clearly. At that moment, Haku returned, stating, Zabuza-sensei, he is alone. There is no one else around. Little brat, I admit you possess talent, but to dare come here alone, do you underestimate me? The demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi? Be quiet. I will deal with you shortly. Naruto's expression became placid as he turned towards the prostrate Kato. My dear friend, I do not know how much that group of fools from the land of waves offered you, but I, Kato, am willing to pay tenfold. Tenfold. A hint of disdain flickered in Naruto's eyes, yet a smile remained on his face. Your life is worth much more than that, isn't it? What do you want? Kato gritted his teeth, realizing that he would have to bleed for this. How about this? You hand over your entire fortune, and I shall spare you. All my fortune? Kato looked at Naruto incredulously. Impossible. In this world, nothing is truly impossible. The man who died moments ago uttered a phrase I find quite appealing. The world of ninjas is indeed cruel. Naruto chuckled softly. The last person to say that before me is now buried beneath a mound of grass. Allow me to teach you something. The most agonizing experience for a person is dying with unspent wealth. If you are alive, you can earn back your money. If you are dead, everything ends. Kato, with reluctance, turned to Zabuza, saying, Zabuza-sensei, double the price we agreed upon. Spare my life. The amount Kato originally offered was already exorbitant. Doubling it would equal the reward for multiple S-rank missions. Remember your words. Should you dare deceive me, I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. Zabuza's voice turned icy as he advanced towards Naruto. Seeing Zabuza approach, Kato whispered something to his remaining subordinate, who nodded and quietly slipped away. Your caretaker has come to feed you again. Caretaker? Zabuza frowned at the term, feeling as though he had been reduced to a mere pet of Kato's. Unhappy? Just a morsel and you rush forward. What difference is there between you and a dog? The essence of a ninja is to be a tool. Did you not accept payment from Dazna to protect him? Hearing this, Naruto burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Haku eyed Naruto warily. Is it not true? I, Naruto Uzumaki, have no need to explain my actions to you. Naruto's demeanor shifted to one of calm indifference. Step aside. You are not my target. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Zabuza could no longer contain himself. Brat, do you think you can talk to me like that? I am the infamous demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. Before he could finish, Zabuza felt an overwhelming pressure, a force unlike any he had encountered before, a pure weight that made it difficult to breathe. So you are the troublesome one. Haku prepared for action. Zabuza said nothing more, immediately forming hand seals as thick fog began to envelop the forest, even seeping into the room. He forced himself to endure the spiritual pressure, rushing towards Kato. This brat was too strange. Preserving his life and escaping with him was a means of survival. Haku, who had been following Zabuza, quickly formed his own seals, crystal ice mirrors. A barrage of ice shards surrounded Naruto, ready to assist Zabuza. However, Naruto remained unperturbed, swinging his Zanpakutō to shatter the mirrors, dispersing the fog along with them. Zabuza and Haku stood frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? What did you say earlier? Could you repeat that for me? Naruto asked with a gentle smile. Yet, to others, this smile bore an unnerving, demonic quality. Zabuza gritted his teeth. Naruto's demeanor ignited his fury. His pride overcame his fear as he gestured emphatically. I declare, I am the demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Though there were no bodies of water nearby, Zabuza's water technique remained formidable, obliterating the surrounding structure. Binding art number 39, round fan. A circular shield materialized before Naruto, effortlessly blocking the water dragon bullet, as the lack of water reduced its potency, leaving the shield untouched. Impossible. Zabuza could hardly believe his eyes. Take this, deadly shot. Just as Zabuza was in shock, Naruto aimed his blade at him, flashing a slight smile. The Zanpakutō suddenly elongated, thrusting towards Zabuza, who barely had time to react before the blade was at his face. Zabuza-sensei. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as a figure leapt in front of him. Haku had shielded Zabuza. The blade pierced through Haku's left chest, rupturing his heart, and with no final words. His pupils dilated as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Zabuza's eyes dimmed as he clutched Haku's lifeless body. The trajectory of the Zanpakutō had shifted, sparing Zabuza while Haku, because of Zabuza, would forever remain in eternal slumber. Damn it! Haku's death momentarily drove Zabuza into a frenzy, and he seized his executioner's blade, charging at Naruto Uzumaki. Binding art number 4, white lightning. Naruto made no move, allowing a bolt of lightning to erupt from his fingertips. Gah! Zabuza was struck head-on, collapsing to the ground, feeling a wave of paralysis wash over him, losing control of his body. Boss, we are here. At that moment, chaos erupted around them. Hee. After observing from the sidelines, Kato suddenly felt emboldened, laughing maniacally. So what if you are ninjas? You can take on 5, maybe 10, but can you handle 100 or 1,000? You think I will let you live to collect that money? As Kato's voice resonated, a multitude of armed men surrounded them, a dense crowd closing in. Boss, all my brothers are here. Eliminate them all. What about Zabuza? Useless ninjas waste resources in this world. Kill them all. A cruel smile spread across Kato's face. Naruto surveyed his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. At last, they had arrived. Killing them would bear no burden. Unhurriedly, he pointed the tip of his Zanpakutō towards the ground, smiling faintly. Chapter 40. The grief of Zabuza as Naruto moved. Everyone suddenly felt as though they were standing on a tranquil lake. All were struck with astonishment at the environmental shift. Illusion technique? Zabuza, lying on the ground, murmured slowly. He had been waiting for this opportunity. The paralysis in his body nearly fading away. Naruto smiled faintly. The tip of his blade pointed downward as he lightly tapped the surface of the lake. The tranquil water rippled from the point of contact, and mist slowly rose around, only to vanish moments later. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air echoed, yet Naruto remained unperturbed, deftly evading the attack. The first action after Zabuza regained his composure was to strike at Naruto, but the blow was deftly dodged. Following the missed strike, Zabuza did not pursue Naruto. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Kato, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Did you not just declare that you would slay me as well? Kato hesitated, feeling awkward. Mr. Zabuza, how could I ever wish to harm you? You must have misheard. Zabuza offered no reply, merely fixing his gaze on Kato, resembling a fierce beast ready to pounce. Mr. Zabuza, surely the priority now is that child. You speak true. We shall settle our accounts later. Upon hearing this, Zabuza's attention finally returned to Naruto. You have slain Haku. I shall take your head as a tribute. Indeed, it appears you seek vengeance for that child. You've shown some growth. Naruto chuckled lightly. Zabuza did not charge forward immediately. Instead, he formed hand signs and uttered a soft command. Release. Realizing his chakra remained undisturbed, Zabuza cast a derisive glance at Naruto. It seems your illusion techniques are not as exceptional as you claimed. Who knows? Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. But even without illusions. What of it? If memory serves, were it not for that child, you would be the one lying here now, would you not? How audacious. At Naruto's words, Zabuza could no longer contain himself, swinging his massive blade directly at Naruto. Everyone join in. Kaido shouted loudly. Hearing his command, the crowd surged forward. A flurry of blades flashing as Naruto nimbly dodged their attacks. Everyone rush him. A chaotic barrage will take down the master. In Zabuza's eyes, Naruto's movements had grown erratic, presenting the perfect opportunity to strike. Although this mob was an unruly bunch, their collective strength was essential to vanquish Naruto Uzumaki. As the throng advanced, Naruto unexpectedly tripped over a shard of wood. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. What a prime opportunity. Seize him. In an instant, a dozen individuals restrained Naruto's limbs, rendering him immobile. Let me handle this. I shall slay him myself. Zabuza raised his sword and swung down, and in that moment, Naruto was cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. It is done. Zabuza picked up the severed head, a visage of solitude upon his face, then turned to Kaido. When shall you pay me? Pay you? Ha ha ha. Now that Naruto is dead, I fear you may live to regret it. Upon hearing these words, Zabuza turned his gaze toward Kaido, his eyes glinting with menace. Oh, you frighten me. Kaido chuckled sinisterly before addressing his men with a chilling command. Kill him. Whoever slays him shall receive a reward of 100,000 ryo. Kaido's subordinates, a motley crew of wandering ninjas and bandits, were motivated solely by the promise of gold, ready to slay anyone for the right price. Upon hearing Kaido's proclamation, hundreds of eyes glinted with malice as they turned towards Zabuza. His expression darkened. The numbers were overwhelming. Utilized ninjutsu. He quickly formed hand signs. But an unsettling sensation coursed through him. How can this be? My chakra is nearly depleted. Kill him. That 100,000 ryo shall be mine. Charge. However, at that moment, the seemingly lifeless Haku suddenly rose, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at the crowd. Everyone stared in shock. Had he not just perished? Kaido's mouth hung agape as he sank to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Haku, you have not died. A rare warmth flickered in Zabuza's eyes, but swiftly vanished. Join me in slaying them. Are you addressing me, Mr. Zabuza? Haku inquired. Zabuza paused, suddenly noticing the blade in Haku's hand, his heart racing. No, this cannot be. Haku has always wielded needles, never a sword. A grin spread across Haku's face. It seems you've caught on. How dull. I was hoping to witness your continued infighting. Haku slowly raised the blade. Shatter, mirror flower, water moon. Haku's figure began to blur, and emerging before the crowd was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Except for Zabuza and Kaido, all others lay grotesquely on the ground, bathed in crimson, their identities rendered indistinguishable. Zabuza's face paled, as if realization dawned upon him. He slowly turned to see Haku had been cleaved in two. Had he truly struck Haku moments ago? Kaido was utterly speechless, unable to comprehend the scene before him. The multitude of his subordinates who had once surrounded him now lay lifeless, leaving only himself and Zabuza. It is your illusion. Zabuza snarled, glaring at Naruto with clenched teeth. I clearly dispelled the illusion. When did you begin your trickery? Naruto smiled faintly. As a jonin bearing the title of Demon of the Mist, do you not find it amusing to pose such a question? Allow me to inquire. When did you start to believe I was incapable of using illusions? Zabuza quivered. This child was terrifying. It dawned on him that he was the one trapped in ignorance. Sir. Kaido finally regained his composure, producing a black card from his belongings as he crawled towards Naruto, clutching his leg and extending the card. This is all my liquid assets. My fixed assets are secured in this bank vault. With this card, you may withdraw them. I implore you, spare my life. Naruto accepted the black card, examining it with an amused smile. Kaido, witnessing Naruto's grin, began to smile as well. Suddenly, Kaido's expression froze, and he slowly looked down, only to find a blade protruding from his chest. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Naruto. Why? Naruto offered no answer, his gentle smile unwavering as he calmly stated, how ironic. Zabuza, observing this scene, chuckled bitterly. Kaido had meticulously plotted, yet he had not anticipated that his lifetime of amassed wealth could not even buy his own life. Any last words? Naruto inquired coolly. I cannot believe I have fallen to a mere child. Truly impressive. Zabuza exhaled, seemingly relieved. Years of living in flight had drained him. Every day was a struggle against assassination attempts. Little did he know that death could arrive so effortlessly. Had he known, he would not have fled. Nothing else to say, except I have one request. Speak. Please bury Haku and me together. A rare smile graced Zabuza's face, sunlight filtering through the branches to illuminate him. A warmth he had never known. Naruto paused. As you wish. Chapter 41. The mission in the Land of Waves concludes. The morning sun gradually ascended. At an unmarked hill, the view of the sunrise was unparalleled. Naruto Uzumaki stood there, before two nameless graves, a large sword embedded in one of the tombstones. To die on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year, is indeed a form of happiness. If time permits, I shall visit you both. Please, host. Sign in at the complete Wave Country Bridge. The sign-in duration is 15 minutes. Suddenly, the long silent system emitted a voice. Naruto rolled his eyes dramatically. What do you mean by complete? Does that mean we have to wait for the bridge to be finished? Indeed. The thought of waiting 3 more months made Naruto feel utterly despondent. 3 months is one thing, but what about the sign-in duration? Just 15 minutes. The system's sign-in rewards are randomly generated. Even 15 minutes can yield valuable items. I don't believe you, system. Isn't the competition in your industry quite fierce? Don't you need to meet your quotas? If you keep giving me instant noodles, you might just find yourself out of a job. No matter how much Naruto mocked it, the system remained unresponsive. He recalled that during his first 15-minute sign-in, he received a box of instant noodles while signing in by a small lake where he often cooked fish. Given the short duration, he anticipated meager rewards. Yet as the saying goes, what if? Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Now, he needed to enhance his strength. Sighing, he decided to train while he waited. After his musings, Naruto slowly walked off into the distance. At the Dazna household, Sakura exclaimed as she flung open the door, "Naruto, where have you been? We've been looking for you all morning. We can't prepare the meal without you." Clad in an apron and wielding kitchen utensils, she looked quite vexed. "I want to train." Naruto replied with a gentle smile. Kakashi furrowed his brow. "If you don't put in the effort, how can you grow stronger? The Chunin exam is approaching. And if you don't make the most of your free time, I don't want to spend another year chasing after strays." Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke clenched his teeth. He had sacrificed his sleep to train. No wonder he had grown so powerful. Chunin exam? Sakura queried, looking at Kakashi. "What is that?" "As the name implies, it's the examination for Genin to advance to Chunin," Kakashi chuckled. "It's less than 6 months away. By the time the bridge is completed and we return to the village, it will be nearly time. Can we participate?" Sakura asked, puzzled. Most ninjas remain Genin for quite some time before attempting it, but if you train diligently, you might just have a chance. Bang! Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, a loud noise interrupted them. Sasuke had vanished from sight. Where did Sasuke go? Sakura asked, perplexed. "He probably went out to train," Kakashi replied sheepishly. "Why doesn't anyone wait for us? It's as if they don't care about our feelings." Sakura huffed, tossing her apron onto the table before rushing out the door. "Sasuke, wait for me. I want to train too." Observing Sakura's reaction, both Kakashi and Naruto chuckled. However, Kakashi's expression turned serious. "Naruto, you didn't come back last night." Naruto smiled, his tone nonchalant. "After confirming the Chunin exam details with you, I went to train." Kakashi scrutinized Naruto's face, searching for signs of anything amiss, but found nothing. He continued, "I looked for you last night, but you weren't at the training ground." "Is that so?" Naruto replied while munching on food. "I got hungry and went fishing in the river. Perhaps we just missed each other." At that moment, Dazna emerged, capturing Kakashi's attention. "Mr. Dazna, when do we start construction?" "I'm nearly recovered. I've contacted the workers. They will be arriving today, and we can commence." Dazna beamed. The issues with Kato had entirely dissipated, and the bridge's progress was proceeding smoothly. In truth, everyone could have returned to the village already. But they had received a system sign-in and had no choice but to wait. Everyone got along well with Dazna and his daughter, aside from his grandson, who bore an expression as if the world owed him something. However, he was largely ignored. They weren't psychologists, after all. During this time, Kakashi also conducted special training for everyone due to the upcoming Chunin exam. One day, a villager rushed to the bridge, shouting, "Kato and his subordinates are all dead." This announcement instantly piqued everyone's interest. Dazna, filled with joy, approached the villager and eagerly inquired, "Is that true? How did you find out?" Kato had been missing for 2 months, and according to reports, he had taken all his liquid assets with him. 2 months prior, all funds in his account mysteriously vanished, leading his family to start searching for him. Just 2 days ago, his remains were discovered not far from here in the woods. The shipping company subsequently declared bankruptcy. The official explanation was that the rogue ninjas he had hired killed him out of frustration over insufficient payment and fled with the money. Wonderful. The news brought jubilance to everyone on the bridge. Kakashi cast a deep glance at Naruto, who stood nearby. Mr. Kakashi, Dazna approached. What is it, Mr. Dazna? You heard. Kato is dead. There shouldn't be any major issues now. If you have other matters to attend to, feel free to leave. You've completed your mission. Dazna appeared immensely pleased. Almost ecstatic. Naruto frowned, realizing that returning now would complicate his sign-in task. Fortunately, Kakashi, adhering to his professional ethics, replied, No worries, Mr. Dazna. Our mission is to protect you until the bridge is completed. Rest assured, we will remain here until the bridge's completion. Then I must continue to trouble you. After staying in the land of waves for over a month, the bridge was finally completed. Everyone gathered to admire the magnificent structure. Sign-in has commenced. Please be patient, host. Mr. Dazna, the bridge is completed, and our task is finished. You have truly worked hard. Dazna's family bid farewell to everyone on the bridge, expressing their gratitude. Thank you so much. Without you, I might have perished at their hands. As Kakashi chatted with Dazna, the sign-in time concluded. Sign-in complete. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, 20 portable prosthetics. Naruto's expression darkened. Indeed, short durations yielded lackluster rewards. What use is this? Better than nothing, I suppose. I can use it for the substitution technique. With heartfelt farewells, the journey in the land of waves came to an end. Chapter 42. Danzo's meeting with Orochimaru inside the Hokage's office. Upon returning from the land of waves, Kakashi hurried to report to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Third Hokage, here's what transpired. And Naruto's Nine Tails hasn't shown any unusual behavior. Kakashi, expressionless, conveyed the details of the mission and his utmost concern regarding Naruto's condition. As Sarutobi urged him to pay attention to Naruto's condition, he assumed it was out of genuine concern for the boy. Thus, he divulged everything to the third Hokage without reservation. However, he refrained from mentioning his suspicion that Naruto had killed Kato and acquired a substantial sum of money. Kakashi, having been in Konoha for such an extended period, possessed a certain understanding of the clandestine matters at hand. After all, to others, Sarutobi Hiruzen was perceived as a figure of greatness, selflessness, and kindness, perfectly packaged in their eyes. Thank you for your hard work. Naruto will need your guidance moving forward. Yes. After Kakashi exited, Sarutobi took out a crystal ball, revealing Naruto Uzumaki within. As always, Naruto wore a bright smile, showing no signs of distress. Sarutobi felt immense satisfaction with Naruto's demeanor. After all, he was not merely training a Hokage, but nurturing a Jinchuriki. The Hokage must prioritize the greater good, considering the consequences of their actions, willing to sacrifice everything for Konoha, even the lives of the Hyuga clan's Hinata and the entire Uchiha clan. This was also the reason he rejected Shimura Danzo's demand for a Jinchuriki. He could not ascertain whether Danzo could truly control the Jinchuriki. If he failed, it would lead to a repetition of the tragic events from 12 years prior, a situation he wished to avoid. Moreover, he feared that Danzo might fully dominate the Jinchuriki. Thus, he adopted a gentler approach, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. As long as Naruto continued to exhibit a positive attitude and increasingly valued his emotions and bonds, Sarutobi would feel progressively reassured, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. His interactions with Naruto would remain focused on fostering his relationships with friends. At the root of Konoha, several masked root ninjas knelt before Danzo. Is there anything unusual about Naruto's return? I apologize, Danzo-sama, but the Hokage's direct umbu has forbidden us from approaching Naruto under any circumstances. We are unable to gather any intelligence regarding the Jinchuriki. The root ninjas spoke in a flat tone, devoid of emotion. However, based on their conversations, Naruto appears to show no signs of abnormality. Danzo desired precisely this outcome from the root ninjas. They were to show no emotion, merely obey his commands, even if it meant sacrificing their own lives without hesitation. Leave. Danzo's voice was equally devoid of inflection. Once the umbu departed, Danzo peered through the dark window at the statue of his greatest threat. His carefully crafted plan had been so easily unraveled. He had intended for the root ninjas to spread rumors that Naruto was the Nine Tails, inciting disdain and ostracism from the villagers. Yet, much to his surprise, the third Hokage's gentle approach had effortlessly countered his schemes. Gritting his teeth, Danzo glared at the statue. "Hiruzen, your time is running short." He had already re-established contact with his former ally. Once Sarutobi was dealt with, Naruto would naturally fall into his hands. With that thought, Danzo performed the hand signs for body flicker technique and vanished from the root meeting room. At the border of Konoha, Danzo slowly walked into the heart of the forest. Standing alone. "Orochimaru, it's been a long while. Have you grown timid and dare not face me?" The area was deserted. Danzo waited for a considerable time. But no response came. "Since you won't show yourself, so be it." Suddenly, a hissing sound pierced the air, and then an eerie voice emerged. "Danzo, long time no see. How goes your plan? What exactly are you plotting?" "As for my plans, there's no need for you to know, Danzo-sama." Orochimaru would never reveal his intentions. "However, I can inform you that the plan is progressing smoothly. A crucial piece has already been secured. Here's a piece of information. Your dear friend will be arriving soon." As Sarutobi has already notified him. "Jiraiya? So you've divulged that much. I never imagined that such a person would be among Konoha's elders. No wonder the roots have decayed to this extent. Orochimaru, you should be acutely aware of your identity. You must discern what should and should not be said. Be mindful that speaking too much could lead to dire consequences." "Ha! Esteemed Elder Danzo, you would never dare to kill me. Do not issue threats. For do not forget who helped you with your right eye and hand. If I were to perish, the one who could maintain that arm for you would vanish as well. How long do you think you could survive then?" At these words, a fierce glint flashed in Danzo's eyes, quickly vanishing. "Let's leave the conversation here. I must take my leave. One more thing. Whatever your plans may entail, it is entirely up to you. I will not intervene." This meeting with Orochimaru was prompted by a long-forgotten code that had resurfaced on his desk. The last time it appeared was many years ago when Namake's Minato was still alive. The sudden emergence of the code led Danzo to immediately recognize who was reaching out to him. Following the address provided by the code, he found this location. Although he was uncertain of Orochimaru's intentions, it was impossible for him to take action. As long as he remained an elder of Konoha, he could not act openly. The only option available to him was to remain a bystander, much like during the Nine-Tails turmoil. Nonetheless, while he was unaware of Orochimaru's feelings towards Sarutobi, he was confident that even if Orochimaru could not directly eliminate Sarutobi, he could still severely weaken him. Since their objectives aligned, Danzo was willing to lend a hand. Time passed gradually, with each individual making various arrangements for their respective goals. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions returned to their routine of searching for cats and dogs. After completing their tasks, they diligently trained every day, followed by a visit to the hot springs, which had become Naruto's favorite pastime. After all, having acquired such a substantial sum of money, it would be a disservice to himself not to indulge. Life returned to a semblance of tranquility until the arrival of numerous unfamiliar faces in the village heralded the end of this peaceful existence. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Indeed, it was not long before Kakashi gathered the three of them to announce an important matter. The date for the Chunin exams had been finalized. Chapter 43. The first encounter with Gaara in the forest. The three Naruto clones were engaged in sword training. After several hours, a gentle breeze swept through, knocking over a water bottle placed nearby. Naruto approached, picked up the fallen bottle, took a sip of water, and checked the time. "It's been quite a while. Let us take a break. We should go shower. If we delay, there might not be any space left." Dispersing his shadow clones, Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow. System, display the panel. Host, Naruto Uzumaki. Age, 12. Abilities, Whirlpool Physique, Source of Ashura's Power, Wind Chakra, Water Chakra. Swordsmanship, Intermediate Death God's Sword Technique. Body Flicker, Intermediate Death God's Body Technique. Demon Arts, Intermediate Destruction Path, Binding Path, Healing Path. The first is for attack, the second for sealing, and the third for healing. As it is intermediate level, it can be instant cast below level 55, while from 55 to 70, it requires chanting. Zanpakutō ability, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, Compatibility, 72. Governs the 5 senses. Flowing Blade like Fire, Initial Understanding, Compatibility 8. Divine Gun Compatibility, 77 Template. Sasuke Aizen. Adaptability, Unlock 40 Fragmented Crystals, breaking through all cultivation barriers. Due to its incomplete nature, absorbing souls to transform into a complete crystal. Current progress 0007. Spiritual barrier. Captain, the speed of shadow clone training indeed has its advantages. However, my mastery of chakra is still lacking, and with my body, I can only utilize 3 clones for training. Progress feels somewhat sluggish. Naruto expressed his dissatisfaction. Moreover, this crystal is exceedingly difficult to manage. After gathering so many individuals in the Land of Waves, I have only achieved 0007. Are you asking me to eliminate everyone in the world? Never mind. The road ahead will reveal its own path. Let us take a bath first. On the way to the bathhouse, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. 2 strangers, one male and one female, caught his attention. The items they bore resembled those of Kankuro and Temari. If they are here, Gaara must be nearby as well, Naruto thought. Casting a brief glance at a tree by the roadside, the object in Kankuro's hand seemed somewhat familiar. It resembled the grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Gaara? How intriguing. Naruto chuckled softly. He continued walking forward, ignoring them and proceeding on his path. Yet, sometimes, even when you choose not to provoke others, they may still seek confrontation, especially at this age of youthful exuberance. Seeing another ninja can be quite tempting, can't it? For instance, Kankuro, currently holding onto Konohamaru, noticed the symbol on Naruto's belt, recognizing him as a Konoha ninja, and couldn't resist. Hey, you over there. You're a ninja too, right? So, the lower-ranked ninjas of Konoha are such cowards. Failing to utter a word while seeing the children from your village being bullied? Kankuro taunted. However, Naruto remained silent. How infuriating. I really detest brats. You're younger than me, yet so arrogant. Kankuro's fingers twitched, and chakra strings swiftly shot towards Naruto's raised foot. I truly wish to obliterate you completely. Temari sighed. Looking exasperated. We just arrived in another village, and you're already causing trouble. Naruto, with his back turned to them, smiled slightly. He certainly sensed the commotion and stomped his foot down heavily against the ground. Boom. A dull thud echoed as Kankuro was sent tumbling to the ground. Huh. Are you speaking to me? Naruto turned his head and smiled gently. Since you've stated it so clearly, why not be considerate and release the child from our village? Impossible. Kankuro gasped, staring at Naruto in shock. Temari mirrored his astonishment, watching Naruto Uzumaki. Is it really appropriate to provoke others in their village? Naruto maintained his gentle demeanor. Please leave. I would prefer to avoid trouble. What are you even saying? Kankuro could no longer contain himself upon hearing such pretentious words. He swung his hand, launching several chakra strings at Naruto. Snap! Suddenly, a stone struck Kankuro's hand, landing on his pressure point. Naruto nodded slightly. He found it rather endearing that someone was standing up for him. In the tree above, Sasuke sat nonchalantly, tossing a small stone, and casually uttered 2 words. Get lost. How infuriating, another one. Kankuro glared fiercely at Sasuke in the tree, immediately retrieving his puppet. I detest you little brats the most. Hey, are you planning to use a crow directly? Temari's expression changed. Way of Destruction 4, White Thunder. A wave of electric shock surged towards Kankuro. Caught off guard, Kankuro's face paled as he hurriedly positioned the puppet called Crow in front of him. Boom. The electric shockwave struck the puppet, instantly exploding and raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a sand wall appeared before Kankuro. Heh, I thought you wouldn't show up. Naruto smiled, glancing at the tree where Sasuke was seated. Sasuke felt Naruto's gaze upon him, and when he turned slightly, he noticed a figure with dark circles under his eyes, carrying a gourd, standing behind him. How did this guy manage to sneak up on me without me noticing? Sasuke gritted his teeth. Gaara, those dark circles are more severe than I imagined. Naruto squinted. Meanwhile, Gaara's attention remained fixed on Naruto. System. Is there any way to extract the one tail from within him? The system merely grants the host sign-in rewards. It cannot extract chakra beasts. It seems I cannot act against Gaara just yet. Killing him would result in the tailed beast being dormant for a considerable time, which is not advantageous. If the beast within him were to rampage, it would pose a significant problem for me. Perhaps allowing Akatsuki to deal with him would be the most prudent course of action, considering they have their own subordinates. Heh. How dare you launch a surprise attack? Kankuro glared furiously at Naruto, ready to charge forward. I advise you to stand down, Kankuro. Gaara's voice was ominously calm. Gaara's presence caused Kankuro and Temari to become tense. You foolishly embarrassing individuals. Do you think we traveled all this way to Konoha for what purpose? Listen to me, Gaara. It was these individuals who initiated the provocation. Silence. Speak another word, and I shall slay you. A murderous aura emanated from Gaara. Understood. I apologize, truly sorry. Kankuro lowered his head, visibly frightened by Gaara. Gaara glanced at Sasuke, then at Naruto. I never imagined that Konoha would harbor so many intriguing individuals. If I eliminate them, will I be acknowledged? Although he thought this, for the sake of his plan, Gaara suppressed his impulses. My apologies, I did not expect such a situation to arise. Let us depart, enjoy the hot springs, then train for the Chunin exams. You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself, would you? Naruto smiled, addressing Sasuke perched on the tree. Sasuke jumped down beside Naruto, ready to leave together. Hey, you two over there, I find you quite intriguing. What are your names? Gaara called out to them. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others for their names? Sasuke turned around. Sabaka no Gaara. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke replied nonchalantly. And what about the one beside you? Gaara continued to inquire. My name is unremarkable. You will know it in due time. Naruto smiled gently and continued walking forward, with Sasuke closely following. Gaara watched as the two departed, his expression slowly morphing into a sinister grin. Chapter 44, Sasuke's Obsession at the Bathhouse. As usual, milk and salt. Naruto skillfully placed the order. What about you? Feel free to order anything. Today, I'm treating. Sasuke appeared somewhat bewildered. This was his first visit to such a place. Just like you. Same, milk and salt. Naruto instructed the welcoming staff. Hello. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please come inside. As they soaked in the hot spring, the server brought in their ordered dishes along with tea. Thank you for your service. Naruto smiled, diving into the pool. Where did you get the money to come to a place like this? Sasuke asked curiously. Even with the money from the village and my mission earnings. I couldn't come here that often. I earned quite a bit from my last mission. Naruto chuckled. Also, in the land of waves. I encountered a few bandits who attempted to rob me, but I ended up robbing them instead. Now I see. Sasuke nodded, acknowledging the validity of the reasoning presented to him. But then his expression hardened. Those unfamiliar individuals must be from Tsunade. Indeed. Naruto, immersed in the pool, leaned against the edge, casually munching on a boiled egg. Isn't this the Chunin exam that Kakashi mentioned? It must be. He placed the peeled egg in his mouth. Didn't he say that this time, the allied nations would be joined by several other smaller ninja villages for the exam? The one carrying the gourd is quite formidable. His murderous intent is only slightly less than that of Zabuza. Sasuke's face grew serious. There's always a way when we reach the mountain. Don't panic too much. If we can't win, we can simply try again next time. We're still young, after all. What is that saying? Youth is an asset, Naruto said nonchalantly. But the delicious dishes before him piqued his interest. You should try this steak. It's quite good. I specifically ordered Wagyu, which is quite pricey. By the way, you mentioned that after our bath, we would go train. Sasuke, in contrast, was far more concerned about training. Did I say that? Naruto spoke with a mouthful of beef, chewing heartily. Yes. Sasuke nodded firmly. I heard you quite clearly. You must have misheard. We've already bathed. So how can we train now? Naruto replied with conviction. I certainly didn't say such a thing. Having just bathed, if we train and end up sweaty again, that would be a waste of money, wouldn't it? It's like pulling down your pants to fart. Sasuke's expression darkened, yet he remained silent. Despite his reticence, the matter weighed heavily on his heart. His already proud disposition had grown increasingly reclusive after the annihilation of his clan. Only Naruto could engage him in conversation. However, his lack of progress and strength was becoming increasingly frustrating, especially when he had failed to notice an opponent who was so close just moments ago. Sasuke fixed his gaze intently on Naruto, harboring doubts about the reasons for Naruto's growth, questioning why he was able to defeat Zabuza, while he himself, despite his hard work and significant improvement, felt utterly powerless against someone of Zabuza's caliber. Sasuke Uchiha could not believe that this was merely a disparity in talent. He felt his own potential was just as great as that of Naruto Uzumaki. Everyone overlooked Sasuke Uchiha's feelings, while Naruto appeared to carry no burden at all. Contemplating this, Sasuke's expression darkened further as he rose from the pool. Naruto looked at Sasuke in confusion. Aren't you going to soak anymore? I'm going to train, Sasuke declared, his voice heavy with determination, leaving only that statement behind. Wait, Naruto called out to him. Are you so eager to become stronger? Upon hearing the words become stronger, Sasuke halted in his tracks, though he did not turn around. Come with me. Naruto also stood up from the pool. wrapping himself in a towel and heading towards the door, with Sasuke closely following. At the training ground, Sasuke and Naruto faced each other. Binding technique number 26, curved light. A golden light slowly enveloped them, surrounding both Sasuke and Naruto. Although the third Hokage had not had time to observe him recently due to the upcoming Chunin exam, it was prudent to take precautions against any potential spies. What is this? Sasuke asked in confusion. Do you want to see my blade, the last of the Uchiha clan? Naruto slowly drew his sword. Naruto, do you even realize what you are saying? Everyone else may say it, but you cannot. Sasuke's expression darkened as he glared at Naruto through gritted teeth. You have never known the name of my blade, have you? Naruto continued, unperturbed. This sword is called Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Sasuke stared at the sword. It was not the first time he had seen Naruto draw it, but he had never before heard it referred to by name. Sasuke, I wish to pose you a question. A question? Do you wish to become stronger solely to seek vengeance against your brother? After achieving your revenge, what do you wish to do next? In other words, once you have killed your brother, do you have any other goals? Naruto, do not provoke my limits. Limits? As a weakling, do you believe you have the right to possess limits? Do you wish to become stronger? Stronger than everyone else, surpassing even the 5 great shinobi and your brother, reaching a higher realm? Then submit to me, and I shall aid you. I will help you kill your brother and the true enemy responsible for your clan's destruction. Naruto's expression was calm, his warm smile replaced by a cold demeanor. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke regained his composure, as if he were gazing at a stranger. Directly pulling out a kunai. You are not the Naruto I once knew. The Naruto I knew is not like this. Not the Naruto you knew? Naruto slowly lifted his head. How unfortunate. That is a mere illusion of yours. From the very beginning, the Naruto you knew never existed. You have been deceiving everyone. Sasuke glared at him, his teeth clenched. That money was from Kato, wasn't he it? Hee, very astute. Naruto returned to his usual gentle smile. In truth, I never intended to deceive anyone. Rather, none of you truly understand my true nature. Can you truly make me stronger? Can you help me avenge my entire clan? Hee, how ironic. Naruto laughed, a proud member of the Uchiha clan, begging for the help of an outsider for revenge. What has become of the pride of your Uchiha clan? Naruto. Initially, Sasuke felt a flicker of temptation, but upon hearing Naruto's words again, anger clouded his judgment. He seized the kunai and charged at Naruto, thrusting it directly towards his heart. With a soft thud, the kunai pierced through Naruto's chest. You have already fallen. I will become strong in my own way. Sasuke gazed coldly at Naruto, who lay on the ground, before turning to seek Kakashi. How can you speak of becoming strong in your own way? In your current state, you wouldn't stand a chance against even the slightest competition in this Chunin exam. What? Suddenly, Naruto's voice echoed in his ears. Sasuke quickly looked back at Naruto, only to discover that Naruto's body had vanished. Impossible. I definitely pierced him with the kunai. Sasuke wore an expression of disbelief. Was it an illusion? Do you not wish to become stronger? A hollow voice resonated from within. Then I shall fulfill your wish. Sasuke felt a rush of air at his forehead and quickly dodged. As he stopped and turned, he found himself face to face with the very person he most desired to see, yet least wished to confront, his eyes wide with fury as he gritted his teeth. Uttering a few words, Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke glared at the figure behind him, a visage he would never forget. I never imagined your hatred for him would run so deep. Itachi Uchiha narrowed his eyes, displaying a gentle smile, yet the words that escaped his lips were Naruto's voice. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Naruto, if you morph into his form and utter those words again, I will surely kill you. Transform into his form. Itachi smiled slightly, then glared fiercely. You foolish little brother. If you wish to kill me, then harbor your hatred, resent me, and live on in your pathetic existence, finding ways to evade until one day you possess eyes like mine, then come before me. His voice echoed exactly as it had in the past. Upon hearing those words, Sasuke could no longer contain his emotions and charged forward. Unexpectedly, a punch from Itachi struck Sasuke in the abdomen, landing on the same spot. At that moment, the surroundings transformed into the familiar setting of his childhood home. Gripped by pain, Sasuke stumbled back, gritting his teeth to endure, only to behold the lifeless bodies of his parents lying before him. The environment was all too familiar, and the sight of his parents filled him with an indescribable sorrow. How surreal it was. Why had he returned to that fateful day? Was it all merely a dream? Were Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi figments of his imagination? No, this was an illusion. Uzumaki Naruto, show yourself. I will kill you. Sasuke bellowed in rage. Yet, despite his frantic cries, Naruto's figure did not materialize. From the shadows, Itachi Uchiha emerged, his presence shattering Sasuke's mental defenses. Brother, father, mother, why? Why did you kill them? I annihilated our entire clan, all to prove my worth. For such a ludicrous reason? Sasuke charged forward, only to be struck down by Itachi's fist. Groaning in agony, he clutched his abdomen, the searing pain causing bile to rise in his throat. Yet, that one blow jolted him awake. Something was amiss. The force was wrong. You are not Itachi Uchiha. You are Uzumaki Naruto. It was you in disguise. Sasuke would never forget the details of that horrific day. Sasuke, you are far more astute than I anticipated. The power is indeed challenging to wield. Itachi's doppelganger smirked before continuing, but can this also be mimicked? With that, Itachi closed his eyes, only to reopen them, revealing a vibrant crimson hue. Impossible. Sasuke gasped in despair, staring at the vivid color. You cannot possess such eyes, even if you did. You lack the abilities of Itachi Uchiha. Uzumaki Naruto, you cannot deceive me. Is that so? Itachi's eyes shed blood tears, and the Sharingan within his eyes began to whirl violently, morphing into the shape of a pinwheel. Let me allow you to feel this once more. His gaze locked onto Sasuke's. Sasuke was thrust back into that haunting space, witnessing again the murder of his parents, reliving the night of his clan's destruction. Ugh! He cried out in anguish. Gradually, a deep crimson surfaced in his eyes. Had it finally awakened? In the real world, Naruto sat beside Sasuke, munching on the beef he had just packed, sipping freshly squeezed juice. He refrained from drinking alcohol, mindful of his developing body as a youth from a technologically advanced world. Sasuke lay on the ground, his expression a complex mix of fear, despair, and predominantly, hatred, as he watched the scene dissipate before him. Above, the golden light curtain remained, and outside was still the training ground. Sasuke gasped for breath, gradually regaining his composure. Feeling better? Naruto observed, smiling gently. You've sensed your new power, haven't you? Just like Kakashi-sensei's eyes. Were you the one who helped me awaken my Sharingan? Indeed. Naruto replied warmly. While I was pilfering the sealing book in the Hokage's office, I stumbled upon an ancient text stating that members of the Uchiha clan must undergo intense emotional turmoil to activate their Sharingan. So, I thought I'd give it a try. Fortunately, it worked. Is that so? Then I owe you my gratitude. Sasuke gritted his teeth, rolling over to thrust a kunai at Naruto once more. This time, he intended to strike with his Sharingan activated. Naruto fell to the ground, blood trickling from his lips. This is my way of repaying you, Sasuke declared fiercely. Ah, what a peculiar way to express gratitude. Naruto's voice echoed beside him. Impossible. Why are you still alive? Sasuke stared incredulously at Naruto. When? The Sharingan can see through all taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu. I am certain you did not activate any ninjutsu. Is that so? Naruto smiled, recalling something. Do you remember the name of my blade? Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Precisely. My true ability is complete hypnosis. Complete hypnosis? Yes. The Naruto you just killed was merely a figment of your imagination. Naruto tossed his blade into the air, its tip pointing downward. Shatter, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. What? Sasuke gasped, realizing he held no kunai in his hand. Though he felt the power in his eyes, he had not activated his Sharingan. This is the true reality. Naruto smiled gently. Damn it, Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke seethed, drawing a kunai and lunging at him. However, as he moved, he felt a sharp blade at his throat. I advise you to save your strength. You cannot kill me. Naruto's calm voice resonated behind him. Sasuke gradually settled down, placing the kunai back into his pouch. It seems you've come to terms with reality. Naruto smiled gently, sheathing his blade. Now that you have gained new power, I shall take my leave. I've worked up a sweat and need to shower again. What a bother. Uzumaki Naruto. You mentioned that if I submitted to you, you would help me kill Itachi Uchiha, the true enemy behind my clan's massacre. Indeed. Are you implying that Itachi is not the only one responsible for my clan's demise? Is there a puppeteer behind all this? Yes, you could interpret it that way. Tell me. Naruto nodded slightly, as the golden light began to fade. Sunlight filtering through the trees, casting white rays upon Sasuke's eyes. Now, does it matter whether you know or not? You are too weak. I do not wish for you to die just yet. Your current strength is a mere fraction of Itachi's. Does the identity of the mastermind matter? Should I reveal it only to send you to your death? Why should my death concern you? Sasuke cried out, his voice laced with anguish. Tell me quickly. Heh. Wait until you grow stronger. With that, Naruto turned and walked toward the village. Now, the Sharingan has been awakened. The rest relies on you. Just as Kakashi said, we are comrades. I will unconditionally assist you in opening your heart. You need not submit to me. It is simply to aid you. Just as your brother Itachi Uchiha said, foolish Sasuke, if you seek vengeance, wishing to kill all those involved, then harbor your hatred, your resentment, and live on in your miserable existence. Avoid and evade, until one day, you possess eyes akin to Itachi's, and then come before me. The day you and your brother share the same eyes will be the day you uncover the truth. With those final words, Naruto continued on his path. Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke shouted through gritted teeth. Naruto paused, but did not turn around. Thank you for helping me awaken my Sharingan, and for revealing the existence of the mastermind behind it all. I shall express my heartfelt gratitude to you. On the day I awaken such sight, on the day I uncover the truth, I shall take your life. A gentle breeze rustled through the air, sending several leaves fluttering away. Upon hearing this declaration, Naruto offered a faint smile and continued on his path. I await you. Chapter 46. The Chunin Exams. Prologue. Upon returning home, Naruto lay on his bed, feeling a peculiar warmth pulsating within his abdomen, a wondrous phenomenon indeed. What could have prompted the Nine Tails to seek him out today? Closing his eyes, he entered the sealed space of the Nine Tails. Hey, Kurama, what are you up to? Standing by the gate of the seal, Naruto called out to the Nine Tails. Unlike previous times, Kurama did not dismiss Naruto's presence. Instead, he engaged in conversation after Naruto initiated a topic. Today, there seems to be a familiar aura. Whom have you encountered? Naruto gazed at Kurama in confusion. Can't you see outside? I was asleep when I suddenly sensed a strange gaze, one that felt oddly familiar. However, upon opening my eyes, it vanished. While observing the outside world, Naruto and Sasuke had already departed from Gaara, hence Kurama had not caught sight of them. Oh, the Gaara of Tsunade. Within him resides your old acquaintance, Shikaku, the One-Tail. Indeed, you seem to possess knowledge of all our nine-tailed beasts' names. Kurama leaned against the railing, baring his teeth. Quickly tell me, how did you learn about the 10 tails? The world knows only of the 9 tails, yet remains oblivious to the 10 tails. Look at you, grinning like that. It's not yet time. When the moment arrives, I shall reveal it to you. Naruto chuckled. What a charade. You, the one I've seen grow, yet I wonder how you've come by this information. Kurama turned his head disdainfully. You are rather perceptive, Kurama. Even through 2 layers of seals, you can still sense it. There exists a unique connection among the tailed beasts. No wonder, Naruto, I must caution you. The people of Tsunade have brought their Jinchuriki to participate in the Chunin exams, and their intentions are far from benign. I am aware. Naruto nodded slightly. You are? Indeed. This presents an opportunity for me. Certain matters require my attention, and some individuals must be met. What do you intend to do? Kurama's immense gaze fixed upon Naruto after hearing his words. Naruto smiled faintly, refraining from answering, and departed the sealed space, leaving Kurama to roar impotently in solitude. The Chunin exams commenced. The first round was a written test, and Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura arrived at the examination venue early. Along the way, they encountered numerous candidates, both young and old, but unlike Naruto, some bore a heavy scent of blood. Please let us in. At the entrance of the examination room, a crowd had gathered. 2 Chunin guards stood at the door, barring everyone's entry. 3 individuals, wearing the forehead protectors of Konoha, had already been beaten down. A charming girl, a person clad in a tight green suit, and a youth with pure white eyes. It was the charming girl who spoke. Finally, the little ones have gathered, Naruto chuckled. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and stepped forward. Would you kindly dispel the illusion? We must proceed to the exam. Oh, I didn't expect you to see through it. Quite impressive. One of the Chunin smiled, then his expression shifted. However, mere perception is insufficient. I advise you to forfeit. How tedious. Allow me. Sakura smiled, stepping forward, forming hand seals, and uttering, release. The surrounding environment transformed, causing the Chunin's expression to darken significantly. You possess considerable skill to break my illusion. However, do you not think yourselves rather presumptuous? No sooner had he spoken than one of the Chunin swiftly kicked at Sakura. Sasuke, not one to be trifled with. immediately pulled Sakura back and, without a second thought, retaliated with a kick of his own. Smack! Just as the two were about to collide, the seemingly pitiful Lee, who had been sitting on the ground, suddenly leaped forward, blocking both of their kicks with ease. Sasuke furrowed his brow. He had not held back with that kick. Yet Lee had effortlessly intercepted it. Naruto, too, was taken aback by Lee's remarkable speed, gazing at him in astonishment. It's you. Hinata Niji recalled the little rascal he had encountered in the hero's cemetery during their childhood. Naruto smiled gently and nodded. Niji ignored him, his gaze settling on Rock Lee, frowning slightly. Lee, this is not in accordance with our prior agreement. I apologize, my actions are justified. Lee looked up at Niji before quickly running to Sakura's side. Naruto chuckled, fully aware of Lee's intentions. This scene was quite sentimental. To avoid the chills crawling up his spine, he decided to walk downstairs slowly, with Sasuke following suit. They had already passed the preliminary test of this exam, so there was no need to linger. It was time to head to the next venue. Indeed, scarcely had they taken 2 steps when a voice called out from behind. I am Rock Lee. Will you go out with me? No, your eyebrows are too thick. I prefer them bushy. Sakura swiftly turned and chased after the two. Hey, you two. That's rather inconsiderate. You didn't wait for me. Niji glanced at Sasuke, frowning, then looked at Naruto before closing his eyes. Let us depart. Because the third Hokage sought to deliberately obscure Naruto's identity by intentionally concealing his information, most people, including those from other villages, were only aware of Sasuke's genius, entirely oblivious to Naruto. Hey, that cold, aloof fellow, you must be Uchiha Sasuke. Lee suddenly dashed forward. Sasuke turned around. What do you want? Uchiha Sasuke, I challenge you. Recalling the earlier scene, Sasuke smirked coldly. How amusing. Let us engage in some warm-up exercises before the exam. Sasuke. Sakura frowned. The exam is imminent. We have only half an hour left. Worry not. It will be over in 5 minutes. Naruto, persuade Sasuke. Sakura exclaimed to Naruto, noticing Sasuke had accepted Lee's challenge. Why should I persuade him? Naruto smiled. They each have their own thoughts. Let them be. Damn it, both of you are like this. The sparring commenced swiftly. Lee's taijutsu was extraordinary, moving with such velocity that even Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, could only catch fleeting glimpses of his movements. Despite his eyes keeping pace, his body could not react in time, and he was swiftly knocked to the ground. Kakashi-sensei, Lee exclaimed, exhilarated. You were right. Those who work hard can surpass geniuses. Damn it. Sasuke slowly rose, gritting his teeth in frustration. He could hardly believe he had been bested while utilizing the Sharingan, a talent of the Uchiha clan. How could he be brought low before the eyes of so many? Naruto shook his head. You still have a long way to go. Naruto's words ignited Sasuke's anger, and he charged at Lee. Come on. Seeing Sasuke back on his feet, Lee assumed a fighting stance, quickly unwrapping the bandages on his hands. I shall unleash my secret technique. No sooner had he spoken than he began to whirl around Sasuke at incredible speed. Naruto's gaze shifted slightly. In a flash, he appeared before Lee, seizing his arm, and, with a vigorous throw, sent Lee crashing into the wall. Chapter 47. The 9 young strong gather. Kabuto Yakushi Bang. A dull thud resonated as Lee collided with the wall, propelled by the force of Naruto's throw, yet miraculously unscathed. In the village of Konoha, where camaraderie thrives among friends, Naruto approached Sasuke with a gentle smile, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't take victories and defeats too seriously, all right? My affairs are none of your concern, he remarked, glancing with a hint of frustration towards Lee. Sasuke, rising from his seat, wrestled with a tumult of emotions, astonished at his swift defeat, yet bewildered by Naruto's ease in thwarting his opponent. What manner of person are you, Naruto? He pondered, gritting his teeth as he stood aside. Indeed, youth is a time of rebellion. Naruto, undeterred, exclaimed, the exams are approaching. Let us be on our way. Yes, yes. Sakura nodded fervently. Just then, a voice called from behind. You must be Naruto Uzumaki. Yes, that's me. Naruto turned to face Lee, who wore a disgruntled expression. Why did you interrupt my battle with Sasuke? However, your strength is impressive. You should take part in the upcoming match. I refuse. Naruto chuckled lightly. What? Lee was taken aback, unable to fathom someone declining his request. No way. I must spar with you. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards Naruto. What a hassle. Naruto thought, feeling exasperated. Where's Guy? He should have arrived by now. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and a cloud of smoke billowed as the legendary Might Guy appeared, triumphantly riding atop a turtle. At the sight of Guy, even Naruto couldn't suppress a quirk of his lips, recalling the day of their graduation from the Ninja Academy. Although he had intentionally provoked Guy, his training methods had indeed inflicted a painful ordeal upon him. Likely, no one but Lee could endure such trials. Guy-sensei, Lee exclaimed, rushing towards him. However, the warm welcome was met with a swift punch. Lee, are you a fool? Did I not tell you to refrain from using that technique lightly? Yet, Lee remained unfazed, dashing back with tears glistening in his eyes. I'm sorry, Guy-sensei. Guy, equally emotional, responded, it's all right, Lee. Youth is about making mistakes. In a moment of shared sentiment, the two embraced, oblivious to the astonished stares of onlookers. Naruto, shaking his head in disbelief, quickly turned to his companions. Let us get out of here. Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement, preparing to leave. Hey, wait. Guy suddenly called out as they approached the exit. Oh, ha ha ha. Guy exclaimed upon seeing Naruto, excitement radiating from him. What a delightful surprise. After your graduation exams, I hadn't seen you at all. Weren't we supposed to feast on barbecue together? Naruto found himself squeezed under Guy's arm, struggling to break free. Guy-sensei. Sakura expressed concern upon witnessing this. Naruto. Sasuke finally chuckled. Who would have thought you'd find yourself in such a predicament? Guy-sensei, I can't breathe. Naruto gasped. Apologies. Guy laughed heartily, releasing him. To celebrate our reunion, let us run 100 laps around the village. Then I'll treat you to barbecue. No way. We have an exam. Sakura interjected. Forget it for now. We'll run after the exam. Naruto managed to appease Guy. At last, they exited the building and arrived at the examination venue. Oh, you all made it. Truly my students. Kakashi greeted from the hallway. As your teacher, I had to come see you. By the way, Naruto, why do you look so pale? Did you not sleep well last night? Naruto grimaced at Kakashi's words, recalling their previous encounter. It was your friend last time, and now it's your friend again. Do your best. Wishing you all the best. Kakashi called after them as they entered the classroom. As they stepped inside, they were met with the piercing gazes of hundreds of eyes, filled with various emotions, mockery, disdain, hostility, and intrigue. Why are they looking at us like that? Sakura asked, frightened, hiding behind Sasuke. It's nothing, just a bunch of minor characters, Naruto replied with a reassuring smile. Sasuke scoffed dismissively. Look who's here. What a troublesome exam. Came a familiar voice, Shikamaru's. Wow, Sasuke, Naruto, you're here too. Ino exclaimed, bouncing over. How annoying. They're both so handsome. How to choose? Sasuke is cool. But Naruto is so gentle. What a dilemma. Ino, get away. Sakura shouted at her fervently. Woof, woof, came the sounds of barking. Have all 9 of you passed? Kiba called out, glancing at Naruto. I knew you would make it. Of course. Naruto smiled. Beside Kiba, Hinata approached, her cheeks flushed. Naruto, good luck, she said softly, as he gently patted her forehead. Good luck to you too, Hinata. Naruto replied warmly, causing her to turn beet red and faint. Hey, Hinata. Why do you faint every time you see Naruto? Hey, quiet down. This is an examination hall. A boy with silver hair and glasses interjected, his gentle smile contrasting with his firm tone. This time, during the Chunin exams, you are the only ones who have just graduated from the Ninja Academy. It would be wise to maintain some humility. Naruto squinted, a smile creeping onto his face. Who are you? Ino, engaged in banter with Sakura, paused to inquire. My name is Kabuto Yakushi, he replied, adjusting his glasses. After some pleasantries, Kabuto produced a thick stack of cards. These are the collected data from 7 exam sessions, detailing many individuals extensively. Upon hearing this, Sasuke stepped forward. Help me find information on Naruto Uzumaki and Gaara. Though Lee had defeated Gaara, Sasuke knew there were other ways to overcome him, and at this moment, the two he most desired to understand were Gaara and Naruto. What? Why do you want to look up Naruto right in front of him? Sakura questioned, glancing at Naruto. Yet Naruto remained unperturbed. No worries. I'd like to see what's on my information card, he said, a slight smile gracing his lips. Looking at Kabuto, he thought, Orochimaru, I eagerly await our meeting. Let us see just how much you know about me. Chapter 48. The Beginning, Gathering the Scrolls of Heaven and Earth. Knowing a name makes it easy. Kabuto discreetly glanced at Naruto, a mysterious glint in his eyes as he organized his cards. He extracted one, and upon infusing it with chakra, lines of data began to materialize, detailing ninjutsu, taijutsu, Jinjutsu, and talents in a 6-pointed star attribute chart. First, let me say he is your teammate. I must say, I didn't expect you to inquire about your ally. It seems you do not know him well. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Speak quickly, Sasuke demanded, his expression darkening. Seeing the ire on Sasuke's face, Kabuto ceased his teasing. Naruto Uzumaki, a genin from the Hidden Leaf Village, graduated this year. He possesses no bloodline limit and primarily utilizes ninjutsu in combat. Currently, it is known that he can perform fire release techniques and some basic lightning release techniques. His weapon of choice is a ninja blade, yet no one has witnessed him wielding it in battle. Most of his completed missions have been D-rank, with a C-rank mission involving the protection of the construction of the bridge in the Land of Waves. However, due to the interference of the Mist's rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi, the mission was elevated to B-rank. Is this all the information available? Sasuke expressed his dissatisfaction. He was already aware of these details, rendering them of little use. It seems your data collection is incomplete. Kabuto's eyes narrowed with intrigue. Additionally, he single-handedly defeated Zabuza, he added. Impressive, Kabuto-senpai. Your information is quite detailed. At that moment, Naruto interrupted, smiling at him. Although the surrounding individuals were surprised that Team 7 had completed a B-rank mission, their ignorance of Zabuza's identity prevented a stronger reaction. However, Sasuke and Sakura gazed at Naruto in astonishment. They were well aware of who Zabuza was. The fact that he had been slain by Naruto explained why the bridge construction proceeded so smoothly, with minimal disturbances. It seems your teammates are quite indifferent towards you, Naruto-kun. Kabuto remarked playfully. Indeed, yet your humility suggests that your comrades must care for you greatly. Naruto subtly released his killing intent. Kabuto-senpai, you seem to possess an abundance of knowledge. Is that so? Kabuto feigned innocence, inwardly astonished. Was this the murderous aura that a 12-year-old could command? Those nearby appeared entirely oblivious. Naruto Uzumaki was indeed intriguing. During the exam, the first part involved a competition where instances of cheating proliferated. The array of tactics employed was astonishing, yet many contestants with less skill were swiftly eliminated under the scrutinizing gaze of the proctor. All right, I will now announce the 10th examination question. Proctor Marino Ibiki began to outline the rules, leading to another wave of eliminations before the remaining participants successfully passed the test. This examination saw a significant reduction in numbers due to Naruto's absence. Of course, Naruto himself remained unconcerned, as he was currently observing the entrance of the proctor, Hanabi, through a broken window. Follow me, Hanabi exclaimed energetically. This is the so-called Forest of Death, which will serve as the venue for your examination. As your proctor, I kindly advise you not to perish here. Her demeanor shifted dramatically, her voice taking on a chilling tone that sent shivers through all the examinees. Hanabi distributed the life and death forms to everyone, and after signatures were collected and rules explained, she handed out the Heaven and Earth scrolls, declaring, the second round of the Chunin exam begins. All participants dashed towards the Forest of Death. Wait, as the trio hurried through the forest towards their task, Naruto suddenly halted Sasuke and Sakura. What is going on? Sakura inquired, with Sasuke wearing a puzzled expression. Naruto cast a glance towards the nearby thicket. Sasuke and Sakura followed his gaze but discerned nothing. The concealment was profound. Could it be a skilled opponent? The two rushed to Naruto's side, forming a defensive stance. Hey, there's no need to be so tense. It's merely a few small fish. Naruto chuckled at their defensive posture. You noticed them? Sasuke asked, still puzzled. But Naruto's words eased his tension. Of course. A slight smirk graced Naruto's lips as he produced a shuriken and hurled it towards the underbrush. A figure suddenly leapt forth, followed by two others landing on the ground. You must be the Heaven Scroll bearers. Hand it over. Before he could finish his sentence, Naruto left behind an afterimage and reappeared, gripping one of them by the throat. I said they were mere fish. With a decisive squeeze, the opponent's eyes gradually lost their light. Impossible. The two accomplices behind him gasped in shock. As they attempted to flee, they turned only to find Naruto standing right behind them. You think you can just leave after attacking? Naruto smiled. We were wrong. We'll give you the scroll. One of them produced the Earth Scroll and tossed it over. Naruto caught it with a grin. Can we leave now? The two slowly edged away. Wait. You won't tell anyone about us collecting the scrolls, will you? Naruto called after them. No, absolutely not. They replied, panic evident in their eyes. Thank you. Naruto smiled, but added, however, I recall reading a quote. Only the dead can keep secrets. Run. Upon hearing this, the two ninja froze for a moment before hastily retreating. Yet, unexpectedly, they began to inch back, only for Naruto to emerge from their front, causing them to retreat once more. Sakura's eyelids fluttered. Naruto, is it really necessary to eradicate them all? They haven't harmed us. Sasuke remained composed. Sakura. Naruto narrowed his eyes. After the mission in the Land of Waves, everyone had progressed, and you cannot lag behind. This is the world of ninjas. Have you forgotten what Kakashi-sensei told us on the first day we met? Sakura shook her head. Naruto, I feel you've changed. You used to be so gentle with everyone, but now, is that so? Perhaps. We all have to grow up, don't we? Naruto smiled. You're not wrong. Sasuke glanced at Sakura. The mistake lies with you. Listen, if they escape and their village sends someone to retaliate, we may indeed face death. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Sakura felt a wave of gloom settle over her. All right, Sasuke, give Sakura a moment. Naruto interjected, attempting to mediate. They can't escape. If I'm to perish, I'll take someone down with me. The two foreign ninjas brandished their kunai and charged at the trio. Naruto glanced at Sasuke. Shall we take turns? I'll handle it. Sasuke replied, drawing his kunai and stepping forward. Chapter 49. The arrival of Uncle Snake, it's over. With a massive fireball expelled from Sasuke's mouth, only two charred corpses remained on the ground. Your speed is commendable. Naruto nodded, but then his expression grew serious. We must prepare for the next wave. This opponent is no simple foe. Noting Naruto's demeanor, Sasuke felt a surge of anxiety. Even you can't contend with him? My attack lacks the lethality required against him. Naruto's expression was grave. This is unacceptable. Sasuke furrowed his brow, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Since graduating from the Ninja Academy, he had faced increasingly harsh realities. Naruto surpassed him. Then there was the terrifying Gaara, followed by his defeat at the hands of the taijutsu specialist Rock Lee. Now, he encountered a mere genin who was even stronger than Naruto. Just how many stronger individuals existed in this world? When would he finally be able to kill that man? Incoming! Naruto suddenly shouted. The range is vast. There's no time. Binding technique number 39, Gale Fan. A colossal gust of wind surged towards the trio. Boom! With a resounding crash, the ground beneath them was struck, sending dust soaring into the air. Despite the protection from the Gale Fan, the force nearly swept Sakura off her feet. Fortunately, Sasuke caught her just in time. As the dust began to settle, three figures emerged from the ground across from them. You all should go play elsewhere. I can handle this alone. The figure in the middle chuckled ominously. Hey! The silhouettes of the other two vanished into the jungle. This was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sanin. As the dust settled, a circular protective shield appeared before Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, successfully warding off the wind technique. However, a wide trench had formed on the ground ahead. The scope was too broad. A shadow of doubt flickered in Naruto's eyes. Damn, such powerful ninjutsu. Sasuke's expression was grave. Is there really someone this formidable among the lower ranks? Naruto remained silent, for amidst the dust, a figure emerged. Hee, what an interesting ninjutsu. Orochimaru extended his long snake-like head, licking his lips, his hoarse voice exuding an eerie chill. Naruto's face grew serious as he slowly drew his blade with his right thumb. Observing this movement, Orochimaru's snake head lunged forward, ensnaring the sword. A sense of foreboding washed over Naruto. The technique Mirror Flower, Water Moon was indeed powerful, yet it possessed a fatal flaw. If someone touched the blade before full hypnosis set in, they could evade it. What do you intend to do with that sword? Orochimaru inquired, a sinister smile gracing his features. You seem to have detected us already. How did you discover my presence? I didn't detect you. I merely reacted quickly, Naruto replied gravely. Realizing the sword had inadvertently become entangled with Orochimaru's tongue, he needed a plan. Ah, so you are Uzumaki Naruto. I must say, your strength is rather impressive. Far more intriguing than I anticipated. Thank you for the compliment, Orochimaru-san. It is truly an honor to be acknowledged by one of the legendary Sanin. Naruto's tone remained serious. Orochimaru, what are the legendary Sanin? Sasuke and Sakura exchanged puzzled glances with Naruto. After today, I shall seek out the history of Konoha. Naruto had no time for trivial conversations. Facing Orochimaru was a matter of life and death. Haha, I didn't expect this little brat to know my name. Orochimaru laughed grotesquely, slowly peeling away the skin from his face, revealing his snake-like eyes, while the forehead protector morphed into a musical note. I adore playing games with the younger generation. It seems you have gathered 2 scrolls. I presume you know what comes next? Orochimaru's aura intensified. His snake-like gaze filled with bloodlust. The scroll contest shall be a battle to the death. Killing intent erupted suddenly. Sasuke and Sakura found themselves immobilized, collapsing to the ground. Gasping for breath, Sasuke looked at Orochimaru in shock, his heart consumed by fear. Is this an illusion? No, it's merely his killing intent. What is happening? Just looking into his eyes feels as if I've been slain. This man is exponentially stronger than Zabuza? Who on earth is he? Sasuke forced himself to turn his head, seeing Sakura trembling on the ground, while Naruto stood resolutely. Orochimaru-san, if you desire the heavenly scroll, we would gladly offer it to you. Given your stature, I doubt you would stoop to our level. Haha, I never expected you could speak so boldly amidst my killing intent, little brat. You are quite remarkable. No wonder the Akatsuki organization remains unscathed. This level of pressure is overwhelming. Naruto gritted his teeth. I must find an opportunity. Little brat, what does that look in your eyes mean? Since you know I am Orochimaru, I advise you not to look at me that way unless you wish to be the first to perish. The legendary Orochimaru aims to kill us, and we certainly have no chance of resisting. Naruto chuckled. However, Orochimaru-san, have you ever heard this saying? What saying? Villains perish due to excessive talking. A golden glint flashed in Naruto's eyes. Way of Destruction number 11, Thunderclap. What? Ugh. Thunderclap surged along the object, releasing a bolt of lightning. While its attack power was not overwhelming, it served a vital purpose, causing paralysis in the enemy's body. Orochimaru was aware of Naruto's ability to perform ninjutsu without hand signs. Yet previously, he had only witnessed Naruto utilizing fire techniques. Why was he suddenly employing lightning? I was careless. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, seizing the opportunity. Naruto intended to unleash Mirror Flower, Water Moon, but unexpectedly, a tongue wrapped around his foot, flinging him away. Boom. Naruto crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. The force was immense, creating a deep crater in the earth. That hurt. Lying in the pit, pain coursed through Naruto's body as if he had broken 2 ribs and a leg. The tongue released him, and Naruto, enduring the discomfort, slowly sat up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, the sword still remained in his grasp, but now, if only his ribs were fractured, he could still manage to move, but with a broken leg. Good luck, Sasuke, Sakura. I hope you can hold on until I recover. A green light emanated from Naruto's hand as he pressed it against his leg, using a special healing technique. On the ground, Sakura was petrified, utterly unable to comprehend how such a powerful Naruto could be defeated in a single strike by the enemy before them. Sasuke wore an incredulous expression. So strong. Haha. Orochimaru retracted his tongue, a perverse smile creeping across his face. Now, it is your turn, Uchiha brat. I find your gaze quite appealing. Chapter 50. A secret conversation with Uncle Snake. I find your gaze quite appealing. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered as he scrutinized Sasuke, his snake-like pupils greedily appraising him. Damn it. Sasuke, struggling against the paralysis, slowly drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Do not regard me with such vile eyes. With a swift motion, Sasuke plunged the blade into his leg, using the pain to conquer his fear, and began forming hand seals. In an instant, he completed the technique. Firestyle, Fireball Jutsu. Without a second glance, he scooped up Sakura and fled. Hee, not bad. Inflicting injury upon oneself to overcome fear. You're certainly no ordinary prey. Orochimaru observed the deep pit nearby before vanishing from sight. In the pit, not long had passed, and it was uncertain whether the cursed seal had been placed upon Sasuke. Once his leg healed, he did not rush to surface. Sage chakra is quite a remarkable thing. Sasuke, consider this a gift from me. Naruto's face broke into a smile as he leaped from the pit. Way of Destruction number 38, Strike the Bird. Naruto understood Orochimaru's intentions well. He would not kill Sasuke. Rather, he would bestow upon him the cursed seal. The stronger Sasuke became, the more delighted Orochimaru would be, especially since he had already fallen victim to Mirror Flower. Water Moon. In the forest. Damn it. I can't believe Naruto was defeated so easily. Sasuke leaped swiftly through the trees, wondering about Naruto's fate. Feeling they had escaped far enough, Sasuke placed Sakura on a branch and cautiously retrieved the kunai from his leg. Sasuke, are you alright? Sakura looked at him with deep concern. Sasuke quickly covered her mouth, his heart racing. I cannot die. We must escape, quickly. Are you waiting for me? A sinister voice resonated from behind them. Sasuke trembled all over and leaped away. The pitiable prey, that wretched boy has already met his demise. Now, it is your turn. Sasuke. Orochimaru gazed at him with insatiable greed. How infuriating. Sasuke's fists clenched tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking resonating through his heart. Filled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness, a voice echoed incessantly in his mind. Foolish Odudu, harbor your hatred, your resentment, and live on in your wretchedness. Uchiha Itachi's disdainful gaze, his chillingly emotionless words, and those unforgettable eyes filled Sasuke with despair. How could I be so weak? I must kill you. I refuse to perish like this. A surge of vehement hatred flooded his mind. He had never loathed his own impotence as he did today. Do you hate him? How deeply do you despise Uchiha Itachi? Do you long to slay him, yearn for power? Orochimaru slowly advanced toward Sasuke. Is this all there is? Look at yourself now. Compared to Uchiha Itachi, you truly resemble a mere dog. Be silent. Speak of Uchiha Itachi again, and I shall end you. Sasuke's face was a mask of resentment, his crimson eyes fixed intently upon him. Yet Orochimaru remained unfazed, captivated by those blood-red orbs, the two tomos swirling within them, his body trembling with anticipation. Sasuke offered no response, retaliating only with 3 massive shurikens. Do not waste your efforts. You cannot defeat me. Orochimaru sidestepped effortlessly, a derisive smile gracing his lips. What is this? Steel wire. Orochimaru gasped as he observed the shurikens alter their trajectory, connected by visible steel wires. The windmill of illusion technique. Sasuke grasped the wires with both hands, tightly binding Orochimaru to a tree trunk before swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A horrifying scream escaped Orochimaru's lips. Had he been vanquished? Sasuke stared intently at the flames consuming the air. Hee, Sasuke, you've truly surprised me. I never expected you to wield the Sharingan to such a degree at your tender age. Orochimaru's voice echoed ominously in Sasuke's ears. Sasuke was taken aback. To his astonishment, the jutsu he had unleashed with all his chakra had inflicted no harm upon Orochimaru. Mirror flower, water moon. A voice emerged. Orochimaru quickly turned towards the sound, spotting Naruto perched upon a tree branch, squinting at him. Little brat, I did not expect you to still be alive. How troublesome. Orochimaru extended his long tongue. Mr. Orochimaru, you are a bit slow. Naruto's glasses reflected the light filtering through the leaves. You've come to present Sasuke with a gift. Have you not? Why the delay? How does this brat know? Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. Upon seeing Orochimaru's expression, Naruto smiled faintly. Mr. Orochimaru, to buy you some time. I broke my leg. It seems my earlier words went unheeded. Villains perish from excessive chatter. Brat, do you think you can speak to me like that? His neck elongated, unleashing a blade that pierced directly through Naruto. Insolent brat, how audacious. I am Orochimaru. Mr. Orochimaru, what are you doing? I came to discuss a transaction with you today. Orochimaru trembled slightly, realizing Naruto was now behind him, and he hadn't bitten into the sword. An illusion? No. My chakra shows no signs of disturbance. Moreover, why do Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura remain as they were? Orochimaru noted their unchanging expressions. If they saw Naruto, they would have reacted. This brat Naruto squinted and smiled. Mr. Orochimaru, there is no need for guessing. You cannot fathom my abilities. To think Konoha harbors such a genius. Orochimaru smiled. But do you believe you are worthy of negotiating with me? Your audacity is remarkable. You dare approach me. Summoning his secret technique, the Shadow Snake Hand. Several enormous snakes erupted from Orochimaru's hands, ensnaring Naruto, one sinking its fangs into his leg. Now, you cannot move. Orochimaru sneered. It seems I must take you back for further study of your abilities. Mr. Orochimaru, what did you say? Naruto's voice echoed once more. Impossible. It's unfathomable that you could continue to act while ensnared by my snakes. Orochimaru gazed at Naruto, utterly incredulous. How pitiful, Mr. Orochimaru. I must ask, when did you come to believe you could use the Shadow Snake Hand so freely? At this, Orochimaru shuddered. Focusing his gaze to find Naruto calmly seated on the branch where he had first appeared, sipping tea, not having moved an inch from the onset. By your demeanor, Mr. Orochimaru, I trust you realize that you cannot kill me. Naruto's innocuous smile reappeared. Now, may I propose our transaction? Chapter 51, The Shock of Uncle Snake. The agreement in the forest, Naruto reclined on the branch, sipping red tea while surveying Orochimaru. Now, may I propose our transaction? Naruto smiled innocently. I truly underestimated you. Orochimaru was internally astounded. Do enlighten me. What transaction do you propose? Naruto's eyes glimmered with determination. I want you to invite Danzo out for a private meeting. Oh. Orochimaru regarded Naruto with keen interest. It appears that old Coot Danzo has many admirers. What business do you have with him? If I were to say I wish to kill him, Naruto smiled subtly. Would you believe me? Why would you want him dead? Orochimaru inquired, intrigued. Naruto closed his eyes, sensing the vast chakra within him, then suddenly opened them, revealing his pupils transformed into slitted eyes, shimmering with an eerie hue. Now, you should understand. Indeed, you are the one. Orochimaru lowered his head, a sinister smile creeping across his face. As Naruto revealed his eyes, Orochimaru comprehended all. I can surmise why you would make such a request. It seems the time has come for that old man, Danzo. This is your transaction. I wish to hear what I stand to gain. Naruto grinned. I trust you 1T refuse. First, I permit you to place a curse mark on Sasuke. I am aware of your intentions. Should I refuse, Sasuke will be unable to move. Second, during your Plan S execution, I shall not intervene. You can confidently proceed to eliminate the third Hokage. Third, after Danzo's demise, his right arm belongs to you. Such terms, in exchange for Danzo's life, should suffice. Yet I would say I am at a loss while you gain considerably. Orochimaru erupted into raucous laughter. Who would have thought Konoha concealed such talent? I truly would hate to part with you. Otherwise, why not join me? With a village like Konoha, do you wish to remain? Your words are excessive. I have my own plans. You need only respond. Are you willing or not? This deal greatly favors me. Why would I refuse? Orochimaru wore a smirk of malevolence. Consider it an additional gift. Otherwise, when the day comes that you strike at Danzo, I shall assist you. Danzo is not an easy foe to confront. No need. I can manage on my own. Naruto smiled. Thank you for your kind offer. Then it is settled. Orochimaru slowly extended his neck. Wait. Naruto halted Orochimaru's actions, saying, There is one more thing I hope you can keep to yourself. Otherwise, villains perish due to excessive chatter. I do not utter this lightly. The threat seemed to hold no weight for Orochimaru, who, licking his lips, replied, You can only trust me now. I know your secret. And even if I were to breach our agreement, it would avail you nothing. Is that so? Naruto smiled faintly, raising his Zanpakutō. My ability is called Mirage. Its effect is complete hypnosis. In an instant, Naruto's figure appeared before Orochimaru, thrusting the blade towards his abdomen. Orochimaru hurriedly attempted to defend himself. Can you truly defend against this? In Orochimaru's eyes, the blade pierced his chest. Impossible. Crimson blood slowly trickled from the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. A painful sensation that felt all too real. Did you indeed block it? Naruto chuckled. Now, behold the location of the blade. As Orochimaru focused, he discovered that his foot was pinned to the tree trunk, while the wound on his chest had vanished. Subsequently, Naruto's figure transformed into a ripple, gradually disappearing, only to reappear perched upon the same tree trunk, leaving no traces of his previous movement. The injury on his foot had also disappeared. Orochimaru glared at Naruto, his expression dark. Now you understand that my words are not mere bluster. Moreover, I can tell you this. Anyone who has witnessed my ability will remain in a state of complete hypnosis indefinitely, unless they avoid me. Otherwise, escape is impossible. Naruto stated calmly. Kid, I concede. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes flickered with shock. Minato's son had managed to suppress him. Could it be the power of the Nine Tails? Was the strength of the tailed beasts truly so remarkable? Ah, by the way, when you confront the third Hokage, I shall be watching. I have some inquiries for him. Naruto smiled. Are you prepared? Next, it is time to test your acting skills. Shatter Mirage. Sasuke and Sakura's eyes began to move. Sasuke, Sakura, are you alright? Naruto gasped. Looking at them. Naruto, you're alive. Sakura exclaimed, filled with excitement. Naruto, run. I'll hold him off. Sasuke shouted loudly. Haha. Orochimaru severed the steel ropes binding him and formed hand seals. Ugh. Sasuke and Sakura found themselves immobilized, unable to move. Naruto struggled vigorously and roared. What have you done to us? Ignoring Naruto's outburst, Orochimaru turned to Sasuke, a sinister smile on his face. So young, yet so adept at wielding the Sharingan. Truly worthy of the Uchiha name. I long to possess you. Sasuke, filled with resentment, struggled, but no amount of effort could free him from his restraints. Heh. You truly are brothers. You harbor a power even greater than Itachi. Upon hearing this, Sasuke ceased his struggles and shouted in fury, "Who are you? You already know me. I am Orochimaru. If you wish to see me again, strive for victory in this exam." Orochimaru's tone was ominous. "What are you talking about? We do not wish to encounter you a second time," Sakura retorted angrily. "This simply won't do." Orochimaru formed hand seals, stretching his neck menacingly as he lunged at Sasuke, sinking his teeth into Sasuke's neck. "Stop!" Naruto shouted, his body trembling, his face flushed with anger, seemingly unable to break free. "Sasuke!" Sakura's face was filled with worry. Yet she could not move. Orochimaru withdrew his neck, revealing 3 tomo on the spot where he had bitten Sasuke. "Ugh!" Sasuke grimaced in pain, clutching his wound. "What have you done to Sasuke?" Sakura screamed in outrage. "Do not fret. I merely gifted him a parting token. Sasuke will certainly need me, for he craves power. I am delighted to have been entertained by you today." As he spoke, Orochimaru's body began to sink, exposing only one eye, the last gaze resting upon Naruto. The corners of Naruto's mouth curled upward as he found a comfortable position and fell limp. Sasuke, in agony, succumbed to unconsciousness. Sakura, cradling Sasuke and weeping profusely, cried out, "Naruto, come here." Sasuke, but upon turning, ceased her pleas. For Naruto had also collapsed against the branch. Chapter 52. The arrival of the Sound Ninja Trio in another part of the forest. Mitarashi Anko dashed forward with a grave expression. Moments ago, she had received reports of a participant's death during the exam, and from the details of the demise, she immediately recognized the handiwork behind it. She rushed into the woods. "Orochimaru, I know you have returned. This time, I shall kill you, even if it means our mutual destruction." Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had intended to depart, suddenly sensed something, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Ah, it's you. Long time no see. Perhaps I should take a good look at you, my disciple." As Anko relentlessly pursued, she finally found Orochimaru. Gazing at the face that had not aged with time, her heart brimmed with hatred, and her neck began to ache. Recalling that fateful night when Orochimaru had mercilessly marked her youthful body, that cursed curse mark had tormented her for years. "Orochimaru, you S-rank criminal. How dare you return to the Hidden Leaf Village?" Heh. Orochimaru licked his lips. "Anko, it's been years. You've grown. Wishing to kill me? Do not forget. All your skills were taught by me. Let us see if that holds true." Anko gritted her teeth. Shadow snake hands. However, such a lowly technique could not harm Orochimaru, who merely formed a hand seal and bound her effortlessly. "Anko, my purpose in coming to the leaf is simple. I have my eyes set on a young boy's body. His name, as you well know, is Uchiha Sasuke." As he spoke, Orochimaru extended his tongue, curling it grotesquely. "Vile Orochimaru, the 3rd Hokage will not allow you to succeed." Anko's face flushed with anger. "Is that so?" Orochimaru chuckled softly, approaching her and caressing the cursed mark on her neck. "It seems this mark has caused you considerable pain." Anko remained silent, her trembling body betraying the agony she felt. "It appears you have not fared well in recent years. My dear disciple, I would love to have a proper conversation, but it seems many little mice are approaching, so I shall visit you again another time." Orochimaru caressed Anko's face before vanishing beneath the ground. After Orochimaru's departure, several Mastumbu arrived just in time. Anko gritted her teeth and ordered, "You must report to the 3rd Hokage immediately. Inform him that the rogue ninja Orochimaru has infiltrated the village, targeting Uchiha Sasuke on the other side of the forest." A battle was underway. "Hey, what are you doing?" Naruto's eyes were hazy, as if he had just awakened. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, and Lee were all present. Opposing them were 3 members of the Sound Village. At that moment, Lee lay on the ground, appearing gravely injured, while Sakura crouched nearby, bloodied and bruised, her pink hair a disheveled mess. The trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji did not appear to be faring much better either. Naruto. Sakura, upon witnessing Naruto awaken, was overwhelmed with tears. "Are you all right?" Naruto asked nonchalantly. "Why has so much hair fallen out?" Hearing his voice, Sakura felt a surge of relief, her tears momentarily replaced by a smile. Yet, the thought of Sasuke still unconscious beside them caused her sorrow to resurface. "Naruto, what has happened to Sasuke? Hasn't he woken up? Is something wrong?" "Do not worry, I will check on him," Naruto replied with a gentle smile, squatting down to part Sasuke's collar. "Hey, don't you think you're a bit arrogant?" Sakan from the Sound Ninja Village looked at Naruto with a haughty demeanor. Wait, Sakan. To's, his face partially obscured, spoke with a grave expression. They had seen Naruto Uzumaki's profile in the information they had on Do, recognizing him as a formidable opponent. Naruto, however, paid them no heed, focusing instead on Sasuke's cursed mark. At that moment, the three tomo on Sasuke's neck shimmered with a crimson glow, seemingly on the verge of erupting. Sensing the immense power emanating from the curse, Naruto narrowed his eyes. It appears to be starting to take effect. Sakura, rest assured, Sasuke is merely in a deep slumber. He will be fine. Naruto reassured her with a smile. Hey, I'm talking to you, Sakan said arrogantly, gesturing towards his female companion. One of your ninjas has used a mental technique on my comrade. If I kill her, your village's ninjas will also perish. Hand over Sasuke, or I will kill her. Naruto glanced at Yamanaka Ino, who lay in Nara Shikamaru's arms, blood trickling from her mouth, and remained silent. The trio from the Sound Ninja Village mistook Naruto's silence for weakness, growing even more brazen. How intolerable. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a nearby tree. You Sound Ninja bully the weak and think you've won? The figure clad in a green jumpsuit was one of their teammates, and they indeed had gone too far. To's scoffed. If you're really displeased, come down and stop posturing from up there. Do not provoke them. Ino is still in their hands. Shikamaru shouted at the tree. Hey, Naruto, help rescue Ino. Back in school, Shikamaru had been quite kind to him, so he thought he would lend a hand this time. Naruto narrowed his eyes, smiling as he stood up. Hey, my classmate is in your comrade's grasp. Let us negotiate. How about you release her? The Sound Ninja squad appeared to regard him as a fool for even suggesting they release a hostage. Sakan raised his hand, aiming an air cannon at Naruto, grinning wickedly. All right, give us Sasuke, and I will let her go. Let us handle this. Hyuga Neji leapt down from the tree. He still remembered Naruto, and this time he would assist him. Naruto exchanged a glance with Neji, smiled, then turned back to Sakan. Why do you seem so confident when you are so ordinary? A shrill scream pierced the air as To's was suddenly kicked away. Climbing back to his feet, he wore an expression of shock. When did he come over? Neji was equally astonished. He never expected the little brat he had encountered years ago to possess such prowess. So much so that even his Byakugan could not discern Naruto's speed. Now, can my classmate return? Naruto asked with a smile. Tos gritted his teeth, his expression heavy with indignation, though the bandages obscured it from others. Since you did not refuse, I will take that as your agreement. Ino, come back now. Seizing the opportunity, Shikamaru shouted. Ino, awakening from her shock, hurriedly formed hand seals and returned to her own body. Damn it. Sakan glared at Naruto with resentment. It seems you are quite dissatisfied. Naruto chuckled. Leave the scroll and scram. If memory serves, you have another purpose aside from testing Sasuke's strength, the sacrificial offering for the Edo Tensei. This time, let us experience what kind of person the first Hokage, who could toy with the nine tails, truly was. Chapter 53, Gaara's grinning menace. Through the earlier confrontation, Tos had realized he was no match for Naruto Uzumaki. He placed the scroll on the ground. We sincerely apologize for the harm caused. Here is the scroll for you. After saying this, he dragged Sakan and his female companion away from the scene. Naruto walked over, picked up the scroll, contemplated for a moment, then tossed it towards Shikamaru with a smile. Thanks for your help earlier. Consider this scroll our token of gratitude. Shikamaru caught the scroll. I want to be polite. Thank you. Naruto smiled and glanced up at Neji in the tree. Just one scroll. I gave it to them. We'll take care of the rest ourselves. We don't need your help. Neji responded coldly, then slung Lee over his back. We're leaving. See you at the Chunin exam. He and Tenten vanished from sight. We should head out too, Shikamaru said, supporting Ino as they departed. What should we do? Sakura asked Naruto, glancing at Sasuke. Naruto felt a sense of helplessness. In the original story, Sasuke had awakened due to their provocation, but now, without any stimulus, he remained unconscious, which was quite vexing. Wait a moment. I'll find something. Within minutes, Naruto returned with a full water jug and poured its contents directly onto Sasuke's face. Ugh! The icy water jolted Sasuke awake. Sasuke! Sakura exclaimed anxiously before turning to Naruto. Naruto, how could you do that? Naruto ignored her. You were sleeping quite soundly. Now that you're awake, let us keep moving. He then resumed his path towards their destination. Sasuke, with Sakura's concern, attempted to rise. Do not worry, Sakura. I am fine, he stated nonchalantly, standing up. The two followed Naruto's lead, pressing onward. Naruto-kun. At that moment, a gentle voice reached their ears. "Hinata?" Naruto squinted. "What brings you here?" "I saw from a distance that there were numerous enemies here, so I hurried over with Kiba and Shino," she replied. "I'm so relieved you are all safe." Hinata had inadvertently spotted them battling enemies from afar, and noticing the opposing chakra was stronger than their teacher, Yuhi Kurenai, she had come to lend her support. However, she was surprised to find that the enemies had retreated, only for 3 new ones to arrive, and upon finding Team 7 unharmed, she sighed in relief. "What is going on? We came specifically to assist you, only to find the enemies driven away." Kiba scoffed, trying to act tough. "Do not say such things. Neither Sasuke nor Naruto could defeat him. What difference does it make if you show up?" Sakura retorted, pouting. "Everyone is safe, which is the most important thing." Naruto smiled. "Let us continue on our way. Hinata, keep it up." Hinata's cheeks flushed a light pink. "Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, you are truly worthy of being killed by me." Suddenly, a sinister, malevolent voice drew their attention. Turning around, they beheld a sinister figure with dark circles under his eyes, carrying a gourd, his expression menacing. Indeed, it was Gaara's team. As Kanjiro and Temari surveyed the extent of the destruction before them, they instinctively felt a pang of fear. Gazing at Naruto, they hesitated, astounded by the magnitude of devastation wrought by this battle. Surely, the damage was a result of wind release, was it not? Whether it was Naruto or Sasuke, the adversary they faced was undeniably formidable. Against such an opponent, Kanjiro doubted his own ability to prevail. Indeed, they were witnessing the tumult initially caused by Orochimaru. In contrast, Gaara appeared exhilarated. Encountering such powerful peers, 2 of them, provoked thoughts of how satisfying it would be to defeat them. There was no time to indulge in such thoughts now. That could wait for later. Naruto cast a fleeting glance at them, his voice devoid of emotion. "I just want to end you." Gaara, perceiving Naruto's demeanor, unleashed a wave of murderous intent. "What are you still doing here?" Naruto inquired, glancing at Hinata. "Let us go." Shino appeared beside Hinata, pulling her away swiftly. "Naruto, be careful," Kiba urged, hastily following suit. Gaara, indifferent to their departure, did not even cast a glance in their direction. To him, they were but insignificant ants. His focus was squarely on the formidable figures of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha before him. With a chilling scream, Gaara summoned the sand from his gourd, releasing an overwhelming scent of blood that stirred Sasuke's senses. The cursed seal began to envelop his body, and a sinister grin crept across his face. After enduring humiliation earlier, he finally had an opportunity for retribution. What immense power! Sasuke gazed at his hands, a wicked smile forming. "This is the strength he bestowed upon me," Sakura observed Sasuke, feeling the dark aura emanating from him. Meanwhile, Naruto watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. "Yes, just like that," Gaara exclaimed, a look of excitement on his face. Before suddenly clutching his head, "I know you crave this too, blood. Just wait, I will deliver it soon." Sasuke, his chakra surging, launched himself at Gaara. Yet, in his current state, he was no match for him. Within moments, he found himself ensnared by the swirling sands. "Sand coffin," Gaara sneered, his hands twisting. "Sand burial. Enough." At that moment, Naruto intervened with a swift strike. Way of destruction number 4, White Thunder. He shattered the sand coffin, grasping Sasuke with one hand and Sakura with the other, vanishing from sight, leaving only Gaara's team behind. Damn it! Damn it all!" Gaara roared at the vanishing Team 7. "Why are you running? Why? Naruto, you are the first to escape my grasp. I will kill you." Temari, watching with trepidation, remarked, "They must not wish to waste time here. They likely have the scroll they sought." Kanjiro, drenched in cold sweat, dared not voice any thoughts about Gaara's current state. "Let us go," Gaara sneered, making his way towards the central tower, intent on discovering if they had indeed secured the scroll. "Naruto, await my arrival. Your life shall be mine." Chapter 54. Orochimaru's provocation. "Let me go, Naruto. Don't force me to kill you." Sasuke glared at Naruto with resentment as they fled. He hated that despite acquiring such formidable power, he was still no match for Gaara. Sakura looked at him with concern. "It's not the right time." Naruto replied with a nonchalant smile. "Gaara's strength is not to be underestimated, and he still holds trump cards. Engaging him now would only create chaos. Your current state is precarious. It's best to proceed with caution." How infuriating. Sasuke gritted his teeth, the cursed seal gradually dissipating. Before long, the trio reached the central tower. Upon opening the 2 scrolls, The reverse summoning technique was triggered, and a proctoring ninja appeared to announce their success. The three settled in the tower to await further developments. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on Naruto's lips. Wait here for a moment. I need to use the restroom. He then exited the hall, swiftly teleporting to a secluded corner of the forest. Come out. Naruto smiled. Were you not the one who summoned me? A sinister voice emerged from the shadows. I knew you would come alone. I thought you might not show, after all. There is a little brat here who is just as interesting as you. Do you really think I would fear a child who can't even control his emotions? Naruto replied with a smile. As he spoke, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Your words are quite displeasing. They ignite a desire to end you. Naruto scoffed. You can certainly try, Orochimaru. The figure's face became visible, revealing malevolent snake-like eyes brimming with wrath. Do not carelessly exude that murderous intent behind me, unless you wish to meet an untimely demise. Such arrogance. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. As your elder, it is my duty to teach you a valuable lesson. A ninja should never expose their back to the enemy. Hidden shadow snake hands. Several serpents lunged at Naruto, binding him. It appears you have grasped this lesson well. However, I am far more fascinated by the prospect of destroying Konoha than by you at present. I believe capturing you would inflict greater losses upon the village. What did you just say? A voice reached Orochimaru's ears, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, for in his eyes, his own hidden shadow snake hands had ensnared him. How utterly foolish. Naruto narrowed his eyes, chuckling. As one of the legendary Sanin, you dare to jest with me, Orochimaru? Your mentality resembles that of a child. You haven't even drawn your blade. When did I ever say that? I've told you many times. Naruto's eyes widened. How can you be so forgetful? It truly frustrates me. I was merely joking. Orochimaru's tone softened. There is no need to take it so seriously. Mr. Orochimaru, may I inquire why you summoned me? If it was merely to engage in jest, I would find such antics rather bothersome. Impossible. I came to inform you that I have made arrangements with Danzo. Look at you, Mr. Orochimaru, still so polite. Naruto smiled, drawing his blade. Shatter, mirror, flower, water, moon. Everything around them returned to its original state, and Orochimaru had never truly utilized the hidden shadow snake hands. Such a perverse ability. I underestimated you at first, never imagining you could deceive me so easily. A glimmer of light flashed in Orochimaru's snake-like eyes. For the past few days, he had been hiding and experimenting with his own body, yet found no traces of tampering. He had even switched bodies to maintain his condition, only to discover it had all been in vain. Mr. Orochimaru, I have long warned you that villains perish due to excessive chatter. Naruto smiled gently. Time and place. The third preliminary round of the Chunin exams. The location is right here in the Forest of Death. Very well, I shall come after the match. Just wait for me a moment. Naruto turned to head back to the central tower. May I ask, with your current strength, why do you remain in Konoha? Why participate in this tedious Chunin exam? Don't tell me it's to upgrade your title or protect the village. Orochimaru eyed Naruto's retreating figure with curiosity. Upgrading titles? Protecting Konoha? Naruto chuckled softly, offering no reply as he made his way back to the central tower. Naruto observed Yakushi Kabuto engaged in conversation with Sakura and Sasuke, seemingly sent by Orochimaru to probe their capabilities. Naruto, why are you taking so long in the restroom? Sakura inquired. Oh, I might have drunk some river water yesterday, and now I have a bit of a stomach issue, Naruto chuckled. Humph. Sasuke scoffed. What are you doing here, Kabuto? Naruto turned to him. Nothing much, just came to chat with my juniors. I'll be on my way to find my teammates now, Kabuto smiled, casting a lingering glance at Naruto before departing. What was he saying? Naruto asked nonchalantly. I just heard that someone ambushed other teams in front of the central tower. Sakura replied. It seems all the task handlers were taken out. Who did it? I think it's from Tsunade, the one named Gaara. Sakura expressed her concern. I wonder if Ino and Hinata are all right. Naruto reassured her with a smile. Don't worry, they're not that foolish. Clearly, Gaara, incensed by Naruto, was now venting his anger by attacking other teams, making it exceedingly difficult for those wishing to enter the tower. Before long, other teams gradually made their way inside, proving their worth. The teams of Hōgyoku, Hinata, and Inuzuka Kiba all entered the tower, along with several others from different villages. When the final time arrived, Gaara's team stormed in, glaring ferociously at Naruto. Gaara, calm down. Temari trembled. No fighting is allowed here. I know. Gaara shot a menacing look at Naruto. Shut up, or I'll kill you. Temari broke out in a cold sweat, refraining from uttering another word. Hello again. It's nice to see you. Naruto greeted with a smile as he edged closer to Gaara's team and whispered, Are you angry? Before moving away, I will definitely kill you. Gaara erupted. Fighting is forbidden in the central tower. A Jonin sensed the murderous intent and immediately reprimanded. Gaara reluctantly calmed down. Now, the Chunin exam matches will commence. Everyone, return to your villages. Chapter 55. The sudden preliminary round, meeting Orochimaru. The second exam concluded, and only these individuals could enter the central tower. As the last group entered, they were ushered into another room within the tower. Suddenly, a group of masked Anbu appeared. To everyone's surprise, Hiruzen Sarutobi personally came forward to welcome them. Congratulations to all ninjas from various nations for passing the second exam. Next, we have prepared a preliminary round to assess your strengths. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? The third Hokage Sarutobi stood at the forefront, with all the Jonin behind him. A preliminary round? What is this? Aren't we supposed to proceed directly to the third exam? Why is there a preliminary round? A disgruntled genin could not help but ask. Sarutobi chuckled amiably. The number of ninjas qualifying as Chunin is fixed each time. Perhaps we have an abundance of exceptional ninjas this time, over 20. Therefore, we need to eliminate some beforehand. Sarutobi smiled gently, though a hint of pride lingered in his expression. Indeed, the combined Chunin exam was not only about selecting Chunin, but also gauging the military strength of other nations. With over 10 from Konoha among these 20-plus genin, how could he not feel elated? This is outrageous. After enduring the forest of death and battling for so many days without rest, we now have to participate in a preliminary round. This is too exhausting. Some genin expressed their dissatisfaction. You have already had a break, and that was ample time. As ninjas, your ability to quickly adapt is also a test, the third Hokage explained. Cough cough. I am the examiner for this preliminary round, Mizuki Kaze. Cough cough. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? A frail-looking Jonin bowed to Sarutobi before turning to greet the genin. Oh, one thing to note. Withdrawing from this preliminary round will not affect your teammates. Cough cough. Once more. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? Cough cough. A flock of crows flew overhead. Everyone stared incredulously at the incessantly coughing man, Mizuki Kaze, wondering if he might suddenly collapse, a concern shared by every genin. However, this was not the time for such worries. Assessing their own conditions, many genin began to withdraw one after another. They had no choice. Their stamina was nearly depleted, and their chakra reserves were running low. Besides, the Chunin exam wasn't limited to just this occasion. It was merely a title, and as long as their abilities were up to par, they could achieve it later. I too shall withdraw. A gentle voice rang out, belonging to Yakushi Kabuto, who stood nearby. Anyone else wishing to withdraw? If not, let us commence the preliminary round. Mizuki Kaze began to announce the exam rules. Sarutobi observed Kabuto's departing figure, the only one from Konoha to abandon the exam, before glancing at Sasuke. He was already aware of Orochimaru's infiltration into Konoha, and all the Jonin knew of this matter, gathering here also due to Orochimaru's presence. Naruto glanced at Kabuto as he left, hoping the proceedings would conclude swiftly so he could rendezvous with Orochimaru. The participants arrived at the exam arena within the central tower. As the electronic screen flickered to life, the first match featured Sasuke against a ninja capable of absorbing chakra. Sasuke, are you ready for the match? Sakura asked worriedly, particularly eyeing the cursed seal on his neck. I'm not as weak as you think. Sasuke reassured, clutching the cursed seal. Don't worry, I'll be fine. He then executed a pole vault into the arena. You're the last of the Uchiha, right? Today, let me be the one to sever the Uchiha bloodline. The opponent cackled. Examiner, let us begin. I'm going to thoroughly dismantle this trash. Trash? Sasuke was instantly infuriated. Itachi had called him trash, and now this person echoed the same sentiment. In front of everyone, Sasuke's cursed seal activated, and he swiftly incapacitated his opponent. First match, victory to Uchiha Sasuke. Mizuki Kaze announced, glancing at the defeated ninja on the ground. However, Sasuke, affected by the cursed seal, lost his ability to move. Bang! Kakashi appeared on the scene, his expression grave, as he lifted Sasuke and turned toward the stands. Naruto, Sakura, I'm taking Sasuke for treatment. We'll be back shortly. With that, he vanished from sight. Soon, the electronic screen flickered once more. The next match featured the Sound Ninja wielding an air cannon against Shino. Undoubtedly, the insect user triumphed effortlessly. In the third match, Naruto stepped up to face Inuzuka Kiba. Damn it, my opponent is Naruto. Kiba grumbled. Go for it, Kiba. Hinata cheered for her teammate. Humph, Hinata. Don't think I don't know you're secretly cheering for Naruto. Kiba huffed. Hinata's face flushed, evidently caught off guard. Don't take it seriously. I was just joking. Kiba laughed, then turned to Naruto. Naruto, I hope you give it your all. I want to know the gap between us. Naruto smiled warmly. All right. After a single breath, Inuzuka Kiba lay on the ground, lifted onto a stretcher by medical ninjas. How could you strike so hard? I'm sorry. I lost control for a moment. Naruto chuckled lightly. Forget it. You must win. Inuzuka Kiba smiled back. With his own match concluded, a flicker of determination ignited in Naruto's eyes. Sakura, I'm feeling a bit tired, so I won't watch the match anymore. I'm heading back. Naruto smiled as he spoke. Aren't you waiting for Sasuke? No, I won't wait. As Naruto spoke, Hinata approached him slowly. Hinata, Naruto grinned. You must give it your all in the preliminaries. But remember to know your limits and avoid injuries. Okay, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be watching your match. I'm off. All right. With that, Naruto vanished from the arena in an instant. In the Death Forest, a figure appeared. Hee, I didn't expect you to be quite fast. How long will such a match take? I relish your audacious spirit. Orochimaru licked his lips with anticipation. Let's move. With that, Orochimaru darted ahead, followed closely by Naruto, who wore a slight smile. Danzo, today, I shall repay you for all your years of care. Chapter 56, Meeting Danzo in the Forest. A figure with eyes covered and a cross-shaped mark on his chin stood alone. This was Danzo, who, in preparation to meet Orochimaru, had come without any attendants. Hee, you arrived quite early. Orochimaru leaned against a tree, standing behind Danzo. You arrived late. If you delay any longer, I shall take my leave. Danzo replied coolly, turning slowly. I have some preparations to make. You know I have a purpose for being here. If it's for your own agenda, then there's no need to discuss it. I will not get involved. Danzo said flatly. Now is the time for the Chunin exams, and many from various nations are here to observe. My involvement would tarnish my image in the eyes of the daimyo. I understand. Orochimaru grinned. This invitation is to discuss the completion of your unfinished contract. I will assist you in transplanting that arm and securing the contract for your right eye. I see. Danzo nodded slightly. It seems you need another vessel. Who do you have in mind? Well, Orochimaru smiled slyly. Initially, Uchiha Itachi was my best choice, but because of you, I missed my chance. By the time I pursued him, he had already become formidable, and I could do nothing against him. Is that so? Speak plainly. Are you suggesting I choose someone with equal or greater potential than Uchiha Itachi? Unfortunately, I cannot find anyone. Danzo replied coolly. However, if someone slightly less capable is acceptable, 3 years from now, there will be a peak individual, Uchiha Sasuke. Hee, a beautiful and powerful physique. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with greed at the thought of Uchiha Sasuke. In fact, I have an even better option. Who? Naruto Uzumaki. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smirk. During this Chunin exam, I discovered someone who surpasses Uchiha Sasuke. He may lack the Sharingan, but such things can be obtained through his body. Impossible. Danzo immediately rejected the notion upon hearing that name. I can inform you that Naruto Uzumaki is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He is absolutely out of your reach. So he is the son of Minato. Orochimaru's sinister laughter echoed. I never expected you to control the fourth Hokage and now seek to turn his son into a Jinchuriki as well. How can you justify this to Minato, who died protecting the village? There is no question of justification. Minato, as the fourth Hokage, died for the village. And that is as it should be. Moreover, the Nine Tails is sealed within Naruto by Minato himself. Danzo said emotionlessly. From that moment, he was destined to be Konoha's weapon, and as the son of the fourth Hokage, his sacrifices for the village are also expected. Now, Hayashi attempts to control him through emotions. I will find an opportunity to use Shusui's eyes to command him, ensuring that Konoha's next Hokage will be mine. I say, suddenly, a voice rang from behind Danzo. He turned sharply, stunned to find Naruto Uzumaki standing there, a knife in hand. Upon witnessing this, Danzo was taken aback, realizing he had not sensed Naruto's presence at all. I say, Elder Danzo, so you intended to use me as a mere tool for your ascent to Hokage. And my father's rise was also a scheme of the third Hokage. Naruto smiled warmly, sunlight gracing his face, creating a soothing ambience. Orochimaru, what is this? Danzo turned to Orochimaru. Do not look at me. This is a young friend I met during my visit to Konoha. He offered me an irresistible condition and asked me to recommend him to you. I have a feeling this young friend might be more trustworthy than you. Oh, shouldn't you be at the Chunin exam venue now? Danzo turned to Naruto, speaking coolly. Previously, I invited you to join the route, and you declined. Now you ask Orochimaru to recommend you. What does this mean? What is the point of such a tedious exam? Naruto flipped the knife, gazing at Danzo. Hee. I came today to express my gratitude for all your care over the years, Elder Danzo. Hee. Danzo slowly began to unravel the cloth on his face. So you've long harbored rebellious intentions. It seems Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan has failed. I should proceed with my own. Elder Danzo, you may be overly confident. Naruto smiled. Do you require assistance? Orochimaru's hoarse voice reached their ears. No need. Today, I am here solely to honor Elder Danzo. If anyone else intervenes, it would spoil the fun. Well, this is truly dull. Orochimaru stood upright from where he leaned against the tree. Then I shall leave you to your game. I need to prepare further. Don't you want the spoils? I have no interest in removing his arm to hold it. Naruto responded nonchalantly. By the way, Orochimaru paused, a slight smile crossing his face. I shall wait for you a little longer. Upon hearing this, Danzo relaxed slightly, though his expression remained grim as he looked at Naruto. You seem quite confident in your abilities to face me alone, young one. Even with Orochimaru, you would not stand a chance. Hee. Naruto nodded slightly. Elder Danzo, do not boast so carelessly. Such words only reveal your weakness. Weakness? Danzo swiftly formed hand signs. Today, I will ensure you are under my control. With that, he produced a shuriken and gently blew on it, conjuring an incredibly sharp wind shuriken that he hurled forward. Naruto deftly dodged. However, an unending barrage of wind shurikens surged toward him. Naruto wielded his Zanpakutō, effortlessly deflecting the wind shuriken back at Danzo. Danzo leapt into the air, evading the returned shuriken, and swiftly formed more hand signs. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Once the signs were complete, Danzo unleashed a powerful gust directly at Naruto. Way of Destruction 33, Blue Fire Crash. A colossal burst of flames surged towards Danzo, overwhelming the wind release technique and transforming it into an even more ferocious blaze. A thunderous explosion echoed. Stirring up a cloud of dust, Danzo abruptly leaped from his position of attack. Naruto remained unmoved, standing there in disbelief. To think you have developed such a formidable ninjutsu without hand signs. I have underestimated you. A figure emerged slowly from the swirling dust, and as Danzo walked, he withdrew his right hand, unsealing it to reveal a spine-chilling arm adorned with numerous Sharingan. Oh, Naruto chuckled. You still chose to unveil that arm. By the way, don't you find it disgusting? Disgusting? Danzo replied flatly. As long as I possess great power, there is nothing I cannot endure. He then formed hand seals and charged towards Naruto with a fist raised. Chapter 57, Battle Against Danzo, Binding Technique Number 9, Collapse Wheel. As Danzo drew nearer, Naruto silently chanted, and a yellow, rope-like energy manifested between his fingers, ensnaring one of Danzo's feet, and subsequently flinging him to the ground with a crash. Danzo sprang back to his feet. You have concealed yourself too well, traitor of Konoha. I should have disregarded Hiruzen's warnings and controlled you directly, placing a curse mark upon you to avoid this day. Danzo gritted his teeth as he spoke. Ah, your words are misguided. Shimura Danzo. Naruto, now with a serious expression, altered his address. It was you who persecuted me. First, you caused my parents' demise and seized all their inheritance. That money was used to develop your root, wasn't it? Then, you spread rumors about the power of the Nine Tails within me, inciting the villagers' disdain, and had Hiruzen brainwash me during my moments of despair, attempting to evoke gratitude. All of this was to facilitate your control over me, making me loyal to Konoha, was it not? If it were not for you 12 years ago, my parents might still be alive, considering how concealed my birthplace was. Who informed that masked man of my location? Faced with Naruto's inquiries, Danzo fell silent. The truths spoken were undeniable, yet he pondered when Naruto had come to know them. Hiruzen had imposed a gag order, forbidding any mention of events from 12 years prior. Moreover, the person who had substituted for him to relay information to the Akatsuki had perished. How had Naruto learned of all this? When did you become aware of it? Danzo asked in a low voice. An intriguing question, so I must counter, Elder Danzo. Naruto's eyes reflected a peculiar cold light. When did you develop the illusion that I was unaware of the truth? Danzo's heart sank in shock. Could it be that all these years, Hiruzen's and his own actions were entirely known to Naruto? Hee. Orochimaru, standing nearby, wore a sinister smile. Danzo. He is well aware of all your deeds, cognizant of Konoha's darkness. Truly, Konoha is remarkable. Initially, it was your directive that led me to conduct human experiments. Yet when things went awry, you cast the blame upon me. The wheel of fate turns indeed. Danzo glared at Naruto with clenched teeth. Minato Namikaze was the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Sacrificing for the village is only natural. As for controlling you, as the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast, you are destined to be a weapon for Konoha to contend with other nations. That is your fate. What a pity, Naruto Uzumaki. You could have continued to follow Hiruzen and enjoyed a peaceful life for a while longer. Danzo grimly proclaimed, while simultaneously forming hand seals. I never expected you to be this powerful, possessing talents that surpass any genius, along with such malevolent schemes. You are far too dangerous, Naruto Uzumaki. For the sake of Konoha, I must control you today. Summoning technique. A colossal summoning beast appeared before Danzo, a giant elephant known as the Dream Eater. His contracted summoning creature. The Dream Eater, a legendary beast that consumes dreams, could utilize wind release to devour everything, including dreams. Upon its arrival, it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a potent suction force. Ugh! Naruto plunged his blade into the ground, straining to hold on. Danzo launched a wind-infused shuriken, striking Naruto's thigh. The Ninetales capture was successful. Danzo remarked coolly as he approached Naruto. You are quite confident, aren't you? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, and Naruto before him began to deflate like a balloon, transforming into a mere skin that fell to the ground. There stood Naruto atop the Dream Eater's head, the blade aimed at the beast's skull, a slight smile on his lips. Shoot him, divine gun. With a swift motion, he swung his arm. The massive head of the Dream Eater was severed from its body. What is this? A substitution technique? Ninja tool? Danzo, gritting his teeth, stared at the fallen Naruto. Elder Danzo, you used my parents' inheritance to develop Root, and now it rightfully belongs to me. I must thank you for nurturing it so well. Impossible. As long as I live, I will not allow such a thing to occur. Danzo unleashed a barrage of attacks towards Naruto. Shoot him, divine gun. Naruto coldly regarded Danzo's approaching figure, leveling his blade at him. Ugh! Danzo was pierced by the blade, blood spilling forth, yet his figure began to fade away. In that moment, Naruto felt a gust of wind at his side. A massive wind blade surged towards him. Instantly, Naruto aimed his blade at Danzo, plunging it into his heart. Danzo spat blood before vanishing once more, reappearing in another location, contemplating. This ninja tool can adjust its length at will. Wind release, great breakthrough. Binding technique number 39, round fan. Naruto hastily employed defensive measures to block the wind release. Divine gun, gun rain. The blade struck like a machine gun towards Danzo. Ugh! Danzo was once again pierced, but he vanished yet again. Damn it, why can't I kill him? Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration. Orochimaru shook his head. Still too young. It seems you have exhausted all your strength. Naruto, gasping for breath on the ground. It is time. Danzo charged forward, a kunai thrusting into Naruto's abdomen. Yet Naruto, unwilling to yield, drove his blade into Danzo's gut. You are still too young. Danzo gasped, a faint smile gracing his face. The Jinchuriki ultimately belongs to me. His figure slowly faded, then reappeared before Naruto, aiming his right eye at Naruto's. It all ends here. Izanagi. The patterns in his eye began to shift, and Naruto froze in place, his expression stunned. Danzo, panting, turned to Orochimaru. What about you? Your partner is dead. What can I do? I thought I had encountered a genius, yet he is still too young. Orochimaru nodded with a smile. Since you chose to betray me, then let you taste the bitterness of being a Jinchuriki. Danzo declared fiercely. Naruto, help me kill him. Very well, Danzo-sama. Naruto, wide-eyed, approached Orochimaru, but as he passed Danzo, the corners of his mouth curled upward, and he drove the blade into Danzo's abdomen. It is impossible. Tawanzo's face was etched with disbelief, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth once more. How could you possibly escape the control of Kotoeme Tsukumi? Is it an illusion? Impossible. I knew it. Orochimaru looked on with glee as Naruto smiled, swiftly slicing through Tawanzo's arm. Shatter, mirror flower, water moon. Tawanzo's eyes widened in shock. The eyes on his severed arm had closed due to his use of Izanagi, rendering them ineffective. Yet, why was there still a smear of crimson? Chapter 58. The Downfall of Tawanzo. Surprised, are you? Naruto Uzumaki gazed at Shimura Tawanzo with a smile. What kind of illusion is this? Tawanzo gritted his teeth, glaring at Naruto. Why can't the Mangekyo Sharingan see through your illusion? Why haven't you fallen victim to Konoha Tsukumi? Why? Heh. Naruto chuckled softly, wielding his blade in reverse. This is called the Zanpakutō, my innate weapon, with the ability of mirror flower, water moon, true power. Complete hypnosis. Complete hypnosis? Indeed. Naruto replied with a smile. This is your world. Tawanzo suddenly realized that the bandage over his right eye remained intact, yet his right arm had been severed. He roared in fury. You are far too arrogant. Konoha is mine. The world is mine. To me, you are merely a tool. I am the king of this world. A new world shall be opened by me. As long as I possess this Sharingan, I will surely achieve it. Is that so? Naruto's lips moved, and in an instant, he appeared before Tawanzo. Tawanzo's remaining hand clutched his eye, blood seeping through his fingers. Amidst a wail, Naruto held a single eyeball in his hand. This is Uchiha Shirsui's eye, isn't it? Naruto remarked, observing the eyeball. Konoha Tsukumi, a remarkable ability indeed, albeit with a lengthy cooldown. This is how you acquired Shirsui's eye, isn't it? Tawanzo. Naruto's gaze turned cold. I will take Shirsui's eye. Tawanzo gritted his teeth, seemingly coming to a realization, and began to roar for the ninja world. For Konoha, I absolutely cannot allow you to live. As his words fell, Tawanzo tore open his clothing, revealing several cursed seals upon his body. This is the four-symbol seal technique. Orochimaru shouted in alarm. Naruto Uzumaki, quickly, flee from Tawanzo. Subsequently, Tawanzo erupted with immense energy. Dark crimson blood spewing from the cursed seals. The four-symbol seal technique. An empty voice echoed in their ears. No, this cannot be. Tawanzo's face was one of disbelief as he slowly lowered his head. There stood Naruto, his hands gripping the blade, its tip piercing Tawanzo's left chest, directly striking his still-beating heart. What a terrifying ability. Orochimaru, known as Cold Lord, watched Naruto with cold sweat. Still have strength? Naruto shook his head slightly. What a troublesome fellow. What is real and what is false? In that strike, Tawanzo lost all his strength, weakly uttering. Naruto nodded gently, a smile gracing his face as his eyes reflected a chilling light. Your words are truly laughable. You are well aware of the answer. This world has never possessed anything genuine or false. Only the cruel reality exists. Yet, all those who inhabit this world cling to the truths that benefit them in order to survive, for there is no other path to existence. However, for the vast majority of powerless beings in this world, those facts that hinder them are the true reality. Like you and me at this moment. My killing you is the true reality. In your eyes, I am merely a hindrance, am I not? Tawanzo knelt on the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. His heart shattered, having lost any capacity for resistance. Naruto slowly withdrew his blade, using the transformation technique to become Tawanzo, and smiled coldly. Rest easy. I shall inherit my parents' legacy. Thank you for managing their estate so excellently. Tawanzo gazed at the Naruto who had transformed into his likeness, closing his eyes in resignation. Orochimaru. Naruto's expression remained indifferent. What is it, Lord Tawanzo? You truly are considerate. Tawanzo chuckled. He will soon die, in his brief life. Extracting all the cursed seals from the minds of the Umbu should be no trouble for you, right? Understood, Lord Tawanzo. It is getting late. I must return to the root. His body shall be yours, and as for Shirsui's Sharingan, please keep it safe for me. Tawanzo turned, tossing the eyeball to Orochimaru. Understood. In an instant, Tawanzo vanished from the spot. Root Organization Base, Tawanzo slowly entered. Lord Tawanzo. 3 Umbu knelt before him. A, B, C, summon all the Umbu back. I have something to discuss with them. All of them. Indeed, even those on missions outside, summon everyone back. Understood. 3 hours later, Tawanzo stood on the elevated platform at the front of the Root Hall, gazing at the densely packed Umbu. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. For Konoha, I know you are all loyal. Raise your heads and look at me. Tawanzo's tone was cold as he drew his Zanpakutō, holding it in reverse. Mirror flower, water moon. He then sheathed the blade. Lord Tawanzo, what is this? Nothing. Tawanzo replied indifferently. This is a new jutsu I received today. I wanted to test it out. but it appears to have no effect. Everyone, return to your tasks. Dismissed. With that, all the ninjas vanished from the hall. Once they had departed, a smile crept across Toanzo's face from the shadows. Hisashi, next, it is your turn. I wonder if you will regret it. On the way home, Naruto heard someone suddenly call his name. Stopping in his tracks, he turned to see Sakura. What's wrong, Sakura? Weren't you going home to sleep? Why are you still here? Oh, I returned to the village and suddenly felt a bit hungry, so I went to have a bowl of ramen. I see. Did the exam conclude? Naruto asked curiously. Yes, it did. Sakura's expression turned serious. Now only 10 ninjas remain. 3 from Tsunade, and from our village, there's you, Shikamaru, Neji Hyuga, Sasuke, Shino, and 1 from the Sound Village, the one with the half-covered face. By the way, what happened after Sasuke was taken by Kakashi-sensei? Sakura shook her head. Kakashi-sensei said he is fine, but Sakura's expression showed concern. Next, you will have to face Neji Hyuga. Sasuke is going to fight that strange guy from Tsunade who carries a gourd. Oh, Naruto smiled slightly. That sounds great. Naruto, this is not the time to be smiling. Sakura exclaimed, pouting. Do you not know that Hinata was gravely injured by Neji Hyuga? Lee was also severely hurt by that gourd-carrying individual. And it's possible he may not even be able to be a ninja anymore. Is that so? How could this happen? They are going too far. Although Naruto's face showed anger, his eyes remained calm. So much has happened while I was away. I will definitely avenge Hinata and Lee. Naruto. Someone called from behind. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto Uzumaki turned around and found Kakashi. Chapter 59. Inquiry Teacher Kakashi. Is there something you need from me? Uzumaki Naruto inquired, gazing curiously at Kakashi. Where have you been? I didn't see you at the Chunin exams. Rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn, he continued, I just emerged from the forest of death, participated in some preliminary matches. And after feeling both hungry and exhausted, I had a bowl of ramen. Now, I'm ready to head home and rest. Kakashi showed no sign of doubt. The third Hokage wishes to speak with you regarding a certain individual you encountered. Sakura didn't inform you? Naruto turned his head. Sakura shook her head, her expression one of guilt. That man named Orochimaru exuded such a heavy murderous intent that I couldn't glean any information under his pressure. And Sasuke? Kakashi interjected. He sustained severe injuries and is unable to undergo questioning. All right then. Naruto sighed in resignation, shaking his head. I'll go speak with the third Hokage. Kakashi nodded and made his way toward the Hokage's office, with Naruto following closely behind, leaving Sakura alone, visibly distressed and unwilling to accept the situation. In the Hokage building. Within the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Gate Kurenai, and Tsunade were present. Where is Danzo? Sarutobi exhaled slowly, releasing a puff of smoke. I don't know, Kurenai replied, shaking her head. I've already notified the Umbu to locate him, but he is currently absent from the route and only mentioned that he had matters to attend to. Sarutobi nodded. Just then, Danzo entered the room. Hiruzen, what did you need to discuss? I received a report from the Umbu. Orochimaru has returned to the village. What? Why has he returned? Sarutobi remained silent, staring intently at Danzo. Do you still have contact with Orochimaru? Are you suspecting me? Danzo's expression was nonchalant. I sincerely hope you do not. Danzo paused, contemplating. Hiruzen, since that incident, we have not been in contact. I am unaware of his return. If you suspect me, I can withdraw from this matter, but you must understand that only the 4 of us can stand against Orochimaru now. Sarutobi exhaled a smoke ring. I have already summoned Jiraiya back. Jiraiya's return would indeed bolster Konoha. In that case, I shall return to Route, Danzo stated, turning toward the door. During this time, please remain at Route and refrain from wandering. With Orochimaru's return, Konoha is in danger, and it would be unfortunate if you were harmed. Sarutobi cautioned as he observed Danzo's departure. I understand. Danzo opened the door, only to find Kakashi and Naruto standing at the entrance. Lord Danzo. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Danzo departed the Hokage's office. Kakashi watched Danzo's retreating figure, pondering something that felt amiss, his hand resting on his forehead protector, contemplating revealing his Sharingan. You've arrived? Please. Come in. Sarutobi's voice interrupted Kakashi's thoughts. Hello. The two entered the Hokage's office. Third Hokage, I have brought Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi announced. Naruto smiled warmly. Grandpa Hokage. Is there something you need from me? Naruto, I heard you encountered a man named Orochimaru in the Forest of Death? Sarutobi's expression was kind and inquisitive. Yes, Naruto nodded. What did he do? Kurenai immediately inquired upon receiving Naruto's affirmation. First, we fought, but we were no match for him. Naruto recounted slowly. Then he spoke many strange words, seemingly related to Sasuke's brother. After biting Sasuke's neck, he departed. Itachi Uchiha, the third Hokage, and the two elders exchanged glances. All right, Naruto, you may return. Rest well, and prepare for the next exam. Sarutobi smiled. Okay. Naruto nodded. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. Farewell, elders, and teacher Kakashi. With that, Naruto exited the Hokage's office. Naruto found a quiet corner. Your teacher seems to trust you greatly, a voice remarked. Indeed, the dynamics between teacher and student are quite intriguing. Naruto smirked. That was close. I nearly got discovered. Haha. Naruto's lips curled slightly. As one of the legendary Sanin, if you can't even handle my teacher, then you're truly of little use. Don't be so dismissive. Orochimaru replied, unfazed. While you were at Root, I visited Kakashi. Over the years, he has grown significantly stronger, especially with that Sharingan, which he has mastered to an art. Yes, Naruto chuckled. Perhaps if he activates the Mangekyo, even you would find it challenging. Are you saying Kakashi has awakened the Mangekyo? Orochimaru gazed at Naruto in astonishment. Kakashi's talent is indeed extraordinary, having awakened the Mangekyo through an outsider's bloodline. Had he belonged to the Uchiha clan, he might have been even more formidable than Itachi. Well then, I must take my leave. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Wait. You can't expect me to continue impersonating Shimura Danzo indefinitely. He wields wind release, and you do too. You're the most suitable to take on that role. Naruto turned his back to Orochimaru. Your subordinate, Kabuto, can adequately handle the arrangements for upcoming tasks. You can play the part for a couple of days. Why not use your shadow clone? That way, you can fulfill your desires as well. Danzo is too sinister. I wouldn't do it justice. It's better that you take on the role. After the Chunin exams conclude, you can depart. Naruto smiled faintly and left the scene. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi asked Kakashi, what are your thoughts on what Naruto said? I find it credible. Kakashi's expression turned serious. The account he and Sasuke provided aligns closely with one another. What is Orochimaru's current strength? Mito Gate Kurenai inquired. Though I hesitate to admit it, Kakashi closed his eyes. I believe that even at the cost of my life, I would be unable to defeat him. I see. Sarutobi stood and approached the window, gazing out at the village. After a lengthy pause, he spoke again. Kakashi, having trained Naruto for nearly a year, have you noticed any unusual traits? Kakashi looked at Sarutobi. Though perplexed, he responded honestly. Uzumaki Naruto is undeniably a remarkably gifted ninja, excelling in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. Moreover, his character is composed. In times of crisis, he is willing to stand up for his comrades. For instance, when I was trapped in the land of waves, he directly confronted Zabuza to buy me time. Kakashi offered unreserved praise for Naruto during his report. Is that so? I truly did not misjudge this child, Sarutobi remarked, flicking the ash from his pipe, refilling it with tobacco, igniting it, and taking a deep drag. I have heard that he has also developed several powerful ninjutsu without hand seals. Indeed, Kakashi confirmed. For such matters, once Naruto utilizes them, it is only a matter of time before the higher-ups become aware. Indeed, this child has inherited his father's talent. Sarutobi smiled with satisfaction, a glimmer of intelligence appearing in his eyes. However, it is peculiar that Naruto has been indulging in hot springs and feasting daily. Where is he acquiring the funds for such luxuries? The mission in the Land of Waves was instigated by a man named Kato, a wealthy merchant with a retinue of bandits and rogue ninjas. During their harassment of the mission, Naruto managed to snatch something from them. Kakashi, with unwavering conviction, stated, please believe me, this child's future is undoubtedly immeasurable. Immeasurable? Kakashi, have you forgotten that this little brat is a Jinchuriki? Interjected Toji Komatsu. Naruto Uzumaki is a good boy with a righteous mindset. Despite a terrifying fate, he has always strived hard. Moreover, he consistently prioritizes the village. Kakashi replied firmly. I believe he will stand up like my teacher if danger arises. Kakashi Hitaki, the task entrusted to you was due to your Sharingan. To keep an eye on the Jinchuriki. You are too engrossed in your role, resembling a genuine teacher. Mito Minya observed with a strange expression. Elder, what do you mean by that? Kakashi shot him a glance, using his peripheral vision. No need to get agitated, Kakashi. Minya means no harm. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly intervened. He too felt that Kakashi's behavior was somewhat inappropriate. Yet it was he who had encouraged the formation of a false bond between Kakashi and Naruto. This was intended to help Kakashi perceive the village's attitude towards Naruto, mitigating the influence of his father, the White Fang of Konoha, and to render Naruto easier to control. However, his objectives had indeed been achieved. Lord Third, Kakashi slowly explained, I understand the higher-ups' intentions are for me to prevent the tailed beast from going out of control, to ensure Naruto is no longer lonely, and to guide him onto the right path. Given this, I believe I have done nothing wrong. After spending more than half a year together, he had developed a profound understanding of Naruto Uzumaki. This child, in terms of both talent and character, was impeccable. He could be trusted wholeheartedly, as long as he was kept from losing control of the tailed beast. Humph, with the villagers treating him like that. He still remains cheerful all day. Who knows if he is merely pretending? Toji Komatsu scoffed quietly. Elder Komatsu, please do not doubt my judgment. I share a similar background with him. My teacher is his biological father. I can confidently say I understand his innermost feelings better than anyone else. Please do not doubt my student. All right. You have not let me down. You are a good teacher. Well done, Kakashi. Hiruzen smiled gently. And what about Sasuke Uchiha? He has awakened his Sharingan and is also an exceptional talent, not yielding even to that man. Not yielding? Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Understood. You may leave. Yes. Kakashi nodded slightly and departed from the Hokage's office. Once Kakashi left, Toji Komatsu looked at the third Hokage with dissatisfaction. Hiruzen, look at his attitude. Let's put an end to this matter. Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe. I have tested Naruto multiple times. I believe he harbors no ill will towards the village. Kakashi feels the same, so rest assured. As for Sasuke Uchiha, he is currently fixated on killing Itachi Uchiha. We will not interfere and allow the two remaining Uchiha to resolve their issues themselves. Right now, the most pressing concern is Orochimaru, who has come with ill intentions. However, Toji Komatsu still wished to say something, but was interrupted by Mito Minya. After a light sigh, he nodded, I understand. On the way home, passing by a hot spring, Naruto thought it was time for a bath. After spending so long in the forest of death, he was undoubtedly covered in dirt. Upon seeing the words hot spring, he felt a sudden itch. Welcome back. It's been a while. The attendant at the entrance greeted him respectfully. Yes, I participated in the Chunin exams, so I thought I would come and wash up during the break. The usual? Yes, prepare it. But first, wait a moment. I haven't washed in many days. So I'll take a bath first, then I'll order salt and milk. After cleansing himself and stepping out of the water, he felt an indescribable refreshment. Stretching lazily, he suddenly noticed a white-haired man squatting at the entrance of the women's bath. A faint smile crept onto Naruto's lips. You finally arrived. Jiraiya, what are you doing? You lecherous old man? Naruto teased, knowing Jiraiya was not there for any innocent reason. Shoo. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya quickly gestured for Naruto to be quiet. It's not what you think. I am an author. Jiraiya declared proudly, pulling out a book titled Isekai'd Paradise. This is my work. I am here for research. Oh. Naruto dried his hair with a towel, wrapping himself in a bathrobe as he headed toward the changing room. Then continue your research. I won't disturb you. Huh. Jiraiya, clearly taken aback by Naruto's attitude, exclaimed, Hey, kid, I'm in the middle of spying here. Don't you have any intention of exposing me? Oh. It seems I should have a sense of justice. Naruto halted, turned around, and shouted with all his might, peeping. Ah. A scream from the adjacent area came as a group of girls rushed toward Jiraiya, armed with various items to throw at him. With a slight smirk, Naruto donned his clothes and turned to leave. Chapter 61. The Third S Covert Scheme. Jiraiya, why aren't they hitting you? After evading the pursuit, Jiraiya blocked Naruto's path, looking at him with indignation. Why does he get treated so differently, despite being a person in the same hot spring? Many reasons, I suppose. Naruto replied casually. You don't look very respectable, or perhaps I am slightly more handsome, so those women couldn't bring themselves to hurt me. What did you say? Hearing this, Jiraiya exploded in anger. You arrogant little brat. Do you even know what handsome means? Naruto merely regarded him calmly, allowing him to continue his theatrics. Noticing Naruto's lack of reaction, Jiraiya sniffed, feeling confident that no more tears would flow, and looked at him with renewed assurance. Kid, do you know who I am? Not interested. With that, Naruto sidestepped him and continued walking. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned before he leaped in front of Naruto again. You insolent brat. How dare you treat me like this? Naruto rubbed his head. All right, who are you? Upon hearing Naruto's question, Jiraiya instantly began to perform. Good question. I am the sage of Mount Myaboku, known as the Toad Sage, one of the legendary three, the white-haired handsome man, Jiraiya. Oh. Naruto nodded slightly and continued on his way. I am your father. I am your father. Naruto frowned. I'm not that familiar with you. It's not at the level where we can joke like that. What nonsense. I am your father's teacher. Naruto halted, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. You met my father? Did you also meet my mother? Of course. Jiraiya regained his composure, looking at Naruto with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Can you tell me the story of my parents? Naruto's face displayed some grievance. I asked Grandpa Third. But he always says they went on a mission to a faraway place. Only when I grew up did I realize they had already passed away. Jiraiya gazed upon the most handsome visage carved into the Hokage rock, stepping forward with a smile. All right, let us proceed to your abode. I have tales to share. At Naruto's residence, Jiraiya surveyed the pantry, which was primarily stocked with instant noodles and other vegetarian fare, alongside several cartons of expired milk. This is all you consume? Indeed. Naruto nodded, tidying the disheveled sofa. Though things have improved significantly, many villagers still refuse to sell me food, calling me the demon fox child. Now that I have money, I dine out for every meal. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Take a seat here. Jiraiya settled onto the couch. Lord Jiraiya. Naruto's expression brightened with hope. Could you tell me what my parents were like? What did the third Hokage convey to you? He mentioned that my parents were great ninjas. Beyond that, he said nothing more. I have inquired with others in the village, yet they remain unaware. Naruto's face was etched with frustration. Your parents were indeed remarkable ninjas. They were among the finest individuals I have ever encountered. Jiraiya paused before delivering this statement. Is that all? Yes, indeed. Then how does that differ from what the third Hokage told me? Anger flared across Naruto's face. Jiraiya found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This is all for your protection. You will understand when you grow older. Everyone claims to protect me. Be it the third Hokage, Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, and now you. Naruto turned and strode toward his bedroom. Jiraiya called after him, Naruto. The door is over there. No need to see me off. Naruto did not look back as he entered his room. Jiraiya regarded the vanishing silhouette of Naruto, his expression darkening as he faded from view. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya confronted the third Hokage. Old man. Jiraiya. You have returned. The third exhaled a puff of smoke. Indeed, I have returned, Jiraiya replied, his expression grim. What assurances did you provide before my departure? You are referring to Naruto's situation? The third fell silent, inhaling deeply. Though I am the Hokage, you must recognize that sometimes I am constrained. Are you implying the Elder Council is involved? Is it his doing again? A glint of menace flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. Regardless of his faults, Danzo stands by Konoha. Everything he does is for the village. Is it truly for the village to persecute a child? Is it for the village to allow a mere child to consume expired food daily? Naruto is not as fragile as you presume. Perceptions of him have improved significantly, and the number of those who despise him has dwindled. At that time, I was unable to take him with me due to my wanderings. Jiraiya clenched his teeth. Now that I have returned, I shall take responsibility for Naruto. That is precisely why I summoned you back, Sarutobi stated, exhaling a wisp of smoke. However, they will not acquiesce. After all, Naruto is Konoha's Jinchuriki. Let them come to me. Jiraiya's face darkened. If they oppose my guardianship of Minato's son, my own grandson, I shall eliminate them. With those words, Jiraiya turned and strode toward the door. You are aware of Orochimaru's return, I presume? Just as Jiraiya's hand grasped the doorknob, the third spoke again. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment. Regrettably, I have returned solely to gather materials. I have no desire to entangle myself in unnecessary troubles. However, Konoha requires your presence. You are well aware of Orochimaru's strength, should Konoha fall to him. Do you wish for Naruto to wander as you did at such a tender age? Jiraiya remained silent for a moment. This matter does not concern me. Is that so? Understood. The third nodded slightly. Naruto is Minato's son, my great-grandson, and I shall stand resolutely behind him, ensuring he remains unharmed. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya said nothing further and vanished from the Hokage's office. Though Jiraiya presented a strong front, Sarutobi understood his disciple well. He knew that Jiraiya would not stand idly by. On the rooftop opposite Naruto's home, one could see his bedroom with clarity. Jiraiya observed the slumbering Naruto in the moonlight, pondering deeply. Meanwhile, Naruto turned away, eyes closed. a smile gradually gracing his lips. Chapter 62. The blood contract scroll. The next morning, after breakfast, Naruto ventured alone to the training ground. Shadow clone jutsu. In truth, should it come to a brawl, dividing himself into hundreds would pose no challenge. However, honing his Zanpakutō required spiritual energy. Thus, 3 clones were the utmost he could manage without difficulty in controlling the energy distribution. Recently, he had been diligently practicing the flowing blade of fire. Although Mirror Flower, Water Moon was formidable, it lacked certain offensive capabilities. Mastering the flowing blade of fire, even in its initial release, would suffice for the time being. System. What is the compatibility level of the flowing blade of fire? Host. The compatibility of the flowing blade of fire has reached 2937. Please continue your efforts to reach 30 and unlock the initial release. This is exceedingly difficult. Were it not for the occasional sign-in that granted me compatibility, relying solely on my own efforts, I cannot fathom when I would achieve the initial release. Ah, how diligent. Rising so early to commence your training. A voice interrupted Naruto's thoughts. He turned towards the source. Jiraiya leaned against a tree trunk, perched on a branch. Naruto chose to ignore him, continuing his training. I must say, it is impressive that you thought to use shadow clones for training. You truly are Minato's son. Naruto remained unresponsive. Jiraiya dismounted and approached, observing Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, as your father's mentor, I am your elder. At least acknowledge my presence. Naruto continued to silence him. Jiraiya chuckled softly. Little rascal, allow me to teach you properly. Merely training like this will yield no progress. Before he could finish, Jiraiya launched an attack, his fist crackling with sound as it sped towards Naruto. In an instant, Naruto disappeared from view, reappearing at a distance. Ah, quite surprising. You, at such a young age, managed to evade my punch as the Toad Sage. Today, I shall thoroughly test your strength. With that, Jiraiya resumed his assault. His strikes were fierce, fists and feet moving like a tempest, infused with the swiftness of lightning. The legendary Sanin, Jiraiya, was indeed formidable. In sheer physical prowess alone, Naruto, without utilizing Mirror Flower, Water Moon, could not hope to defeat him, let alone contend with Jiraiya's Sage Mode. Orochimaru's previous victory was purely due to luck. Had he not focused all his energy on Sasuke at that moment, subduing him would have been far more challenging. Naruto furrowed his brow, dodging to the side, tracing a golden triangle in the air. Oh, what manner of ninjutsu is this? Jiraiya observed, his expression one of intrigue. Naruto regarded him coolly. The 30th binding path, mouth burst flash. Consequently, each angle of the triangle emitted a beam of golden light, racing towards Jiraiya's hands and waist at breathtaking speed. After Jiraiya was struck, a tremendous force propelled him backward until he was pinned against a colossal tree. Subsequently, Naruto turned to find a different vantage point. To his astonishment, Jiraiya, veins bulging on his forehead, managed to break free from the Toad Mouth 3 flash with sheer brute strength and lunged towards Naruto. Frustrated, Naruto swiftly dodged, staring in disbelief at Jiraiya. Although he anticipated that Jiraiya would not remain under the influence of the Toad Mouth 3 flash for long, the fact that he could escape with such raw power was remarkable. Naruto, I never expected you to possess such fascinating no-seal ninjutsu. My curiosity about you grows ever deeper. What is your intention? Must you persist in pursuing me? Naruto gazed at Jiraiya with exasperation, feeling helpless, as he was, after all, the son of the 4th Hokage. What do you mean by pursuing you? Jiraiya chuckled to himself. You are my disciple. With your father absent and you coming of age, it is my duty to teach you. Naruto squinted, preparing to reverse his blade to employ the Mirror Flower, Water Moon technique, but just as he moved, Jiraiya deftly caught the blade with his hand. Naruto, that is not how one practices with a sword. Jiraiya smiled at him. So swift. A glimmer of determination flashed in Naruto's eyes as he aimed his left hand at Jiraiya, a golden light gradually emanating from it. Breakthrough technique number 32. Yellow Fire Flash. A massive yellow shockwave erupted from Naruto's hand, hurtling towards Jiraiya's head. Reacting with remarkable quickness, Jiraiya raised his other hand to shield his face. Interesting. Truly intriguing. No seal ninjutsu possesses such formidable power. Jiraiya shook his slightly scorched hand and smiled at Naruto. What do you intend to do? Naruto frowned. Jiraiya was unlike Orochimaru. He wouldn't harm him, but his persistent presence was quite bothersome. Did I not mention? I intend to teach you well. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and, without further ado, snatched the Zanpakutō from Naruto and sheathed it at his back, then wrapped an arm around Naruto's head as he began to walk forward. If you're going to teach, could you loosen your grip? The two arrived at a magnificent waterfall. What are we doing here? Naruto furrowed his brow. Jiraiya smiled mysteriously and quickly formed hand seals, conjuring a large scroll before them. Is that the blood contract summoning scroll? Naruto examined the enormous scroll with a frown. This scroll is for signing a contract with the toads of Mount Myaboku, allowing you to summon them as allies. While Naruto had envisioned summoning the massive lizard from the castle of the forest, he realized that he must also learn sage techniques. If the 10 tails were indeed summoned, lacking sage abilities would be problematic. Therefore, it was prudent to seize this opportunity to establish a bond with Mount Myaboku. Bite your finger, write your name, and press your handprint. It's that simple. What is this? Naruto asked curiously. It's remarkable. This is summoning ninjutsu. Jiraiya confidently grinned, demonstrating by summoning a giant toad with iron arms. Impressive, isn't it? I'm not interested. This toad seems less impressive than I am. Naruto retorted, turning to leave. Hey, don't walk away. Jiraiya quickly grabbed him. What's the matter? Can't I choose not to learn? Consider it a request from me. Jiraiya insisted. If I press my handprint, will you let me go? Naruto grimaced. Of course. Jiraiya nodded. Naruto, with an expression of disdain, bit his finger and smeared blood across all 5 fingertips, extending them toward the blood contract scroll. Look at you. Others wish to learn but can't. And here you are, acting all disdainful. Can I leave now? Naruto hesitated. No. Jiraiya firmly pressed Naruto's hand against the blood contract scroll. Chapter 63. Instant defeat of Neji Hyuga. For the past few days, Naruto had been relentlessly pursued by Jiraiya, who questioned him about no-seal ninjutsu and observed his practice of summoning techniques. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the Chunin exam had arrived. The atmosphere in Konoha buzzed with excitement, as nobles from various nations gathered to witness the event. When Naruto arrived at the exam site, most participants had already assembled, save for Sasuke. Naruto briefly scanned the highest spectator stands, noting Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, who was disguised as the Hokage, before his gaze settled on Neji Hyuga and Gaara of the Sand. The latter intrigued him due to being a Jinchuriki, while the former was simply noted as his first opponent. Sensing Naruto's gaze, Neji turned to him and scoffed. I hope to face you. Your blood must taste exquisite. Gaara fixed Naruto with a menacing glare, barely containing himself. Are you all prepared? The proctor announced, leaping into the arena. Noticing no objections, he pulled out a form detailing the match order. First match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga. Those named remain. The rest return to the stands. Upon hearing the proctor's words, the remaining participants retreated to the stands, leaving only Naruto and Neji on the battlefield. Do you think a fight is even necessary? Neji looked at Naruto with a derisive grin. It seems you are quite confident. Naruto smiled as he drew his Zanpakutō. Of course, losing to me is your destiny. Naruto chuckled. Is that so? I heard you injured Hinata the other day. That's none of your business. Given that you once conversed with me before my father's grave, I suggest you concede. How can you know without fighting? Naruto scanned the area, flipping the blade upside down, its tip facing the ground. Mirror flower, water moon. Neji hurriedly prepared to defend himself, veins bulging around his eyes, but found nothing had transpired. Are you mocking me? Who knows? Naruto replied, a cold glint flashing behind his glasses. Damn it. Neji gritted his teeth, activating his Byakugan. He extended his palm towards Naruto, surrounded by a hexagram. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With a furious shout, Neji charged towards Naruto with unstoppable momentum. Observing Neji's advance, Naruto remained completely still, neither dodging nor evading, patiently awaiting the impact of Neji's assault. The onlookers believed Naruto had surrendered. Each of Neji's strikes landed flawlessly on Naruto, sealing his chakra points with 64 precise blows. After completing the barrage, Neji took a deep breath and distanced himself. Observing that Naruto had not evaded or countered his 64 strikes, Neji scoffed, the price of arrogance. Even a Jonin would be rendered incapacitated by my 8 trigrams 64 palms, unable to circulate chakra. You are now a mere shell. However, contrary to Neji's expectations, Naruto did not display panic. Instead, he shook his head and offered a faint smile. Is that all you have? Neji was taken aback, and before he could respond, he felt a chilling presence at his neck. Naruto had already positioned himself behind him, the blade aimed at his throat. Even the examiner, oblivious to the mystical flames, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. As a Jonin, he had not clearly perceived Naruto's movements. Impossible. Neji could hardly trust his own vision. After being struck by his 8 trigrams 64 palms, Naruto emerged unscathed and continued to manipulate his chakra effortlessly. This was beyond his comprehension. However, rather than panic, he smirked, unleashing a formidable chakra from his chakra points, spinning rapidly. The secret technique of gentle fist, 8 trigrams, revolving heaven. Naruto leaped aside. Hōgyoku halted, casting a cold smile at Naruto. With this technique, you cannot harm me. Is that so? Naruto replied with a playful grin. Suddenly, Neji sensed something amiss and swiftly activated revolving heaven once more. As he spun at high speed, he noticed Naruto merely raising a finger at him, breaking path. Ninth, crumbling wheel. A golden rope shot forth from Naruto's fingertip, hurtling towards him. Neji's revolving heaven was forcibly interrupted, and he found himself ensnared by that golden rope. In an instant, Naruto appeared before him, his fingertip aimed at Neji's right shoulder, lips moving. Breaking path. Fourth, white lightning. Ack. The excruciating pain compelled Neji to howl in agony. Naruto's fingertip unleashed a blinding bolt of white lightning, piercing through Neji's shoulder and sending waves of paralysis coursing through his body. As Neji lay on the ground, devoid of all mobility, the examiner bowed his head. The victor is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto smiled and turned to ascend the stairs, amidst the fervent cheers of the crowd. The examiner, observing Naruto, felt a complex mix of emotions. After all, he had once served the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Lying on the ground, Neji's heart brimmed with resentment. So, the gap between us is this vast. A group of medical ninjas entered the arena, carrying a stretcher to take Neji away. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the stands bore a complicated expression. In the dimly lit stairwell, Naruto formed a hand seal, shadow clone technique. After producing a clone, he continued his ascent. The clone activated body flicker and vanished into the shadows. Naruto, I never imagined you could defeat that guy so effortlessly. Shikamaru approached. It was manageable. I didn't expect that arrogant fellow to be defeated so disgracefully today. Be careful not to let others hear. While he may not stand a chance against me, he could easily take you down. Humph, if it comes to that, I'll simply forfeit. I can't be bothered with such a troublesome match. Shikamaru shrugged. Naruto chuckled, but said nothing in response. On the Hokage's platform, the 3rd Hokage remarked, I never anticipated that the ninjas of Konoha were so exceptional. What an exhilarating match. The Kazekage replied in a calm tone, I find the ninjas of Tsunade equally impressive. Sarutobi smiled. It remains to be seen whose ninjas are truly superior. We shall find out soon, especially with our Uchiha Sasuke set to face your Gaara, right? Patience. Unbeknownst to everyone, a figure slowly approached the Kazekage. Orochimaru suddenly felt a shiver run through him, as a voice echoed in his ears. I'm here. Chapter 64. Exam surprises, the operation begins. Orochimaru turned to see Naruto's gentle smile. What are you doing here? Fear not. They can only hear what I wish them to hear. Orochimaru, astonished, remarked, your attack range during that battle with that Byakugan user was truly beyond my imagination. Naruto merely smiled, offering no reply. What a freak. The higher-ups of Konoha have truly gotten themselves into trouble with you. In a moment, I'll follow you in disguise. What about that clone you left in the stands? Orochimaru questioned, eyeing the platform. I must ensure that the one-tail escapes from here safely. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. You intend to collect tailed beasts as well? Indeed. Then why not capture him directly? Because only Akatsuki possesses the vessels to contain these tailed beasts. Naruto smiled gently. I see. I never expected you to know about Akatsuki's information. Orochimaru felt a chill run down his spine. He was astounded that Naruto, who had not left Konoha since his birth except for that mission in the Land of Waves, was aware of Akatsuki's intelligence. After attacking Konoha, did you leave the village? Why would I leave? Naruto retorted. Your good brother, Jiraiya, is already here, and I've signed a blood pact with Mount Myaboku. You wish to learn sage techniques? Orochimaru squinted. No wonder you could escape from those Akatsuki members and survive until now. You are indeed clever. Naruto narrowed his eyes and smiled. By the way, there's one more thing I need to ask you. What is it? Follow me. Naruto's expression turned serious. Seeing Naruto's grave demeanor, Orochimaru left a clone behind and followed in Naruto's footsteps. You're quite cautious, leaving a clone behind. Who knows? Orochimaru scoffed. If your technique doesn't work on Sarutobi Hiruzen, things could get troublesome. You possess the forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation, don't you? Naruto asked casually. Indeed. It's a forbidden technique invented by the second Hokage. Have you gathered any ordinary humans? Yes. Summon one for me to see. Orochimaru summoned a sand village ninja and executed impure world reincarnation. Naruto swiftly struck, obliterating the individual. Soul collected, crumbling Jade one. Just as I expected. A joyful smile spread across Naruto's face. You cannot kill him. Orochimaru closed his eyes. A confident smile on his face. Impure world reincarnation is a technique that risks life for life. Is that so? Naruto replied mysteriously. After a long wait, the impure world reincarnation showed no signs of restoration. Orochimaru felt something was off, opened his eyes, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The impure world reincarnation had been undone, revealing the person inside. Your technique affects the soul. Naruto did not respond but posed another question. The white Zetsu of Akatsuki. Are they cultivated from the first Hokage's cells? You know this too. Orochimaru felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. Do they possess their own controlled souls after they emerge? Uncertain, but they resemble a type of clone. Clones? Naruto pondered. It seems we must wait until they use white Zetsu for impure world reincarnation. If a large number of them are reincarnated at once, it would cause quite a stir. That's enough. Naruto calmly said. Then transformed into the sand village ninja. Let us return, Kazekage. What a terrifying individual. Orochimaru wiped the cold sweat from his brow, summoned a snake to carry the corpse away, and returned to his seat. Meanwhile, the other matches had mostly concluded, with only Gaara and Sasuke remaining unchallenged. Due to Uchiha Sasuke's renowned genius, many spectators had gathered to witness him, causing his originally scheduled third match to be pushed to the final round. The next match is Gaara of the Sand versus Uchiha Sasuke. As soon as the names were announced, a thunderous cheer erupted from the audience. Hearing his name, Gaara let out a cold snort and leaped into the arena, yet Sasuke's figure was still absent. Unbeknownst to Xuanhua, he paused momentarily, scanning his surroundings, only to discover the absence of Sasuke's figure. Without any directives from his superiors, he found himself in a quandary. Gaara furrowed his brow, his desire for battle having been ignited after witnessing numerous matches. Suddenly, he turned to the stands, his gaze fixated on Naruto, eyes brimming with bloodlust and impatience. Since Uchiha Sasuke was absent, why not let Naruto take the stage? Hearing Gaara's words, Xuanhua followed his gaze and spotted Naruto resting in the audience. Frowning, he dismissed the notion. Such a substitution was absolutely impermissible during the Chunin exams, especially since Naruto had already faced Neji Hyuga. Naruto, upon hearing this, smiled faintly, prepared to speak. Suddenly, a puff of smoke erupted in the arena. As the smoke dissipated, Kakashi and Sasuke emerged. You seem to have underestimated me, Sasuke remarked, his tone icy. The appearance of the two ignited a thunderous cheer from the audience. Ignoring Sasuke, Orochimaru exchanged a knowing glance with him. Naruto chuckled, glancing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, realizing that action was imminent. As Sasuke pierced through Gaara's defenses with Chidori, injuring him, a massive sand claw emerged from the breach before retracting. Onlookers Temari and Kankuro were startled by the claw's emergence. Was Gaara planning to break the seal now? What should we do, Maki? Maki gritted his teeth, determined not to let Gaara disrupt their plans. Meanwhile, the audience, despite being enthralled by the thrilling contest, began to feel drowsy, their eyes gradually closing. Several lower-ranking shinobi succumbed to unconsciousness. At this moment, dozens of sand shinobi surged forth, launching an attack against the Konoha ninjas who had dispelled the Jinjutsu. The Konoha ninjas quickly realized that the sand had betrayed them and began to retaliate. Has the Jinjutsu already been activated? Maki observed the flurry of feathers. Have they already made their move? It seems we must initiate the plan ahead of schedule. Hearing the command, Temari and Kankuro leaped into the arena to aid the injured Gaara. Maki positioned himself before them, confronting Xuanhua. You must leave this place and assist Gaara. Once he has recovered, he will rejoin the battle. On the Hokage's balcony, Orochimaru slowly turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes filled with malice. Hiruzen sensed the impending danger. What does this mean, Kazekage? Suddenly, smoke bombs detonated, enveloping the entire balcony in a shroud of smoke. Protect Lord Hokage. The nearby Umbu and guards hastily drew their weapons, only to be ambushed and incapacitated by foes hidden within the smoke. At that moment, Orochimaru had positioned himself behind the third Hokage, kunai poised at Hiruzen's throat, and then burst through the smoke, leaping onto the rooftop. Hiruzen grasped the situation. So that's it. The sand has indeed betrayed Konoha. Chapter 65. The emergence of Orochimaru, Lord Hokage. A swarm of Umbu rushed forward, attempting to rescue Sarutobi Hiruzen from the Kazekage's coercive grip. Unexpectedly, for sound, Nin appeared from the smoke. What an inconvenience! The Umbu captain shouted, charging at the four. However, they deftly evaded combat, leaping to the corners of the roof. Let us support Lord Hokage. Beware of traps, barked the Umbu captain, directing the others to cover the corners. The Kazekage's eyes glinted with ferocity. Attack! Yes, they responded in unison, beginning to weave hand seals. Ninjutsu, for purple flames formation. A dark purple barrier erupted from the positions of the four-sound Nin, isolating the third Hokage, the Kazekage, and the Umbu. One Umbu, unable to evade in time, collided with the barrier, igniting in flames and plummeting from the rooftop. The remaining Umbu halted, launching ninjutsu at the barrier, yet to no avail. The third Hokage observed the scene with a stoic expression. It's a barrier. On the stands. Guy wore a worried expression. Indeed. Kakashi replied, his demeanor serious. They considered aiding Sarutobi Hiruzen, but were obstructed by a small squad. On the rooftop, Hiruzen mused. I never anticipated the Kazekage, our ally, would betray Konoha. The Kazekage coldly replied. The so-called treaty was merely a ruse to lower your guard. This tedious contest must end. A new history will be born today. Do you seek to incite war? Hiruzen glanced at the Kazekage. Precisely. There are no eternal friends among nations, only eternal interests. We should reject violence and seek peaceful resolutions, Kazekage. It's not too late. Hiruzen implored. Such naivety. The Kazekage chuckled sinisterly. You truly have forgotten me. Sensei. The mention of this title caused a bead of sweat to trickle down Hiruzen's face. What was happening? Sasuke surveyed the chaotic scene, his expression grave. Schwanhua stood protectively before Sasuke, addressing Maki. Sasuke, I regret to inform you that the Chunin exams conclude here. You've achieved Chunin status, and as a Konoha ninja, you must contribute to the village. Sasuke nodded slightly. I just need to defeat that fool Gaara, correct? Schwanhua affirmed, do not delve too deeply. What lies ahead is not an exam, but true combat. For me, it's all the same. Sasuke vanished from his position, pursuing Gaara's retreating form. On the rooftop, Hiruzen, upon hearing the title of teacher, felt a smile creep onto his face. Your purpose for coming is to protect Konoha and Uchiha Sasuke, Isekai'd? What is so important about the Hidden Leaf Village? Perhaps you will witness something far more fascinating, as you've thrown the village into chaos. This time, I shall prevail. Orochimaru observed the seemingly invisible Naruto standing beside him, a shiver running through him. Until the very end, one cannot discern the outcome. I once taught you this. Hiruzen stated calmly. Orochimaru, the Kazekage slowly peeled away the human mask, revealing Orochimaru's sinister grin. I anticipated this day. Hiruzen nodded slightly, his expression grave as he glanced sideways. However, acquiring my head won't be so simple. Ha! Orochimaru laughed coldly, his eyes bloodshot, exuding an aura of menace. When I escaped Konoha, I should have warned you to choose your successor for the 5th Hokage sooner, because today, you, the 3rd Hokage, shall perish here. In the audience, Kakashi and Guy stood back to back, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Hey Guy, look over there. Sakura and Guy glanced towards the rooftop, catching sight of Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru, Guy gasped, astonished at the sight on the rooftop. Sakura stood up, her gaze fixed ahead. The thought of Orochimaru's intentions propelled her to glance towards the arena, where she witnessed Sasuke departing in pursuit of Gaara. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura exclaimed, her face etched with concern. Sasuke, Naruto, you arrived just in time. Kakashi responded gravely after Naruto had taken down several ninjas and regrouped with him and Guy. Seize the opportunity to support Sasuke. I have a feeling something is amiss with Gaara. Naruto, having dispatched an enemy with a swift strike, affirmed, understood. Sakura, assist Shikamaru in breaking the illusion over there. You three form a group. Kakashi commanded, summoning his ninja hound, a bulldog named Pakin. He excels in tracking. Follow his lead. Got it. Sakura approached Shikamaru, only to find him still conscious. You're faking sleep, aren't you? I want no part in this chaos. Shikamaru groaned, rubbing his head in exasperation. At that moment, a ninja lunged at Sakura with a kunai. Guy swiftly incapacitated the assailant, driving him into the wall with such force that it shattered. Let's go? The 3 humans and 1 dog, leapt through the hole in the wall. Soon after, another wave of enemies charged at them, prompting Kakashi and Guy to engage in battle once again. Damn it, I'm worried about Lord Hokage, Guy exclaimed, delivering a powerful kick to a ninja. The Umbu will handle the Hokage's side, and besides, Lord Hokage is not easily vanquished. Yet, Guy's expression remained tense. But it's Orochimaru. Do not fret. He is also our Hokage. On the rooftop, Orochimaru gazed vacantly at the familiar surroundings of his childhood, reminiscing as tears welled in his eyes, hinting at a sense of nostalgia. What troubles you? The 3rd Hokage observed this scene, a faint smile gracing his face. Is it the destruction of Konoha that brings you to tears, or the thought of having to kill your mentor, leaving you with a tinge of sorrow? Not at all. Orochimaru replied flatly. Despite the lingering sadness in his eyes, his actions were resolute as he plunged a kunai into his own hand, blood gushing forth. Rubbing his eyes, any trace of regret vanished. I've wanted to sleep since earlier, but now, I am finally awake. I knew it. The 3rd Hokage arched an eyebrow, his focus sharpening. Orochimaru gradually released the 3rd Hokage, understanding that even if he thrust the kunai towards Hiruzen's neck, it would be futile. It was better to take a decisive risk. I comprehend that you do not act out of hatred, devoid of any ulterior motives. Sasuke is merely your pretext, SNTE? Actually, I do have a purpose. Orochimaru chuckled softly, removing his Kazekage hat and casting it aside. I find movement fascinating. Remaining stagnant in the place I grew up is quite dull. Like a windmill, though visually pleasing when still, it only holds value for a fleeting glance. Now, I wish to unleash a tempest of destruction upon Konoha. To set this colossal windmill spinning once more. The 3rd Hokage parted his lips, a slight smirk forming. You truly have not changed at all since childhood. Chapter 66. An unprecedented shadow-level battle. This barrier is formidable. It seems we cannot simply exit. Hiruzen remarked calmly. You remain as you always were, speaking contradictions. Orochimaru glared at Hiruzen. To you, those intruders are merely burdens, hindering your combat under the guise of protection. Hiruzen's lips curled into a faint smile upon hearing these words. Both Hiruzen and Orochimaru simultaneously waved their shadow cloaks into the air. As the cloaks fell to the ground, they launched their attacks. Secret technique, hidden shadow snake hands. A serpent swiftly lunged at Hiruzen, sinking its fangs into his neck. At long last, we can battle once more. But you didn't evade this attack. Has age caught up with you, teacher? To everyone's astonishment, the bitten Hiruzen gradually morphed into mud. Orochimaru was taken aback, glancing aside to find Hiruzen behind him. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. On the rooftop, a pool of mud materialized, followed by a colossal earth dragon lunging at Orochimaru. But that is not all. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Orochimaru. He cried out in agony before vanishing without a trace. Enough of your trivial theatrics, Orochimaru. Hearing this, Orochimaru slowly ascended from the rooftop. Impressive indeed. You remain unchanged. Hiruzen focused intently on Orochimaru. Don't say that. Isn't there a saying that the most mischievous students often achieve greatness? Orochimaru retorted with a sinister grin, flicking his tongue across his lips. A powerful aura erupted from both, causing the rooftop to tremble. Hiruzen's expression shifted as he hurled several shuriken, then dashed towards Orochimaru while forming hand seals. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Unexpectedly, the few shuriken multiplied into countless projectiles, filling the sky. However, Orochimaru was unfazed, swiftly forming seals and slamming his hands onto the ground. The earth quaked as 3 coffins emerged, blocking the barrage of shuriken, each inscribed with a character. 1st, 2nd, 4th. Naruto's gaze sharpened, a murderous intent directed at Orochimaru. I nearly forgot. Orochimaru sensed the killing intent, but could not halt the technique. Though the coffin marked 4th began to lower, Naruto understood the implication. The Edo Tensei summoned the souls of the deceased, and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, his father, was still trapped in the belly of the Shinigami. Yet, the thought of Orochimaru summoning his father ignited a fire of vengeance within him. For Minato had once saved his life. Despite not knowing why Orochimaru had failed before, 2 powerful figures were sufficient. Orochimaru smiled faintly, clapping his hands as 2 coffin lids fell open. Upon closer inspection, Hiruzen realized that the figures within were the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Orochimaru, you dare to toy with the souls of the deceased. Hiruzen's anger flared. The first and second Hokage were the very embodiment of Konoha's spirit. The surrounding Umbu were thrown into a panic, recognizing the 2 legendary figures and worrying for the third Hokage. Could he possibly defeat them? Orochimaru regarded his former teacher, the legendary Sanin, whose once great reputation had waned. Though his goal was to annihilate Konoha, he believed his mentor should not meet such a pitiful end. To engage in a fierce battle against the 2 mightiest Hokage and perish gloriously was the fitting destiny he envisioned. Hiruzen, are you pleased with this gift? Orochimaru, recklessly manipulating the souls of the departed, would ultimately meet a grim fate. A grim fate? Orochimaru chuckled ominously. Today, let me show you who truly meets such an end. Little monkey, you've aged as well. I never expected our reunion would unfold in this manner. The second Hokage slowly emerged from the coffin, gazing at the silver-haired Sarutobi Hiruzen, a flicker of nostalgia dancing in his eyes. Are you the Hokage now? How swiftly time passes. The first Hokage also stepped out, observing the chaotic scene around him, his brow furrowing in concern, yet feeling utterly powerless. I apologize for disturbing you, Lord First and Lord Second. Sarutobi Hiruzen wept. Does old age bring forth an abundance of words? Let us reminisce no longer. You shall have ample time ahead. Orochimaru produced a cursed kunai, gradually inserting it into their bodies from behind. Young man, did you awaken us with the impure world reincarnation? Such a terrifying talent. The second Hokage felt a mix of regret and frustration. It was lamentable that such a genius was not from Konoha, and frustrating that the very technique he left behind would be used by enemies against Konoha, a bitter irony that soon led to the erasure of his consciousness. That child over there, wearing the Konoha forehead protector, how unfortunate that he is drawn into this battle at such a tender age. The first Hokage shook his head before losing consciousness as well. That child. The third Hokage frowned, scanning the area but finding no child. Is Lord First's vision failing? Impossible. Could there be a third person here? Once the 2 Hokages succumbed to unconsciousness, they surged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 2 reanimated figures engaged in a fierce battle with the third Hokage, initiating a clash of elite ninjutsu. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Water style, Water Shockwave. The first Hokage clapped his hands together. Wood style, Deep Forest Emergence. With a tremendous roar, the ground began to tremble as thick branches erupted from the earth, like bamboo shoots after rain. Truly, the first Hokage is formidable. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily retreated. The robust branches coiled around the third Hokage like serpents, absorbing his chakra as they grew wildly, verdant leaves unfurling. Despite Sarutobi Hiruzen's swift movements, he could not evade the wood-style technique. The entire 4 purple flames formation was filled with the forest conjured by the first Hokage. The third Hokage found himself ensnared by the branches, his expression grave. Damn it, it's absorbing chakra. Naruto watched in astonishment at the wood style, observing the green buds slowly appearing on the branches beside the third Hokage. Indeed, the wood style can absorb the opponent's chakra to strengthen itself. Struggling, Sarutobi Hiruzen dabbed his hands in the blood from the wound inflicted by the wood style, forming hand seals, summoning technique. Bang! With a muffled thud, a massive gorilla appeared before them. Orochimaru, the Monkey King glanced at him and then at the nearby child, frowning. You are that Minato. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, abruptly interrupting the Monkey King's words, commanding the 2 Hokages, quickly eliminate them. Indeed, I have long foretold your regret, Hiruzen. The Monkey King, cut off mid-sentence, cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, sighing. At this point, further words are futile, quickly release me. Sarutobi, unwilling to dwell on the past. New regret would not change what had transpired. The Monkey King transformed into the golden rod, breaking the branches entangling Sarutobi Hiruzen. A fierce confrontation ensued anew. Darkness technique. The second Hokage formed hand seals, enveloping the entire 4 purple flames formation in darkness. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wielding the golden rod, gasped for breath. The intensity of battle had left him exhausted. Damn it, I must find a way to resolve the binding souls of the impure world reincarnation. Physical means are utterly futile. If so, I must resort to that technique left by the fourth. Forgive me, Lord First, Lord Second. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals. Hee. Orochimaru cackled at the sight. Teacher, you seem quite breathless. Growing old, I have never seen you in such distress. What is there to laugh about? Sarutobi glared intently at Orochimaru. How pitiful. Even the once mighty ninja cannot escape the ravages of age. As Orochimaru spoke, he peeled away his skin, revealing another face beneath. Sarutobi was taken aback, clenching his teeth. You've succeeded with the technique you researched? Orochimaru laughed maniacally. Indeed, I have exchanged bodies to prolong my spirit. Now I understand. No wonder you target Uchiha Sasuke. Teacher, you can hardly move now, can you? Orochimaru cackled wildly. Even so, I shall bury you, rectifying my past mistakes. What a pity. It is already too late. Konoha shall be destroyed. Orochimaru caressed his own face, reverting to his original appearance. Indeed, this face evokes so many memories. Shadow clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen created 3 clones, glaring furiously at Orochimaru. I am the man who has inherited the will of the first and second Hokages, the third Hokage of Konoha, Orochimaru. Next, I shall unleash a secret technique even you have not witnessed. As soon as he finished speaking, he began forming hand seals rapidly. Hiruzen, that hand seal. The Monkey King's voice was filled with reluctance. Sealing technique. Dead demon consuming seal. An ethereal figure with white hair, clad in a white robe, and wielding a knife appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, bearing a fierce countenance. Naruto squinted. So, this is the Shinigami of this world. The Shinigami seemed to sense Naruto's gaze, detecting the power of the Shinigami emanating from him. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen, moving with utmost speed, used his clones to grasp the first Hokage and the second Hokage, while the Shinigami's hand pierced through the stomach of Sarutobi's shadow clone, directly seizing the souls of the 2 Hokages. The darkness technique gradually dissipated. The darkness has vanished. Orochimaru frowned. What sort of ninjutsu is this? I apologize for the trouble, Monkey King. The second Hokage regained consciousness at last, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a benevolent gaze. Please forgive me. Lord First, Lord Second. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. Seal. The souls of the 2 Hokages were drawn from their bodies and subsequently consumed by the Shinigami. The impure world reincarnation was undone. He must not capture him. Orochimaru was taken aback. Monkey King, come here. The golden rod flew directly into the 3rd Hokage's hands. The Monkey King's enhancement, combined with Orochimaru's weakness in physical combat, allowed the 3rd Hokage to seize Orochimaru. The Shinigami's hand once again pierced through Sarutobi's abdomen, grasping Orochimaru's soul. What is this sensation? Orochimaru felt an icy chill enveloping him, his soul slowly being extracted. Will you not move? Orochimaru bellowed in fury. Yet, Naruto remained motionless. How infuriating. Orochimaru glared at Naruto, then at the 3rd Hokage. Why can this technique not be evaded? Dead demon consuming seal. The 3rd Hokage gasped, looking at him. A sealing technique. Sealing souls. As a trade-off, one's own soul must also be surrendered to the Shinigami. Now, I shall extract your soul for sealing. Do not jest. You old fool. Perish. Orochimaru struggled to retain his soul. It seems I have truly aged. Sarutobi's face contorted in pain. Since I cannot seal away your entire soul, I shall leave your ninjutsu intact. Sealing. In the next moment, the Shinigami brandished its dagger, severing Orochimaru's soul from his hands and devouring it. Cursed old man. Return my ninjutsu. Return my hands to me. Orochimaru bellowed in fury. After consuming Orochimaru's soul, the Shinigami specter attempted to extract the soul of the 3rd Hokage, only to be interrupted by a blade that flew toward it, pinning its form in place, rendering it incapable of escape. Greetings, Grandfather Third. Naruto beamed warmly at Sarutobi. The Shinigami was unexpectedly immobilized. The 3rd turned in shock, only to discover it was Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, how did you come to be here? Do not worry. You still have a little time left. Naruto smiled reassuringly. Why? Orochimaru howled. Why do you not intervene? My hands have been taken from me. Edo Tensei requires the original cells of the master, does it not? Naruto regarded him coldly. So, you have disturbed my father's grave. Though I, as his son, have yet to pay my respects, it would be remiss of me not to take action when his grave has been desecrated. You should count yourself fortunate. Had my father been successfully resurrected through your Edo Tensei, you would have lost far more than just your hands. Consider this a mild reprimand for you." Listening to Naruto's words, Orochimaru grit his teeth and turned his head away. Naruto, upon hearing Naruto's words, Sarutobi was taken aback. "How do you know that Minato Namikaze is my father?" Naruto chuckled softly, producing a scroll that, upon unrolling, revealed the corpse of Danzo. "Naruto, are you surprised by this gift?" Naruto smiled. "In truth, I have been here since the battle began." The third recalled the words of the first Hokage regarding that child, as well as the unfinished words of the Monkey King, his eyes filled with disbelief and sorrow, fixated on Naruto. Bakuto number 54, Waste Flame. A disc of fire shot toward Danzo's corpse, instantly turning it to ash. "Why?" Sarutobi turned stiffly. Disbelief etched upon his features as he gazed at this child he had once trusted. "I, too, wish to ask you why." Naruto slowly removed his glasses, brushing his bangs aside, leaving only a tuft of hair, his eyes filled with coldness yet tinged with confusion. "Why feign such concern for me? Have you become too immersed in your role?" "Grandfather third Hokage." He then moved his fingers slightly, causing his glasses to shatter into dust, carried away by the wind. Chapter 68, The Revelation Ugh. Witnessing this scene, the third spat out a mouthful of blood. "You seem to be nearing death." "Grandfather third." Naruto smiled at Sarutobi. "Is it true, as Orochimaru said, that you are simply too old? But fret not, for if I do not allow this Shinigami to take you, you shall not leave." Sarutobi's expression grew serious as he glanced at Orochimaru, then back at Naruto. Even someone like Orochimaru would not dare speak in Naruto's presence. "Naruto, I do not care what misunderstandings exist, but the villagers are innocent. You are a ninja of Konoha, and Konoha is our shared home. The Hokage is the pillar of this great family, existing to protect all its members. That is the will of fire. For me, Konoha is not merely a ninja village. Even if the villagers are not blood relatives, they are all important family to me." Tears streamed down Sarutobi's face. "Even if you feel the same, you are also my family. Naruto, your future is bright. Do not squander it. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures. With your strength, you too can become a Hokage one day. All the people of Konoha are your family." "Family, huh?" Naruto slightly nodded, a smile emerging that even made Orochimaru tremble. From the past to the present, the Jinchuriki of the village has always been chosen from among the higher echelons. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, chose his wife. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, chose his son, hoping to ensure that his son could at least fare well within the village, while preserving his son's status. He also aspired to cultivate him into an exceptional ninja. Alas, he miscalculated one thing. "Your heart, Sarutobi. When did you come to know?" The third wiped away the tears still clinging to his cheeks, gazing at Naruto. "I have known for a long time." Naruto replied flatly. "Why did my father, Minato, become Hokage?" "Because my mother, Kushina, was also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. To preserve the Nine Tails, they chose to keep it. Konoha decided that Minato would become the fourth Hokage. As your disciple, my father Minato would naturally heed your counsel, thereby binding the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails to Konoha forever. Not long after my father became Hokage, a masked mysterious man appeared in Konoha, unleashing the Nine Tails during my mother's labor, wreaking havoc in the village. The fourth Hokage had no choice but to confront this threat." Naruto's expression was calm as he addressed Sarutobi. "Grandfather third, I have a question for you. What was the situation of the battle at that time?" "The fourth sacrificed himself to seal the Nine Tails." Sarutobi knelt to the ground, feeling his strength gradually ebb away. "Even now, you still refuse to speak the truth?" A smile crept onto Naruto's face. It must have gone something like this. The fourth Hokage faced the mysterious ninja alone. The third Hokage led the Umbu against the Nine Tails. Subsequently, the mysterious man fled, and the fourth returned to Konoha to confront the Nine Tails together. Naruto glanced at the Shinigami specter behind Sarutobi. "Thunderous chariot, loom of fate. This item possesses light, splitting into 6, binding art number 61, 6 rods prison of light." Then, from Naruto's hand, 6 beams of light shot forth, securing the Shinigami tightly, before he gently beckoned, retrieving his sword. Naruto pointed the blade downward, a faint smile gracing his lips. While the third Hokage gazed in shock at Naruto's formless ninjutsu, the scene before them shifted, returning to that fateful night 12 years prior. The fourth sealed half of the Nine Tails within himself using the dead demon consuming seal. and then employed the 8-trigram seal to imprison the remaining half within the newborn child beside him. The third's eyes widened in horror as he beheld this scene. The imagery faded. Third Hokage, I wish to ask you one more thing. After all this time, why did you not seal the 9 tails? Was it due to a lack of strength? You are renowned as the ninja hero, a master of all ninjutsu. Just moments ago, I witnessed you and Orochimaru, along with the first and second Hokages, exchanging blows. Although the strengths of the first and second were not even 1/10 of yours, being able to contend with all 3 of them is sufficient proof of your might. How could such a powerful individual, when united with so many ninjas, fail to seal even the 9 tails? Remember, at that time, Konoha was immensely powerful. You, my father Minato, Shimura Danzo, Tsunade, Mito, and the legendary Sanin. Konoha's white fang. Naruto furrowed his brow, then smiled slightly. Oh, I almost forgot. Konoha's white fang had already been slain by your hands. I was not even present. Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly. Ah, right. Naruto seemed to have an epiphany. Orochimaru's defection, the Senju princess despondent due to her brother's death, and Jiraiya being forced to flee by you. How amusing. You. The third had not anticipated Naruto to unveil so many truths. The other party could articulate every detail of the battlefield as if he had participated in that war himself. How did he come to know those hidden matters? Was it you? Did you tell him? The third Hokage turned his stiff neck to gaze at Orochimaru. Don't misunderstand, sensei. I haven't revealed anything. It was only upon returning to Konoha and encountering him that I deduced some truths. Orochimaru languidly dropped his hands. His expression filled with hatred as he looked at Naruto. If it weren't for his inaction, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Sensei, I have long maintained that the human heart is not easily controlled. It can backfire. You would do well not to exude such murderous intent behind my back, Orochimaru. Naruto disregarded Sarutobi Hiruzen's complex expression, instead casting a sidelong glance at Orochimaru. If you wish not to meet your demise before our beloved third Hokage, then, how dare you? Orochimaru clenched his teeth, forcing himself to maintain composure. Enough with the words. The Monkey King bellowed from the side. Regardless of their actions, they are all for the sake of Konoha. In comparison to Konoha, an individual or a clan is but a trifling matter. This is the fate of a ninja. Fate. Is it truly fate that burdens a child of merely a few years with all this? Almost forgetting about the monkey, he continued, and what is your fate? My fate is to fight alongside Sarutobi and protect Konoha. The Monkey King glared fiercely. As long as I stand here today, I will not let you succeed. Is that so? Naruto's eyes glinted coldly. Indestructible. The Monkey King roared, transforming into the golden staff and charging at Naruto with ferocity. Naruto met the attack with his blade. Clang. The clash of weapons erupted, sparks flying. Chapter 69. All things turn to ashes. Shadow Clone Technique. In the midst of the fray, Naruto summoned 3 clones to engage the Monkey King's staff. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru watched the thrilling display of taijutsu in astonishment. The former was shocked by Naruto Uzumaki's exceptional talent, as he effortlessly withstood the Monkey King's formidable attacks, while the latter wondered why Naruto refrained from unleashing his techniques against the Monkey King. The Monkey King, true to his name, held his ground against 4 opponents, relentlessly targeting Naruto's vital points, while Naruto remained on the defensive. Clang. The blade met the staff in a continuous barrage, sparks illuminating the air. Is this all you've got? The Monkey King shouted in fury as he attacked. With such prowess, what gives you the right to question Hiruzen? Orochimaru observed Naruto, wondering if he had exhausted his stamina. Noting his persistent defense, Naruto is at a disadvantage. Sarutobi Hiruzen intently scrutinized the battle, only to be struck by a sudden realization. No. He is smiling. Despite being at a disadvantage, why is he smiling? Naruto wore a smile as he deftly wielded his blade, the notifications echoing in his mind. Flowing blade like fire 1. Compatibility 296. Flowing blade like fire 1. Compatibility 2961. At last, after an indeterminate duration of defense, a notification resounded in his mind. Flowing blade like fire 1. Compatibility 30. Initial release available. Upon hearing the notification, Naruto halted, cleaving the staff aside. The shadow clones dispersed. What's wrong? Are you running out of energy? Even your shadow clones can't be maintained. Sarutobi observed Naruto, yet he noticed the upward curve of Naruto's lips. You mentioned that your destiny was to protect Konoha alongside the third, right? Naruto replied with a gentle smile. Indeed. My purpose is to assist Sarutobi in eliminating all enemies of Konoha, including traitors like you. Reasonable enough. I seek vengeance, while you uphold loyalty. Each to their own. Rest assured, I won't let your demise be a disgrace. Brazen words. The Monkey King roared angrily. Naruto ignored him, turning to the third Hokage. Grandfather third Hokage. I still remember your words. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternal, illuminating the village, and new sprouts will emerge. Indeed, this is the will of fire. Sarutobi's expression grew solemn. Naruto chuckled, glancing at the staff. It seems you two possess a strong will of fire. What do you mean? The staff opened an eye, fixating on Naruto. What I mean is, since you embody the will of fire so fiercely, upon your demise, as a mark of respect, I shall scatter your ashes in Konoha. A glint of determination flashed in Naruto's eyes. Upon hearing those words, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively felt a jolt of dread. Monkey King, run. Do not concern yourself with me. Return to the land of the monkeys. Hiruzen, do not worry. I will not be defeated by a mere child. The Monkey King fixed his gaze on Naruto. Impudent brat, today, you shall experience the glory of our predecessors. With that, the staff charged at Naruto once more. Since you all revere the will of fire so, allow me to demonstrate what fire truly is. Naruto's enigmatic smile appeared as he pointed the blade at the incoming staff. All things turned to ashes, flowing blade like fire. As he recited the initial release command, flames began to engulf the blade. Even with a flaming blade, you cannot harm me with my indestructibility. The Monkey King shouted defiantly. Oh really? Naruto smiled faintly, casually swinging his blade. Flowing blade like fire, torch. The staff was instantly enveloped in a swirling wall of flames, spinning violently. Ah! The Monkey King cried out in agony as the intense heat seared him. Monkey King. Sarutobi Hiruzen called out in alarm upon witnessing the Monkey King's suffering. This temperature, this intensity, what overwhelming fire technique. Orochimaru's forehead beaded with sweat as he sensed the surrounding four purple flames formation trembling on the verge of collapse. Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes filled with sorrow. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Naruto regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with a calm demeanor. Grandfather third Hokage. Does the death of a summoned beast cause you such pain? Then why can you not accept a mere child? Do you know what anguish I endure each time I ask about my parents' whereabouts? Do you understand the suffering I've faced, being ostracized, with everyone viewing me with disdain? The torment of shopkeepers only willing to sell me expired goods? The pain of being treated as a monster by all the villagers under Danzo's manipulations? Hearing these words, the third Hokage faltered slightly, recalling his conversation with Jiraiya on that day. Jiraiya, have you ever considered returning to the village? It has been 12 years since Minato's death, and you have not returned even once. Konoha needs you. I shall continue my investigation into Orochimaru's whereabouts, Jiraiya replied, shaking his head with a heavy sigh. The disappointment etched on Jiraiya's face left an indelible mark on Sarutobi's memory. If only I had agreed to Jiraiya's request to care for Naruto years ago. Perhaps he would have taken on such a request. Have I truly erred? Despair clouded Sarutobi's eyes. His three disciples, Orochimaru had defected, Jiraiya refused to return to Konoha, and Tsunade was utterly disillusioned with the village. As the third Hokage, he devoted his life to the village, only to find himself a lonely old man without a single companion. In the vast Konoha ninja village, renowned as the strongest in the world, he found himself devoid of a successor. Naruto. Amidst the Monkey King's continuous wails, Naruto Uzumaki heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's feeble call. May I ask, what do you intend to do after you have avenged yourself? After vengeance? Naruto slightly nodded, caught off guard by Sarutobi Hiruzen's question. He had never pondered such matters before and felt somewhat bewildered. I don't know. I haven't considered it yet. However, as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. When the time comes, I shall know what I must do. Sarutobi paused for a moment. I am nearing my end. I regret the matters concerning your father. As for Danzo, he has already met his demise. The deaths of two old fools like us should have alleviated some of your anger, no? What are you trying to say? Naruto furrowed his brows. Nothing of great significance. Merely the confessions of a dying man, Sarutobi said with a gentle smile. By the calculations, you are my great-grandson. I have wronged you by allowing you to suffer for so many years. Alas, I realize this too late. Chapter 70. Sarutobi's confession and smile. I have committed numerous wrongs in my lifetime. Sarutobi continued with a benign smile. This ending is what I deserve. Yet, within Konoha, there are others like you who have lost their parents to war and are adrift. For instance, Neji Hyuga and Sasuke Uchiha, who have endured similar tragedies. You truly have the audacity. Naruto chuckled lightly. Isn't it you and Danzo who orchestrated the massacre of the Uchiha clan? Indeed, you are aware of that as well. Sarutobi acknowledged without concern for how Naruto came to know. Although I have committed many wrongs in my life, I never regretted them if they were for the sake of the Hidden Leaf Village. You must have suffered tremendously over the years. I am sorry for having overlooked your feelings. This world is far more brutal than you can imagine. My generation has spent its days in war. Such peace is truly hard won. Do the elderly always have so much to say? Naruto felt a twinge of irritation. Please, no more. Sarutobi, however, continued with his gentle smile. Looking back, as a father, I failed to protect my son. As a teacher, all 3 of my disciples have left me. Compared to my predecessors, my actions are insignificant and have even led Konoha down a path of decline. My life has truly been a failure. Fortunately, in my final moments, I can still see you. Naruto, the current ninja world has been twisted by our generation, but with your abilities, you can surely change it. I believe that if anyone can bring rebirth to this sinful ninja world, it is you. The responsibility now rests upon your shoulders. Your words are indeed plentiful. Naruto's eyes gleamed with determination as he waved his hand, dispelling the Shinigami's 6 staff restraints. Once released, the Shinigami dragged Sarutobi's soul forth. In an instant, Sarutobi felt the strength that had sustained him vanish, and he began to collapse. Yet, just before closing his eyes, he mustered his final strength, offering a gentle smile as he uttered 3 final words, "Forgive me." The 3rd Hokage finally closed his eyes. Upon Sarutobi's death, the Shinigami did not vanish but charged towards Naruto, seemingly recalling the earlier insult. As a Shinigami, he had never endured such humiliation and lunged at Naruto with his dagger. Clang! Sparks flew as Naruto raised his blade to block the Shinigami's assault, his eyes reddening with fury. Get lost. A massive spiritual pressure emanated from Naruto, overwhelming Orochimaru, who was pinned to the ground by the force of his soul. The Shinigami sensed the child's terrifying power and instantly vanished from sight. Naruto remained silent for a moment, while Orochimaru dared not utter a word. Finally, Naruto sheathed his sword, and the flames consuming the Shinigami began to dwindle. Your life is quite resilient. The Shinigami, having reverted from its formidable form, remarked. Your fire technique is still new to you. Isn't it? My indestructible form is not so easily broken. Leave, Naruto said coolly. The Shinigami glanced at Naruto, then at his fallen comrade, and sighed. Hiruzen, have you placed the hope of the ninja world on this child? Boom. A plume of smoke erupted, and the Shinigami vanished. Did you let him go just like that? Orochimaru inquired, watching the Shinigami's departing figure. Naruto's eyes were hollow as he replied, yes, despite his ulterior motives. After all, he was the first person in this village to show me kindness. In exchange, I shall spare the Shinigami's life. Orochimaru fell silent, feeling a pang of sorrow at Sarutobi's death. Orochimaru, yes, I have a question for you. Even someone as cold-hearted and self-preserving as Danzo would choose to perish alongside me for the sake of Konoha. I cannot answer that. Orochimaru interrupted, aware of Naruto's intentions. Is that so? Naruto nodded slightly, unfazed by the interruption. Orochimaru, feeling the strain, knelt to the ground. Are you unable to continue? Yes, I have reached my limit. Though I promised to assist with Sasuke, I will not hinder your path, nor will I aid you. Naruto gazed off into the distance, his expression vacant. I understand. Orochimaru nodded. So what will you do now? Will you leave with me? Leave with you? Your lair is fetid, dark, and damp. I cannot abide it. Understood. Orochimaru forced himself to rise. What will you do next? Next, I shall toy with that little kitten. Naruto formed hand seals. Bang! With a puff of smoke, Naruto vanished from sight. Shadow clone technique. What a peculiar child. Orochimaru marveled before turning to his 4 subordinates. Release the barrier. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The 4 subordinates dismantled the barrier and helped Orochimaru to his feet. Hokage-sama. The Umbu rushed towards Sarutobi's lifeless body. Lord Orochimaru, shall I escort you away? Left-Near inquired. You cannot leave. The Umbu captain brandished his kunai, commanding them. Oh, then we'll kill you first. Gaeta grinned wickedly, his cursed seal manifesting. Orochimaru cast a glance at Sarutobi's serene face. Let us go. I am gravely injured and unfit for battle. Understood, Gaeta replied. You are fortunate this time. With a sinister smile, Gaeta activated the reverse summoning technique, and Orochimaru and his group vanished from the scene, escaping Konoha. Damn it, they've escaped. Captain, come quick. One of the Umbu choked back tears. The third Hokage, he. Meanwhile, in the forest, with the dispelling of his shadow clone, Naruto learned of the third Hokage's passing. Tears welled in his eyes. Although he felt sorrow, he had no hesitation. Sarutobi, you inquired about my purpose. And now I have found it. I shall eliminate Obito and Uchiha Madara. Just as you said, this world is indeed twisted. Wiping his eyes, Naruto's gaze hardened with resolve. Let me bestow rebirth upon this distorted world. Chapter 71. The Great Battle with Shikaku. We have arrived. After a prolonged pursuit, Pakken shouted, Sasuke, we are here. Sakura called out upon spotting Sasuke's silhouette. Stay back, Sasuke yelled, facing away from them. Sakura, bewildered, glanced to the side and gasped in horror. Before Sasuke stood a monstrous creature. What is that? It was a creature reminiscent of a raccoon, adorned with intricate patterns, yet its feet were distinctly human. Parker furrowed his brow. The tailed beast. The Jinchuriki from Tsunade. This is bad. Parker was taken aback. He is Gaara. Sasuke's expression turned grave. Naruto. Quickly take Sakura and run. I can hold him off. This foe is beyond our capacity to confront. Ha ha ha, trying to escape? Gaara sneered. I won't allow you to flee. With that, he unleashed a formidable chakra, his form swelling to an immense size, accompanied by a tremor as the complete manifestation of the tailed beast unfolded before everyone. What is this? Cold sweat beaded on Sasuke's brow. Allow me to handle this, Naruto said with a calm smile, stepping forward. Why haven't you left yet? I told you to take Sakura away, Sasuke urged. Do you think you can withstand him? Naruto replied, his gaze steady upon Sasuke. You should take Sakura and flee. If not, just hide. With those words, Naruto disregarded Sasuke, grasping his Zanpakutō and advancing slowly. Ha ha ha. Gaara's silhouette gradually emerged from atop the tailed beast's head. I will kill you. I will kill you all. Sleep technique. He then formed a hand seal, letting his hands drop. The colossal body suddenly erupted with an excited shriek. I am finally free. You bastard, I can smell that foul fox. Shikaku scanned the surroundings and zeroed in on Naruto Uzumaki, who became its primary target. Wind release, air bullet. Unlike the rampaging Gaara from earlier, Shikaku, upon sensing the chakra of the Nine Tails, approached Naruto with utmost seriousness, launching a barrage of air bullets towards him. Naruto, run. Sakura cried out in panic, sensing the power of the chakra bullets. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed, meeting the air bullets head-on. Binding Way, 81, break the void. A massive translucent barrier appeared before him. Boom. A deafening explosion ensued. From the center of the blast, a colossal shockwave radiated, altering the very terrain of the forest. Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, and Parker clung tightly to the trunk of a large tree, rendered speechless by the force of the wind. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Truly entertaining. Shikaku cackled, then turned his gaze to Naruto, his voice low and laced with malice. I never expected to encounter such an interesting opponent right after my release. I simply cannot resist the urge to kill you. You wish to kill me? Naruto replied coolly, then give it a try. Newly emerged from Gaara, Shikaku had yet to fully adapt, and having shed its sealing abilities, its chakra was considerably weaker compared to other tailed beasts. Thus, against it, Naruto's flowing blade of fire would suffice. As the wind calmed, Naruto swiftly delivered a slash, severing one of Shikaku's arms. The arm, once detached, instantly transformed into a cascade of yellow sand. You bastard! Shikaku shouted furiously, having been caught off guard by the speed of the strike. I am enraged. The yellow sand surged tumultuously. Little kittens should know their place. Naruto remarked calmly. If you continue to scream, I will turn you into a glass cat. You wretch. Shikaku's expression twisted in fury. The sand on the ground soared skyward, resembling a dark storm cloud, hovering ominously above. Sandstorm. With Shikaku's roar, the particles of sand began to rain down indiscriminately upon the area like hail. Those who rain, mask of flesh and blood, all phenomena, take flight. Crowned with the name of humanity, Naruto gazed skyward, his lips moving as he directed his hand upward, Wall of azure fire inscribed with double lotus. Await the abyss of great fire in the distant skies. Destruction Way, 73, double lotus azure fire descends. As soon as the words left his mouth, two blue flames erupted in Naruto's hands, soaring toward the heavens. Boom. The flames detonated mid-air, blooming like two gigantic blue lotuses. The shockwave dispersing the rain clouds formed by the sand. Is this Naruto's true strength? Sasuke, enveloped in cursed markings, shivered at the sight, unsure whether it was excitement or jealousy. Damn it, Naruto, just how strong are you? Is this the usually cheerful Naruto Uzumaki? Shikamaru rubbed his eyes, utterly astounded. Oh my goodness, Parker exclaimed, equally astonished. Are even the lower ninjas this formidable now? They dare to challenge a tailed beast. Only Naruto is capable of such feats, Sakura remarked with a wry smile. Yet, it was far from over. Flames erupted around Naruto, draping him like a cloak woven from fire. Even his eyes flickered with flames. All things under heaven are reduced to ashes, flowing blade of fire. The sword he held ignited with roaring flames. Naruto wore a gentle smile, tilting his head slightly, and slowly uttered, flowing blade of fire, the fiery hell. With those words, dozens of towering fire pillars shot up from the ground, converging around Shikaku without leaving a single gap. Moving with incredible speed, they coalesced around Shikaku. Boom. Upon contact with Shikaku, they exploded instantaneously. In a heartbeat, the radius of several kilometers was reduced to scorched earth. Ugh. Shikaku held in agony. The exhilaration of its recent freedom had transformed into sheer terror. The intensity of the flames was so great that even its sandy form could not withstand it. Now, it was powerless, its dignity as a tailed beast shattered. Is this truly humanity? Shikaku pondered, wondering if it could somehow awaken Gaara. For the outside world was far too terrifying. But Gaara remained unresponsive. Naruto is incredible. A creature of that magnitude has been reduced to such a state. Sakura gazed in shock at the unfolding scene. Sasuke, on the other hand, gritted his teeth. Naruto. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Kurama. It's rare for you to reach out to me. Naruto smiled faintly. What do you need? Release Shikaku. The Ninetales regarded the massive inferno. Oh, why should I? What incentive do I have to comply? You may consider this request a trade. Kurama spoke slowly, in return. I will teach you how to wield my chakra and connect with it, but how much you learn depends solely on you. Previously, although Kurama had been nurturing his body with chakra, he had refrained from allowing Naruto to utilize it for fear of him. Deal. Naruto smiled faintly, retracting the flames. Having witnessed Naruto's terrifying power, a somewhat withdrawn Shikaku returned to lie within Gaara's body. Gaara. At that moment, Kankuro and Temari rushed forward to shield him. Rest assured, I shall not slay him, Naruto said, holding the blade backward, its tip aimed downward as he turned, casually glancing at a nearby tree. He still holds other uses. This memory, I fear, might be nothing more than a fleeting illusion for Gaara. Damn it! Kankuro glared at Naruto, gritting his teeth, yet he dared not make any move, only assisting Temari in lifting the gravely injured Gaara to depart. Let us leave. Naruto approached his dazed companions and began to walk forward slowly. After everyone had departed, a figure, half black and half white, adorned with two large leaves as a collar, emerged from the tree Naruto had been observing. He had been hidden there from the very beginning, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 72 The Familiar Presence. Did he just glance in our direction? The white half inquired with uncertainty. Surely not. In this world, no one can penetrate our concealment techniques. Although the black half replied with confidence, an undercurrent of doubt tinged their tone. Is the Ninetales Jinchuriki truly that formidable? The white half exclaimed in astonishment. He was able to confront the One-Tail head-on. Indeed, we only learned of this situation today. By the way, the Ninetales is the quarry of that Uchiha Itachi. I wonder if he will succeed in his mission? He should have no issues, after all. He possesses those extraordinary eyes, making it relatively easy to deal with a mere human. However, what did he mean when he brandished his knife at us earlier? Who knows? The black half gazed towards the departing figures of Naruto and his companions. We must return and inform the leader of this situation. Capturing the Ninetales Jinchuriki could pose a significant dilemma for us. With that, the figure gradually melded back into the trees. Back in the village, all the ninjas gathered atop the Hokage building, their expressions somber. Naruto and the others also arrived. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura called out, what has happened? Kakashi's face bore the weight of grave news. The third Hokage has fallen in battle. What? Sasuke exclaimed, shock evident on his face. Damn it, I will kill Orochimaru. Naruto declared, his expression heavy with resolve. Kakashi shook his head. What about your A-rank mission? Pakken leaped onto Kakashi's head. The Shikaku from Tsunade was driven off by this guy named Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi, you have quite the impressive student. Hearing Pakken's words, Kakashi gazed in surprise at Naruto, realizing how strong he had become. A gentle drizzle fell from the heavens as the funeral for the third Hokage commenced as scheduled. Naruto gazed at the front, where a photograph of the third, adorned with a kind smile, was displayed, and nodded slightly. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, reflecting a chilling glint on his glasses. On the Hokage building, Jiraiya leaned against the railing, peering through binoculars with an expression of excitement. You are still engaged in such trivial pursuits. A voice interrupted Jiraiya's reverie. Humph. Jiraiya replied nonchalantly, I am merely gathering material for my new book. By the way, did Aunt Tsunade and Uncle Mito come to see me for something? What is it? Mito's expression was one of frustration. You should already know. Jiraiya remained unperturbed, saying nothing. Why the serious demeanor? Is there something else? Didn't the negotiations with Tsunade conclude? Mito continued. Tsunade publicly claimed that Orochimaru was responsible for the chaos and fully surrendered to Konoha, but that was no longer significant. Mito looked at Jiraiya. Tsunade continued. To restore our national strength, we have accepted their surrender. However, Konoha's power has diminished to a terrifying extent. The foremost issue we must address is to fortify our defenses against potential threats. This time, Konoha has suffered immense losses, and neighboring nations may take bold actions. Thus, before our village regains its strength, we must appoint a powerful leader. What does that have to do with me? You need not come to report such matters to me. Jiraiya shrugged, turning to retrieve his binoculars. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall continue to observe the lovely young ladies. No, I mean gather more material. Do not play dumb. Mito frowned. What we need most right now is the fifth Hokage. Yesterday, during the meeting with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, we have already nominated you. Jiraiya continued to gaze through the binoculars. I apologize, but I am not suited to be Hokage. This is our decision. And you are the disciple of the late Hiruzen, as well as one of the legendary Sanin. If someone like you is unfit, who else could possibly qualify? Isn't there still one more Sanin? Jiraiya put away his binoculars and turned. Tsunade should really get back into action. The two advisors seemed to be swayed by his words. That girl indeed possesses the capability, but no one knows her whereabouts. I will help you find her. That should suffice, right? However, Mito still wanted to voice something more. Enough, it is settled. Tsunade is far better suited to be Hokage than I am. However, Jiraiya wore a mysterious smile. I hope to have someone accompany me on my journey. I have discovered someone quite intriguing. Who? Naruto Uzumaki. No. Naruto is the Jinchuriki and cannot leave the village. TCH. Jiraiya scoffed, if I may boast. Does Konoha still have the capability to protect Naruto? I believe that accompanying me would be the safest option for him now. Tsunade appeared embarrassed. Jiraiya's words held a ring of truth. All right. You have all pushed me to become Hokage. I must be quite trustworthy, no? Konoha is currently weak, and if others were to attack, the village may not be able to protect Naruto. In truth, Jiraiya's intention was not solely to protect Naruto, but to safeguard Konoha. If Naruto were not in the village, those with ulterior motives regarding the Jinchuriki would not come to Konoha. He is not wrong. Mito lowered his head. Let Naruto accompany him. Tsunade contemplated. It seems this is the only way. At Naruto's home, he lay on his bed, gazing at the white clouds outside with a slight smile. This period has been too tranquil. Finally, something interesting is happening. A familiar face has arrived in the village. Suddenly recalling something, he produced a small vial filled with liquid and tossed it playfully, noticing it contained an eye. The owner of the eye's other one seems to be with him. Perhaps a chance encounter? Kakashi appears to be nearby, utilizing the mirror flower water moon technique. At that moment, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from the door. Naruto opened it. Hey Naruto. Upon seeing the visitor, Naruto quickly shut the door, only to have it pushed open by the intruder, allowing him entry. Who knew you had such strength? Get to the point. Naruto replied coolly. You are rather cold. I just bumped my knee. Jiraiya chuckled. I am here to invite you on a journey. Why on earth would you want to take me on a trip? Don't be so aloof. Traveling with me has its perks. I will teach you some ninjutsu along the way. Is he seeking Tsunade? Upon hearing this, Naruto seemed to recall something and then smiled. It appears I will not need to meet an old acquaintance today. I will naturally encounter them on the journey. All right. I agree to go with you. Huh. Why the sudden agreement? Jiraiya looked at Naruto in confusion. You don't have some sort of scheme, do you? Then you leave? Wait. You see, you are being so stingy. Chapter 73 The shock of Uchiha Itachi. As they approached the village gate, Jiraiya halted, sensing a powerful surge of chakra. Are you worried? Should we take a look? Naruto chuckled. No need. Jiraiya scratched his head, stepping beyond the village gates. It's just trivial matters. The ninjas in the village are not that weak. Let us go. Indeed. Naruto nodded and followed in his footsteps. The two walked through the forest. Naruto glanced sideways and smiled slightly. This is faster than I imagined. What did you say? Jiraiya turned to look at Naruto. Oh no. I merely spotted a bird over there and contemplated capturing a couple for roasting today. No need for that. Jiraiya smiled. Up ahead lies a town where we can procure some food. I have visited that village. It offers delightful food and charming maidens. Is that so? Naruto squinted. Unfortunately, I am too young to venture into such places. I shall wait until I grow up. Oh, Jiraiya burst into hearty laughter, patting Naruto on the shoulder. Indeed, you two have an eye for youthful maidens. Upon hearing this, Naruto's forehead twitched. What are you saying? Just a jest, just a jest. Jiraiya chuckled heartily before casting a serious glance at Naruto. The two arrived in the quaint town. Jiraiya, brimming with excitement, surveyed the surroundings. Naruto, do you have any money? What are your plans? If you do, lend it to me. Jiraiya's eyes pleaded earnestly. Alas, Naruto sighed. Producing a ninja debit card. Consider this a gift from me to you. Oh, Jiraiya snatched the card and dashed ahead. Remember, wait for me at the first inn after turning left up ahead. Right. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Enjoy yourself. No need to rush back. Following Jiraiya's directions, Naruto found the inn and registered for 2 luxurious suites. Entering his room, he reclined on the bed, a smile gracing his face. For now, all I need to do is relax here. Before long, there was a knock at the door. They've arrived. Naruto stood up and opened the door. Spotting a flash of red, he smiled slightly. It is good to see you again, Itachi. Oh. Upon hearing this, a shark-faced man beside him remarked, Mr. Itachi. Do you know each other? Well, we are somewhat acquainted. Uchiha Itachi regarded Naruto with an expression of indifference. Step outside. Very well. Naruto chuckled, drawing his sword and stepping into the corridor. If the room gets destroyed, we shall have nowhere else to stay tonight. Such bravado. The shark-faced man chuckled darkly. Mr. Itachi, this child seems quite arrogant. To prevent his escape, why not sever a leg first? Yet, Itachi remained silent. Are you always this haughty? Naruto squinted. A subtle smile on his lips, the blade pointed downward. Kisame, I did not expect you to know my name. You are not merely a simple child. It seems I must sever a leg today. Do not insist too much. To tread upon an ant without killing it is a difficult power to master. Ant, are you referring to me? Kisame laughed maniacally, swinging his blade down. Blood gushed forth. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened. Kisame appeared in agony. The blade now pointed at his own abdomen. Damn it, when did this happen? Oh, you spoke of cutting me. Yet why do you harm yourself? Naruto smiled gently. Kisame gritted his teeth, glaring at Naruto. Damn, who is this kid? Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi maintained a calm demeanor, though astonished within. Is it an illusion? The Sharingan remains unresponsive. Is it taijutsu? Yet it is clear that Kisame harmed himself. What exactly is this? Naruto, it seems you have grown stronger over the years. Grown stronger, indeed? Naruto replied nonchalantly. Curious, are we? Is it an illusion? The Sharingan shows no reaction, nor is it taijutsu. I did not move. Kisame harmed himself. What could this be? Does he know what I am thinking? Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan spun rapidly, transforming into a pinwheel, yet he discerned no change. Naruto, you have indeed grown considerably stronger. I am quite astonished by your development. Uchiha Itachi said calmly. Nevertheless, beneath these eyes, you should surrender to avoid further suffering. To be praised by you, Itachi, is no small feat. Naruto chuckled. To spare me pain, you advise surrendering? Itachi, you remain as kind as ever. Listening to your words, I seem reluctant to yield. But can you evade the Mangekyo Sharingan? Itachi's left eye bled slightly. This unique eye technique, Tsukuyami, is inescapable. Only one who wields the same bloodline Sharingan can defeat me. You mean Sasuke? Naruto chuckled. He is far from it. So, Do you believe your strength is sufficient? Suddenly, the world turned a crimson hue. The sun and clouds above transformed into darkness. Naruto found himself bound to a cross. Before him, Uchiha Itachi stood wielding a katana. How long can your fragile body endure? Without mercy, he thrust the blade forward. Ugh! Naruto cried out in pain, blood gushing from the wound. His expression contorted. It matters not. This is merely an illusion. An illusion? Uchiha Itachi lunged at Naruto again. In the realm of Tsukuyomi, space, time, and even mass are all under my control. As he spoke, he continued stabbing at Naruto's body. For the next 72 hours, I shall relentlessly pierce your flesh. You cannot escape. Do not think this is merely an illusion. This suffering is no mere figment. How long can your spirit endure? Now, there remain 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds until the end. Will you choose to follow me, or persist in suffering? Ugh! Naruto lamented. Yet, Itachi increasingly sensed something amiss. Logically, he should be growing weaker. Yet Naruto's cries remained vigorous. Have you finally realized? Naruto observed Itachi's expression, smiling faintly. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened. Naruto had descended from the cross. Yet he had not released him. This environment, this world's colors, still Tsukuyomi, without a doubt. Itachi, have you intentionally been this cruel to me? Or have you forgotten your own mission? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi appeared astonished. Impossible. Is this your illusion? It was the first time Itachi faced such a situation. Yet even the Mangekyo Sharingan did not respond. How could this be? Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi's expression changed drastically, as he found himself bound to a cross, while Naruto stood below, pointing his blade at him. When did this happen? Itachi stared blankly at Naruto. I cannot believe there exists an illusion that even the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot perceive. How did you break Tsukuyomi? What a foolish question. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Naruto smiled slightly and plunged the blade into Itachi's body. Ugh! Uchiha Itachi grimaced in pain. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Now I ask you, when did you come to believe I was ensnared in Tsukuyomi? Chapter 74. Conversation. When did you come to believe I was ensnared in Tsukuyomi? Upon hearing this, Itachi's expression finally shifted. Though being Uchiha Itachi, he quickly concealed it. I did not anticipate your strength to have grown so formidable. Even I, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, could not escape. What kind of illusion is this? Uchiha Itachi's tone carried a hint of weakness. Mirror flower, water moon. Naruto spoke, narrowing his eyes with a slight smile. It is not precisely an illusion. It would be more appropriate to call it hypnosis. Hypnosis? Indeed, my mirror flower, water moon, fully controls your hearing, smell, touch, taste, and sight. It sounds rather unimpressive. Uchiha Itachi gazed intently at Naruto. Naruto smiled faintly. His tone neutral. It seems that you're not particularly formidable. Perhaps I should inform you that it was I who retaliated against your companion's blade. Upon hearing these words, Itachi Uchiha's eyes widened in shock, and cold sweat broke out on his brow as he gazed at Naruto's gentle smile. It was that moment. Itachi recalled the night several years prior when he encountered Naruto alongside a man named Madara Uchiha outside the Uchiha clan's residence. As expected of you, Naruto opened his eyes, exclaiming, "You grasped the essence immediately." After uttering those words, he struck again. A powerful wave of pain surged through Itachi, blood gradually appearing in his eyes. The child's exterior is your most potent disguise. Indeed, Naruto chuckled lightly. In fact, you should express gratitude towards me. Gratitude for what? Itachi inquired. As Naruto's gaze shifted, the space of Tsukuyomi suddenly shattered, and the surroundings transformed. Itachi's heart stirred for the first time, for before him stood a person he could never forget, Danzo Shimura. The scene replayed before him, revealing Naruto severing Danzo's cursed arm and then directly extracting his right eye. The images shifted again, showcasing the death of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. You ought to be grateful, don't you think? A voice resonated in his ears, and the environment morphed back to the hotel corridor. Mr. Itachi, what troubles you? Kisame's voice pierced through to Itachi. Are you unable to strike down a fellow villager? Kisame knelt on the ground, devoid of any wounds, his eyes vacant as he stared ahead, clearly lost in another vision. The affairs of Danzo and the third Hokage bear your mark. Itachi dismissed Kisame's words. Well, one could say that I was responsible for Danzo's demise. But as for the third Hokage, I cannot claim that. He was Orochimaru's masterpiece, and I merely extended his stay in this world by a few minutes. Is Shirsue's eye in your possession? Itachi asked, bewildered. Mr. Itachi, what do you mean? Kisame's face contorted in rage as he struggled. I have gifted it to you. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Naruto slowly retrieved a transparent vial from his pocket, containing an eye, Shirsue's eye. He shook it lightly before tossing it to Itachi. What does this mean? Itachi caught the vial. The other eye of Shirsue. It must be with you, right? Naruto smiled. This item is a token of my goodwill. It holds no value for me. Have you never considered utilizing its power? Itachi fixed his gaze on him. In this world, every individual envied the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Jinkai, and some would go so far as to hunt down the Uchiha for their eyes. Never. Naruto replied, a playful glint in his eye. Is the Sharingan truly powerful? You possess the Sharingan, yet does it serve any purpose against me? Itachi was momentarily speechless. In comparison, perhaps you would require this eye more than I. Itachi. To what degree has your vision declined? Shock reappeared in Itachi's eyes. Naruto Uzumaki you. However, I recommend you keep Shirsue's eye. Although the cooldown for his ability is somewhat lengthy, it is quite formidable. Retaining it may prove useful. Naruto interrupted Itachi's thoughts. Your parents' eyes are also in my possession. I infiltrated before Danzo could collect them. Itachi felt numb, having encountered too many unbelievable revelations today. If you wish to retrieve them, come find me. After a moment of silence, Itachi spoke. On that night, you employed the Konoha Tsukumi. So, what are you truly after, Madara Uchiha? Who knows? Naruto nodded slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Are you not afraid that I will inform Konoha? Or the Akatsuki? Konoha? After Danzo and the third's demise. Do you believe anyone would still trust you? As for the Akatsuki, I still require their services, though I prefer they remain unaware for now. Even if they did, it would not be a grave matter. Itachi stood in place, lost in thought. By the way, you must be eager to see Sasuke, right? Noticing Itachi's indecision, Naruto smiled faintly. He is just outside. Why not meet him and put your mind at ease? A glimmer sparked in Itachi's eyes. Naruto's words were laden with meaning. As Sasuke too had been under the influence of Konoha Tsukumi, Naruto pointed the blade downward, his lips murmuring, "Shatter, Konoha Tsukumi." Just as he finished speaking, Kisame approached with a sinister grin. Since Mr. Itachi hesitates, allow me to take over. By the way, you little brat, you're quite remarkable. Almost immediately, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Long time no see. Itachi interrupted Kisame's actions. Sasuke. Huh. Kisame turned slowly. Itachi. A voice filled with murderous intent resonated among them. Sasuke, you must flee. Their target is me. Naruto gripped his blade, a solemn expression on his face. A Sharingan, and it resembles Mr. Itachi's greatly. Who is he? Kisame laughed menacingly. My brother. Itachi replied calmly. I heard the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Kisame feigned intrigue. By your hand, no less. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's killing intent intensified. Itachi, I shall kill you. Itachi regarded him with indifference. I have loathed you, resented you, and now I live solely to end your life. Lightning coalesced in Sasuke's hands, resembling a chorus of birds in song. To kill you is my sole purpose. The Chidori, a culmination of Sasuke's chakra, ignited his clothing, burning with ferocity. I will slay you. With a furious shout, he charged at Itachi, wielding the Chidori. Boom. A thunderous clash erupted as Itachi grasped Sasuke's right hand, dissipating the Chidori effortlessly. Naruto sensed another chakra nearby. Sasuke, he shouted before rushing forward, only to be intercepted by Kisame. Crack. Ugh. Sasuke cried out in agonizing pain as Itachi easily crushed his hand. Kisame raised his blade. It seems you're quite confident in your swordsmanship. Perhaps I'll sever that hand of yours. Itachi remained silent, realizing that the play must continue with Sasuke's arrival. With that, Kisame brought his blade down heavily towards Naruto. Bang! A resounding thud echoed, and a cloud of smoke enveloped the scene. Chapter 75, Kakashi-sensei, remember to aim for the head. Sasuke gritted his teeth, clutching his fractured hand. Unable to move due to the searing pain, as he helplessly watched Kisame's massive blade descend upon Naruto. Clang! A clear sound rang out as the smoke cleared, revealing Jiraiya carrying a young girl. You underestimate me too much. I, Jiraiya, cannot be swayed by a mere girl. Jiraiya struck a pose he deemed impressive. A man like me, girls will come seeking me. Naruto gazed at him with disdain. What kind of look is that? Jiraiya awkwardly met Naruto's gaze. It's nothing. It's nothing. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. It's just the nature of a man. I understand. How could I, Jiraiya? Be like an ordinary man. All right, I get it. Naruto spoke slowly, his expression remaining calm. They are not ordinary individuals. Can we truly contend with them? Jiraiya, too, changed his demeanor upon realizing that the illusion cast by that woman had been dispelled. Kisame, with a sinister grin, remarked, indeed, the legendary Sanin, Jiraiya, is not easily dealt with. To treat a lovely girl in such a manner just to draw me away from Naruto is truly despicable. Jiraiya gently lowered the girl resting on his shoulder. Your target is indeed Naruto, then. No wonder Kakashi is aware of this matter. The source of the intelligence is you. Itachi's gaze was icy. Capturing Naruto is the highest command of our Akatsuki organization. I will not surrender him to you. Jiraiya's voice was somber. That may not be the case. Itachi replied coolly. Jiraiya stepped forward. Then let us settle this here. At that moment, a deep voice interrupted. Do not interfere. Sasuke, gritting his teeth against the pain, stood up. The one who will kill this man is me. I have no interest in you right now. Itachi responded indifferently. Naruto shook his head in exasperation. Ah, Sasuke, why must you insist on this? What a joke. Sasuke clenched his fists and charged forward, only to be kicked away. Blood spilling from his mouth. Before you attempt to capture me, perhaps you should first comprehend the gap in our abilities, echoed Naruto's voice in Itachi's ears. Turning slightly, he saw Naruto looking at him with a gentle smile. You must understand, a child raised under strict discipline will learn respect. His temperament is too vile and requires your guidance, as an elder brother. Itachi surveyed those around him, showing no reaction. Indeed, being able to manipulate the five senses at will is a truly terrifying ability. Hearing Naruto's words, Itachi turned to Sasuke, his expression cold. Very well. He then began to walk slowly toward Sasuke. Sasuke was tossed about like a ball, blood gushing from his mouth, showing no mercy whatsoever. Kisame watched Jiraiya intently. Do you understand why you are so weak? Itachi grasped Sasuke's neck, pressing him against the wall, leaning close to his ear. Your hatred for me is still insufficient. He activated his Sharingan. Sasuke was thrust back into a memory from years past. Arc! He cried out in anguish as Itachi cast Tsukuyomi. Examining Sasuke's condition after being ensnared in Naruto's Genjutsu, but alas, he found nothing. The lamentations echoed painfully. You truly are cruel, using Tsukuyomi against your own beloved brother. Kisame chuckled darkly. Naruto sighed, feeling helpless. How tragic, he must endure another lesson. Ultimately, Sasuke's spirit shattered, collapsing in Itachi's grasp. Upon witnessing this, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, ninjutsu, toad mouth binding technique. A fleshy barrier surrounded the entire corridor. Regrettably, Itachi and Kisame, I have summoned the stomach of the great toad of Myaboku. Since you are both fugitives, you shall become food for the toad. The meaty wall writhed and began to encroach upon Itachi and Kisame. Kisame, come here. The two hastily retreated, but Itachi's other eye wept crimson tears, and the fleshy barrier was suddenly pierced. Jiraiya dashed forward, astonished. I never expected the fleshy wall to be breached so easily. The two fled at remarkable speed. Sweat glistening on Itachi's brow, the strain of using such powerful techniques taking its toll on his body. Remember to seek me out. Itachi furrowed his brows tightly, pondering Naruto's final words to him. This child seemed to have accounted for even the Akatsuki. What could he possibly intend? Itachi-san, why are we retreating? Kisame asked. Puzzled. With your strength, Kisame interrupted Itachi's thoughts. Itachi, drenched in cold sweat, replied. With Naruto present, we cannot act. I also need a place to rest. Itachi-san, it's not that I don't trust you, but why did you choose to use Tsukuyomi against your brother instead of Naruto? What did you see just now? I saw you say, Itachi-san, that you could not bear to harm a child. Do you truly believe I would utter such words? It is quite peculiar. Kisame's brow furrowed. Could it be an illusion? Indeed. We only perceive him as a child, yet we failed to realize his mastery of Genjutsu. Even I did not notice. He is no ordinary child. Kisame waved his hand dismissively. To have stumbled against a child. Regarding Itachi's words, Kisame found them rather credible. In the inn, Jiraiya approached the spot where the fleshy wall had been breached, the remnants still smoldering with black flames. Black flames? Jiraiya mused, furrowing his brow. Have you never seen them? Naruto inquired, standing beside him. Have you? Well, not exactly. Naruto nodded. Those black flames are Amaterasu. Even fire cannot extinguish them, the legendary flames. Ordinary water jutsu can do nothing against them. I read about this in an ancient text, but this is the first time I have witnessed it in person. Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya summoned a small toad and unleashed a water jutsu, but indeed, it had no effect on Amaterasu. You should act quickly. Amaterasu will not cease until it has consumed everything. If we wait any longer, this will be no more. Naruto stated matter-of-factly. I almost forgot. Jiraiya retrieved a scroll, inscribing a seal upon it, then forming hand seals, fire sealing method. A pale blue light emanated from the scroll, enveloping the black flames and drawing them back into the scroll. Done. Jiraiya stretched, glancing at the unconscious Sasuke. What shall we do? Should we return to Konoha and take him back? Someone will come for him. Jiraiya looked at Naruto in confusion. Konoha, great whirlwind. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed as a green whirlwind sped towards Jiraiya, embedding him against the wall. See, I told you someone would come for him. Naruto chuckled. I apologize, Jiraiya-sama. The Konoha ninja beast knelt on the ground, repeatedly apologizing. Jiraiya rubbed his throbbing cheek, looking at it with incredulity. Could you please be more careful before acting? Naruto smiled. Well, you should be grateful he did not cry out Night Guy. Night Guy? Might Guy asked, perplexed. What does that mean? Oh, nothing. Naruto paused, surprised that he had forgotten his own technique. Night Guy, what a cool name. Might Guy suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm. I've decided. My next move will be called Night Guy. Naruto rubbed his temples, realizing he had yet to develop it. After all, it would not emerge until 4 years later. That invincible kick was named after him. Guy-sensei. Once you develop that move, remember to aim for the head when facing enemies. Chapter 76. Tsunade. Do not let me down. Guy, his hand bones and ribs are broken, and he has sustained severe mental trauma. Take him back. Just like Kakashi's symptoms. Aki rarely fell silent. Now Konoha has suffered severe damage. A single Chunin exam has left many genin in dire straits. If only that esteemed individual were here. Jiraiya smiled. That is precisely why I have come out, to find that woman. Upon hearing this, Aki's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Then that means Lee is also saved. The hospital doctor said he could no longer continue as a ninja. Of course. Jiraiya-sama, you must bring Lady Tsunade back. Rest assured. Naruto, as you embark on this journey with Jiraiya, strive to become stronger. Might Guy began to rummage through his belongings. Found it. This is the gift I have for you. The veins on Naruto's forehead throbbed slightly. This clothing, you should wear it yourself. I have no need for it. No, you do need it. What does acorn mean? Jiraiya inquired while walking. Why did Guy curse Kakashi upon hearing that word? And why did he rush back to confront Kakashi? Who knows? Naruto chuckled. Perhaps it's something he loves to eat, but it seems to have worked. Look, he's no longer pestering me. Jiraiya gazed at Naruto with a puzzled expression. You seem remarkably calm. If an ordinary person were targeted by someone like that, they would surely complain. What good would it do to be anything but calm? Perhaps this is my fate. Have you never wondered why they have chosen you as a target? It's obvious. Naruto placed a hand on his stomach. The villagers call me Demon Fox every day. Rest assured, I will protect you. Jiraiya said lightly. Naruto smiled gently. Thank you for that. By the way, as a best-selling author of risque novels, you must be quite wealthy. Yet you constantly consume my resources and seem so unashamed about it. Can't you show a little dignity? In the restaurant, Naruto watched as Jiraiya indulged in the most expensive dishes, surrounded by lovely ladies, wearing a foolish grin, which was quite hard to endure. Don't say that. As a disciple, it's only fitting for you to honor your master. I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. When we first met, you deceived me into thinking you survived on instant noodles and expired milk. I'm not lying. Naruto nodded slightly, the light glinting off his glasses as he smiled. Before I was 3, I was in an orphanage. After 3, I graduated from school. I drank expired milk for 9 years and ate sand-infused rice for 9 years. Only recently has my life begun to improve. Jiraiya waved his hand, signaling for the 2 girls to leave. I've always wanted to ask, where did your money come from? Did they give it to you? How could they possibly give me money? Naruto picked up a piece of sushi and chewed slowly. Would you believe me if I said I stole it? Jiraiya raised his glass and took a sip. I do not believe you. What I said is true. I did steal some. When I completed a C-rank mission and defeated those bandits, I kept their money. Naruto chuckled. Kakashi-sensei is aware of my difficulties, so he never pursued the matter. After all, it's just the money of bandit scum. Naruto, do you harbor resentment towards the old man? Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya's expression grew serious. Naruto paused in his actions. Smiling, resent the old man? You mean the third Hokage? He has treated me quite well. For the past 9 years, he has provided me with my living expenses. Or else I would have starved. Hearing this, Jiraiya seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and stood up, stretching. Now that we are full, let us continue our search. All right. Naruto rose to his feet. Are you always this calm? When I say we are searching for someone, aren't you the least bit curious? Jiraiya looked at Naruto with intrigue. Yes, I know. You know? How do you know? Jiraiya stared at him, puzzled. Earlier, you mentioned to Gai-sensei that our target this time is Tsunade. Is that so? Ha ha ha, I had forgotten. Jiraiya chuckled foolishly. Do you know who Tsunade is? One of the legendary Sanin. Like you, an exceptional medical ninja and the granddaughter of the first Hokage. How does a child who just graduated know these things? I enjoy reading. Many magazines feature your legendary stories. Naruto smiled. It was only after learning your intent that I agreed to accompany you. Otherwise, I would have gone with Gai-sensei. Oh, you have something to discuss with Tsunade? Yes. Naruto nodded. I've heard her medical ninjutsu is remarkable. So I hope to learn from her. Otherwise, my teammates get injured on missions, and if I could master medical ninjutsu, that would be splendid. To save your comrades, huh? Jiraiya looked intently at Naruto, warmed by his smile. Very well, I will advocate for you. I'll make sure she agrees to teach you. Thank you. Naruto smiled, nodding slightly. Tsunade, do not let me down. I hope to find an answer from you regarding whether it is possible to overcome the rejection of the transplanted Sharingan and heal Itachi's body. Otherwise, if Itachi dies, I will lose an exceptional subordinate. Are you certain she is here? Days later, the two arrived at a forest with a small town ahead. We've searched for so many days. Can you still manage? Naruto complained. Don't be so impatient. Jiraiya scratched his head. It won't be long. Although we don't know the exact location, many clues point to this place. Naruto remained silent, merely gazing intently at him. Jiraiya felt a bit unnerved under Naruto's stare. Apologies. How about this? I'll teach you a ninjutsu, alright? This is the signature technique of the fourth Hokage. Is it the Rasengan? Naruto felt a flicker of excitement but masked it. Forget it. I think I'll head back to the village. You seem too unreliable. Always drinking or chasing after girls. Don't leave yet. Just watch. It's very powerful. After speaking, Jiraiya formed a light blue sphere with chakra and struck a tree. Breaking it. Impressive, right? It doesn't seem that strong. It feels less powerful than Kakashi-sensei's Raikiri. I think I'll head back. Wait. My ninjutsu is certainly stronger than Kakashi's Raikiri. Naruto stood still, contemplating Jiraiya. Since you're begging me, I suppose I'll reluctantly learn a bit. Fantastic. Jiraiya laughed heartily, then suddenly realized. Why is it that every time I teach you ninjutsu, I'm the one begging? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Should I leave then? This is the signature technique of the fourth Hokage. You must learn it. I insist on teaching you. Chapter 77. Encountering Orochimaru again after Jiraiya demonstrated the technique, he left the forest to rest in the town while Naruto trained alone. Late at night, practicing ninjutsu alone without sleep. You truly are diligent. A sinister voice entered Naruto's ears, prompting him to stop. You've come. The tone of your voice suggests you knew I would arrive. Naruto smiled. With your hands incapacitated, you need someone to heal you. If you weren't here, it wouldn't be you, Orochimaru. A figure with a sinister smile and bandaged hands slowly emerged from the shadows. Sometimes I wonder what kind of soul resides in your tiny body. In any case, it's certainly not as tainted as your soul. Tainted? Ha, I like it. Orochimaru flicked his long tongue. Naruto grimaced. Can you refrain from waving your tongue around in front of me? Orochimaru retracted his tongue. What brings you here? Just like your purpose, searching for Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, and Konoha needs someone to become Hokage. They chose Tsunade. Yes. Naruto gathered his chakra again, but unfortunately, he was unsuccessful. Jiraiya is the same as always. If he wanted, the Hokage position would be his, but I never expected Jiraiya to come looking, hasn't he? Like Tsunade, grown weary of the darkness in Konoha? People always fantasize about these matters. Despite his appearance, he actually loves Konoha. Naruto chuckled. Coming out to find Tsunade to make her Hokage is merely an excuse for me to remain in Konoha. You should understand why he brought me along, right? It is to protect you. I have heard about Itachi Uchiha and Kisame. They have failed, but others from Akatsuki will come. Konoha lacks individuals capable of confronting that organization. If it were 20 years earlier, we might have stood a chance, but now, they are all worthless. I thought you were quite clever to have survived this long. But alas, you remain foolish. Naruto smiled. You are merely at the first layer, Orochimaru. Life is like rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one regresses. Jiraiya summoned me for 2 reasons. First, to protect me, and second, to safeguard Konoha. However, there is another layer of meaning. It is to guard against those 2 advisors you deem worthless, and the deceased Danzo whom they are unaware has perished. What if he departs and I fall under the advisor's control? Would Tsunade still wield any real power, even if she became Hokage? For her, the next Hokage must be Tsunade, as she is the one person he trusts most in this world. And what am I? I am the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and someone like me must remain under Tsunade's control, which is immensely beneficial for her to stabilize her regime. This is politics. Since you know this, why did you come with him? Orochimaru pondered, perplexed. Why should I tell you? Naruto retorted, alas, your journey will be in vain. Tsunade cannot heal your hands. Furthermore, even if you were to change your body, it would be futile. What? Orochimaru's expression changed dramatically. How do you know that? Hehe. Naruto smiled. Your hands are the result of the Reaper Death Seal, and that technique directly affects the soul. Even if you change your body, the deficiency lies within your soul. Do you truly believe that even with her vast abilities, Tsunade can handle matters of the soul? You have a solution. Orochimaru gazed at Naruto. Indeed, I do. Naruto replied coolly. What would it take for you to divulge it to me? I can reveal to you the method to heal your hands. Naruto turned to Orochimaru. However, before that, you must assist me in one endeavor. What is it? Accompany me in a performance, a charade of self-sacrifice. Naruto smiled mysteriously. Orochimaru contemplated for a moment. You must first tell me what you want me to do before I consider agreeing. Fear not, it will not cost you your life, at most. You may sustain some injuries. Hehe. After hearing Naruto's proposition, Orochimaru shook his head helplessly. Truly, the pupil surpasses the master. All 3 of us legendary ninjas are under your control. Now that you know, act swiftly. Once Tsunade agrees, I will reveal the method to you. Naruto turned and resumed practicing the Rasengan. The 4th ninjutsu is not easy to master, is it? Orochimaru smirked ominously. Not easy. Naruto smiled slightly, forming a complete Rasengan in one hand, which shattered a tree with ease. Since you have mastered it, why not return? Were you merely waiting for me? Do not flatter yourself. Naruto scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Orochimaru. If you have a genius among your subordinates, you might invest great effort in nurturing them, as they will grow to be your asset. However, if that subordinate is a prodigy beyond genius, would you rest easy? Then why do you persist in practicing a failed Rasengan? Orochimaru, you truly seem to be regressing. Naruto remarked, looking at Orochimaru with disdain. Do you think your good brother is unaware of the differences between a complete Rasengan and a failed one? Realization dawned on Orochimaru as he revealed a sinister smile. Naruto Uzumaki, you are indeed more venomous than I. I shall take that as a compliment. Naruto turned away, continuing his practice. The hour grows late. You should return. The following day, you practiced all night? Jiraiya stared incredulously at the surrounding evidence. Uh-huh. Naruto shook his sore hand. This ninjutsu is indeed no simple feat. But the effort of the night was not in vain. You have mastered it? Naruto smiled slightly, extending one hand to reveal a blue orb that surged forth, crashing into a tree and cleaving it in 2. Truly a prodigy. Minato, your son is a genius just like you. Jiraiya mused, gazing at Naruto with admiration. How about it? Not bad, right? Still a bit lacking compared to me. TCH. Well, since you have learned it, we must attend to pressing matters. Uh-huh. The 2 made their way toward a small town, halting in front of a gambling establishment. It should be here. Jiraiya noted the prominently displayed gambling sign. According to the locals, a big spender visited this gambling den a few days ago and kept losing. This is the largest gambling house in the town. We should be able to find her here. What strange quirks do you legendary Sanin possess? One is a lecher, another a backstabber, and the last a gambling addict. Naruto quipped. Now that you mention it, it truly seems so. Haha. Chapter 78. Tsunade the 2 entered the gambling house. Jiraiya produced a photo of Tsunade and approached a patron. Excuse me, have you seen this young lady? Oh, I have seen her. A gambler grinned wickedly upon seeing the photo. The big spender. Who doesn't he know her? Not only have I seen her, but I also know where she is. Thank you, could you tell me? Why should I tell you? The gambler brandished a pair of dice. How about this? Let us gamble. If you win, I'll tell you. If I win, you hand over all your money. Jiraiya, observing the gambler's audacity, prepared to roll the dice. What a waste of time. Just then, Jiraiya looked up to see Naruto had already drawn a blade against the gambler's throat. Oi, Naruto! Jiraiya exclaimed. Master Jiraiya, time is of the essence for us. If we gamble here, the esteemed Tsunade you mentioned may very well leave. Naruto smiled. Jiraiya ceased his actions, realizing Naruto had a point. My apologies. Perhaps our approach was incorrect. Seeing Jiraiya silent, Naruto turned to the gambler with a cheerful demeanor. Now, could you kindly inform me where the woman in the photo is? The gambler stared at Naruto in terror, trembling as he pointed in a direction. Over there, by the wall, in that house. Thank you. Naruto sheathed his blade, pulling out some bills from his wallet. Thank you for your cooperation. May we meet again. He then turned to Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, I have inquired. Let us go. The two exited the gambling house. Oi, Naruto. You cannot be so extreme in your methods from now on. They are, after all, just ordinary people. Jiraiya began to lecture. Uh-huh. Naruto nodded. I was merely eager to discover Grandma Tsunade's whereabouts. Didn't you say her movements are unpredictable? If she moves elsewhere, it might become difficult to find her. Besides, I already compensated him, didn't I? You truly are incorrigible, but you are right. Let us hurry. Jiraiya nodded, quickening his pace toward the direction indicated by the gambler, with Naruto closely following his steps. Inside the gambling house, the gambler spat on the ground, glaring menacingly at the retreating figures of the two. What a nuisance. But thankfully, I have money again. Hey, you want to keep playing? Your wife and daughter are mine now. If you lack funds, just scram. Here it comes. I have money again. The individual, brimming with excitement, dashed towards the source of the sound. Yet, after merely a few strides, he felt a dizzying sensation, as if something had fallen from his neck, and he gradually lost consciousness. A piercing scream echoed through the casino, creating a stir among the patrons. Upon reaching the designated spot within the casino, the scene revealed shattered walls and utter chaos. Jiraiya furrowed his brow and remarked, It seems we have arrived too late. Indeed, it appears so. Naruto crouched down to examine the footprints. Not much time has passed. Tsunade should still be here. However, there are 4 individuals. 4? Jiraiya's brow knitted in concern. Forget it. Let us find somewhere to eat in town. Wait a moment. Naruto picked up a stone, which still held traces of chakra. As he crouched, a faint blue glow enveloped him. The heart of the south, the eye of the north, the fingertips of the west, and the heel of the east. Gather with the wind and disperse the rain. As he spoke, a circle appeared on the ground before him, inscribed with numbers. What are you doing? Jiraiya questioned, puzzled by Naruto's actions. Sealing technique number 58. The Talon, chasing the sparrow. As the incantation concluded, the numbers within the circle began to leap before finally settling. I found it, Naruto exclaimed, rising to his feet. A tracking ninjutsu? Jiraiya expressed his surprise. What an unusual form of tracking. Where did you learn it? Now is not the time for such discussions. Our priority is to locate Tsunade. You are correct. Follow me. Naruto led the way, with Jiraiya closely trailing behind. They soon arrived in front of an izakaya. You mean Tsunade is here? Yes. Why didn't you use that tracking ninjutsu earlier? This technique is quite special. I need to familiarize myself with her chakra. Without knowing her chakra, I cannot track her. How intriguing. Why not teach me? Sure, but not just yet. Not yet. When will that be? I'll teach you when the time is right. Naruto smiled. Let us head inside first. Look at you, so stingy. Jiraiya, visibly displeased, pushed aside the Norin and peered inside. Oh, Tsunade, you really are here. Jiraiya? A striking woman with yellow hair styled in twin pigtails stood up, astonished. What brings you here? Beside her was a rather adorable girl, Shizune, along with a pig that looked quite appetizing. Naruto squinted, focusing on a certain spot, struggling to reconcile the image of a 50-year-old woman with the reality before him. Indeed, cuteness pales in comparison to sensuality. Shizune seemed overshadowed by Tsunade. At last, I found you, Jiraiya said with a grin, moving closer. Naruto followed suit. Waiter, 1 order of wagyu. Naruto called out as he settled into his seat. Hey, aren't you going to ask me what I want to eat? Jiraiya looked at Naruto. You're an adult now, while I'm still a child. Shouldn't I, as a child, take care of an adult? Naruto gazed at Jiraiya with innocent eyes. How infuriating. Despite the presence of beauty, Jiraiya held back his frustration. Waiter, bring 3 more orders of wagyu. and serve a portion to these two ladies as well. Shizen looked on in surprise at Jiraiya and the bespectacled boy. At last, the food arrived, and Naruto began to eat contentedly, while Jiraiya and Tsunade sipped their drinks. Tsunade downed a cup of sake and sighed deeply. Today truly feels like a reunion with old friends. Hearing her words, Jiraiya poured himself a drink and took a sip. Is it Orochimaru? What does he want with you? Shizen instinctively stirred at the mention of Orochimaru, but was silenced by Tsunade's gaze. It's nothing. He merely dropped by to say hello. How could you ask such a question, Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto lowered his head, sipping his soup. What is going on? Jiraiya turned his attention to Naruto, while Tsunade and Shizen also gazed at him in surprise. Naruto set down his bowl, maintaining a calm expression. It's obvious. When Orochimaru killed the third Hokage, he must have sustained injuries, and Tsunade, I've heard from others that you are an exceptional medical ninja. He must be seeking you for treatment. Who is this boy? Tsunade regarded Naruto with a cool gaze. He is Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade. What? Tsunade turned her attention back to Naruto, her mind racing. So, he is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Yet, in my memory, he had blonde hair. How did it turn black? Little boy, you're quite perceptive. Please, continue. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Someone like Orochimaru surely understands this, so he must have brought conditions for exchange. Naruto lifted the bowl of soup, sipping it with a gentle smile. And you, drowning your sorrows in drink, indicate that these conditions must be rather difficult for you to refuse. Chapter 79. Jiraiya gets popped on the head upon hearing these words. Tsunade surprisingly composed herself. All right, Naruto, no need to elaborate further. Jiraiya, noticing Tsunade's expression, interrupted Naruto. Neither confirming nor denying. You raise your cup and take a sip. Orochimaru seeks me for healing, but what do you want from me? Jiraiya inquired of Tsunade. The village has requested that you succeed the fifth Hokage. Hearing this, Tsunade frowned, remaining silent. That old man, the third. Upon hearing the news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's demise, Tsunade remained unfazed. It was Orochimaru's doing. I heard him say it with my own ears. Let me reiterate. Jiraiya spoke calmly. The village has decided that you, Tsunade, will succeed as the fifth Hokage. What is your response? Will you accept? Facing Jiraiya's question, Tsunade's heart was tumultuous. The conditions proposed by Orochimaru were indeed hard to refuse. If what he said was true and he could heal him, it would mean she would utterly reject becoming the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya observed the complexity of Tsunade's expression and waited a moment. So, what will it be, Tsunade? Meanwhile, Shizen cast a complex gaze at Tsunade, clearly hoping she would accept the order, but feeling immense sympathy for her. The loss of her uncle was a significant blow, and not long after, the darkness of the village led to her brother leaving her as well. Impossible. Tsunade resolutely declared, I refuse. Just like back then. Jiraiya, unfazed, smiled slightly. Just like when you initially rejected me. Hee. At that moment, Naruto chuckled. Little boy, what are you laughing at? Tsunade turned to him. Nothing. I just recalled something amusing. Naruto replied casually. What amusing thing? Tsunade pressed. Don't mind me. You two continue your conversation. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. What a terrible personality. Tsunade expressed her disappointment. Jiraiya, this disciple of yours is quite lacking. Compared to the fourth Hokage, he pales in comparison. Jiraiya chuckled. But don't you think he resembles the fourth Hokage in certain aspects? I brought him here to see you with a purpose. Oh. Tsunade turned to Naruto. Little boy, what do you want with me? There is nothing significant to discuss. I merely heard that you, Granny Tsunade, are the most proficient in medical ninjutsu. So I wish to seek your counsel on certain matters. However, it seems you are unwilling to impart your knowledge. You wish to learn medical ninjutsu? Tsunade gazed at Naruto. What is your motivation for wanting to learn this art? If you refuse to teach me, what purpose does my reasoning serve? Naruto chuckled. Just like Master Jiraiya. To confess my feelings only to be rejected? He desires to heal his injured comrades during missions. Jiraiya smiled, after undertaking several C-rank missions. I thought of this because some team members were injured. What do you think? Isn't that a thought reminiscent of that individual? Jiraiya leisurely sipped his drink. Tsunade fell silent. That notion felt so familiar. But so what? Regardless of that person or the fourth Hokage, they both perished swiftly, sacrificing their lives for the village. A flicker of resentment appeared in Tsunade's eyes. Money is not equivalent to life. Throwing away one's life so easily is an act of folly. Then, her expression turned contemplative, My grandfather and my great-grandfather both longed for peace in a time of turmoil, yet they lost their lives before realizing their dreams. Does that not constitute foolishness? You have changed, Tsunade. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with complexity, even after that person's death. I knew your thoughts when you left the village, but I never expected you to voice them so candidly. Tsunade smiled with a hint of mischief. I am 50 years old. Time is the cruelest force, capable of transforming everything. Jiraiya remained silent, simply staring at Tsunade. Tsunade resumed her calm demeanor. That old man, the third Hokage, is the same. At his age, he still considers himself infallible. If he doesn't die, then who will? The atmosphere grew tense when suddenly, a voice broke through. Big-chested, brainless woman. Tsunade's expression darkened. What did you say, brat? Ino gasped in shock. Jiraiya burst into laughter. I said you're a big-chested, brainless woman. Naruto appeared excited. The third Hokage was the first person to treat me kindly. Dare to speak of him in my presence. And I'll flatten you. Such boldness for a brat. Tsunade stood, clenched her fists, and stared at Naruto. You dare insult me and speak to me in such a manner. Come, let us step outside. If we must go outside, then so be it. I fear nothing. Naruto glared at Tsunade. Jiraiya-sensei, pay the bill. Why should I pay? Nonsense. In front of the girl you like, you expect me to cover it? Jiraiya sighed, pulling out his wallet. What has gotten into Naruto? He seems unusually agitated. The third Hokage clearly holds significant weight in his heart. If only Naruto knew Jiraiya's thoughts, he would likely burst into laughter. The third Hokage? Weighty? Once I undo Orochimaru's seal, I'll summon him forth to face the consequences. Lady Tsunade. Ino looked at Tsunade helplessly. Outside the restaurant, Tsunade and Naruto faced off. Do not underestimate me. I am one of the legendary Sanin. Tsunade showed no regard for him. I will not take a genin seriously. You must possess the means to back that up. Slowly, Naruto drew his blade, holding it backward. Tsunade extended a finger toward him. Is it time to strike? Jiraiya observed Tsunade. It's not a minute. It's just a finger. Tsunade smiled playfully. To deal with you, one finger will suffice. And what about you, Naruto? Jiraiya sighed, glancing at Naruto. What is the gesture with your middle finger? It's nothing, merely a desire to prevent her from getting too cocky. Sounds like you're quite confident, little brat. Tsunade's finger beckoned. Come on, little brat. All right. Naruto charged at her with his blade. Tsunade effortlessly sidestepped the strike, tapping Naruto's hand, causing the blade to fly from his grasp. Then, she swiftly aimed for Naruto's forehead, delivering a blow that sent him flying. It's over, little brat. Tsunade looked at Naruto. Indeed, it is over. Unexpectedly, Naruto's voice came from beside her. What? Tsunade quickly turned, only to find Naruto standing beside her while Jiraiya rubbed his forehead, looking aggrieved. He targeted you, not me. Why hit me? Chapter 80. Farewell, Itachi Uchiha. Genjutsu? Tsunade furrowed her brow. Little brat, I underestimated you. It's good that you can admit defeat. Too weak. Naruto glanced at Tsunade and then at Jiraiya. Sensei, are you certain the villagers will allow her to return? She doesn't seem very formidable. Tsunade's forehead twitched. What did you say, brat? Did I say something incorrect? The audacious little brat. Tsunade slowly began to channel chakra. Release. Hey, little brat. Tsunade placed her hands on her hips. You've truly irritated me. However, before you faint, I wish to inquire why you are so fixated on the third Hokage. Naruto, with a resolute expression, raised a hand, and a pale blue chakra sphere gradually materialized. The third Hokage was the first to show me kindness in the village. He once told me to bear the future of the village upon my shoulders. I promised him, and thus, from now on, becoming Hokage is my dream. That technique? Tsunade was taken aback. Indeed, I must utter this phrase. Otherwise, who knows if this person will even become Hokage, and it could delay my research. Oh, woman. Your name is Weakness. Subsequently, raising the Rasengan, he charged at Tsunade. Tsunade, though startled, remained composed and cleaved the street. While it was somewhat impressive, it still fell short. Tsunade observed the marks left on the ground. Jiraiya, you taught him the Rasengan, didn't you? I am called Master by Naruto. Teaching him a couple of ninjutsu should not pose a problem. Teaching him techniques he cannot master while believing himself to be his mentor? It is because of you that he harbors such foolish dreams of becoming Hokage. As she spoke, Tsunade turned and pointed again. Shadow clone. Is it? A puff of smoke appeared, and the shadow clone vanished. His learning ability is rather lacking. With a mind filled with mischief, Tsunade turned back to the fallen Naruto. It's merely a Rasengan. I've only studied it for a day. If given another day, I would surely master it. Only one day of study. And you've reached this level? Tsunade's face was filled with astonishment. Impressive, little brat. How about we make a wager? If you complete the ninjutsu within a week, I will acknowledge your potential to become Hokage, and I will gift you this necklace. Tsunade pointed to the necklace nestled between her cleavage. No way. What would I do with a worthless necklace? Naruto scoffed, knowing the necklace was meant to control the Nine-Tails' power, but he currently maintained a harmonious relationship with the Nine-Tails, rendering the necklace useless. Then what do you desire? Let me think. Naruto turned to look and spotted a plump pig. If you lose, that pig will belong to me. It looks quite delicious. No way. Ino quickly hugged the pig, looking anxious. I cannot allow you to have it. Little brat, choose something else. Tsunade rubbed her temples. Then teach me medical ninjutsu. At last, Naruto revealed his true intentions. Very well. If you win, not only will I teach you medical ninjutsu, but the necklace will also be yours. However, what if you lose? Naruto pulled out a bank card. This is all my savings. If I lose, it will all go to you. Huh. A mere child, how much could he possibly have? Enough to buy a small nation, perhaps. Tsunade paused slightly, taken aback by the revelation of his wealth. Very well, let us proceed with this decision. No, Lady Tsunade, that necklace belongs to Shizen. She quickly interjected as she stepped in front of Tsunade. After all, he could not achieve that. Whatever, Tsunade replied indifferently. Let us go, Shizen. With that, she departed. After Tsunade's exit, Jiraiya turned to Naruto. Let us leave as well. Naruto shook his head. Master Jiraiya, I need to practice the Rasengan this evening. Very well. Jiraiya nodded and also left the scene. Watching their receding figures, Naruto smiled faintly before turning to depart. Meanwhile, the ground beneath them transformed, revealing a deep pit. Naruto ventured into the forest adjacent to the town, nodding slightly as the moonlight reflected off his glasses. Come forth, I know you're here. Your sense of smell is remarkably keen. Have we made an appointment? Indeed. Just a week from now. Orochimaru glanced at his bandaged hands. Is it true that Tsunade cannot heal these wounds? If you doubt it, feel free to test her, Naruto replied coolly. Now, can you enlighten me on how to resolve the seal on my hands? Quite simply. You must have seen that Shinigami, haven't you? Naruto chuckled. If you were to cast aside the Shinigami's belly, you would reclaim your hands. Are you mocking me? Orochimaru gritted his teeth upon hearing Naruto's words. That is the truth. If you do not believe me, you may continue to seek Tsunade. Naruto stated nonchalantly. Damn it. Orochimaru glared at Naruto. You ought to return. Naruto smiled faintly, sensing another familiar chakra. I did not come here to see you. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru reluctantly departed. Come forth. He has left. From the darkness emerged a figure. You have come to seek me again. So, you conspired with Orochimaru. Naruto smiled faintly. You approached me alone. Are you not concerned about raising suspicions among your companions? Itachi Uchiha? None, but you can escape my Mangekyo Sharingan. Your visit confirms that you have come to trust my words. Naruto smiled subtly, producing a vial containing 2 eyeballs. These are the eyes of Fugaku Uchiha, a reward for your visit. As for your mother's eyes, I intend to reserve them for Sasuke. What do you require of me? I wish to meet that masked man of the whirlpool and have a conversation. Naruto turned away. Once I meet with him, I shall initiate the treatment for your body and perform the eye transplant. Itachi paused, then masked his surprise. Understood. I shall give it a try. Take your time. Naruto replied with a smile. I have ample time. Itachi cast a deep gaze at Naruto before transforming into a flock of crows, vanishing into the night. Truly, Itachi is swift and decisive. The moonlight glimmered upon Naruto's glasses, reflecting a cold, fierce gleam. There is no rush. We shall take our time. Chapter 81. The wildfire cannot be extinguished. The spring breeze brings new life inside the room. Naruto lay in bed, fast asleep, when a series of urgent knocks echoed. What time is it? Who could it be? Naruto rose, irritation evident on his face. Morning grumpiness is not easily controlled. Upon opening the door, he found Shizen. Her expression tinged with guilt. I apologize, Naruto, for disturbing your rest at such a late hour. I need to speak with you. It is rather inappropriate for a woman to come to a single man's quarters at this hour, don't you think? I did not mean it that way. Shizen raised an eyebrow. Besides, you are only 12. Who do you look down upon? Naruto frowned. That's not the point. You should return. I need to rest well and train diligently for my wager with Lady Tsunade. I am sorry. Shizun's expression turned serious. However, I do not want you to misunderstand Lady Tsunade. She is not that kind of person, and the matter of that necklace has nothing to do with me. Naruto furrowed his brow. I have little interest in that old woman's affairs. Lady Tsunade is not the person you imagine. Shizun exclaimed passionately. You know nothing. Are you here to argue with me at this hour? Naruto regarded Shizun with a calm demeanor. I do not have time for this. Please leave. I am truly sorry. Realizing her misstep, Shizun's voice softened. She was not always like this. She was kind-hearted and loved the village, but she changed after that day. Naruto remained silent, staring blankly at Shizun as if lost in thought. Her dreams, her love, her hopes, all vanished that fateful day, leaving only that necklace, an object of utmost importance. Who has not endured such trials? Naruto's expression remained impassive. The essence of this world is precisely this. To arrive in such a realm is to prepare oneself for the reality, is it not? Furthermore, I never sought that necklace. From the very beginning, I merely wished to study medical ninjutsu. She was the one who unilaterally wagered with me. That necklace is not something an ordinary person can possess. Shizun insisted fervently. If given to someone other than Lady Tsunade, that person would surely perish. Shizun recounted the events surrounding Tsunade, her eyes filled with sorrow. You can understand, can't you? Naruto? Lady Tsunade has been like this since that day. Naruto remained silent, his expression stoic as he walked toward the door. Naruto? Shizun turned. I am going to train, he declared, leaving without a backward glance. He arrived at a desolate area filled with withered trees. Naruto drew his blade and began to swing it relentlessly. A bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating Naruto's face, while his glasses reflected a cold glint. With a resounding thunderclap, torrential rain began to pour. Standing amidst the forest, Naruto's gaze was vacant, surrounded by devastation. Understanding? He glanced at the blade in his hand, a complex smile gracing his lips. At least she still possesses that necklace. Slowly, Naruto removed his glasses, his eyes igniting with a fiery determination. All things shall turn to ashes. The flowing blade is as fire, scorching through the inferno. Boom. Dozens of towering pillars of fire erupted from the ground, and with a deafening roar, the surrounding deadwood was reduced to charred earth, the flames eventually subsiding. Amidst the ashes, a vibrant green caught Naruto's attention. So this barren land does possess greenery. Naruto gradually donned his glasses again. The wildfire cannot be extinguished. The spring breeze brings forth new life. If these dead trees do not disappear, this rare green would never emerge. A week swiftly passed. On this day, early in the morning, Shizun, covered in cold sweat and clutching her stomach, arrived at Naruto's door. Naruto, what is it? Naruto inquired, observing Shizun's distress. Where has Jiraiya-sama gone? Shizun's face was filled with worry. He went out yesterday and has not returned since nightfall. Damn it! Shizun exclaimed, her anxiety mounting as she contemplated leaping from the window. Naruto, stay here and do not run off. Wait, Shizun. A weak voice emerged from the window. It was Jiraiya. Damn it! Tsunade drugged my drink. Jiraiya exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. I am unable to gather chakra, and my entire body is paralyzed. What an embarrassment. Naruto rubbed his forehead. A grown man. Not only failing to drug the other party, but instead being drugged himself. What do you understand? Jiraiya's expression was grave. That individual, even in her fall, remains the foremost medical expert in this world. Only she could concoct such a remedy. Tsunade hastily poured a cup of medicine for Jiraiya, who drank it down. How do you feel, Lord Jiraiya? Tsunade's skill in crafting this medicine is truly remarkable. I cannot fully unravel its effects, but it is significantly better than before. However, I am now left with merely 30% of my strength. Jiraiya's countenance darkened. What exactly did Orochimaru divulge to Tsunade? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Shizun paused momentarily, then lowered her head in anguish. I wish to trust Lady Tsunade, which is why I refrained from informing you. Yet, gritting her teeth, she stood resolutely. There is no time left, Lord Jiraiya. Please, follow me. On their way, Shizun detailed the nature of the transaction between Orochimaru and Tsunade. How despicable. Such terms are utterly unacceptable. Jiraiya's expression remained somber. No matter how powerful Tsunade may be, she is still a woman. If there exists a chance to resurrect her beloved and kin, she would likely not refuse, even at the cost of her own life. The trio arrived at the site of the transaction as described by Shizun, only to find devastation. Jiraiya exhaled in relief and smiled faintly. She truly is no ordinary woman. It seems the transaction has failed. They pressed onward. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed. What a commotion! Let us hasten. Upon arrival, they beheld Tsunade sprawled on the ground, while a bespectacled man with white hair lunged at her with a kunai. Shizune swiftly performed a series of hand seals, using body flicker technique to intercept the attack. Shortly thereafter, Jiraiya and the others arrived at the scene. Jiraiya, Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. It has been quite some time, Jiraiya? Orochimaru's voice resonated with a deep, sinister laughter. Jiraiya's expression remained neutral. Ah, Orochimaru, your gaze remains as malevolent as ever. It's been a while, hasn't it, Kabuto? Naruto squinted. Kabuto, the medical ninja, smirked ominously. So it's you, Naruto. Indeed, it's me. Naruto chuckled. You're merely one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Step aside. Tsunade forcefully shoved those in her way and charged at Kabuto. Chapter 82. The Battle of the Three Ninjas returned to Konoha. Observing Tsunade's advance, Kabuto smiled faintly and stabbed himself with a kunai. Blood splattered, drenching Tsunade. Her movements froze. Trembling, devoid of the strength to rise, Shizune rushed to support her. Naruto positioned himself protectively in front of them, gazing at Kabuto with a smile. Your expression is truly loathsome. Naruto. Kabuto replied with a sinister grin. How tragic, a cute genin lost in the wrong place. I am quite eager to see the monster within you. However, with the legendary three ninjas present, you are but an inconsequential child now. You resemble a mere insect. This is not the Chunin exam. Should you become too audacious, I will end your life. Listening to Kabuto's taunts, Naruto smiled, slowly drawing his blade. And time seemed to stand still. Oh, is this yet another illusion? Orochimaru observed keenly. You haven't drawn your sword yet, have you? You didn't disclose our transaction, did you? Naruto ignored Orochimaru's inquiry. No, I have said nothing to you, and he knows nothing. Isn't that how it should be? Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Indeed. That makes sense. However, to tread upon an ant without crushing it is a difficult balance to maintain. If you perform too convincingly, he may perish. Suit yourself. Orochimaru shrugged nonchalantly. He is merely a subordinate. However, he is a rather good dog, too valuable to kill. Is that so? Naruto nodded slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Kabuto. Then let us keep him around for now. Their battle should be concluding soon. Orochimaru glanced at his comrades. Clever. Naruto gradually approached Tsunade. My role is nearly complete. It is now your turn. Your stature is indeed impressive. The legendary three ninjas unite to perform for you. Naruto remained silent, smiling as he reclined before Tsunade. Tsunade gazed at Naruto tenderly, fastening a necklace around his neck. For the final time, I wish to place my wager on you. Orochimaru, you have fully descended into depravity, having slain the third Hokage and now plotting against Tsunade. Jiraiya gazed at his former friend with a mix of sorrow and anger. Jiraiya, at this juncture, what foolish words do you speak? How much chakra do you possess now, being drugged? Add my presence to the mix. Tsunade rose to her feet. Just a woman afflicted by hemophobia. Orochimaru scoffed. You should simply lie down and accept defeat. Time and again you rise. For what reason? Konoha? Do you truly still harbor hope for Konoha? Because I am the fifth Hokage of Konoha. Tsunade shouted in fury, beginning to weave hand signs. Is your fear of blood subdued? Orochimaru observed Naruto, who lay on the ground. How terrifying. I wonder what those fellows would do when they encounter him. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto called out. Orochimaru instantly appeared before Kabuto, beginning to form hand signs. Simultaneously, Jiraiya initiated the same sequence. A massive slug, a gigantic purple serpent, and a colossal toad emerged onto the battlefield. Naruto slowly sat up, smiling faintly as he retrieved his portable tea set from the system. What an excellent performance. Let me brew a cup of black tea. The summoned beasts exhibited formidable strength, prolonging the battle among the three. Orochimaru merely sought to go through the motions, performing for the sake of appearances, before seizing an opportunity to escape with Kabuto. Even if you win this time, I will assuredly take your lives upon our next encounter. With that, he vanished into the earth, and Kabuto escaped using a smoke bomb. Jiraiya and Tsunade, both battered and bruised, made their way slowly to Naruto's side. Jiraiya glanced at the necklace around Naruto's neck, smiling faintly. Tsunade, you truly are a perpetual loser at gambling. Tsunade, with a gentle expression, suddenly changed as her entire body began to wither. Jiraiya observed her with growing concern. Tsunade, what is happening? It is merely the side effect of the jutsu. Tsunade smiled. If I rest for a bit, I will recover. Once Naruto awakens, we shall return to Konoha. Yet Jiraiya remained anxious. Fear not, I am fine. Tsunade assured him with a smile. By the way, do not call me Tsunade any longer. Refer to me as the 5th Hokage. The following day, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Naruto, and Shizen returned to Konoha. Tsunade's first order of business as Hokage was to treat the injured ninjas from a recent skirmish. Sasuke and Kakashi swiftly recovered under Tsunade's care. However, there was one individual for whom Tsunade held no confidence. In the hospital room, Tsunade examined the medical records, while Might Guy stood anxiously by. Tsunade assessed Lee's condition. Her brow furrowed. Is it difficult? Naruto approached. Indeed. Tsunade replied gravely. I will not conceal the truth from you. You are no longer suited to be a ninja. Might Guy could hardly believe his ears. Lady Tsunade, please do not jest. The crucial nerves are surrounded by shattered bones, deeply embedded. This condition renders you incapable of performing missions. Even surgery cannot rectify this. Do not be deceived. Lee, gather your spirits. Guy exclaimed passionately. She must be an imposter posing as Lady Tsunade. Silence approached, grasping the agitated Might Guy. Is there truly no possibility left? Xiao Li's eyes were vacant. No one but me can perform this surgery, but it carries significant risks, a mere 50% chance. If it fails, you could die. It would be best to abandon the path of a ninja and seek another way. Xiao Li, with hollow eyes, rose with the aid of his cane and slowly made his way to the door, exiting the hospital room. Had I known this would happen, I would never have allowed you to treat him. Might Guy's face reflected sorrow and indignation. I completely understand your feelings. Tsunade replied nonchalantly. However, this is something he will eventually learn. It is better to inform him sooner rather than later, to prevent him from nurturing false hopes, only to face despair again. Perhaps there is still a chance. Naruto smiled. What? Might Guy turned to Naruto. What are you saying? Tsunade glared at Naruto, her anger palpable. Such matters are not to be taken lightly. Instilling hope only to lead to despair is far too cruel for him. Naruto shook his head. I am serious. Granny Tsunade, you know I have the 9 tails within me, right? When I came into contact with the chakra of the 9 tails, I discovered a remarkable healing ability. What if we were to utilize the 9 tails chakra during his treatment? After speaking, Naruto extended his left hand, and with his right fist, he struck his left arm, breaking it. What are you doing? Tsunade exclaimed in shock. Naruto shook his head, a peculiar green light emanating from his right hand as he placed it upon his left arm. In no time, his left arm was restored. Tsunade examined it, astonished. Perhaps, in conjunction with this ability, there was indeed a chance to heal Xiao Li. Might Guy, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Thank you, Naruto. I will forever remember your great kindness. It's nothing, Teacher Guy. Xiao Li is a comrade of the village. Tsunade left the hospital room. I will look into some materials. Naruto, be ready. Yes. Might Guy, eager to inform Xiao Li of this development, also exited the hospital. Naruto stood in place, a faint smile gracing his lips. After all, Xiao Li was the best subject for research on the return of the path. Chapter 83, Konohamaru's Aspirations. Publish sign-in task. Please head to the Valley of the End to sign in for 5 hours. Oh? It has been a while since I triggered a sign-in. Naruto squinted. 5 hours at the Valley of the End. This sign-in task seems intriguing. At Tsunade's residence, she pondered. Perhaps this way, I may have a chance to heal Xiao Li. Furrowing her brow, she recalled, I remember there is a book containing relevant information. It should be in the Hokage office. With this thought, Tsunade rose. Shizen. Lady Tsunade. Shizen stepped forward. What is it? Go notify Naruto to come to the Hokage building. There may be a method to treat Xiao Li, and it might involve his chakra. Understood. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Hokage building. Granny Tsunade. You called for me. Yes. Although it is not certain yet, we must conduct an experiment. Tsunade entered the building, gesturing for them to follow. The three entered the Hokage building only to encounter a ruckus ahead. What is going on? Shizen rushed forward. Lady Tsunade is preparing for work. Quickly, open the door. Otherwise, we will force our way in. The two assistants pleaded. Enough. A childish voice echoed from within. I am the grandson of the 3rd Hokage. If you defy me, you defy my grandfather. The assistants began to pound on the door, but unexpectedly, a mechanism triggered, causing smoke bombs to fall and filling the air with pepper, prompting the two assistants to sneeze incessantly. What on earth is happening this early in the morning? I'm getting a headache. Tsunade and Naruto approached. Shizune's pig jumped into Tsunade's arms, squeaking. Tsunade glanced at the firmly shut door. What are you doing against a little brat? Hurry up and get him out. One assistant hesitated. Lady Tsunade, inside is the grandson of the third Hokage. I don't care who he is. I am the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Do not compare relations with me. Not only am I the granddaughter of the first Hokage, but I am also the fifth Hokage now. Faced with a mischievous child, she thought it best to teach him a lesson. However, the assistants hesitated. Truly useless. Tsunade furrowed her brow. Let me handle this. She pushed the door, triggering the mechanism once more, but such childish traps posed no challenge for Tsunade. Upon entering the office, numerous mechanisms activated, all of which Tsunade deftly disarmed. She then pulled out a book and, with a calm expression, walked out. Naruto, come with me. You two clean up the office. Yes. The assistants and Shizune hurriedly complied. Naruto cast a deep glance at Konohamaru before following Tsunade out of the Hokage building. The two arrived at a pet hospital, which housed many injured animals. Naruto, this dog fell off a cliff while playing with its owner. Its condition resembles Xiao Li's, a shattered leg. Please, give it a try. Naruto nodded, a green light emanating from his palm as he placed it on the dog. After a while, the dog's expression of pain gradually eased, and it stood up, albeit with a slight limp. Tsunade furrowed her brow as she began to examine the dog. Just as I suspected, your chakra possesses cellular regeneration abilities, even activating the most difficult neurons. This can indeed be classified as super regeneration. Super regeneration? Naruto chuckled, replying, it hardly qualifies as such, though I am still not adept at it. He glanced at his hand. This dog seems to have not recovered too well. No, this is already beyond my expectations. Tsunade smiled. The reason the dog has not fully recovered is due to the splintered bone fragments remaining in its spine and nerves, too small for a surgical procedure. However, with your chakra, this resolves a substantial issue. Next, we must consider how to extract the bone fragments from Xiao Li's body. This book contains detailed explanations on cellular activation. Your unique chakra may enhance the success rate from 50 to 60%. That sounds wonderful. Naruto grinned. Granny Tsunade, please study it thoroughly. I won't disturb you further. Just call me whenever you need. Very well. You go about your business. Naruto nodded and left the pet hospital. On his way home, he noticed a pang of hunger. Just ahead stood Ichiraku Ramen, a place he hadn't visited in a while. He thought to enjoy a bowl before heading home to rest. Hey, you there. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out across the street, reaching Naruto's ears. He turned to see Konohamaru. Were you calling me? Yes, you ungrateful scoundrel. Konohamaru shouted. Naruto shook his head, choosing to ignore him and preparing to leave. Stand right there, you little brat. I'll make sure to take you down. Konohamaru charged at him. Naruto dodged swiftly, leaving Konohamaru to tumble to the ground. Why do you always cling to me? I remember you. Konohamaru glared at Naruto with contempt. While my grandfather was alive, you received so much care from him. Why, now that he is gone? Do you not help me guard his room, but instead aid that Tsunade person in taking over his space? As the fifth Hokage arrives, do you so easily forget the kindness your grandfather bestowed upon you? Naruto gazed at Konohamaru with an expression devoid of emotion, remaining silent. What does that expression mean? Do you look down upon me? You are called Konohamaru, aren't you? Naruto replied calmly. Is there a problem? Come with me. Naruto began to walk forward slowly. The two arrived at the Konoha hospital. Within the hospital, aside from the usual patients, most were shinobi severely wounded during the Chunin exams, groaning in agony. Why have you brought me here? Naruto remained silent, leading him through the halls before turning to leave the hospital. How infuriating. Konohamaru followed closely behind. They arrived at the hero's cemetery, standing before the grave of the third Hokage. What do you truly mean? You witnessed what transpired today, did you not? Yes, but what does it have to do with me? Is this the extent of the Hokage's grandson's character? The village is in dire straits. Under your grandfather's leadership, we have lost many exceptional shinobi. Yet the missions must continue, for to cease would signify to other nations that Konoha is weakened. If there were no Hokage to lead us, would Konoha possess the strength to resist an invasion from other countries? Konohamaru turned his head aside. Do you despise Lady Tsunade for being Hokage? Not at all. Konohamaru lowered his head. Soon, everyone will forget about grandfather, forgetting how remarkable a shinobi he was. The new Hokage will gradually alter Konoha. That will not happen. Naruto smiled lightly. Lady Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage and now serves as the fifth Hokage. If you put in the effort, you can ensure everyone remembers the third Hokage. Really? Of course. Naruto smiled again and slowly turned away. Konohamaru, you must strive forward, so that everyone remembers your grandfather. Konohamaru fell silent for a moment before shouting, "Hey, what is your name?" Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto paused in his steps. "I will work hard to ensure everyone remembers grandfather." Naruto smiled again. "There is one thing you must remember. Aspiration is the furthest distance from understanding." With that, he turned and left, leaving Konohamaru to gaze at Naruto's retreating figure. What does this mean? Chapter 84. Kakashi invites everyone to a movie. You're here. A crow flew into the room. The crow gradually transformed into a human figure. What brings you here at such a late hour, risking discovery? Regarding what you mentioned last time, Uchiha Obito has agreed. Time and place. The location is the Valley of the End. The time will be communicated to you later. However, he asked how to address you. Naruto nodded slightly, the reflection of the moon casting a cold light on his glasses, and smiled gently. Tell him my name is Aizen Susuke. Understood. With that, the ethereal figure vanished from Naruto's room. How intriguing. Early the next morning, a rapid knocking echoed through the door. How bothersome. Can't I sleep in a bit? Naruto rose, opened the door, and found Sakura standing there. Oh, it's Sakura. What brings you here? Naruto squinted at her. Naruto, what time did you sleep last night? Sakura retorted. Oh, I was training a bit late, so I slept in. Now, let us get to the point. Hey, watch your tone. Sakura, pouting, clenched her fists. Kakashi-sensei summoned us for a mission. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wait for me a moment. Naruto rubbed his eyes, closed the door abruptly, and said, I'll change my clothes. Hey, Naruto, you dare slam the door on me? Do you want me to hit you? Enough already. Kakashi-sensei is waiting impatiently. While Sakura huffed outside, Naruto changed his clothes and stepped out of his house. Casting a brief glance at Sakura. Let us go. How infuriating. The two arrived at the designated location, where Sasuke was already waiting. Is Kakashi-sensei late again? Naruto inquired. HM. Sasuke nodded nonchalantly. After a long wait, Kakashi finally arrived. Hello, everyone. Kakashi-sensei, you're late again. Sakura complained. I'm terribly sorry. Kakashi squinted and smiled. I got lost on the path of life. How aggravating. Not this excuse again. Sakura tightened her fists, angrily directing her frustration at Kakashi. Let us not waste time. Naruto said with a flat expression. What is the mission? Kakashi produced 3 movie tickets. Actually, I'm not sure what the mission is, however. The other party provided these 3 movie tickets. Huh, a movie? This time, not only Sakura and Sasuke, but even Naruto was left bewildered. Aren't we supposed to execute a mission? Why suddenly a movie? Does this world have a need for indulgence? Yes, indeed. Kakashi replied with a smile. You all go watch the movie. I'll confirm with the client. For now, your task is to watch the film, and you must finish it completely before regrouping here. With that, he handed over the tickets. Well then, I'll be off. Wait a moment, Kakashi-sensei. Bang. Before Sakura could inquire further, a puff of smoke erupted, and Kakashi vanished from their sight in a flash. Watching Kakashi leave, Naruto felt helpless. Their team leader truly acted on a whim. How irritating, Kakashi-sensei. Calling us here so early. Just as Naruto was about to voice his agreement, Sakura added, It should be me and Sasuke watching the movie. Why invite Naruto? The words Naruto had on the tip of his tongue were abruptly swallowed. Well, you two enjoy. I'm off to take a bath. I'm still not fully awake and could use some more sleep. Wait. Sasuke called out to Naruto, who was about to turn away. Watching a movie isn't interesting. Since you don't want to see it, how about we fight instead? You two. Sakura glared at them. This is a mission. Can you take it seriously? With that, she handed each of them a ticket. Naruto took the movie ticket and saw it was titled The Adventures of Princess Fonyan. So that's it. Upon reading those words, Naruto smiled slightly. Hey, Naruto, what are you smiling about? Do you know this film? Sakura asked curiously, having noticed the smile on Naruto's face. Meanwhile, the aloof Sasuke turned to look at Naruto. Well, I know a bit. Naruto smiled, pointing to a nearby poster. There's a recently popular actress named Fenghua Xiaoxua. She stars as the female lead in this movie. Wow, I know. Sakura suddenly remembered. Isn't this the film starring Lord Sanji? It just premiered recently. How wonderful. Kakashi-sensei has great taste to invite us to see this movie. Sakura gazed excitedly at the ticket in her hand. Now I can truly appreciate Lord Sanji. She entered full fangirl mode. Naruto glanced at the beautiful woman on the poster and smiled faintly. Let us hurry. I can't wait any longer. Sakura exclaimed excitedly, but added a final remark. Sasuke, don't worry. In my heart, you're still the most handsome. Who cares about that? Sasuke spoke softly. What does Kakashi want us to glean from this film? Could it be that this mission is somehow connected to the cast of the movie? His response was quick, immediately linking the film to their task. Naruto, familiar with the plot, realized the details were somewhat hazy due to the passage of time, but he reasoned that the mission was still quite distant. Who could say? Nevertheless, it was likely close enough. Otherwise, Kakashi-sensei would have no reason to invite them to watch a film so early in the morning. Naruto nodded. Let's go in and find out. Yes, Sakura replied excitedly. The trio then made their way to the largest cinema in the Hidden Leaf Village. The Adventurous Quest of the Wind and Cloud Princess. The title felt rather cliched. With Naruto's extensive experience from his previous life, it was immediately apparent that it belonged to the category of poorly rated films. Yet, to his dismay, it seemed that in this world, such films were quite popular. Indeed, the special effects were commendable, and the actors displayed lively expressions. At least there was no evident use of green screen. The dialogue was quite stirring. Alas, he could not continue. The darkened cinema left Naruto yawning widely, utterly bored. Sasuke, however, appeared engrossed, whether out of genuine interest or due to the mission remained a mystery. As for Sakura, it was clear she was captivated. Her gaze fixated on the unfolding drama. At long last, the film concluded, and with a Herculean effort, Naruto managed to maintain his composure until the credits rolled. Finally, it's over. He stretched and loosened his shoulders, glancing at the wistful Sakura beside him. So many people adore this terrible film. If only the world weren't so chaotic. Perhaps directing could be an enjoyable pursuit. Chapter 85. The Snowy Landscape of Fuji. So, are we to wait for Kakashi-sensei here? Sasuke inquired coolly. Yes. Didn't Kakashi say so? We should wait for him here, Naruto responded, adjusting his stiff back. Just then, a thunderous sound of hooves echoed from the adjacent wall of the cinema. In an instant, a majestic white horse leapt over the barrier. Upon it sat a striking figure, her exquisite features and distinctive attire accentuated by flowing hair. The Wind and Cloud Princess, Sakura exclaimed first. In the blink of an eye, the princess disappeared around the corner of the street. Step aside. Pursue her. We must intercept her. Almost simultaneously, a dozen knights clad in armor and masks surged forth on black steeds, charging in the direction the princess had taken, exuding an imposing aura. What on earth was happening? In less than half a minute, this series of events left Sakura utterly bewildered. The situation was merely a diversion while they awaited Kakashi. A contest? Sasuke remarked with his characteristic stoicism. Yes, sounds good. Naruto replied with a mischievous grin. He vaguely recalled these individuals as part of the entourage of the Wind and Cloud Princess. However, after sitting through such a tedious film, a chance to stretch his legs was welcome. Swoosh, swoosh. Two figures vanished from sight in an instant. Hey, you two. Sakura called out helplessly from behind. Could you at least wait for me? The Wind and Cloud Princess was portrayed by the rising star Fenghua Xiaoxue, known for her stunning beauty, making her a household name across the Land of Fire. Beneath her glamorous exterior, she was indeed of noble lineage. Being the direct descendant of the former daimyo of the Land of Snow, the sole heir of that realm. It was said that many years ago, Kakashi himself had brought her from the Land of Snow to the Land of Fire. The 7th Squad's involvement in this mission was likely due to Kakashi's influence. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Observing the approaching knights, Naruto swiftly performed the hand seals, creating multiple clones, while Sasuke charged ahead. A flurry of sounds erupted. What is happening? In under a minute, Naruto clapped his hands, stretching his muscles. I summoned 12. Sasuke approached at the perfect moment. I summoned 13. Naruto chuckled. Darn it. Sasuke glanced at the fallen knights with a mix of annoyance and amusement. Meanwhile, Fenghua Xiaoxue looked on in confusion as she seized the opportunity to ride away. You little brats, what have you done? The leading knight glared furiously at Naruto and Sasuke, bellowing. Oh, nothing much. Naruto squinted, cracking his neck. Just rehearsing a classic hero saving the damsel scene to see if I have what it takes to star in a film. You insolent wretch. Stop them. The rest of you. Continue the pursuit of the Wind and Cloud Princess. Yes, the knights replied, rising to their feet. A minute later, they found themselves back on the ground. Ouch, that hurts. One groaned. Sasuke, Naruto. At that moment, Sakura caught up. Have you dealt with them already? Yeah. Sasuke replied coolly. What should we do now? She asked. Since this involves the Wind and Cloud Princess, you two keep an eye on these fellows. I'll chase after her. All right, Sasuke replied nonchalantly. In an instant, Naruto vanished from sight, leaving Sasuke, calm and composed, and Sakura, bewildered, to guard the mysterious group. Is there anything I ought to do now? Sakura asked, looking puzzled at Sasuke. Let us await Kakashi, he replied coolly. What are you two doing? Just then, a voice reached Sasuke and Sakura's ears. Kakashi-sensei? Sakura spotted someone standing on the rooftop, visibly irate. You're late again. Just passing the time. Sasuke shrugged, clapping his hands. Kakashi appeared before them in a flash, helping the fallen leader to his feet, looking apologetic. I sincerely apologize. He then turned to Sasuke and Sakura. This individual is the client for our mission. We have found her. Naruto squinted his eyes. At this moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue sat by the lake, her gaze vacant, lost in thought. You must be the star of the Wind and Cloud Princess. Naruto approached her. I am a ninja from the Hidden Leaf, assigned to protect you. Now, please return with me to meet my companions. He spoke earnestly, without a hint of embarrassment. Upon hearing his voice, Fenghua Xiaoxue turned her head, her beautiful eyes scanning him before she remarked disdainfully, Ninja? Protect me? Huh, how boring. With that, she mounted her horse, icy and indifferent, galloping away in another direction. How willful. Naruto narrowed his eyes. In that case, I must apologize for my rudeness, Your Highness. In the next scene, Naruto rode a horse with Fenghua Xiaoxue bound in ropes, laid across the front of the saddle, as they returned to the cinema. Kakashi-sensei. Oh, Naruto, where have you been? Kakashi's eyes widened as he was about to inquire. He spotted Naruto with a bound beauty slung over his shoulder. Ah, it's Miss Shueihue. A bespectacled man rushed forward, taking the woman from Naruto's grasp, untying her ropes, and shaking her gently. Miss Shueihue. Yet, Fenghua Xiaoxue showed no signs of response. You scoundrel! What have you done to Miss Shueihue? You insolent wretch! I am truly sorry, Mr. Santai. Kakashi hurriedly apologized, explaining that he was also one of the team members assigned to the mission. Oh, Santai Fu momentarily paused. Do not worry. Naruto chuckled. Our task involves a rather unruly individual. I merely suggested she take a brief rest, and she will awaken by tomorrow morning. Oh. Santai Fu laughed. That is a relief. I truly appreciate your assistance. I was impulsive earlier. Please forgive my rudeness. With clarity now, Santai Fu felt entirely at ease. Naruto, well done. Kakashi smiled with his eyes narrowed. She is the target of our A-rank mission protection, and Santai Fu is the client, as well as the agent for Miss Fujikaze Yukihira. Our duty is to ensure her safety until the completion of her filming and her return to the Land of Fire. An A-rank mission? Sasuke and Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. Naruto, however, appeared helpless. Kakashi-sensei, we are Chunin. It seems rather unsuitable for us to undertake an A-rank mission. I share your sentiments. I have only just recovered and wish to rest a bit longer, but there is no alternative. Kakashi sighed. The village has recently faced turmoil, and we are short-staffed. It is a time when ninjas must shoulder heavy burdens. Moreover, your abilities have already surpassed those of the average Chunin, and the 5th Hokage entrusted this task to us. Very well, Sasuke replied nonchalantly. Protecting an actress should not pose too much difficulty. Do not underestimate the situation, Sasuke. Kakashi retrieved his book. A celebrity constantly in the spotlight attracts trouble. Furthermore, we cannot afford to be complacent when the enemy lurks in the shadows. Chapter 86. Departure to the Land of Snow. The following day, the group prepared themselves and made their way to the port. A massive ship awaited their departure. However, Santai Fu appeared anxious. Oh no, Kakashi-san, Miss Yukihira has gone missing. Kakashi's expression reflected a hint of exasperation. Their client was proving to be quite troublesome. All right, Naruto. Sasuke, Sakura, go find Miss Yukihira. No need. Sasuke coolly replied. I saw her heading to that izakaya while training this morning. Drinking so early? Sakura rubbed her forehead. Upon arriving at the izakaya, they found Fujikaze Yukihira in a rather tipsy state. Miss Yukihira. Stepping inside, Santai Fu spotted the beautiful woman indulging in alcohol. The ship to the Land of Snow is about to set sail. Everyone is ready. If we do not hurry, we will miss it. This is where the story of the Wind and Cloud Princess ends. Fujikaze Yukihira replied nonchalantly. Raising her glass, I no longer wish to board the ship. What on earth are you saying? Santai Fu looked serious. He had ulterior motives for this journey to the Land of Snow. hoping to see the Windflower Snow regain control. However, Windflower Snow seemed rather reluctant. Isn't this a common occurrence? The reports always say I love to act high and mighty. Do you understand what you are saying? Santai Fu's expression turned grave. The role of the princess can only be played by you. If you miss this opportunity, it will be challenging for you to elevate your status again. Santai Fu had amassed his forces, awaiting Windflower Snow's return. Windflower Snow understood the implications but remained unfazed, continuing to drink. Isn't it all right? I do not mind. Miss Yukihira. Santai Fu's disappointment was evident. It cannot be helped, Kakashi stated calmly. Activating his Sharingan and casting a Jinjutsu on Windflower Snow, putting her back to sleep. All right, Mr. Santai Fu, this will suffice. I truly appreciate your assistance. Santai Fu expressed his gratitude. Without you, Miss Yukihira would not board the ship. Do not mention it. Kakashi replied flatly, it is our duty. If the client does not board, we cannot receive our commission. Still, I am immensely grateful. Santai Fu shook his head, hoisting Windflower Snow. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. Subsequently, the entire crew, alongside Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, set sail towards the land of snow. Early in the morning, the crew commenced their work. Everything is ready. We can begin, Director. All right, all departments prepare. Action. With the Director's command, all roles became busy, while Team 7 remained vigilant. Kakashi-sensei, why is protecting a star classified as an A-rank mission? A B rank should suffice, shouldn't it? Sakura inquired curiously. Although this task is labeled as A rank, its difficulty is merely B rank. However, the client desires a more secure arrangement, hence the upgrade to A rank. Since the client is not short on funds, it matters little to us. Besides, the employer specifically requested me for this mission, Kakashi explained leisurely. I see, so Santai Fu specifically designated Kakashi-sensei for protection. Indeed. Kakashi glanced at his book. After all, I have a bit of a reputation in the ninja world. Not a blush, not a breath, he is quite the actor. Naruto squinted, considering from Santai Fu's perspective, matters that could be resolved with money are not issues at all. In terms of difficulty, this task could easily be classified as S rank. With their shared history and adequate strength, Kakashi was the best choice. Once they reached the land of snow, he would not stand idly by, especially since Windflower Snow was someone he had personally rescued. Naruto crossed his arms, leaning against the mast, gazing into the distance with a calm demeanor. The land of snow, Windflower Snow, intriguing, truly a splendid place for experience. It has been ages since I have claimed a soul. In the mansion of the Dame of the Land of Snow stood an exceptionally grand structure. Once modest, the building had been lavishly renovated following the rise of Windflower Nuteo. Now deemed resplendent, solely focused on his own indulgence, he paid no heed to the lives of the people of the Land of Snow. Had he not controlled the ninja village there, a rebellion might have long since erupted. At this moment, 3 ninjas knelt before the throne. On the throne sat Windflower Nuteo, swirling a glass of red wine, with a massive projector displaying the image of Windflower Snow. Fujike's Yukihira is Windflower Snow? Windflower Nuteo spoke in a flat tone, though the keen observer would detect a concealed delight. Yes, my lord. The leading ninja responded respectfully, after thorough investigation. We have confirmed with absolute certainty that the celebrity Fujike's Yukihira is indeed the Windflower Snow Princess of Yore, and the hexagonal crystal is in her possession. Currently, Princess Windflower Snow is aboard a ship heading towards the Land of Snow, accompanied by a team of ninjas led by our old acquaintance, Hatake Kakashi. Oh. Windflower Nuteo paused at the mention of this name. It sounded familiar. Indeed. It was 10 years ago that the Lord of the Wolf Fong Avalanche defeated him and forced him to leave with Princess Windflower Snow. A burly ninja elaborated. That is correct. Wolf Fong Avalanche modestly acknowledged, yet could not conceal the pride in his eyes. Fascinating. Windflower Nuteo took a sip of red wine, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Wolf Fong Avalanche also wore a dark, smug smile. 10 years prior, he had defeated Kakashi. Today, he remained confident in his ability to do so again. The strength has considerably surpassed that of a decade ago, and my equipment has also undergone a significant upgrade. Kakashi Hatake regards his former opponents with disdain, viewing the likes of the Wolf Fong Avalanche as beneath his notice, while the lower-ranked ninjas are nothing more than insignificant fish in his eyes. Fenghua Nuteo smiles slightly. Now that the opponent's strength has been assessed, acquiring the hexagonal crystal should not consume much time. Once I possess the hexagonal crystal, The rest are of no consequence. At that moment, the projector displayed an image of the hexagonal crystal, and Fenghua gazed at the photograph, his eyes glimmering with unmasked greed. Having slain even his own elder brother, how could he hesitate to eliminate a mere niece? You may proceed, but do not keep me waiting. Yes, my lord, responded the three ninjas, who then slowly vanished into the shadows. As they departed, Fenghua erupted in maniacal laughter. Ha ha! The hexagonal crystal, a treasure passed down through generations in the land of snow, will soon be mine. Ha ha ha! His raucous laughter reverberated throughout the palace. Chapter 87. The ninja assault from the land of snow. Aboard the ship, the crew was diligently engaged in their tasks, demonstrating commendable dedication. Despite the myriad challenges posed by the sea, they persisted in filming, with the director issuing numerous demands. The headstrong Fenghua, despite her complaints, cooperated remarkably well. Compared to some actors in my previous life, she was far more agreeable. In the past, a star of her beauty and age would have likely taken to social media to garner sympathy from the world after enduring such hardships. Hey, director, come look at this. Suddenly, one of the crew members shouted, astonished. The director rushed over, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Before them loomed a colossal iceberg, a masterpiece of nature that required no special effects. This was the perfect filming location, unattainable in the land of fire. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, quick, set up the filming equipment here. There is no better location than this. Hurry up. Why are you all dawdling? Didn't you have breakfast? The old director, brimming with enthusiasm, splattered saliva in all directions as he spoke. Under his command, the crew sprang into action, and the temporary filming site was swiftly established. BRR, it's freezing. We have to shoot in this cold. Sakura Haruno, bundled in a thick coat, observed the bustling crew with a hint of annoyance. Don't mind it, Sakura. Kakashi chuckled. This is their job. People endure much for their livelihoods. Naruto, clutching a steaming cup of tea in a bun, watched the frenzied director. After finishing his bun, he clapped his hands, drained his tea, and stretched. If I recall correctly, a battle is imminent. Scanning the snowy mountains before him, he mused that if the iceberg were to melt, everyone would be trapped without escape. As for whether to kill, he pondered the implications of intimidating Fenghua into submission. Perhaps he should eliminate one adversary first, allowing them to believe they still had a chance of resistance, and then strike once Fenghua and his forces appeared. All filming equipment and actors were quickly prepared, demonstrating commendable efficiency. With everything in place, the old director settled into his chair, excitement radiating from him as he waved his hand. Action! The moment those words were uttered, a tremendous explosion erupted from the iceberg, sending countless ice chunks crashing down upon them. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura immediately rushed to Fenghua's side, their expressions grave as they surveyed the source of the explosion. What are you doing? The old director exclaimed, bewildered, as the crew stood frozen in shock. Everyone retreat. Kakashi shouted, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. Ensure Miss Fujike's return safely to the ship. Although the situation remained unclear, Kakashi's instincts as a ninja provided him with immediate clarity, while others were momentarily stunned. The elder Taifu sensed the danger. Sakura stepped forward. Miss Xiaoxue, please return to the cabin. Huh. Fenghua Xiaoxue hesitated briefly, but quickly complied. Oh, okay. Before she could take a step, a sinister laugh echoed around them. Welcome to the land of snow. Long time no see, Princess Fenghua Xiaoxue. I wonder if you have brought the hexagonal crystal? Came the voice of Fenghua, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Upon hearing that name, Kakashi's expression grew serious as he glanced at his client. Did he just refer to Princess Fenghua Xiaoxue? Ha ha ha. As expected of Kakashi, ever vigilant. Perhaps our mission today may not succeed after all. The last voice rang out just as a figure emerged from the snow. Kakashi recognized the individual. It's you, old friend. It has been too long. Wolf Fong Avalanche smirked at Kakashi. Kakashi quickly turned to the motionless crew, bellowing, get back to the ship. Wolf Fong Avalanche chuckled lightly. Blowing snow, sleet, our dear little snow princess, we are counting on you. With that, he leaped down the mountain, while Kakashi charged forward. This time, you won't escape. Just like last time. The figure taunted. Kakashi's demeanor turned serious. Wolf Fong Avalanche. The two engaged in a fierce battle, while Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura positioned themselves before Fenghua Xiaoxue. One each? Sasuke remarked coolly. All right. Naruto grinned. Sakura, escort Miss Xiaoxue onto the ship. Understood. With that, Naruto and Sasuke surged forward. Naruto's opponent was the largest of them, barreling toward the group on snowboards. He slowly drew his blade. This brute's attack style was rather straightforward. Aside from the mechanisms on his armor, his strikes were pure physical combat. Meanwhile, Sasuke was thriving in the fray. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The explosions roared in succession. As Naruto observed, the hulking figure swung a punch in his direction, and Naruto raised a hand to block it. Still not on the ship? What are you waiting for? Naruto frowned, glancing back at Sakura. If Fenghua Xiaoxue got caught up in this, their chance to reach the land of snow would be lost, along with the crumbling jade. Sakura nodded, turning to Fenghua Xiaoxue. Miss Xiaoxue, please hurry to the ship. It's dangerous here. Seemingly overwhelmed by the chaos around her, Fenghua Xiaoxue crouched on the ground, trembling helplessly. I won't go? Miss Xiaoxue, staying here could cost you your life. The elder Taifu urged anxiously. I don't care if I die. I refuse to go to the land of snow. Fenghua Xiaoxue seemed to recall something horrifying, shaking uncontrollably on the ground. Naruto furrowed his brow. This is quite troublesome. With a swift kick, the burly man was sent crashing into the iceberg. After which I quickly moved to the side of Fenghua Xiaoxue. You truly are a troublesome woman. Indeed, you are more suited for slumber, I remarked, before delivering a precise strike to the nape of her neck, causing her to faint instantly. Now, transporting her onto the ship would be considerably easier. With that, I leisurely approached the burly man who had just been kicked into the iceberg. Santai Fu wore a perplexed expression. He really is decisive in his actions, he noted. Xiao Ying offered an awkward smile. Though somewhat hasty, the results are rather impressive. They then worked together to carry Fenghua Xiaoxue onto the ship. Chapter 88. The roar of the Wolf Fang Avalanche. Kakashi and the Wolf Fang Avalanche engaged in a relentless clash of ninjutsu, with techniques of various forms unfolding rapidly. The unfortunate old fellow on the ship was watching this spectacle with great excitement. Quick, capture this on film. Don't miss such a magnificent scene. How spectacular. To my ire, the burly man emerged from the iceberg. Oh, quite impressive. Naruto squinted his eyes. I never expected that after enduring that strike, he would remain completely unscathed. The chakra armor I wear is unique to our land of snow. How could I be injured so easily? Is that so? Since your armor is so formidable, let us dismantle it. Naruto smiled faintly, a cold glimmer reflecting off his glasses. Piece by piece, we shall strip it away. Anyone can boast. The burly man sneered. Little brat, when facing me, you must be prepared to meet your demise. With that, he charged directly at Naruto, the armor on his arm unleashing chakra like an air cannon. Here it comes. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, filling the air with icy mist. The burly man grinned maliciously as he observed the scene before him. However, as the mist began to dissipate, his expression shifted dramatically. Within the icy fog stood a figure, effortlessly blocking his lethal punch with a blade. Why the sudden silence? A chilling voice echoed in the burly man's ears. I did warn you that I would dismantle your armor. The burly man gazed at Naruto's grin. This is just the first piece. Naruto swiftly swung his blade, cleaving off a section of the burly man's chakra armor, revealing his pristine abdominal muscles. Impossible. The burly man staggered back, disbelief etched across his face. Your swordsmanship is quite commendable. Naruto chuckled. Now, onto the second piece. With that, his figure vanished abruptly. The burly man frantically scanned his surroundings. Not to the left. Not to the right. What are you looking for? A voice, startlingly close, whispered in his ear. The second piece has already been removed. Beads of sweat formed on the burly man's forehead as he hastily leaped aside, instinctively feeling a chill at his back. His armor had vanished. Naruto examined his blade, noticing a faint crimson hue on the edge, his brow furrowing slightly. This strike may not bode well. You insolent brat. The burly man seethed with fury, activating the mechanisms in his right-hand armor, unleashing a barrage of shurikens towards Naruto, the immense impact sending a cloud of ice mist swirling. The burly man gasped for breath. Just finish him off. What did you say? A voice suddenly appeared, directly connecting with the mechanism on his arm, a hand pressing down upon it. Damn it. The burly man retreated once more. I recall your combat style is not meant for long range. Why maintain distance from me? Naruto inquired with a hint of curiosity. If you truly wish to strike me, you should approach and attack. Or are you afraid that when you draw near, I might vanish like a wisp of wind from your sight? If that is the case, it is merely an unnecessary worry. The distance in combat holds significance only when the opponent's strength is equal. The pressure in Naruto's words caused the burly man to break into a sweat, his breath quickening in the frigid air, his eyes filled with terror. He had not anticipated that a mere genin could possess such formidable power. His sole thought now was how to escape. How boring. Naruto observed his opponent, who was gradually losing the will to continue the fight, a hint of exasperation crossing his face. I originally thought I could pass the time. It seems you three lack any entertainment. Instead, I shall seek out your leader. Fenghuanuda. Upon hearing the name Fenghuanuda, the burly man was suddenly startled, as if realizing that the young lad's target was indeed Fenghuanuda. He shouted in haste, "Avalanche brother, we must flee. Their target is Ugh." Before he could finish, a wave of lethargy washed over him, the world around him spinning. Truly disobedient. Naruto slowly approached the burly man, who wished to cry out but found himself utterly drained of strength, his eyelids growing heavy until they finally closed. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the Wolf Fang Avalanche continued their fierce battle. Ice Shield, White Whale. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. This is bad. Kakashi found himself at a disadvantage under the environmental pressure as Wolf Fang Avalanche grinned menacingly at him. Just then, he heard the call of Ujishua. The last image he saw was of Ujishua's body being cleaved apart. Ujishua. Wolf Fang Avalanche shouted, glancing at Kakashi. Damn it. Have you already taken one down? Kakashi turned towards that direction. Naruto, well done. With the tide turning against him, Wolf Fang Avalanche gritted his teeth. Ice Release, White Whale. Sasuke. Sakura looked on in concern. A massive ice crystal whale surged toward Kakashi and Sasuke. Oh no. Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Naruto. Sasuke. Be careful. Retreat to the ship. Sasuke gritted his teeth and hurriedly dashed to the ship. Boom. A deafening roar echoed as the entire iceberg shuddered, the swirling ice mist obscuring the sky. Shueishui. Hearing his name called by Wolf Fang Avalanche, Shueishui nodded, signaling her understanding, a testament to their years of teamwork. Damn it. Shueishui cried out as a cloud of smoke enveloped them, and the two vanished from sight. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke had retreated to the ship, watching as the iceberg shattered completely. Don't run. Sasuke shouted. Enough, Sasuke. Kakashi intervened. There will be opportunities to meet again. Just then, a figure rushed onto the deck, letting out a tremendous scream. The four turned to face the source of the sound. It was the old director, now kneeling on the ground, gazing despondently at the crumbling iceberg, his face a mask of despair. My perfect natural filming location. Damn it. Ruined just like that. Tears streamed down his face. How annoying. This scene even tested Sasuke's patience, veins bulging on his forehead. Can I hit him? Kakashi laughed awkwardly. All right, let it go. Naruto, uninterested, simply walked into the cabin. Chapter 89. Sending you back home, I never expected this matter to unfold. Upon returning to the cabin, Kakashi gazed solemnly at Santai Fu. Mr. Santai Fu, could you explain now? This mission is no longer merely A rank. It has escalated to S rank. Santai Fu stepped forward, his expression apologetic, bowing deeply. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Kakashi. We have misled you all regarding this mission. We will revise the mission difficulty and ensure the commission is compensated. Please forgive our discourtesy. The three advisors exhibited an earnest demeanor, their faces etched with concern. Please, Mr. Kakashi, you must assist us this time. The people of the Land of Snow can no longer endure the tyranny of that villain, Fuka. For the past 10 years, we have been yearning for the return of Princess Koyuki. Only in her hands can the Land of Snow regain its former prosperity. The words of the third advisor made Kakashi hesitate. After all, this matter was closely tied to him. Why all this talk, Santai Fu? At that moment, the cabin door swung open, and Fuka Koyuki emerged, rubbing her neck as she glanced at Naruto. Hey, brat, was it you who struck my neck just now? Naruto ignored her. Kakashi-sensei, I need to step outside for a moment. The air feels stifling. Very well, Kakashi sighed, resigned. What's with that attitude, you little brat? Fuka Koyuki glared at Naruto in anger. How noisy. Naruto retorted as he pushed the door open and strode outside. You stop right there, Fuka Koyuki exclaimed, attempting to rush after him, only to be halted by the third advisor. Princess, do not call me princess. 10 years ago, I would have preferred to die there. Whoever wants that title can take it. I want to return to the Land of Fire. Turn the ship around. Princess Koyuki, returning to the Land of Fire now is impossible. Your identity has been revealed, and even if you reach the Land of Fire, Your freedom to act will be severely restricted, and your life will remain in jeopardy, the third advisor urged. Kakashi, with a serious expression, added, "What the third advisor says is true. Consider your situation carefully." Fuka Koyuki held a profound respect for this potential savior. Is there truly no other way? A fleeting look of despair crossed her face, followed by a self-deprecating smile. Shall we continue our mission? Sakura cautiously inquired of Kakashi. To be frank, the 7th Squad's task was rather exaggerated. Initially labeled as a C-rank mission, it escalated to B rank upon encountering Zabuza, and now this task, described as B rank, seemed to have transformed into an S-rank challenge. With barely over a year since their graduation, the 7th Squad, apart from Kakashi, consisted of only genin. Indeed, we shall proceed with the mission until Princess Koyuki can assume the position of daimyo of the Land of Snow. Kakashi contemplated the situation and ultimately decided to continue. The strength of his 7th Squad, excluding Sakura, was sufficient for this undertaking. Dismissing the notion of S-rank mission remuneration as trivial, he recognized this as a matter concerning the daimyo of the Land of Snow, a national issue. Should Fuka Koyuki successfully ascend to the throne, it would forge a solid friendship between Konoha and the Land of Snow. Though national interests often overshadow friendships, such an alliance would be beneficial. Kakashi swiftly assessed this and agreed, recalling his past connections with the previous daimyo of the Land of Snow, thus extending a favor. Thank you. Truly, thank you, Mr. Kakashi. The third advisor expressed his gratitude with another bow, his face alight with excitement. Do as you wish. Fuka Koyuki retorted, turning back to the cabin, where, unseen by others, she reflected painfully on her past experiences. Within the opulent hall of the Land of Snow, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout. What did you say? How infuriating. Wasn't it stated that there would be no issues this time? Why has Hokage fallen, and the mission failed? We lost a ninja and failed to retrieve the hexagonal crystal. What purpose do you serve in returning? Fukanudo slammed his hand on the table, shattering it, his fierce gaze directed at the disheveled figures of Roga and Fuzetsu. I deeply apologize, Lord Nudo. Kakashi's small unit exceeded our expectations. Not only is he formidable, but his team also includes 2 black-haired kids, both of whom possess strength surpassing that of genin. They are undoubtedly Chunin. We failed to gather adequate intelligence. Hokage met its end at the hands of that bespectacled genin. Roga hastily explained, feeling quite aggrieved himself, as he had expected mere fodder, only to encounter unexpected resistance. Useless. Fukanudo spat, while Roga bowed his head. Regardless of the circumstances, a failed ninja mission is a failure without justifications. Relay the orders to mobilize all forces. Our cover is blown. They will not land at the predetermined location. Once they disembark, finding them will be a challenge. We must take the initiative and intercept them on their path to retrieve the hexagonal crystal. Remember, I only desire the hexagonal crystal. Fukanudo bellowed. I will ensure they cannot escape. Understood, Roga replied, departing to assemble ninjas and troops. Little Snow, do not worry. Uncle will soon welcome you back to your homeland. Once Roga had left, Fukanudo grinned maliciously, and those ninjas, you will also pay for daring to oppose me. I will send you back to your origins. Not necessary. I have arrived. At that moment, a voice pierced through the air, reaching Fukanudo's ears. Who is it? Fukanudo quickly turned toward the source of the voice, spotting 2 glimmers reflecting light. As those reflections drew closer, a figure emerged from the shadows. I heard you wanted me to return home. I have come to spare you the trouble, Naruto said with a smile as he regarded Fukanudo. After leaving the cabin, he had leaped into the sea, arriving at the Land of Snow ahead of time, both to hasten the absorption of souls by the Shattered Jade and to expedite the mission, as he needed to return to Konoha for his sign-in task, not to mention his meeting with Obito. You are the bespectacled genin Roga spoke of? Upon seeing Naruto, Fukanudo grinned maliciously. I never expected you to dare come here alone. How considerate of you to make this easy for me. I am most curious to know who granted you such courage. Well, how should I put it? I tend to avoid trouble. Naruto adjusted his glasses. Rather than wait for you to come seeking me repeatedly while I conceal my strength from others, I thought it best to come here myself. Anyone can boast. Since you dare to come here, I assure you I will not allow you to leave alive. Fukanudo roared, summoned everyone. Yes. Roga turned slightly to Fuzetsu, instructing. You go outside and let the army and ninjas from the village enter. I will stay behind to protect Lord Nudo. No more. I shall take my leave. Naruto chuckled, turning away and descending the palace stairs. You little brat, you were so arrogant just now. Let us see you act the same way again. Nuda laughed heartily. Every individual here is clad in our nation's unique chakra armor. Even if your Hokage from Konoha were to arrive, he would be doomed. Naruto furrowed his brow. Is this all there is? I expected a far greater number. Ha ha ha, are you afraid now? Nuda's laughter was abruptly interrupted by Naruto's words, sensing something amiss. I mean, why are there so few of your men? Slowly, Naruto drew his Zanpakutō, declaring, after ruling a nation for a decade, this is all you muster. No wonder. Arrogant fool. Nuda, incensed, shouted, bring forth the army. Let him not escape. For 10 years under Nuda's rule, the people suffered, and during each conscription, no one volunteered. These soldiers were forcibly recruited, while many others had joined the rebellion led by the treacherous Santai Fu, which only fueled new desire upon hearing Naruto's words. Snow avalanche. He commanded, raising his hand. Kill. Upon receiving the order, the troops surged towards Naruto. A slight smile graced Naruto's lips as flames flickered in his eyes. He unsheathed his Zanpakutō, and his entire being seemed to don a fiery cloak. All things shall turn to ashes. The blade flows like fire. As Naruto recited the incantation, his Zanpakutō ignited in flames. Fire City, burn the fortress. The blade unleashed a tremendous blaze, engulfing all of Nuda's forces. Ugh, it's so hot in here. I can't breathe. What powerful fire ninjutsu. This isn't just some child. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Nuda's eyes, yet he remained unperturbed. A cold smile gracing his lips. If it were any other ninjutsu, perhaps it would be a concern, but this is the land of snow. Avalanche. Ignoring the engulfed soldiers, Nuda coldly regarded Naruto, viewing those ordinary soldiers merely as expendable fodder. Avalanche. He chuckled darkly, waving his hand. Hundreds of figures emerged from behind him, all ninjas. Ice Shield, One-Horned White Whale. A segment of the ninjas unleashed ice shields towards the massive flames, while others charged at Naruto. Blade flows like fire, fire repels. Naruto smiled gently, releasing a powerful explosion of flames that sent all the attacking ninjas flying back. The assailants, struck at point-blank range, perished without a sound. Reduced to mere ashes. Impossible. Nuda could hardly believe his eyes. These ninjas were his foundation, each equipped with the finest chakra armor, yet they were vanquished so effortlessly. Even Wolf Fong Avalanche was taken aback. He had previously overestimated Naruto, only to realize he had underestimated him even more. Lord Nuda, Lord Avalanche, the fire cannot be extinguished. A firefighting ninja rushed over, panic etched on his face. How can this be? Avalanche's expression shifted dramatically. Save your breath. Naruto chuckled. My flames burn at a temperature of 6,000 degrees, comparable to the surface of the sun. Do you truly believe your ice techniques can extinguish them? Such arrogance. Wolf Fong Avalanche roared. Using such a potent technique must have drained your chakra. Those soldiers are already dead. They fulfilled their purpose. Now it's your turn to die? Do not concern yourselves with them. We must capture this black-haired brat. With a furious command, the previously extinguished ninjas turned back towards Naruto, and in an instant, countless kunai, shurikens, and various ice ninjutsu flew towards him. Heavenly Chosen, Iron Fortress, Dragon Shape, Lion Roar, Tiger Howl, Wolf Charge, sever the heavens before collapse. Naruto regarded the incoming barrage with calm composure. Binding Path 81, Void Sever. Boom. Clang. A massive defensive wall materialized before him, repelling all ninjutsu, kunai, and shurikens. The flames of Fire City began to extinguish, revealing nothing but remnants of ashes. A profound sense of dread enveloped Wolf Fong Avalanche, blowing snow, and the remaining ninjas, freezing them in place as if they had lost all ability to act. Nuda gritted his teeth, finally realizing the caliber of his opponent. I must say, I am quite pleased with your expressions. Naruto began. Now, it appears only you remain. Wait. Wolf Fong Avalanche suppressed his fear and forced himself to kneel. Please spare us. We are willing to serve Princess Fenghua Xiaoxua, ensuring she becomes the daimyo of the Land of Snow. Upon seeing Avalanche kneel, all the ninjas followed suit, bowing their heads to the ground. You treacherous lot. Nuda seethed. I have treated you well, and this is how you repay me. Lord Nuda, you have indeed treated us well. Wolf Fong Avalanche replied, but our lives are far more precious than your service. Despicable. Nuda roared. You will not have a good ending. Do you think that when I am gone, Princess Xiaoxue will still want you? How noisy. I believe you have misunderstood something. I am not here on behalf of Princess Xiaoxue. She lacks the qualifications. You are merely a means to enhance my power. Naruto's smile radiated warmth, his tone humble. Yet to the others, it appeared devilish. Since death is inevitable, let us face it together. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Wolf Fong Avalanche bellowed and charged at him, with all the ninjas following suit in a furious assault. Torches. A soft voice echoed, and the remaining ninjas, including Wolf Fong Avalanche, were surrounded by a swirling wall of flames, spinning rapidly in a 360-degree rotation. Amidst the cries of anguish, the remaining ninjas were obliterated, and the fiery vortex gradually dissipated. Naruto smiled, gazing at Fenghua Nuda. Now, it is just you left. Are you prepared? Curse it. Fenghua Nuda fixed his gaze on Naruto. Let us make a deal. What deal? Naruto raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Spare me, and I shall make you the ruler of the land of snow. Fenghua Nuda's expression gradually calmed. And there's something else. Do you know why I have sought Fenghua Xiaoxue so fervently? Naruto chuckled softly. I have no idea. Do enlighten me. Though perplexed by Naruto's sudden laughter, Fenghua Nuda continued. Fenghua Xiaoxue possesses a hexagonal crystal necklace. You must have seen it, right? Indeed, I have. In our snow country, there exists a hidden treasure, as recounted through generations of lore. This treasure is said to hold boundless riches and artifacts that can bestow immense strength. The hexagonal crystal serves as the key to this concealed trove. If you are willing, assist me in obtaining the hexagonal crystal, and once I unlock the treasure, we shall split it 50-50. Upon hearing Fenghua Nuteo's words, Naruto merely smiled in silence. With a determined expression, Fenghua Nuteo insisted, how about a 60-40 split? I take 4. You take 6. Naruto shook his head. 70-30, no less. Moreover, the treasure can only be accessed by our Fenghua clan. Should anyone else possess the key, they shall remain unable to unlock it. You are truly foolish. Naruto finally spoke. Fenghua Xiaoxue is in our possession, and she too belongs to the Fenghua clan. Why should I engage in a deal with you? It would be far simpler to approach her directly. Fenghua Nuteo paused momentarily, then slowly approached Naruto. That is not quite right. Fenghua Xiaoxue shares the same foul temper as her father and my elder brother. Even if we were to unlock the treasure, she would never grant you so much. So, how about this? We divide it 80-20, with me taking 2 and you taking 8. Is that acceptable? That does hold some merit. Naruto frowned, seemingly contemplating Fenghua Nuteo's words. Unbeknownst to him, Fenghua Nuteo had already stepped close to him. You are Naruto, correct? How about my terms? They are quite generous, aren't they? Rest assured, I, Fenghua Nuteo, always deliver on my promises. He patted Naruto's shoulder. Noting that Naruto appeared to still be pondering, his guard relaxed. With a sinister grin, he drew a chakra dagger. Die. Ugh. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly lowered his head, discovering a dagger plunged into his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You. Haha. Fenghua Nuteo cackled. Greedy individuals never meet a good end. Remember, little brat, don't be so avaricious in your next life. Noted, Senior Fenghua Nuteo. What? Fenghua Nuteo's triumph was short-lived. His laughter abruptly ceased as he turned to find Naruto standing behind him, smiling enigmatically. Impossible. Could it be a shadow clone? Fenghua Nuteo could hardly believe his eyes. He quickly glanced back, only to find the Naruto he had stabbed had vanished. Naruto shook his head. I truly wonder how someone of your caliber dares to rebel. What do you mean? Fenghua Nuteo gritted his teeth. Without uttering a word, Naruto gestured for him to look at his waist. Slowly, Fenghua Nuteo turned to see the dagger, still firmly secured at his side. How could this be? Fenghua Nuteo exclaimed in shock. He clearly remembered drawing the dagger. The sensation was unmistakable. Sigh. I had initially thought your proposal was quite appealing. Naruto chuckled softly. However, it appears our transaction cannot be fulfilled. No. Fenghua Nuteo suddenly knelt on the ground. The deal can still proceed. I shall take nothing. As long as I can unlock the treasure, everything shall be yours. I only ask that you spare my life. Naruto's expression remained impassive as he approached, towering over Fenghua Nuteo, silent. Seeing Naruto's demeanor, Fenghua Nuteo realized his fate was sealed. He suddenly sprang to his feet. If you won't let me live, I won't surrender easily. Even if you are a tiger, I shall strip you of your skin. With that, he tore away his outer clothing, revealing a suit of jet black armor. Behold, This is the latest chakra armor developed in our snow country. Once donned, even the Hokage would not stand a chance against me. You have forced my hand. Ice release. Black dragon storm kill. Fenghua Nuteo began weaving hand signs, conjuring a black ice dragon that lunged toward Naruto. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed. Fenghua Nuteo gasped for breath, a glimmer of hope on his face. Did I take him down? Yes, I did it. Ugh. Fenghua Nuteo's voice abruptly fell silent, his eyes brimming with disbelief. As his voice faded, the environment descended into an eerie stillness. Meanwhile, Naruto's figure had already positioned itself behind Fenghua Nuteo, sheathing his blade and turning to depart. As Naruto left, a soft sound echoed. Blood began to flow from Fenghua Nuteo's neck, seeping through the gaps in his armor. Initially, it resembled a gentle stream, but soon transformed into a gushing fountain. Clang! The armor protecting his neck fell to the ground. Naruto's silhouette vanished into the mist, while Fenghua Nuteo slowly sank to his knees, collapsing. On the ship of the Fengyun Princess crew, I'm back, Naruto announced as he entered the cabin. Where have you been, Naruto? Why did you take so long? It's been nearly 3 hours. Sakura asked, her voice tinged with annoyance. Naruto smiled. The sea was quite enjoyable, and I lost track of time. How infuriating. We are still on a mission. Can you not adhere to the ninja code, even slightly? Enough. Sakura. Kakashi interjected, his eyes narrowed. It's understandable. While our land of fire is vast, we have little access to the sea. It is only natural to be curious. Kakashi-sensei, you are too lenient with him. Sakura huffed. By the way, while I was out at sea, I caught a plethora of fish and shrimp that we've never tasted before. There at the bow, we can indulge today? Really? Upon hearing this, Sakura's face lit up with joy as she dashed outside. Wow, you caught so many. No wonder it took so long. On the deck, the entire crew gathered, marveling at the bounty. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura approached, and the fishing nets were brimming with their catch. You've caught so much. We want to be able to finish it all. I believe with this many people, it should suffice. Naruto remarked with a smile, then turned to leave. I'm feeling a bit tired. Call me for dinner. All right, you go rest. Kakashi nodded. As Naruto turned and walked toward the cabin, he lay down on the bed. System. How many collapse pearls do I have now? 10. My goodness, these collapse pearls are exceedingly difficult to obtain. Naruto sighed. He wondered what rewards awaited him upon returning to the Valley of the End, a place of significant narrative consequence. Surely, it would yield something worthwhile. Chapter 92. Kakashi's doubts. The ship arrived steadily in the snow country. Strange, not a single attack has occurred in all these days. It's eerily quiet, Kakashi remarked. His brow furrowed as he stepped onto the shore. Perhaps it's because we altered our route. They can't find us, Sakura suggested softly. Though it was clear even she doubted her own words. What is there to worry about? With their strength, if they come, we'll just eliminate them, Sasuke retorted dismissively. Naruto remained silent, quietly observing their demeanor. The enemy is in the dark, while we are in the light, Kakashi cautioned, his expression serious as he surveyed the surroundings. It's best to remain vigilant. The environment in Snow Country is not conducive to our combat. Hearing Kakashi's grave words, Sasuke and Sakura nodded, their alertness heightened. However, as days passed during the filming, Fenghua Nuteo still did not make an appearance, puzzling both Kakashi and Santai. Kakashi-sensei. One day, Santai approached Kakashi. Kakashi stood. Mr. Santai, I understand why you've sought us out. I have decided to visit the palace you mentioned. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. You're welcome. As Kakashi, his expression unyielding, turned towards the trio, he commanded, You three, ensure the safety of Kazahana Yukagetsu. Only Sakura responded, Understood. Kakashi, casting a helpless glance at Naruto and Sasuke, added, And you too, remember not to knock out Kazahana Yukagetsu again. Also, do not forget to settle the remuneration. With that, Kakashi vanished from their sight. Sasuke turned to Naruto. Perplexed. Why did he caution me against incapacitating the princess when it was you who did it twice? Naruto adjusted his glasses and replied. Perhaps he believes you might act similarly. Sakura, her curiosity piqued, inquired, Why isn't Kakashi-sensei bringing us along? Sasuke, his demeanor impassive, explained. Disguise and infiltration are best executed with fewer people. Besides, our abilities pale in comparison to Kakashi's. Should any trouble arise, it would be easier for him to escape alone. Although true, the admission left a bitter taste. Sakura stamped her foot, directing her frustration at Naruto. Naruto, say something. Naruto turned with a smile. Well, Sasuke has a point. You all echo the same sentiment. Kakashi swiftly made his way toward the palace of Kazahana Mutu, as indicated by the three ninja. Strange. Why is it so eerily quiet here? Not a soul in sight. His curiosity piqued. Kakashi wondered if they were concocting a sinister plot. Leaping onto the surrounding wall, he spotted a figure lying motionless in the courtyard. Approaching cautiously, he discovered it was a corpse, which he turned over. It's him. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. This face, he recognized from a decade prior. It was Kazahana Mutu. How had he suddenly perished? Upon inspection, Kakashi noted the coldness of the body, indicating death had occurred over a day prior. Scanning the area, he found all traces concealed beneath a blanket of snow. Entering the palace, he found it equally quiet, devoid of life. The only thing that remained was an unextinguished projector, continuously displaying photographs of Kazahana Yukijetsu from childhood to adulthood, alongside a hexagonal crystal necklace. Who could be responsible for this? Kakashi furrowed his brow, examining his surroundings, yet found no signs of recent activity. Kakashi-sensei, I need some air. It feels stuffy in here. Suddenly, he recalled Naruto's words from days before. Could it be him? Kakashi's expression grew solemn, but he quickly dismissed the thought. It was improbable that Naruto could accomplish such a feat alone, especially given that Kazahana Mutu had been a respected lord for 10 years. And even if his retinue was small, it was not insignificant. When he returned that day, there was no scent of blood, only the aroma of seafood. Even after bathing, with so many people, a faint scent would remain. However, the summoning technique. Kakashi summoned Pakin, the pug. Kakashi, you've summoned me to this frigid place? Do you not know pugs are averse to cold? Pakin emerged with an irritated expression. All right, let us set that aside. Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Is there something you need from me? Can you detect any familiar scents in the area? Upon hearing this, Pakin began to sniff around. The heavy snow masked many traces, and he detected no familiar scents, only a faint smell of roasted meat, human flesh, and a hint of ashes. With such heavy snowfall, the lingering scent indicated many had perished. I suspected as much. Kakashi stated gravely. Indeed, all of Kazahana Mutu's faction lies dead, their corpses obliterated. Kazahana Mutu, the one from a decade ago? Pakin inquired. Yes, that very one. Kakashi replied coolly. Since they are all deceased, this mission should pose minimal trouble. Thank you for your assistance. Pakin, you may return now. No trouble at all. Pakin acknowledged before vanishing back to the summoning realm. It appears Naruto is not the culprit. After Pakin's departure, Kakashi exhaled deeply. So, who could have orchestrated such a deed? Never mind. As long as the outcome is favorable, it spares us from a challenging battle. Following his search, Kakashi disappeared from the scene. At the encampment, Kakashi greeted. Hello, how are you all? Kakashi-sensei? Sakura exclaimed in surprise. How did you return so quickly? Did you fail to infiltrate? Well, Kakashi replied with a wry smile. The situation is far more favorable than anticipated. You three, accompany me to meet Santaiyu. What? Santaiyu exclaimed in disbelief. You mean Kazahana Mutu and his subordinates are all dead? In brief, yes, Kakashi confirmed. Kazahana Yukijetsu, sitting nearby, felt a whirlwind of emotions upon hearing this news. Could there be others coveting the title of Lord of the Snow Country? I doubt it. Kakashi replied evenly. I searched every nook and cranny. There are no signs of anyone's activity. Dust covers all equipment, indicating a prolonged absence. Once Kazahana Mutu was eliminated, no one else has appeared. It seems they have little interest in the lordship. Does this mean Yukijetsu can inherit the title? Santaiyu asked, struggling to believe his ears. That's one way to put it, provided she desires it. That's wonderful. Santaiyu exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he rushed to Kazahana Yukijetsu. Princess, did you hear? You can become the Lord of the Snow Country. Let them confer privately, Kakashi interjected, turning to the three. Perhaps our mission is nearing its conclusion. The trio nodded and followed Kakashi out of the tent. Chapter 93. The Legend of the Valley of the End compared to the initially planned course. The S-Class mission in the Snow Country concluded with remarkable ease. Following the demise of Kazahana Mutu and the eradication of most elite snow ninja forces, the entire Snow Country was effortlessly taken over by Santaiyu on behalf of Kazahana Yukijetsu. The remnants of other snow ninja villages also pledged their allegiance to her. Furthermore, Santaiyu, representing Kazahana Yukijetsu, signed an alliance with the Land of Fire. Kakashi and his companions were instructed to remain in the Snow Country for a few more days while Santi attended to the remaining administrative matters. The various families within the Snow Country, recognizing Kazahana Yukagetsu's backing from the Leaf Village, capitulated in submission, further intimidated by the mysterious demise of Kazahana Mudu, thus accepting Yukagetsu's claim to the title of Lord. Nevertheless, Kazahana Yukagetsu remained reluctant to assume the role of Lord of the Snow Country. It's time to return. Isn't it? One day, Team 7 convened in their quarters. Sasuke leaned against the wall, posing the question. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura chimed in with a hint of concern. We've been here for so long, amidst this icy wasteland. I long for Konoha. It's been nearly 2 months. When shall we go home? It shouldn't be long now. Kakashi reassured them. Santaiyu is nearly finished with the arrangements. Our return will not be delayed much longer. That's a relief. Sakura sighed, then pondered. But why does Yukagetsu refuse to become the Lord? Sasuke, what are your thoughts? Whether she becomes the Lord or not is of no consequence to me. Sasuke replied coolly. I'm far more interested in how to grow stronger. At that moment, the entire Snow Country underwent a dramatic transformation. The once snow-covered landscape suddenly blossomed into a verdant paradise. Look, it seems a change has occurred. Naruto stood by the bedside, a cup of water in hand, with a gentle smile gracing his lips. It seems we shall return soon. Suddenly, Sakura dashed to the window, her face alight with astonishment. What is happening? Even Sasuke was taken aback by the scene before him. At that moment, the door swung open, and Kazahana Yuki entered, her eyes glistening with remnants of tears. While beside her, Santai was beaming with joy. Just moments ago, Yuki had consented to become the daimyo of the Land of Snow. Princess Yuki? Sakura greeted her warmly. Thank you all for your efforts during this time. Yuki seemed to have transformed entirely. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, observing her demeanor. It appears you have found peace within yourself. Indeed, Yuki replied with a soft smile. I am immensely grateful for everything you have done for me. From this day forth, I shall be the daimyo of the Land of Snow. No need for thanks. It was our duty. Kakashi scratched the back of his head. In that case, we shall prepare to return tomorrow. So soon? Santai expressed his regret, gazing at them. Princess Yuki is to hold her coronation ceremony in a couple of days. Will you not stay to witness it? Regrettably, we have many matters to attend to in the village. Kakashi politely declined. The Land of Snow and the Land of Fire have already submitted their treaty. We shall have another opportunity to meet. Santai wished to say more, but Yuki interjected. Santai, enough. Kakashi and his team have tasks to complete. It would be unseemly to detain them. Yuki cast a knowing glance at Kakashi. Once again, thank you. Indeed, Kakashi replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. The following day, Team 7 boarded a ship bound for the Land of Fire. After several days, they finally set foot upon the soil of the Land of Fire. Once Sakura disembarked, she stretched widely, exclaiming, nothing compares to solid ground. Being on that ship made me feel as if I were floating. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto suddenly called out. What is it? Kakashi inquired. Are we in a hurry to return to the village? Not particularly. Do you have something on your mind? Naruto nodded slightly. I heard there's a place with breathtaking scenery, and since we're out of the village, I'd love to see it. Where do you wish to go? The Valley of the End. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. I've heard it's the battleground of the two legendary figures who founded Konoha. I want to witness it. Kakashi nodded in understanding. Since we've accomplished an S-rank mission, why not indulge in a picnic? That place you mentioned is indeed beautiful. Yes. Sakura exclaimed, her face alight with enthusiasm. I recall there's a small town nearby. Let us gather provisions for our outing. Humph. How tedious. Sasuke commented dryly. Rather than waste time, we should return to training. One cannot say that. Kakashi chuckled, wrapping an arm around Sasuke's shoulders. It's crucial to balance work and relaxation. After a prolonged period of tension, it's beneficial to unwind, as it aids in training. Reluctantly, Sasuke cast a resentful glance at Naruto, the originator of this suggestion, yet ultimately acquiesced. After procuring the necessary supplies for their picnic, the group arrived at the Valley of the End. You have arrived at the designated Sanin location. Sign-in duration, 3 hours. Countdown, 2:59:59. As they reached their destination, a mechanical voice echoed. Naruto squinted, taking in the grandeur of the valley. Wow, it's magnificent. Truly a splendid spot for a picnic. Sakura exclaimed upon arrival. Kakashi-sensei, is this really the Valley of the End? Indeed, Kakashi replied, gazing reverently at the two statues. One statue represents the first Hokage, but who is the other? Sakura inquired curiously. The other is Uchiha Madara, the former leader of the Uchiha clan, reputed to be its most gifted member. Uchiha Madara? Sasuke frowned, the name resonating with him from his family's texts. Kakashi-sensei, could you share the origins of the Valley of the End with me? Sakura asked eagerly. Legend has it that during the Warring States period, the Senju clan, led by the first Hokage, and the Uchiha clan, led by Madara, were two opposing factions, their animosity palpable. However, in the generation of the first Hokage and Madara, both harbored a shared dream of peaceful coexistence. Eventually, upon becoming clan leaders, they united to establish Konoha, the Hidden Leaf Village. The emergence of Konoha inspired other nations to follow suit, thus commencing the era of the 5 great nations uniting the shinobi world, fulfilling their aspirations. This valley marks the site of the final battle between the Senju and Uchiha clans. To commemorate this, Konoha erected statues of the two, symbolizing their reconciliation, which led to the creation of the village. How fascinating. It sounds incredibly cool. Sakura listened intently. Meanwhile, Naruto patiently awaited the completion of the sign-in process. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in task. Chapter 94. Creation of Shallow Strike, Sasuke's Defection. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in task. Reward. Creation of Shallow Strike. 10 levels of Hōgyoku unlocked. 5 levels of Ryokan no Joka proficiency. Shallow Strike, an unnamed Zanpakutō, is its name before achieving Shirkai. In the event of drawing a Zanpakutō that the host does not require, it can be directly named Shallow Strike, transforming it into a Zanpakutō to be bestowed upon another. Remarkable. I've drawn an increase of 10 in Hōgyoku unlock levels, equaling my years of effort, and 5 levels in Ryokan no Joka. However, the most intriguing reward is the creation of Shallow Strike. How delightful. Upon hearing the rewards, Naruto squinted his eyes. With this, why not establish a soul society in the world of Naruto? Naruto, hurry over, we're leaving. Sakura called out. Understood, Naruto replied, casting one last glance at the statue of Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End, smiling faintly as he caught up with the others. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi reported on the recent S-rank mission. You mean Kazuhana Roto was killed by an unknown assailant? Tsunade furrowed her brow. Indeed. And it was someone proficient in fire release and swordsmanship. I had Pakin investigate, and there was a strong scent of charred flesh lingering in the snow. With such a powerful odor in the midst of the heavy snow, many must have perished. Furthermore, Roto was found with his throat slit. Kakashi's expression grew serious. I examined the chakra armor he wore. It's the latest model, significantly enhancing both defense and offense. It's possible that even my Raikiri might struggle to breach it. Tsunade contemplated. Well, this matter pertains solely to their land of snow. Although we have established a treaty with them, it would be inappropriate for us to interfere in their domestic affairs without a formal request. Understood, Kakashi replied calmly. Thank you for your hard work. Tsunade smiled. Team 7 has successfully completed an S-rank mission. Now, take some time to rest. While tasks are important, your well-being is paramount. Go to the Konoha hospital for a full checkup to avoid any lingering ailments. All right. Kakashi nodded, turning to his team. Team 7, prepare to head to Konoha Hospital. Yes. The trio responded in unison. In the hospital, Kakashi and Sasuke both bore minor injuries, while Naruto and Sakura were unscathed. Thus, Kakashi and Sasuke remained for recovery. On this day, Naruto intended to train at the training ground, but suddenly sensed 4 familiar chakra signatures, smiling subtly before vanishing from his location. High atop a towering tree on the outskirts of Konoha Hospital, a conversation unfolded. The target has been identified, right? It's in that hospital room. One of them remarked. Indeed. But there are too many ninjas guarding during the day. Let us act at night instead. Hello there. A voice interrupted from behind. The 4 individuals swiftly turned, their faces draining of color upon seeing the newcomer. You've got quite the audacity to infiltrate Konoha in broad daylight. We are here on Lord Orochimaru's orders to retrieve Sasuke. One of them stuttered, suddenly feeling their confidence wane. This was a formidable presence, someone even Orochimaru could not contend with. The 4 of them, even using their Cursed Seal's second form, would hardly stand a chance. Don't be so nervous. I am aware of your intentions, Naruto said with a gentle smile. I spoke with Orochimaru, and I will not interfere in this matter. You may continue with your business. If you won't interfere, then why come here? To intimidate us? One of them thought, but refrained from voicing it aloud. So, Naruto, if you will not meddle, What is your purpose for approaching us? Oh, it's nothing. I merely saw some acquaintances and wanted to say hello, Naruto replied. Huh, pay me no mind. You may proceed. With that, Naruto departed, leaving the four in stunned silence. This man certainly has a terrible disposition, murmured one. Shut your mouth. If that man hears you, do you wish to leave alive? Another quickly hushed him. The following morning, a furious voice echoed through the Hokage building. What? Uchiha Sasuke has defected? Tsunade's anger sent waves of tension among all the ninjas present. Following the defection of Itachi Uchiha, the last scion of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke, had also betrayed them. Meanwhile, Naruto, still lying in bed, was stirred from his slumber by a frantic knocking at the door. Who is it? He called out as he opened the door, only to be embraced by Sakura. Naruto, Sasuke has left. What? Naruto's expression turned grave. Oh, so Sakura is here too, came a languid voice. It was Shikamaru. Shikamaru, Naruto acknowledged. Yeah, the fifth Hokage has summoned us to the office. Shikamaru stated. Understood. Let me change my clothes. In the Hokage's office, Shikamaru was equally astonished to hear the news. What? I didn't know about this. It has been confirmed. Sasuke is heading towards the Sound Village, Tsunade stated matter-of-factly. Why would he leave? Shikamaru struggled to comprehend. Because he has been deceived by Orochimaru. Tsunade's face was grave. That scoundrel Orochimaru, who killed the third Hokage, now seeks to lure Sasuke. Naruto's expression was solemn. Wait a moment. Shikamaru interjected, still confused. How could someone like Sasuke be deceived? Let us not dwell on the why. Time is of the essence. I hereby appoint you, Shikamaru, as a Chunin of Konoha. Your first task as team leader is to bring Sasuke back. Naruto's demeanor was serious. Understood. Shikamaru replied, his brows furrowed. This mission is urgent and quite challenging. According to reliable intelligence, Orochimaru's subordinates are also guiding Sasuke. Why isn't Naruto the Chunin? Shikamaru questioned. With his strength, he could easily lead. That was the decision of the Elder Council. Moreover, Naruto can be somewhat impulsive in his dealings, as seen just now. All his thoughts were plainly written on his face. Then who are the other Jonin and Chunin besides me and Naruto? There are none. Almost all Jonin, except for essential security, are out on missions. Tsunade replied. Now, you and Naruto must gather as many competent ninjas as you can within 30 minutes. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Shikamaru turned to leave. Though it may be troublesome, he is still a comrade of Konoha. We must pursue him regardless. Shikamaru stated calmly. Naruto nodded grimly. All right, Shikamaru, I shall follow your lead. As they selected their lower-ranked ninjas, Naruto, Shikamaru, Neji, Choji, and Inuzuka Kiba set off in pursuit of Sasuke. Along the way, Naruto suddenly felt a disturbance in his chakra, though those around him seemed unaware. Only one person could weave illusions unnoticed. Come forth. You remain ever vigilant. What brings you to seek me? Uchiha Madara had instructed that he awaited Naruto at the Valley of the End. Such impeccable timing. Naruto mused, acknowledging the summons. He had originally planned to find a tranquil spot for tea, but Madara seemed to have chosen this moment intentionally. As this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Uchiha Itachi still present. Do you require something? I have a favor to ask you, Itachi replied. Naruto raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A person like you asking for a favor indicates the situation is dire. Speak. I wish to request your assistance in bringing Sasuke back to the village. That is unnecessary. Naruto chuckled lightly, patting the nearby towering tree. You should trust your brother. Orochimaru will not obtain his body. But let it be. Rest assured. By the way, once today's events conclude, come find me alone. I have something to discuss. What is it? You'll find out when you come. Seeing that Naruto was unwilling to engage further, Itachi departed as the others continued onward. On their journey, they indeed encountered the group of four. Naruto pressed forward, while the others were engaged elsewhere. Just as the last of the quartet was surrounded by Naruto and Kiba, Kinshiki suddenly appeared, carrying the barrier that sealed Sasuke, and moved ahead. Naruto, leave him to me. You proceed. Kiba shouted. Thank you, Kiba. Without hesitation, Naruto advanced. Upon reaching a vast plain, Kinshiki awaited them, the barrier sealing Sasuke suddenly fracturing. Sasuke leapt free, ignoring Naruto as he sprinted onward. As Naruto made to follow, Kinshiki blocked his path. You are quite entertaining. Naruto squinted at Kinshiki. How much longer can your body sustain itself? Kinshiki paused momentarily, then regained composure. Even if my body falters, I should still be able to hold you back. Are you interested in joining me? Perhaps I can offer you a form of rebirth. I will not betray Lord Orochimaru. What a pity. Naruto feigned disappointment, preparing to leave when Kinshiki obstructed his way. You should step aside. Even Orochimaru would not dare to stop me. I will not allow you to pass. Kinshiki's expression remained neutral as he drew a bone knife from his arm. Your tenacity is truly remarkable. Naruto squinted and slowly extended his hand, saying, It appears quite challenging for you to step aside. In that case, I shall unleash my technique. Just as Naruto prepared to act, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Turning around, he saw Lee rushing towards him. Leave him to me. You should hurry after Sasuke. Understood. Lee, I entrust him to you, Naruto replied, pressing forward once more. Before long, he successfully located Sasuke, and the two exchanged glances. Have you come to stop me? Sasuke questioned. Why would I wish to impede you? Naruto chuckled lightly. You traveled such a long distance only to not stop me? Do not overestimate yourself. Naruto nodded slightly. I have come here because someone is waiting for me. I will train diligently under Orochimaru's guidance and seek you out in due time. Although perplexed, Sasuke turned and departed. Is it truly wise to let him go? Well, allowing him to meet you could create more complications. I heard Itachi Uchiha say you wish to see me? Indeed. Naruto slowly turned, his face now adorned with a mask he had prepared in advance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Aizen Sasuke. You are the hidden leader of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara, are you not? I am surprised you are aware of this. Who exactly are you? Obito gazed at Naruto. From the appearance of your mask, you must be a member of Konoha's Umbu, perhaps even from the Hokage's special unit or route. You may think whatever you like. Naruto replied nonchalantly, concealed beneath his mask. How amusing. I am Uchiha Madara. Do you see that statue beside us? Knowing my name and still daring to converse with me in such a manner, you possess quite the courage. Engaging in a battle of wits is rather dull. Let us converse. Naruto slowly unsheathed his blade, addressing him, Lord Uchiha Madara. Do you believe you are worthy of this discourse? I possess extensive knowledge, including your Akatsuki organization, which is currently gathering tailed beasts, as well as the Moon Eye Plan and the 10 Tails. Should I refer to you as Lord Uchiha Madara or as Senior Uchiha Obito? What? Upon hearing these words from Naruto, Obito was momentarily taken aback, his expression growing serious beneath the mask. How do you know this? Senior Uchiha Obito. Naruto did not respond to his inquiry, instead posing a question of his own. You summoned me merely to ask one question? Yes, indeed. Are you satisfied with your current self? What do you mean? Do you not perceive that the world today differs vastly from how it ought to exist? Since you know my name, you should also understand that this current world is a mere illusion to me. Indeed. Naruto nodded. I comprehend that you wish to create a world where Rin Noera exists. You know this as well. If I told you that I have the means to bring her back to this world? What? Obito's expression was one of astonishment. I can assist you. Naruto positioned his blade, declaring, Submit to me, and I may help you resurrect Rin Noera in another form within this realm. You claim you can bring Rin Noera back into this world? Obito's tone remained flat. Precisely. Naruto responded coolly. Your Moon Eye technique is merely a powerful illusion. It is a deception. Do you not desire Rin Nohara's true resurrection in this world? Moreover, I can elevate your power to new heights, allowing you to step into an entirely new realm. The surrounding environment fell into silence as the two exchanged glances. Suddenly, Obito erupted into wild laughter. How absurd. You think you can resurrect Rin Noera? Greater power? A new world? This despairing world holds no intrinsic value. I only need to succeed in the Moon Eye Plan. To kill you would be an honor. Fire release, exploding wind dance. One question has always puzzled me. Why did Uchiha Obito not use the Rinnegan to resurrect Rin Noera? As a child, it was impossible, but as an adult, wouldn't he have the capability? Chapter 96. Confrontation with Obito. Once again, Naruto found himself in battle. Shaking his head in resignation, finding Art 81, Splintered Void. A transparent barrier arose before him, blocking the S-rank ninjutsu. What a strange technique. It does not even require hand seals. Obito stared at the man known as Aizen, yet he remained unperturbed, confident in his Kimui. I never anticipated you possessed such strength. I truly underestimated you. Obito observed Naruto, his Sharingan spinning with a glint of cunning in his eyes. Illusion, chains of binding. Within the realm of the mind, Naruto found himself impaled by numerous thick wooden spikes, rendered immobile, ensnared in agony. How does it feel? I assure you, I won't allow you to die so easily. Obito grinned maliciously. I must uncover your true identity. As he spoke, he approached Naruto, extending a hand towards his mask, intent on removing it. Just as he made contact with the mask, he suddenly found himself completely immobilized. Glancing down, he realized he had been pinned in place by the wooden spikes, while the one known as Aizen stood before him, observing. Do you possess the Sharingan? Obito gasped in surprise. Otherwise, you would have no means to counter my illusions. TCH, is that truly impressive? Naruto's voice dripped with sarcasm. Obito swiftly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, shattering the illusion before him, yet behind the mask. His eyes bore no trace of crimson. Who would have thought that someone without the Sharingan could break my illusion? I am even more curious about the visage concealed beneath that mask. As soon as he finished speaking, Obito conjured iron chains with both hands, forming a fist, and charged at Naruto. In response, Naruto swung his fist. As Obito approached, one of his hands transformed into a thick wooden serpent, coiling toward Naruto. With a swift swing of his blade, Naruto cleaved through the massive wood. Obito surged forward once more. Naruto struck at Obito, but as expected, he passed straight through Obito's form, only for Obito to seize his wrist. I have won. A powerful distortion of space began to tear at Naruto's body. He quickly activated his Shunshin. You are remarkably fast. I never anticipated that even wood release would not hinder you. It seems I must accelerate my pursuit to make contact with you. As he spoke, Obito charged at Naruto again. Naruto swung his blade, but once more, he merely passed through Obito's form. Seizing the opportunity, Obito tightened the chains around his wrist. Naruto instantly leaped away. Damn it, what kind of technique is this? Space ninjutsu? What incredible speed. Obito regarded Naruto. I never imagined someone of your caliber would emerge within the ninja world. However, before he could finish, Obito lunged at Naruto once more. Damn it. Finding Art 4, White Lightning. Naruto directed his fingertips at Obito, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards him, yet it once again passed through Obito's form. Subsequently, he thrust his blade at Obito. Just as before, the Zanpakutō passed through, but this time, Obito's hand connected with Naruto. His expression remained eerily calm beneath the mask. I have won. How could this be possible? With a look of disbelief, Obito slowly turned to his left chest, only to be met with the glint of a cold blade. Could it be the flying thunder god? It would be impossible for anyone to move at such speed. The figure before him vanished and instantly reappeared behind him, plunging the knife directly into his heart. Yes, indeed, I have won, Naruto remarked nonchalantly. However, Obito suddenly disappeared, and a hand unexpectedly rested on his shoulder from behind. How is this possible? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Izanagi, a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, allows the user to connect reality with the illusionary world at the cost of losing their light. Only those possessing the powers of both the Uchiha and Senju clans can wield this ocular technique. The Uchiha and Senju. Naruto clenched his teeth. This must be the power of the Sage of Six Paths. How could you possibly harness such power? Considering the amusement you've provided me, I shall enlighten you. Obito's voice was low. Izanagi is the technique used by the Sage of Six Paths to create all things. The Senju and Uchiha were once one, and their progenitor is the Sage of Six Paths himself. The sage possessed the bloodlines and powers of both clans, creating various entities, including the tailed beasts, through yin and yang release, utilizing the power of the 10 tails. The technique that materializes imagination into life is Izanagi. Suddenly, the space warped rapidly, transporting Naruto into the Kamui dimension. Obito's expression remained unperturbed. Impressive indeed. I never expected that only through Izanagi could he be defeated. Yes, you truly are formidable. Obito thought as he prepared to leave when a voice startled him, leaving him in shock. I believe I have encountered Izanagi before. When I killed Danzo, he seemed to wield it as well. So, Izanagi is such a powerful technique. How is it possible? How can you still be here? Obito spun around, his twisted face beneath the mask filled with astonishment. The person behind him was still present, and he had just received unbelievable information. Danzo had indeed been killed. However, it seemed Danzo had not even had the chance to utilize that technique. Are you certain you've employed it? What? Could it be that I've been trapped in an illusion? Impossible. Well, it's not exactly an illusion, Naruto replied calmly. My ability is called Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Rather than an illusion, it is more akin to complete hypnosis. You mean complete hypnosis? Indeed. What you just witnessed was merely an illusion. Naruto reversed the grip on his blade. Shatter, mirror flower, water moon. What is happening? Obito gazed in shock at the surroundings, realizing that all traces of their battle had vanished without a trace. Had he never truly fought him? Moreover, the eye he had used for Izanagi still remained intact. This is your world. Damn it. Obito lunged forward, seizing Naruto. Now, you cannot escape. Please, do not do that. Obito-senpai, do you truly believe you can use Kamui here? What? The sensation of his grip faded away, and he realized he had never actually captured him. Save your breath. A blade was slowly pressed against Obito's neck. A haunting voice echoed in his ears. You cannot kill me, Obito-senpai. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began, soaking both of their garments. You bastard. Obito's expression turned grave. Who are you truly? Did I not tell you? Naruto replied flatly. Aizen Sasuke. Since you are unwilling to reveal your identity, I shall not press the issue. What, then, do you intend to accomplish? Did I not just say? Submit to me. After all, you are merely a pawn. Rather than serving him, why not serve me? Naruto stepped onto a vacant plot, the spiritual pressure beneath him shifting as a large circular pit materialized, revealing a half-white, half-black figure lying within. Did you come here to inform the others? No, this matter is known only to me and Itachi Uchiha. I suspected as much. It appears you do not possess their complete trust. Obito remained silent for a long moment, realizing that even Zetsu was under his control. This was Madara's will. I agreed to submit to you. What do you require of me? Wise choice. For now, I have no other tasks for you. Continue gathering the tailed beasts. When I have need of you, I will reach out. Once all the tailed beasts are collected, as a reward, I shall help you reunite with Rin Noara in another form, though not through Edo Tensei. Understood. When do you plan to commence the gathering of the tailed beasts? The plan is set for 3 years from now, Obito disclosed. Each Jinchuriki is a vital military asset for their respective villages. If we capture the tailed beasts recklessly without sufficient strength, we may not be able to contend with the entire shinobi world. We require a formidable force capable of opposing the entirety of the shinobi realm. A force? White Zetsu. Upon hearing this, Obito's heart stirred with immense turmoil. He never expected Naruto to be aware of this. Yes, precisely. You have considered this thoroughly. Continue with the plan. Understood. Their conversation flowed smoothly. Naruto stretched, appearing relaxed. Oh, by the way, there should be some traces of battle around here. Slowly, he withdrew his Zanpakutō. Pierce him, divine gun, rain of spears. Suddenly, a barrage of long spears rained down like a storm upon the ground. Boom. The earth lay in shambles. Yes, this will do. Naruto sheathed his sword. Obito observed Naruto, intentionally showcasing some minor techniques before him. Was this an attempt to instill pressure? Ah, you're still here. Very well, go about your business. Yes, Obito replied flatly. Wait, I almost forgot something. There are still cursed seals placed upon you, right? As your subordinate, I will make an exception and assist you. With that, Naruto placed a finger upon Obito's left chest, unleashing immense spiritual pressure that shattered the cursed seal on Obito's heart. Obito coughed up blood. Afterward, Naruto's palm emanated a green glow as he pressed it against Obito, alleviating the pain etched on his face. That should suffice. He should no longer pose any threat to you. Thank you. Obito's expression remained stoic as he carried Black Zetsu, and the space began to warp, vanishing from sight. Naruto slowly removed his mask, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I sense familiar presences approaching. It is time to return. The mask turned to ashes in his hand as he directed his shoulder. Way of destruction, number 4, white lightning. His shoulder pierced, Naruto collapsed to the ground. Thanks to the Nine Tails chakra, the wound healed swiftly, yet the mark remained. He lay still, quietly awaiting. Before long, Kakashi and Pakken arrived beside Naruto. Pakken examined Naruto's wound. His expression grave. It is a scar from lightning-based ninjutsu, Chidori. Have we arrived too late? Kakashi remained silent, lifting Naruto onto his back. One man and one dog stood atop a high platform, gazing at the traces of the battle below, along with the 2 colossal statues. In the Valley of the End, it was unexpected that Sasuke and Naruto would engage in battle here. Parker, with a grim expression, remarked, "What irony." Kakashi, with a contemplative demeanor, recalled the day when Team 7 had a picnic in the Valley of the End, gazing at the river transformed into a tumultuous torrent by the downpour. Observing the river, Kakashi seemed to address Parker, Naruto, and perhaps even himself. as if to say that the battles of this world would never cease. Much like the fates of the two founders who established Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke. Upon returning to Konoha, after performing a dramatic display of deep grievances, Naruto did not head straight home, but instead ventured to the route. "Leader, what brings you here this time?" he inquired. "Is Orochimaru's secret laboratory still operational?" "Yes." "Good. Please prepare a set of the most advanced experimental equipment available and place it in the lab." "Understood." After Parker departed, Naruto sat in the conference room. 3 years. 3 years is sufficient. It is imperative that I commence my research now." Subsequently, Naruto vanished from the Roots conference room. In the Sound Village, Lord Orochimaru. "Sasuke has arrived," Kabuto announced, ushering in a figure shrouded in bandages. "Bring him in," Orochimaru commanded. Moments later, Sasuke entered alongside Kabuto. "Welcome, Sasuke. You are the chosen one," Orochimaru exclaimed with delight. "Such matters are irrelevant. Hurry and grant me the power you promised." First, go rest in the room I have prepared for you," Orochimaru chuckled, instructing Kabuto to escort him. Yes, a person arrived to lead Sasuke away. Orochimaru gazed at Sasuke's retreating form, eyes glinting with avarice. "Sasuke, you are my future." Suddenly, a voice echoed, "It seems you arrived smoothly." "Who is it?" Kabuto drew his weapon, positioning himself protectively in front of Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, it appears you missed the mark." From the shadows, Naruto's silhouette emerged. "It's you," Kabuto exclaimed in shock, astonished that Naruto Uzumaki had discovered this place. "Lord Orochimaru, be careful," Kabuto warned. Tension evident as he charged forward with a kunai. "Naruto Uzumaki, I underestimated you. You didn't instruct him on how to address me, did you, Orochimaru?" But Orochimaru remained silent. "How should I address you? Last time you escaped. This time I shall kill you." With that, Naruto charged forward, drawing his sword. Clang! The blade clashed with Kabuto's kunai, sparks flying. After a brief exchange, Kabuto fell to the ground, incredulous. "How is this possible?" Naruto chuckled, forcefully sitting on Kabuto's abdomen. It seems you are not all that impressive, my dear Chunin." "All right, let us spare him this time," Orochimaru finally spoke. "After all, he is still unaware of your true identity. For your sake, I shall forgive him once more." Naruto rose to his feet. "Today, I have something of great importance to discuss." "What is it? How has the matter I entrusted to you progressed?" Naruto calmly articulated the purpose of his visit. At this, Orochimaru's expression shifted. "Follow me." Chapter 98. The experiment of the Shinigami and hollowing. Orochimaru led the way, with Naruto following closely and Kabuto trailing behind. They passed numerous cells, each housing individuals captured for experimentation by Orochimaru. "How is your route faring?" As usual, the people of Konoha remain entirely oblivious to Danzo's demise. Moreover, with Tsunade's ascension, they have little time for such concerns. Aizen Shimura Danzo still actively participating in the high-level meetings of Konoha? Naruto Uzumaki, you are indeed a formidable individual. The trio arrived at a laboratory filled with large test tubes, each containing children of tender years. Kabuto was taken aback, although he was aware of this laboratory. Orochimaru had never disclosed the nature of its research. "It appears you still care." "Of course. This is my primary area of interest." Since their last encounter, Naruto had tasked Orochimaru with conducting an experiment regarding souls. "What are the results of the experiment?" "There has been some progress." Orochimaru produced a notebook filled with data. "We have injected the children with soul-enhancing substances, what you refer to as spiritual particles. Approximately 1 in 20 exhibits the phenomenon of Shinigami transformation. However, since each soul is unique, I have yet to ascertain the precise quantity of spiritual particles required and the method of injection. Thus, we have not achieved the formidable souls you described. Furthermore, our experimental equipment is lacking." A flicker of immense curiosity for the unknown shone in Orochimaru's eyes. "What exactly is a Shinigami?" Naruto's gaze swept across the laboratory, landing on a test tube containing a boy of about 7 or 8 years, clad in a faintly grayish hakasho. Though the color was not yet deep, it was indeed the garb of a Shinigami. "Fascinating." Naruto adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting with an unusual light. "Shall we proceed to expand the scale of the experiment? Is that feasible?" "There is a limitation. The scale of this laboratory has reached its maximum capacity, and we cannot expand further. Do you remember the secret laboratory you established with Danzo?" "Indeed." Orochimaru's eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting?" "Precisely. I have already arranged for the experimental equipment to be set up there. Please visit it promptly and inform me of any deficiencies. Understood. Are there any other matters to address? Next, we must consider the issue of experimental materials, which may require resources from Root. What issue? That laboratory lacks sufficient space to store the experimental materials. Thus, we may need to utilize the prison facilities of Root. Indeed, having control over Root provides many conveniences. I will inform Kakashi to coordinate with you. What about the other experiment? Naruto inquired nonchalantly. This, Orochimaru's expression darkened as he opened another laboratory. Roar. Oh. Aya. As the door swung open, a chorus of anguished cries erupted. Before them stood grotesque figures, some humanoid and bipedal, others resembling various crawling beasts. The only constant was the eerie white bone masks adorning their faces and the gaping holes in their chests. They appeared as demons crawling out from the depths of an abyss, utterly unsettling. All failures, devoid of any self-awareness, abysmal, Naruto remarked, his expression betraying no emotion as he evaluated these artificially created hollows. Indeed, Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Though these creatures may appear terrifying, their combat abilities are rather lacking. They are only marginally stronger than a typical Chunin, devoid of any intelligence or communicative capacity. Orochimaru produced a list, detailing the materials for his experiments on the manifestation of the void. Most of these materials were prisoners he had captured from foreign lands. After eliminating them, he employed the method bestowed upon him by Naruto to infuse them with spiritual particles. Consequently, a portion transformed into a state akin to that of a death god, while others, unable to withstand the pressure of the spiritual energy, devolved into hollows. Orochimaru meticulously collected the power of the hollows for further experimentation. However, without exception, all attempts ended in failure, resulting in the grotesque beings now referred to as hollows. Simply releasing them from their confinement would suffice. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Orochimaru instantly grasped the crux of the matter. The evolution of hollows inherently required them to engage in mutual slaughter and devour one another, ultimately evolving into new, formidable entities. Only those of sufficient strength, such as the Ajuchas and Vasto Lords, could survive this process. How enlightening. Orochimaru cast a glance at Kabuto. Make sure to note the hollows' characteristic of mutual consumption. Kabuto dutifully recorded every detail in his notebook. Upon opening the containment area, the hollows immediately began to tear at one another. For several hours, chaos ensued until only one hollow remained, albeit still feeble. Naruto cautiously approached, producing a pale blue gem that emitted a subdued yet captivating glow. Both Orochimaru and Kabuto observed as Naruto drew near the last hollow, taking note of the gem in his hand. Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Orochimaru remained silent, his eyes brimming with curiosity. With a ferocious roar, the hollow instinctively lunged at Naruto. Finding Arts Number 9, the breaking wheel, a golden thread of light ensnared the hollow. Despite its furious struggles, the hollow's movements ceased as it sensed an overwhelming dread emanating from Naruto. One hand pressed firmly against the hollow, Naruto grasped the gem with the other. The hollow began to emit a radiant light, slowly transforming into a humanoid form. However, the newly formed figure could utter nothing but beastly growls, and before long, reverted to its hollow state. Kabuto gazed in astonishment at the scene, while Naruto frowned, realizing that the gem was not yet fully activated and thus ineffective. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Orochimaru exclaimed with enthusiasm, "This hollow shall be entrusted to you." "Thank you," Naruto responded. "Now, I shall take my leave for today." He handed a large set of keys to Kabuto, who promptly accepted them. "These are the keys to the secret laboratory. Tomorrow, send someone to assess what is still needed and report back to me promptly." "Understood. I shall depart now. This place is yours to oversee." Chapter 99. The resurrected Jinchuriki. Under the leadership of Naruto Uzumaki, the Root organization saw a marked change in the demeanor of Uchiha Obito, who had become increasingly taciturn during high-level meetings, even halting many Root operations, which raised suspicions among the advisors, Nara Shikaku and Mito Uchiha. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of the typically forthright Shimura Danzo. However, with the commencement of Naruto and Orochimaru's experiments, Root resumed its activities, dispelling the advisors' concerns. Though they had worked together for years, the advisors still found Danzo's behavior peculiar, yet they could detect no inconsistencies in his appearance, voice, or chakra signature. With all matters arranged, Naruto followed Jiraiya for training, though his purpose for accompanying Jiraiya was uniquely significant. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. One evening, Naruto lay in his room, preparing for slumber, when suddenly, the air shimmered with an unusual distortion. Naruto squinted. You've arrived. Yes. What brings you here? I am ready. The White Zetsu army is sufficiently prepared. Oh, that was quick. Upon hearing Obito's words, Naruto narrowed his eyes. What of the Three Tails? Have you captured it? It managed to escape. Very well, we shall seek another opportunity. Naruto produced a scroll. The body of Yagura is contained within this scroll. It should serve your purpose. Obito accepted the scroll. So, we can commence the plan now? Indeed, the 3-year period has elapsed, and our strength is sufficient. It is time to execute the plan. Agreed. Naruto nodded. When each tailed beast is captured and extracted, be sure to inform me. Understood. Exercise caution. Do not let Zetsu learn of our actions. I comprehend. With the orders given, Obito vanished from sight. Naruto regarded the spot where Obito had been, nodding slightly. It was time to return to Konoha. Yet before doing so, he needed to pay a visit. Under the cloak of night, Naruto's figure dissipated into the shadows. In the secret laboratory, Orochimaru was engrossed in his experiments. Orochimaru, you have arrived. Yes, lead me to that secret laboratory. Of course. Orochimaru straightened, guiding Naruto to a secluded lab of his own design. With a subtle wave of his hand, the barrier was lifted. Inside lay the ethereal form of a young boy. Where's this? Yagura surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, bewildered. You have perished. I have brought you back to life. Naruto spoke coolly. Yagura, the 4th Mizukage and once the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, was the first Jinchuriki captured by the organization. After the extraction of his tailed beast, he had lost his life. Initially, the Akatsuki had intended to seal the Three Tails directly into the outer path golem, but failed, allowing it to escape. Because the sealing of tailed beasts into the golem had to be performed in sequence, the extracted Three Tails seized the opportunity to flee. I do not recognize you. Why have you confined me here? Yagura glared at Naruto with indignation. Do not look at me with such disdain. You should be grateful. Naruto replied calmly. Were it not for me, you might not have the chance to remain in this world. What do you mean? Yagura's expression shifted to one of shock. Indeed, after the extraction of your tailed beast, do you truly believe you could have survived? Yagura pondered, his anger subsiding. Were those who attacked me your subordinates? You could say that, Naruto smiled. Yagura, you are a crucial component of my experiment. Do not let me down. What do you mean by experimental material? Who is your experimental subject? Yagura shouted furiously, beginning to form hand seals. Water release. Water, severing wave. However, nothing occurred. Yagura looked at his hands in confusion. How can this be? In an instant, Naruto appeared before Yagura, drawing forth the Shinjutsu. After years of experimentation, the Shinjutsu's activation level had reached 60, and its effects were beginning to manifest. Do not waste your efforts. Naruto pressed the Shinjutsu to Yagura's forehead. As you are now, you are powerless, merely a soulless specter. Upon hearing the word soul, Yagura's face went pale with terror. Who is this man, capable of materializing the soul? Could he be the fabled death god? What does he intend to do with me? Yagura hastily began to struggle, his eyes filled with fury, yet found himself utterly powerless. What a remarkable gaze. Naruto smiled faintly. Do not resist. Now, let me observe what distinguishes the soul of a Jinchuriki. The crystal of collapse emitted a dazzling radiance. Suddenly, Yagura opened his mouth wide, feeling a strange force surging within him. Erupting from his lips, a white substance that he desperately wished to resist, but found himself unable to do so. The white material gradually spread across his cheeks, merging seamlessly with his skin. Yagura felt as though his very soul was being torn asunder, emitting a wretched wail of agony. Subsequently, his physical form began to transform. A mask appeared upon his face. While his arms and thighs retained their pallor, his body became encased in a thick shell, and a black hole manifested in his chest. He resembled a humanoid turtle, a striking resemblance to the Three Tails. How intriguing. Orochimaru flicked his tongue, observing the scene. Is this transformation due to the soul power of the Three Tails? Naruto, equally astonished, remarked, what a surprise. I never anticipated that the chakra of a tailed beast could influence the soul. A roar reverberated throughout the laboratory as the transformed Yagura began to howl relentlessly. What a pity. Orochimaru shook his head at the sight. He still lacks intelligence. It appears to be another failure. No, Naruto replied calmly. Bring me the last hollow from 3 years ago. Understood. Moments later, Orochimaru had someone fetch the hollow. It seemed to sense the presence of its kin, and upon its arrival, its mood turned volatile. Do not rush. Naruto gently patted the hollow. I shall release you now. With that, he untied the binding ropes and allowed the hollow to enter. The two hollows engaged in a brutal battle. However, the newly transformed Gaara was utterly outmatched, suffering relentless torment with no capacity to resist. Truly useless. Orochimaru licked his lips. Having devoured so many hollows, it still cannot compete with a freshly transformed one. Naturally, the power of their souls exists on entirely different planes. Naruto observed as Gaara consumed the hollow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Orochimaru, your new experimental subject has arrived. Chapter 100. Return to Konoha. Orochimaru gazed in excitement at the unfolding events. It seems the soul of a Jinchuriki possesses considerable value. Naruto cast a dispassionate glance at Orochimaru, who immediately sensed his misstep in speech. My apologies, that was not my intention. I understand. Naruto replied in a neutral tone. Moreover, you are correct. The soul of a Jinchuriki indeed serves as excellent material for experimentation. Orochimaru refrained from further comment, instead fixating on the scene of Gaara devouring the hollow. At last, the battle concluded, and Gaara had finished his consumption, appearing somewhat insatiable as he turned his gaze toward Naruto. For a hollow, a powerful and pure soul is an exquisite delicacy, particularly one as rich in spiritual pressure as that of a Shinigami, an exceptional high-end ingredient. Naruto's soul was formidable, with a substantial spiritual pressure. Driven by instinct, Gaara looked at Naruto, his eyes betraying a gluttonous desire. Suddenly, Gaara opened his mouth wide, a red glow manifesting before him. Naruto narrowed his eyes, recognizing it as a Siro. Then, a powerful red energy blast surged towards Naruto and Orochimaru. Stepping forward, Naruto waved his hand, dispersing the Siro, and then unleashed a punch that sent Gaara crashing to the ground. Sensing Naruto's overwhelming strength, Gaara refrained from any further attacks. Orochimaru stared in astonishment at the scene. That strike possessed the intensity of a full-powered Jonin attack. I never imagined it could reach such heights. Hundreds of souls can create a Jonin. If I diligently gather the materials for Edo Tensei, could the summoned king be useful? Should be. Naruto nodded. Recalling the time he had killed Orochimaru's summoned entity with his Zanpakutō during the third Hokage's demise, however, it would be a waste. Edo Tensei requires a living person. No. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. You have forgotten something. Naruto's eyes glimmered with realization. Had you not mentioned it, I would have indeed forgotten. It seems Edo Tensei has even better offerings. Orochimaru nodded. Leave this to me. You need not concern yourself. Without further ado, Orochimaru began inquiring about the experiment. Is he now the perfect subject? Not yet. He is still too weak to be considered perfect. The powers of the Shinigami within them and the powers of the Hollow are still incompatible. So long as the Hollow's power dominates, they remain devoid of any rationality. Moreover, the number of Hollows consumed is insufficient. Their strength is still lacking. However, we can first create several prototypes, and when the time is ripe, we shall proceed. You must further research. Preserving their original abilities would be even better. I understand. Orochimaru nodded. What are your plans going forward? I shall return to Konoha for a few days of respite. Do not forget, I am still a ninja of Konoha. Naruto smiled faintly before vanishing from sight. The following morning, Naruto knocked on Jiraiya's door. Ah, Naruto, what brings you here? Jiraiya, bleary-eyed, rubbed his eyes. Jiraiya-sensei, when shall we return to Konoha? I miss it. And I miss Kakashi-sensei and the others. Is that the reason? Jiraiya's face contorted in irritation. After all this time, I finally managed to sleep in, and you disturbed me. When are we going back? I've been away for 3 years. My little house is probably moldy by now. 3 years indeed. Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, reminiscing about the figure that haunted his thoughts. Jiraiya-sensei, what are you thinking about? Naruto interrupted his reverie. Nothing at all, huh? Jiraiya scratched his head. 3 years have passed. We should indeed return. Let's set off this afternoon. By the way, Jiraiya-sensei, when will you hand over the key to me? In truth, Naruto's purpose for leaving with Jiraiya was to obtain the key to the Nine-Tailed Seal. Although he had attempted to peel off the seal, chakra still leaked out, rendering it difficult for him to control. While his soul was quite lucid, The chakra of the Nine Tails was overwhelmingly vast, making it hard for him to maintain control. Furthermore, he had exhausted many methods to open that door, all of which had failed. It seemed that the key was indeed crucial. It is not yet time. Once you grow stronger, I shall hand it over. Very well. Naruto nodded. The key was not in Myaboka Mountain, but rather within Jiraiya's very being, which was quite vexing. Had it not been for Jiraiya possessing the key, acquiring it would have been exceedingly difficult. Within Konoha village. How nostalgic. Naruto leaped onto a rooftop, surveying the bustling surroundings. It seems Tsunade has managed the village quite well. Standing beside him, Jiraiya felt similarly sentimental. I'm a bit hungry. Shall we grab a bite first? Naruto suggested with a smile. Let us wait a moment. Jiraiya shook his head. Now is not the time for food. We must quickly find Tsunade. Understood. Naruto wore a playful expression. For the sake of meeting his beloved, he even skipped a meal. What are you saying? Jiraiya exclaimed dramatically. Yet his face bore such a spring-like glow that it was hard to think of anything else. Let's go? Ignoring Jiraiya, Naruto headed straight for the Hokage's office. Long time no see, both of you. Upon entering the room, Tsunade's face lit up with joy at the sight of the two. How has your training progressed? Jiraiya, with a defiant expression, replied, Do you really think we would return without any achievements? Naruto smiled quietly, saying nothing. Then allow me to witness the fruits of your labor. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office swung open. Naruto? Hearing his name called, Naruto turned, smiling slightly. Sakura. Excited to see her old teammate, Sakura rushed over. You've changed so much. You've grown so tall. Well, I suppose it's all right, Naruto chuckled. You came at the perfect time, Sakura. Tsunade interrupted their reunion. You two have been neglecting your duties for days, letting a certain man recuperate and prepare. Just then, the Hokage's door opened again. Sakura turned, her face lighting up with excitement. Shikamaru, Temari, it's you. Can you still recognize him? Naruto turned around. Oh, isn't that Naruto? Shikamaru said. Naruto smiled. Here to take on a mission? No, I'm here to deliver documents and also to escort visitors from our allied nations. Naruto glanced aside to see a woman carrying a large fan. What is she doing here? The Land of Wind is now our ally. Sakura explained, her expression turning somber. 3 years ago, they were the ones who helped us so that all our comrades could survive. Is that so? Naruto feigned ignorance as he approached and extended his hand. Thank you for what you did last time. Temari, feeling a bit intimidated as she had witnessed Naruto confront Gaara directly, hesitated but eventually shook his hand. It's nothing. This is what allies ought to do. All right, Naruto, now I want to see your results. Tsunade interrupted them, looking quite excited as she pointed towards the window. Your opponent is outside. Naruto walked to the window, opened it, leaned out, and squinted slightly. Long time no see, Kakashi-sensei.